Chapter 1. I've hit the jackpot. 440 million. Enough to last a lifetime. I can finally relax. As an exemplary youth of the new era, Yi Fifin has devoted himself to charitable endeavors for countless years, bestowing blessings upon the world. With the savings from his monthly food allowance now cleared out, he has finally struck it rich, welcoming a radiant moment in his life. Ding! A bug has been detected in the world. An impossible event has occurred, and the system is diligently working to rectify it. While still dreaming of the blissful life that awaits him after claiming his prize, a voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Yi Fifin shakes his head, muttering, "Am I hallucinating due to overwhelming joy?" Ding! Repair unsuccessful. The system will transfer the host's consciousness to another world. The transmission begins. Suddenly, Yi Fifin's vision fades to black, engulfing him in darkness. A gentle sea breeze wafts through the air, and the sun shines brightly as Yi Fifin awakens languidly on a beach. Feeling weak and hungry, he rises to gaze at the distant horizon, then examines his hands, pulling aside his clothing to inspect his body. He concludes that his soul has traversed realms, and upon glimpsing his reflection in the water, an uncanny familiarity washes over him. With orange hair, isn't that Nami? No, wait, I just checked down. There's something isn't right. That it can't be. Let me take another look, no doubt about it. Ding! Welcome to the world of One Piece. The mischief system has been successfully loaded. The voice echoes in his mind once more. I've indeed crossed over, and I've received a system with a golden finger. But why isn't it a system for laying flat and signing in? Yi Fifin grumbles inwardly. I was all set to relax, yet here I am, laboring in a perilous pirate world. I hope I'm not starting out on a deserted island survival mission. Bang! Suddenly, a creature with black hair, red eyes, twin horns, and bat-like wings, resembling a devilish little girl, appears before him. Hello, host. My name is AI and I mean Alice. I am delighted to assist you. I am the system's manifested form. Feel free to consult me with any inquiries, and I shall selectively provide answers, Alice states. By the way, aside from the host, no one else can see me. AI and is that a naming convention like Monkey D, Luffy's? Yi Fifin muses, has the system adopted local customs? Greetings, Alice. Who am I? Where am I? What time is it? Yi Fifin poses the three existential questions. You are known as Trick, an orphan who has just survived a shipwreck, living off fishing. You are currently in the East Blue, at the Oikite Kingdom, in the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. The system replies. Trick? Is it a reference to deception or pranks? Am I destined to be a con artist? In 1519, Luffy hasn't set sail yet, right, Alice? Trick remarks, already changing names to immerse in the role. I will not divulge details about the main storyline. Alice retorts, thinking to herself, if I reveal everything, what's the point? I'm here to stir things up. Then let's discuss the system. Trick contemplates. You may not want to say much, but I've watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. This system is called the mischief system, primarily functioning through pranks stirring up trouble. The more mischief you create, the more mischief points you earn. For every 10 points, you can draw a capsule containing various unique items and enchantment effects. You can directly use the enchanted capsules on your target, Alice elaborates. Items have durability and usage restrictions, ranging from single use to permanent. The drawn capsules are likely to correlate with the people or items in your vicinity, Alice adds. Is there a newbie gift pack? Otherwise, as a weakling, I might perish before even leaving the novice village, Trick remarks. Then it'll grant you a newbie 10-draw capsule, giving you 10 capsules, Alice considers and responds. Ding! The newbie 10-draw capsules have been delivered. 10 capsules appear on the beach before Trick, each displaying their descriptions as he inspects them. Disguise fruit, imitation fruit. Can transform people and objects into others. The more others believe it, the more closely it resembles the original until it is indistinguishable. Includes the abilities and strengths of the disguised target, but is limited by the user's strength. Cannot impersonate someone who would typically not enter certain areas. Upon removing the disguise, the user may learn some skills of the target. Can be cast onto others, but the effects of the imitation are greatly diminished, and they cannot stray too far. Initially, it can only disguise one person, gradually unlocking the ability to impersonate multiple individuals. Spatial Pocket Mirror Fruit. Once enchanted, it can be accessed from any part of the body. Holding approximately 100,000 cubic meters, living animals cannot be stored. One Piece Character Compendium Book Fruit. After enchantment, it allows access to basic information about key characters in One Piece. Devil Fruit Nullification Ring Sea Prism Stone. Seals the abilities of devil fruits, allowing the user to swim. Eye of Appraisal Auction. After enchantment, it can identify certain attributes of items. Memory Projector Memory Seahorse. After enchantment, it can read memories that others are willing to reveal and can likewise display one's own memories to others. Any Door Bruno can travel to marked locations. Marks can be destroyed and cannot be moved. For instance, they cannot be marked on a moving ship. 2-star Dragon Ball Kaido. Collecting 7 Dragon Balls allows you to summon Shinron and make a wish. Dragon Balls? Really? Can I wish to become a celestial dragon? On second thought, that's not it. It's because I'm a proletarian warrior, a fine youth of the new era. But can I wish to return and claim my prize? Trick muses. Stop disrupting the flow. Let's continue. Alice scolds with a playful flick. You actually hit me. Trick extends his hand. I grasp. Yet it's just an illusion that's not fair. Another playful flick follows. Chinese little chef eat fruit. After enchantment, it can create various culinary delights from Chinese cuisine. Dao Power Capsule Rob Lucci. After enchantment, it increases Dao Power by 100. Note, average Navy soldiers have a Dao Power value of 10, while Rob Lucci possesses 4,000. The overall quality of the newbie protection capsules is quite good, Alice. Can these capsules be manipulated behind the scenes? Trick exclaims excitedly. Absolutely not. No way. Don't say such things. Alice vehemently denies, thinking to herself, how low is his emotional intelligence? Can such matters be openly discussed? Head get banned. The disguised fruit wasn't in the original series. It must be a derivative of the imitation fruit from the system. Should I consume it? Can I use the abilities of other fruit users after disguising? Trick inquires. Yes, the more others believe in you, the stronger the ability will manifest. However, if you're too weak, you risk being exposed, so acting skills must compensate for your lack of strength, Alice explains confidently. For example, if you can perform flying slash techniques, others will be more inclined to believe you are the great swordsman Mihawk, and the damage from flying slashes can be augmented by Mihawk's true strength. If you cannot perform flying slashes, you need to rely on acting and the information around you to convince others you are Mihawk at this point. You can unleash flying slashes, but with standard attack power. Moreover, the more doubt others have about you, the easier it is for your disguise to unravel, and the strength of the target you are impersonating becomes difficult to use. As for fruit users, you can access some of their abilities, with the effectiveness fluctuating according to your own strength and acting skills. In summary, if your strength is lacking, rely on your acting skills, Alice concludes. Furthermore, you could transform your sword and attire into those of Mihawk. Yet, the strength will depend on the base attributes and acting skills of the individual. This is incredible. With this fruit ability in hand, what more could I want? I can borrow the abilities of any fruit or person. Trick exclaims joyously. Just as I feel famished, it is said that devil fruits taste worse than dung. Although I have never tasted dung, I have had durian, and the taste should be similar. Trick takes a bite of the fruit. I misjudged you. Durian, you're not dung. Oh. In the tug-of war between hunger and disgust, Trick consumes the entire fruit. You may wonder why he doesn't just take a bite and discard it, as one bite would suffice. But what if consuming the whole fruit is necessary for optimal development and awakening? It's a gamble he cannot afford. Next, he examines the spatial pocket, directly pressing it against himself, successfully enchanting it. After trying it out, he finds that retrieving items causes them to shrink, and the space is indeed vast, approximately 100,000 cubic meters. Calculating, he estimates it could fit 2 Navy warships. I'll have to test it later. Living creatures are out of the question, but plants seem permissible. Could it be that anything requiring continuous breathing cannot be stored? Perhaps it can preserve food. I'll have to test that later. The discovery of a pocket that can manifest at will on any part of the body is truly remarkable. At that moment, it could be moved to the mouth for the purpose of drinking contests, much like Duan playful spirit of recognizing his big brothers or little brothers while indulging in spirits. The consumed liquor remains unspoiled, allowing for future Celesto not misunderstand it is meant for the market, not for any unsavory business. Oh, it seems I have stumbled upon an extraordinary utility. Chui Ku plunged his hand into the sea, inhaling deeply for a while before directing his hand forward and exhaling forcefully. Wow, a fire hydrant. In the future, when encountering a user of the devil fruit, I can simply spray them in the face with a perfect sea escape, akin to a sea dragon bullet. Chui Ku exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, it cannot achieve the same effect as a water blade that requires a higher flow rate, a finer water line, and the addition of diamond sand. Subsequently, Chui Ku relocated the spatial pocket to the soles of his feet and launched it, soaring into the sky before plunging into the ocean. The single spray nozzle struggled to maintain balance for the moment. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, he donned the fruit nullifying ring from within the spatial pocket, sealing away the powers of the devil fruit, allowing him to swim back to shore with considerable effort. After some contemplation, he removed his trousers, repositioned the spatial pocket to his rear, and launched. If this indeed provided greater stability. Yet, one cannot perpetually wear open crotch trousers, can one? Perhaps first using a knife to open the seam, then spraying water? Such measures should only be employed in emergencies, otherwise one risks ruining their trousers and tarnishing their image. Next, he retrieved the illustrated compendium of major characters from One Piece, enchanted it, allowing him to consult basic information about these characters within his mind, though one must seek this knowledge to uncover it. This can be considered a boon from the system at my age. Many characters are only vaguely remembered. System Daddy, your service is truly attentive. Chui Ku expressed his gratitude. Get away from me, you rogue, Alice retorted with a sudden flash, darting off. The identification eye, enchanted, assessed the remaining gacha capsules, revealing the usual descriptions but indicating they could fetch a high price at auction. He identified a pair of canvas trousers, now faded and worn, declared them worthless. He also identified the seawater as ordinary, of no value. It seems somewhat lackluster. Perhaps I shall wait until I encounter something of greater worth to test its efficacy. The memory projector, enchanted, currently lacks a test subject. It appears that consent from the other party is necessary, imposing significant limitations. It seems I can only view the memories of my own faction. The portal, upon experimentation, is reminiscent of Doraemon's, albeit with more restrictions. By envisioning a previously marked destination and turning the doorknob, one may travel to that marked location. Upon pressing the doorknob button, a phantom gate marker appears within that space. This phantom can be destroyed but not moved or opened. When employing the portal elsewhere to reach that marker, the phantom solidifies, allowing the removal of the portal while leaving the phantom behind. Pressing the button cancels the phantom. In essence, one can leave a door at any designated spot. However, the door in my possession serves as a key. I suspect my neighbor, Old Wong, would appreciate it greatly. The 2-star Dragon Ball is placed within the spatial pocket, to be addressed once all 7 are gathered. The enchantment of the Chinese culinary master allows for the instant preparation of various Chinese delicacies, a true essential for any foodie if life becomes unbearable. Transforming into a food-centric narrative would suffice. The Dao Power Gacha, enchanted, grants an additional 100 points. I now possess the strength of 10 Navy soldiers, making it easy to defeat weaker foes. In the weakest of seas, as long as I avoid encountering named characters, I should be safe. I feel invigorated, so eager to unleash my strength, Chui Ku declared, throwing a punch at a nearby coconut tree, which promptly dropped a coconut upon his head with a thud. While his strength had increased, his head remained sore. Sipping coconut juice, Chui Ku began to ponder his future. First and foremost, he must grow stronger. The weak have no voice. His unique advantage lies in causing mischief to earn absurdity points and thus grow in strength. Relying on training? Nonsense. The Straw Hat Pirates, I often see Zoro bickering. The others seem to gain strength primarily by being beaten up. They merely frolic about. I already possess an advantage, yet I still need to train? Chui Ku mentally scoffed. You finally remembered your priorities. Alice interjected. In fact, you still need to train. albeit through your unique means. Do not forget your disguise fruit. You must use the omniscient perspective to impersonate characters while causing mischief and training simultaneously. Sigh, I cannot escape the fate of a working-class individual. In the East Blue, everyone believes that the strongest is none other than Garp. It seems I must soon let Luffy feel the iron fist of love, Sengoku sighed. And then there's the East Blue Oikit Kingdom, the place where Belmare discovered Nokigao and Nami, given how much I resemble Nami. Could we be siblings? System Daddy-o, no, System Sister, Sengoku mused, consulting the compendium. Can you guess? Alice teased with a smirk. I initially intended. A warning of German orthopedic concerns. Could it be that lovers become siblings? I merely wish to follow Duan, yes, example, and recognize brothers, not sisters. Namakan. Sengoku's journey through this new world felt incomplete before it had even begun. It has been nearly a year since his arrival in the cafeteria of the nearby naval branch of the Oikit Kingdom. Sengoku is relishing his meal with great satisfaction. Certainly, at this moment, Trick has disguised himself as an ordinary sailor, occasionally moonlighting as a chef. Nostalgic for the flavors of his hometown, the naval soldiers are often astonished by the delectable dishes that unexpectedly appear. Showering praises upon the cafeteria chef, which leaves the chef quite exasperated as Trick is merely a temporary presence and the chef lacks finesse. He worries that he might not replicate the flavors correctly next time and face reprimand. Initially, Trick only requested the head chef to allow him to prepare a few home-cooked dishes. However, after witnessing Trick masterfully execute a plethora of culinary techniques, stir-frying, flamme-ing, deep-frying, braising, poaching, steaming, and more, the head chef was left in awe. Begging to become Trick's apprentice, Trick, of course, declined but still imparted some culinary wisdom. Have you heard? The naval hero Garp has recently made a sudden appearance in the waters near the kingdom of Oikit. Having dispatched numerous pirates, even those insignificant and freshly emerged from the seas, the few naval soldiers were conversing nearby. It is said that while capturing those inept pirates, he utilized the Navy's 6 styles to such an extent that several were left incapacitated. The scene was quite something, remarked Navy soldier A. Recently. Things have been rather slow. Rumor has it that the nearby pirates have all fled, prompting Garp to turn his attention to thugs and gangs, resulting in considerable damage to various buildings in the nearby towns. Leading the local nobility to complain to the Navy, the kingdom of Oikit has been left in a state of alarm. The public safety has become remarkably good, yet Garp stubbornly refuses to leave, causing the thugs to struggle for survival, with some even resorting to legitimate work. As Navy soldier B chuckled, Trick perked up his ears, pondering that his primary aim in impersonating Garp and tirelessly clearing out pirates was to learn the Navy's 6 styles and grow stronger. Although he had a general understanding of the principles behind the 6 styles, he sometimes struggled to control his strength. One swift movement sent him crashing into a wall, while a sudden kick penetrated through a pirate, striking the wall behind. The thought of causing such chaos left him feeling quite unsettled, and he found himself washing his hands for an extended period, feeling perpetually unclean. His finger pistol technique still targeted the lungs, but while the abdomen was softer, it was too filthy. He resolved that once he perfected the technique, he would aim for the stomach. As for the damage caused, he reasoned that ultimately, those affected would seek compensation from the Navy, which could be considered his reward for assisting in the fight against pirates. Trick naturally mused about the recent mischief he had caused, which had resulted in the acquisition of a supreme mischief value and a pair of strength capsules, each adding 100 to his prowess. Was this a sign that he should leave a shoe mark on Luffy's face and inform him to recognize his father by it? Not to mention, that shoe was surprisingly durable. Perhaps he could repurpose it into a formidable nunchaku. Yet, gazing at the shoe print on his face in the mirror, he ultimately decided against it, not wanting to be mistaken for having any connections with the Revolutionary Army's dragon, and certainly not because his face ached. It's time to head to Windmill Village and stir up some grand news. Makino. Oh no, Luffy. Grandpa is coming. Nami-chan, I apologize, but I currently lack the confidence to annihilate the dragon pirates. Once my brother has developed a bit more, I will come to cherish you. To AT Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku dialed Garp's ship using a snail phone. Damn you, Garp. Try to cause less destruction lately. The complaints from the East Blue have been overwhelming, and those reparations will be deducted from your salary. Huh, did I cause any damage recently? Garp, munching on a donut, looked utterly bewildered. He then sneezed, creating a bubble of snot, before dozing off. His aide, Bogart, could only sigh in exasperation, thinking, it seems Garp has only been causing havoc at sea battles. Has he really stirred up enough trouble to warrant a call from Admiral Sengoku? Perhaps we should refrain from letting him handle the minor pirates and allow the new recruits some practice instead. The scene shifts back to Trick. How was he to reach Windmill Village? It seemed merchant ships had not been traveling there lately, and it was quite a distance. Previously, while battling pirates, he had focused solely on mastering techniques and had forgotten to retain a few capable sailors, which was certainly not due to his misadventures. The funds he had obtained from robbing pirates were dwindling, primarily set aside for food in his spatial pocket. These low-tier pirates were so impoverished that the most valuable possession was their ships. Indeed, piracy seemed a fruitless career. One could never predict when they would meet their maker. If they had money, they would indulge in revelry, self-sailing. What a joke. I don't know navigation, and without the protagonist's halo, how could I drift to Windmill Village? The odds of winning the lottery are higher. Hiring someone to navigate a small boat posed its own risks, as secrets could easily be exposed, and he couldn't resort to silencing them like a pirate. Trick was a good person. A large ship required numerous hands to operate, which he couldn't afford. The wages for sailors in this era were exorbitant. It seemed the only option left was to continue milking the Navy for resources. With that thought, Trick disguised himself as Garp and glided towards the Navy branch. On that day, the nearby Navy branch of the Kingdom of Oikit received an order from the naval hero Garp to send a sailor to Windmill Village to handle a confidential matter, with strict instructions not to disclose any information. Aboard the naval ship, Trick reclined apologetically on the deck, basking in the sea breeze while contemplating how to create a significant stir. Otherwise, his mischief value would remain too low for any meaningful development. Suddenly, he spotted a newspaper gull soaring overhead, and an idea struck him. He hurriedly waved for the gull to descend, purchased a newspaper, and seized the opportunity to capture it. No need to panic. I won't eat you. Just hold on a moment while I write a note for your newspaper. The gull struggled for a moment, but then ceased its resistance upon hearing his words. After bidding farewell to the gull, Trick wore a sly grin. He would invite reporters to Windmill Village for an interview, claiming to have a major scoop regarding the Yonko Shanks. How should I go about this? Your grin is practically ear to ear, exclaimed Alice, who suddenly appeared, equally mischievous. Guess what? Trick replied with a smirk. This time, the altercation with Luffy was merely an appetizer. The secrets surrounding the Yonko Shanks were the real deal. Moreover, upon reflection, relying solely on himself to create chaos was insufficient. He had to shed the mindset of a mere worker. Working was not an option. He resolved to recruit a group of lovely ladies to assist him. Ahem, after all, I am not a demon. Health benefits and welfare must be top-notch. Good idea, but given your weakness and poverty, how do you plan to attract anyone? If you recruit two weak individuals, they won't be of much use, Alice countered, attempting to dampen his enthusiasm. No. In this world, one must consider their background. Look at Luffy. He just started out, and a vice admiral could easily take him down. Yet does Kizaru dare? And then there are the celestial dragons. Many are weaklings, yet admirals still have to protect them if placed in the right position. Even a small fry can become a general. Trick's confidence swelled. Thus, he resolved to establish an adventure guild, recruiting a plethora of beautiful women to manage the front desk, handle requests, and grow the guild into a formidable entity, creating a new era of glory. There's no saving you now, Alice sighed. After nearly a month of sailing, they finally arrived at Windmill Village to eye in the harbor of Windmill Village. A naval vessel docked, quickly replenished its supplies, and departed in haste. Trick disembarked, shedding his disguise, intending to seek out Makino's party bar to gather information. Directly impersonating Garp was far too conspicuous. Aside from Luffy, Daiden, and Makino, no one else would recognize him, making it risky to encounter Garp's acquaintances. Excuse me, could you direct me to Miss Makino's bar? Trick inquired of a passerby. Is it just over there? Quite close to the harbor. Thank you. The passerby advised. That area is often frequented by mountain bandits and pirates. It's best for ordinary folks to avoid it. Thank you. Trick thought to himself. That's precisely who I'm looking for, Daiden and Pirate King Luffy. As Trick pushed open the saloon-style doors of the bar, he was greeted by a tall woman with deep green hair and a headscarf, who smiled warmly. Welcome. It was none other than Makino. Ah, this is my first fateful encounter. She will be the front desk lady of my future adventure guild. I must capture this moment, Trick thought excitedly. Right? I should compile a collection of photos featuring beautiful women from the Adventure Guild to attract, or rather, entice, others to join. Just a moment, Trick dashed out of the bar, scurrying to a nearby secluded spot, where he opened a portal to the Navy branch near the Kingdom of Oikit. In a hidden corner was a pre-marked portal coordinate. Since the snail phones were living beings and not suited for mass transport in his spatial pocket, he could only borrow them temporarily as needed. He retrieved the photo snail he had pilfered from the Navy branch and re-entered Makino's party bar. "I'll have a juice, please." Trick settled himself at the bar, resting his chin on his hands, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at Magino. "Very well." Magino regarded the youth who had come and gone, now reappearing, with a hint of curiosity, pouring a glass of juice and handing it over. "Hello, Magino. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Trick, a friend of Shanks, and I am here in search of Luffy." "Do you happen to know where he might be?" Trick inquired. "Greetings, a friend of Shanks, you say? It has been quite a while since I last saw Luffy. That he is likely hunting in the Corbo Mountains." Magino replied with a smile. "The little brothers of Dayton often drop by for a drink. They could guide you to Luffy. There's no rush. I shall wait for a while. The Corbo Mountains are vast, and it would be quite difficult for me to search alone." Trick nodded. "Trick, you appear quite youthful. How did you come to know Shanks?" Magino asked. Her curiosity piqued. Trick thought to himself, recognizing her caution. It is not the naive who operate a tavern frequented by both mountain bandits and pirates. Did she truly wish to know that he became acquainted through an anime? "When I was a child, I was kidnapped by the pirate Marshal D. Teach and taken to the mountains, nearly becoming a meal for the king of the forest. A giant bear. Shanks appeared just in time, scaring the beast away and saving me. However, my left eye was injured in the process, leaving 3 scars," Trick recounted, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Thus, I made a vow to Shanks from a young age." Trick declared with unwavering determination, "When I grow up, I must take good care of his beloved, ensuring that he has no worries while traversing the Grand Line. This, Magino appeared somewhat awkward, reflecting, such a familiar tale. Laced with Shanks' essence. Is he a senior to young Luffy? But why is the vow not to become the Pirate King or the Mountain Bandit King? I wish to meet the individual who could compel Shanks to wager his arm. I am certain my sister will one day board his ship," Trick suggested, subtly insinuating a future kinship. By the way, do you happen to know who Shanks' beloved is, Miss Magino?" Trick inquired earnestly. "I have come to repay a debt of gratitude and must find Shanks' beloved." He reiterated, This, Magino blushed, feeling flustered and at a loss. The fish was about to bite, Trick thought, a smirk forming within as he sensed his scheme nearing fruition. "Magino, the truth is, Shanks' beloved must be you." Trick pressed on. "He has mentioned a girl from Windmill Village who occupies his thoughts. Every time he returns to the East Blue, it is to savor the wine poured by her hand and to behold her exquisite beauty." This, Magino's mind went blank, her intelligence rapidly diminishing, her face flushed, nearly steaming. "Miss Magino, please grant me an opportunity to repay my debt." Trick grasped Magino's small hand in earnest. Did Shanks truly say that? Magino dared not meet Trick's eyes. Feeling shy as she asked, "What does he mean by take care?" Of course, he expressed it in far more sentimental terms. Trick teased, "As for taking care, I have a dream." Martin Luther Trick began to expound. "I hope for a world devoid of marauding pirates, where seafaring is predominantly characterized by treasure hunting, protection, and adventure. Therefore, I aspire to establish an adventure guild, creating a relatively peaceful and engaging world through the acceptance and issuance of commissions. Furthermore, the commissions could involve protecting villages and eliminating marauding pirates and mountain bandits. Thus, I wish to extend an invitation to you to join the Adventure Guild as a core member and part-time receptionist. To help create a beautiful world together? Well, this is inevitable. Luffy aims to become the Pirate King, while Trick seeks to become the Adventure King," Magino thought to herself. "Moreover, asking me to work is akin to taking care of me." She felt a tinge of irritation. "I have heard that Miss Magino often brings new clothes and food to some orphans nearby, and frequently teaches them etiquette." Trick began to paint a grand vision. "Miss Magino, you are not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. These children could later be absorbed as staff for the Adventure Guild, providing them with a means to support themselves. The weaker ones could engage in tasks such as information organization, reception, and issuing commissions, which carry minimal risks. The stronger ones could become core or registered members, undertaking combat, protection, treasure hunting, and intelligence-gathering missions. Core members must obey assignments, enjoy resources and dividends, and are protected or penalized by the guild, which will invest effort into their development. Core members can also serve as staff, receiving salaries for permanent positions while having the freedom to act independently. However, they only receive dividends, along with medical insurance, disability compensation, and retirement funds. Registered members can be anyone from any faction, allowing them to accept commissions and receive related intelligence support. The aim for registered members is to transform the many marauding pirates into law-abiding citizens. The guild will categorize its ranks based on contribution, progressing through black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, and king, with 10 stars needed for each rank advancement. Completing tasks corresponding to each level will illuminate a star. Trick spoke eloquently, drawing from his experiences in a previous life. Miss Magino, surely you do not wish for these children to resort to begging or become pirates in the future. Trick smiled. Moreover, I possess a special method that allows for rapid support in times of danger. He added, what a jest. Magino is one of the most well-connected characters in the world of pirates. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and a celestial dragon, is her lover. Both the great pirates and the world government must show respect to Shanks. She looks after Luffy for Garp and Dragon, having connections with the Navy, and Dragon owes her a favor. In the future, Luffy, the future pirate king, will call her sister. The only ones truly bold enough to trouble Magino would be minor characters, whom she could easily crush with a single finger. Trick mused. Very well, I shall join. How many members does the guild currently have, and what will be my role? Magino acquiesced. At present, it is just you and me. Trick replied. Your tavern shall serve as the guild's headquarters, and for now, we will gather intelligence from the vicinity. This is not merely a ruse. It is the rational use of resources, Trick internally justified. Moreover, as a founding member, it is not unreasonable to request a share. Now, smile for the camera. Say cheese. Trick produced a photograph-taking snail. Let us commemorate the official founding of the Adventure Guild. Magino chuckled awkwardly. Feeling a sense of being deceived, is it too late to back out now? I possess a doorway to anywhere I have marked. Let me show you where I have marked it for convenience. Trick revealed a portal from his spatial pocket. Is this similar to Luffy's devil fruit ability? Magino inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Well, somewhat. Trick replied vaguely. Where do you reside? Would you like me to set one up in your room for emergencies, so I can come to your aid? No need. It is just upstairs, very close. Magino declined outright. Take this telephone snail with you, and also this. Trick handed her a power capsule, placing it on Magino's back. Having previously used a power capsule himself, Trick found that he could navigate the East Blue without encountering significant threats, while the other powers were honed through disguising as Garp. Such power capsules should be utilized for the development of core members. He could train through the disguised fruit, simultaneously enhancing his combat experience, making it less necessary for himself. What did you do? Why do I suddenly feel an influx of strength? Magino exclaimed in surprise at Trick's actions. Try lifting the table with one hand, Trick suggested with a grin. So easy. I feel no strain at all. Magino effortlessly hoisted the table with one hand. This is a benefit of cultivating core members. Enhancing your strength. You currently possess the power of approximately 10 Navy soldiers. With a single punch, you could send common ruffians flying, Trick explained. Maintain a consistent exercise routine, and your strength will continue to grow. This is to ensure that the guild's core personnel maintain a basic level of combat effectiveness, eliminating the need for low-tier members to deploy elite fighters constantly. This will make moving barrels of liquor much more convenient. No more rolling them on the floor. Magino expressed her delight. It seems that managing a tavern is quite arduous for a young woman. Trick felt a pang of sympathy, recalling that in the anime, Magino's tavern was often wrecked. Those are hard-earned funds. In the future, should anyone dare to damage anything in the tavern, they will owe tenfold in compensation. Otherwise, one punch will suffice to deal with them, and they must pay their dues before leaving. This is the property of the guild. Trick gritted his teeth. My tavern is no longer mine so soon. Magino responded, exasperated. Will this not scare away customers? Fear not, for in the future, aside from selling liquor, the acceptance and distribution of guild commissions shall become our primary enterprise, yielding far greater profits. Moreover, as our influence expands, more individuals will dare to approach us, unafraid of being bullied by others in the tavern. After all, Any would-be troublemaker must reckon with the formidable presence of Big Sister Makino, chuckled Trick. Well then, I shall seek out Luffy. Just provide me with his approximate location. And in due time, I will recruit companions to arrange their tasks. Should there be any matters, contact me through the telephone bug, Trick instructed. Are you not waiting for Dadong and the others to arrive? Then allow me to accompany you. Makino offered. No need. No need. I have my own methods, Trick thought to himself, for I must disguise myself as Garp to confront Luffy. How could I let you tag along? Stepping out of the quaint tavern, Trick proceeded towards the lair of the mountain bandit Dadong. Upon entering the forest, he transformed into Garp and began his hunt. How to locate Luffy? Naturally, by the scent of meat. Capturing a large wild boar, Trick deftly prepared it for roasting. The dish enhanced by the magical touch of Chinese culinary master, resulting in a feast for the senses. Note: Chinese culinary master. Eat fruit after enchantment. Capable of creating various delectable Chinese dishes, I must seize the opportunity to recruit that beautiful chef, Carmen, to the guild and promote Chinese cuisine, Trick mused. Rubber, rocket. Suddenly, Luffy's voice echoed from the forest. Ah, so soon. I haven't even started. Trick remarked in jest. Grandpa, I'm here, Luffy exclaimed, executing a rubber rocket leap that the transformed Garp. Trick delivered a powerful kick, sending Luffy flying just as he reached for the meat. Note: supreme kick, Garp indestructible. Leaving a slipper imprint upon impact, which cannot be erased for several days. Why does Grandpa's kick hurt so much? Luffy, adorned with a comical slipper mark, scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the meat in Garp's hands. The faux Garp snapped off a hind leg and tossed the rest to Luffy. Luffy, this time I have come to recruit you into the Navy. Do not even think about escaping. That scoundrel Shanks. Every time I see him, I will strike. And Ace, that rascal too. I won't allow him to become a warlord of the sea. No, I want to be pirate king. How has Ace been lately? Luffy mumbled, his mouth full of food. Forget about Ace. You wish to be pirate king, correct? Defeat the one with the slipper mark on his face, and I shall not hinder you, the faux Garp stated. What kind of appearance? Just take a look by the river, and you'll see. Luffy pondered. Go look by the river? Luffy questioned, perplexed. Grandpa, where has Grandpa gone? Evading Luffy, Trick opened the system interface, noting that this time, Windmill Village had only yielded 20 mischief points. It seems that deceiving Makino and Luffy has had only moderate success, Trick thought with a frown. This pace is far too slow. Exchanging for a gacha, the system presented. Coward's Savior Elixir. KB consuming this will instill fearlessness, enabling one to confront anyone. After confronting, as long as one survives, injuries will heal rapidly. Dory Gacha, Rob Lucci after enchantment, increases stamina by 100 points. This coward's savior, could it perhaps encourage a tendency for self-harm? Although its efficacy appears promising, the risk of death makes it better suited as a gift for someone else. At least it will still contribute to my mischief points, Trick contemplated. Click, click, click. Alice popped up. What of your big scoop? You nearly made me forget. Contact a reporter from the World Economic News Agency. Did you see? Tomorrow, grant him an exclusive interview. Trick resolved. This time, I must extract some benefits from the 4 emperors. Moses, are you a reporter from the World Economic News Agency? I am the Mountain Bandit King, Sig. Have you arrived? Disguised as Sig, Trick inquired. Oh, I've been here for quite some time. Excellent. Tomorrow we shall meet at the port. I shall be easily recognizable with my sky-high ponytail that I must hastily draft a script for the night. Where shall I spend the night? With Luffy? Never mind, they are all stinky men and old hags. I shall instead visit the gentle and beautiful Sister Makino. Trick ambled back, swaying slightly as twilight descended. The party bar in Windmill Village buzzed with life. Akino. I have returned, pushing open the saloon-style door of the tavern. Trick beheld numerous patrons enjoying their drinks. Indeed, the evening marked the peak of business. Welcome. Why? It is Trick. What would you like? Please take a seat. I am rather busy. Makino greeted him while serving drinks. Oh, I shall assist. This table, yes? Trick grabbed the drinks from Makino's hands, taking on the role of a waiter. No, you should sit. I can manage, Makino insisted. How could that be? This is our family business. And I must lend a hand. Trick chuckled. Makino, who is this little orange-haired brat? Your brother? A nearby patron asked, laughing. Yes, I am Makino's half-brother, visiting her and lending a hand. Please do not bully me. Makino is incredibly strong. Capable of taking down a pirate with a single punch, Trick boasted, "Do not speak nonsense." Half-brother? One punch for each pirate? LLL, Makino thought, her expression darkening. Where is my gentle persona? Ha ha ha. The patrons erupted in laughter. Makino. One punch for each pirate? Makino, do not deceive the child. Has Makino also taken to lying? Makino. The pirates continued to laugh, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Months later, a gang of rowdy pirates, having fought amongst themselves and damaged the tavern, experienced firsthand what it meant to be taken down with a single punch. They had to send someone back to the ship to gather funds to ransom their captain. Unwilling to give up, they rallied the entire crew only to return and receive another thrashing, leaving them with swollen faces when they finally departed. From that day forth, the local ruffians dared not cause trouble at Makino's bar. And she successfully ascended to the position of the head. Trick, disguised as the mountain bandit Sig, basked in the sunlight at the port of Windmill Village. Passers-by failed to recognize this weathered man. For the mountain bandit Sig had been presumed dead for nearly 9 years. Greetings. I am a reporter from the World Economic News Agency. You are Mr. Sig, are you not? A gentleman in a round hat, clutching a notepad, approached the faux Sig. Indeed. I am the mountain bandit king, Sig. I have been silent for far too long, leading many to believe I am truly deceased. The faux Sig remarked self-deprecatingly, I hear you possess a significant scoop regarding the 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks? The reporter inquired. Indeed, I have first-hand information. What price can you offer? I demand at least 5 million berries. The faux Sig rubbed his hands together shrewdly, if it is indeed a genuine scoop. We can negotiate. I believe the president would likely agree, the reporter replied, albeit hesitantly. I must recount that 9 years ago, I was the renowned mountain bandit king of the Goya kingdom, frequently visiting Makino's tavern in Windmill Village for a drink. The faux Sig began his reminiscence. Miss Makino was gentle and cheerful, caring for those unfamiliar children, sewing clothes for them and providing food. To those children, Makino was both a mother and an elder sister. As an orphan, I lived by scavenging at uncertain endpoints, experiencing the warmth and coldness of the world. Had I encountered a sister like Makino during those times, I would not have ventured down the path of a bandit. Miss Makino is the ethereal moonlight in my heart. Yet, I am acutely aware that our connection is impossible, hindered by age and status. That I can only protect Miss Makino from the shadows. Bearing the identity of a villain. In those years, I systematically eliminated 56 scoundrels who sought to harm Miss Makino, until that fateful day when I visited her tavern, only to witness her smile radiantly at a red-haired scoundrel. My heart shattered. I realized that scoundrel had stolen Makino's heart, and jealousy transformed me into a monster. I heard he was a pirate. As a mountain bandit, I understood that pirates were not noble characters, and I did not wish for Makino to be misled. Thus, I sought to test this pirate's worthiness by dousing him with a drink. To my astonishment, the scoundrel was so frightened he nearly wet himself, not daring to utter a peep, instead groveling on the ground. Fury consumed me. How could such a coward protect Makino? However, I did not wish to embarrass her, so I chose to leave. After their departure, I returned to the tavern, subtly mocking the pirates, expressing that they were nothing but weaklings, hoping to enlighten the love-struck Makino. If Makino remains oblivious, I shall eliminate that red-haired scoundrel to spare her from wasting her youth. To my astonishment, that fool Luffy dared to provoke me. If I do not punish him, how can I maintain my position as a leader? Do I not care for my reputation? I shall drag that brat Luffy to the square and declare my intent to execute him. Just to see if that red-haired scoundrel dares to show up. I will trample on Luffy, deliberately engaging him in idle chatter until Makino goes to spread the word. My legs ached from the effort. And only then did that rascal finally appear, though I was taken aback by the prowess of his subordinates. Ultimately, I sought to ascertain the true mettle of that red-haired individual, so I took Luffy out to sea. Why does a mountain bandit run to the sea? The reporter inquired, perplexed. Tell me, why would a mountain bandit venture into the sea? Because I have tamed a sea king, and I wish to test the courage and strength of that red-haired rogue. I kicked Luffy away and pretended to be devoured by the sea king, hiding instead within its belly. That red-haired scoundrel finally displayed some guts by plunging into the sea to rescue Luffy. Managing to hold back my meticulously raised sea king, which possessed formidable conquerors Hakai. In the end, I acknowledged his strength and bravery, bowing out gracefully, feigning death to bid farewell to this filthy world and my disgraceful past. I signaled the Sea King to depart, sparing their lives. while entrusting Makino to that red-haired scoundrel. I never anticipated that the Yonko Shanks shared such a history with you. One of his hands was bitten off by your pet. That was quite the sensational news in the New World, the reporter remarked in awe. However, Captain Shanks commands a bounty of 4,489,000,000 berries, while yours stands at a mere 8 million. Which seems rather. The reporter hesitated. Isn't it obvious? He slaughters and fights throughout the New World daily, so his bounty naturally rises swiftly. That I guard Makino and only operate within the Goa Kingdom, without toppling the king. I merely rob a few noble caravans. An 8 million bounty is the limit set by this nation, not a reflection of my true power. The East Blue is dubbed the weakest sea. But it is not solely due to that rascal Garp. All the formidable warriors that could emerge from the Goa Kingdom have been eliminated by me. How could the Goa Kingdom, which produced a monster like Garp, lack other strong individuals? Zeke teased that I do not wish for Makino to live in a place rife with slaughter. Indeed, who would have thought to unravel the greatest secret of the weakest sea? The reporter flattered. When you arrive in the New World, you too shall be a powerhouse with a bounty of 4 billion, just like Shanks. Speaking of that red-haired scoundrel makes me furious, Zeke exclaimed with indignation. I entrusted Makino to him, yet he ran off to the New World to host banquets every day. What a scoundrel! It would be one thing if he couldn't stay to care for Makino temporarily. But after making a name for himself in the New World, he still hasn't returned to marry her. I initially thought he was preoccupied with important matters, perhaps seeking Roger's treasure to present as a dowry for Makino. Yet all he does is feast and indulge, living in a drunken stupor. Leaving Makino alone in Windmill Village to manage the tavern, she struggles to even move a barrel, rolling it little by little. At times, I cannot help but wish to appear and assist her, Zeke lamented, tears welling in his eyes. For Makino's sake, I would forsake the title of Mountain Bandit King. Shanks, in pursuit of the title of Pirate King, has allowed Makino to toil alone for so many years. How much more could the treasure of the Pirate King surpass that of the 4 emperors? 1,000 acres of fertile land yields but a single measure of rice for daily meals. 1,000 splendid houses provide merely 5 feet of sleeping space at night. Zeke philosophized. One often realizes the value of cherished moments only after they are lost. Please convey a message to Shanks through the newspaper, once I have let go. Do not return. That if red-haired Shanks dares to come back to Windmill Village to find Makino, I, Mountain Bandit Zeke, shall cast him out like the worthless Yonko he is. Very well, this exclusive interview will surely please the boss. 5 million berries will be no problem. Let me discuss it with him. The reporter hastily recorded everything and then dialed Morgan's on the din mushy. Moses, boss, we have breaking news. Our boss sent someone to investigate. And indeed, 9 years ago, this event transpired. We will soon bring you the 5 million berries, the reporter respectfully replied. May I take a photograph of you? Of course, no problem. Zeke struck a boastful pose, brandishing a knife while holding a bounty poster of Shanks that had been prepared beforehand. After burning countless brain cells, I finally completed this heart-wrenching love triangle narrative. Trick mused after bidding farewell to the reporter. I crafted a tale so convincing that I almost believed it myself. Perhaps even Makino and Shanks would be left bewildered. Trick chuckled mischievously. Where is the parody value? Never mind. Let the bullets fly for a while. Makino, I have returned, Trick exclaimed upon entering the tavern, only to find Luffy already there. Trick, you're back. Where did you go this morning? This is Luffy. You two should have met before, Makino introduced. No, we didn't team meet last time, Trick replied hastily. Hello, Luffy. I am Trick, a family member of Makino, serving as the honorary president and a friend of Shanks. You know Shanks. How has he been lately? Luffy asked excitedly. Hasn't Makino been alone all this time? I haven't seen him in ages. We met when we were children. Back then, Trick continued to spin his tale to Luffy. I never expected you to be. Luffy was moved to tears upon realizing Trick shared a similar fate, his emotions spilling over. So, you came to find Makino to fulfill your promise and become her family. Ah, yes, indeed. I have come to repay a debt of gratitude, Trick replied. But I want to stay here indefinitely. I have discussed it with Makino. My dream is to establish an adventure guild, and I still need to recruit other companions. As for Makino, I have left her some provisions to ensure she is well taken care of, Trick stated to an adventure guild. Is it also to become a pirate and seek the One Piece? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. That could certainly be a part of the guild's quests. However, we are not pirates. Rather, Pirates can register as members of the Adventure Guild to take on commission tasks and earn money. Trick explained. Once you establish your pirate crew, you can register as a member in the name of your crew and accept commissions. That's a deal. Once I recruit my crew, I'll come to register and embark on a grand adventure. Luffy declared enthusiastically. Trick, isn't your sister supposed to join Luffy's crew? Makino interjected. My sister got separated from me when we were young, and we have yet to reunite. However, I already know where she is. It's likely she will encounter Luffy when he journeys to the Grand Line. Trick answered. Are they to be my future crewmates? What roles will they play? A musician or a chef? Luffy asked eagerly. You will find out in due time. Luffy, let us have a spar. I want to see if you have the strength to be my sister's captain, Trick proposed, eager to test his own abilities. Why let Nami follow Luffy instead of himself? Simply because Luffy possesses the protagonist's aura. He aimed to avoid interfering with the main storyline, allowing the divine perspective to diminish, while he would subtly shadow them for protection. All right, let us head over to Colbo Mountain, Luffy called out before dashing off. Here are 4 million berries for future activities. You may begin operations now, acquiring information and training some children, Trick said, pulling out a treasure box and placing it on the bar. So much. Where did you get all this money? Is it safe to leave it here? Makino exclaimed in surprise, glancing around the now empty tavern. This is the reward for a night's worth of effort I put into writing. Trick muttered under his breath. Then he encouraged Makino. Trust me, you can handle the weaklings with a single punch. If worst comes to worst, just call me on the din mushy. I'm off to find Luffy. Trick declared before running off. Gum Gum pistol. Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy, who had yet to master the Navy 6 styles, displayed insufficient agility and mobility. Although his attack power was high, Trick effortlessly evaded with the Navy 6 styles. At present, Trick's explosive damage output was relatively low. Only his Gale Kick inflicted any significant harm on Luffy, and he could not utilize Haki unless he transformed into Garp using his Mimic Fruit. Why do you keep dodging? What are those techniques? Can you even fly? After a prolonged bout, Luffy, utterly exhausted, finally collapsed. I'm so hungry. Meat. Chueku also found himself breathless. The Navy 6 style was indeed quite taxing on one's stamina. While Luffy, akin to a monstrous being, managed to endure until now. Let's leave it at that for today. Once you grow stronger, you'll naturally understand those techniques. For now, let's catch a wild boar for a barbecue. The aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of a familiar scent, as if he had savored it recently. Luffy drooled at the thought. Chueku pondered. Could Luffy really discern flavors while eating? Surely, he could swallow even charred remnants. Perhaps my seasoning is rather unique, infused with a hint of Chinese essence. Luffy, in a few days, I shall depart. I look forward to our next encounter. If you happen upon an orange-haired girl who bears a striking resemblance to me, do take good care of her. We shall feast together then. Absolutely. She must be my crew member. We'll celebrate together next time. Luffy laughed heartily. The following morning, Chueku pushed open the saloon's cowboy door, stretching his limbs, invigorated by the day ahead. Did you catch today's newspaper? Who would have thought that the mountain bandit, Sig, harbored affections for Makino? That straw-hatted redhead is indeed the legendary Yonko. A passerby exclaimed with a tinge of gossip. Makino has it tough. That Yonko is truly a scoundrel. He hasn't already deceived her, has he? Pa, scoundrel. A woman chimed in with disdain. Why do I feel a twinge of sympathy for the mountain bandit king? Sig, he is the one who selflessly dedicates himself without seeking anything in return, willing to relinquish everything for his love that a young lady admired. The sight of the mountain bandit king piercing the bounty poster of the Yonko was truly magnificent. Makino, not only does she live resiliently, but she is also filled with compassion. From this day forth, she shall be my guiding star, the goddess of Windmill Village, a man declared with admiration. How could news travel so swiftly? Is this an expedited print? Chueku mused. He waved at a new seagull and purchased a newspaper. Revelation. The love triangle between the Yonko and the mountain bandit king unveiled. Shocking. The one who left an arm behind in the East Sea is none other than him. Chueku chuckled mischievously, imagining the expressions of Makino and Shanks upon reading it, as he hurried back to the saloon, feigning panic. Oh no, Sister Makino, your relationship with Shanks has been exposed. The whole world knows. And who is this mountain bandit king, Sig? Such sensational gossip about prominent figures is incredibly popular nowadays. Morgans exclaimed excitedly, pounding the table. This topic has great potential. Spread the word. We shall pay handsomely for the gossip of these illustrious individuals. Big news. This is truly monumental. Across the seas, and even the Grand Line, the newspapers sold out rapidly that day, leading to several expedited prints, as the flames of world gossip blazed fiercely on the high seas. It was revealed that Mihawk, Shanks' arm, was bitten off by a sea beast. He even claimed to have wagered his arm in the New World. Quite the charmer. It was unexpected that such a formidable presence existed in the East Sea. It was high time to venture there. Whitebeard's crew in the New World. Marco, old man, can you believe Shanks' arm was severed by a mountain bandit with an 8 million berries bounty? Such hidden masters in the weakest sea are terrifying. Whitebeard, this Sig appears to be quite loyal. If he ventures into the New World, I wonder if he would consider becoming my son. Marco, Onigashima and Wano country. To think there exists a near-sea king with conqueror's haki. It resembles a small eel. Too bad it's not a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Kaido guzzled down a jug of wine, continuing his drunken stupor. But on an island in the New World, the red-haired pirates. Beckman, holding a newspaper, unnaturally interrupted Shanks, who was drinking. Red-haired, the mountain bandit Sig is still alive and making quite the noise. He even left you an ARM.AS for Makino. You might want to see for yourself. What happened to Makino? Shanks hurriedly took the newspaper. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to a hint of sadness, followed by guilt, and finally a resolute determination. Various emotions danced across Shanks' face, and the other crew members sensed the strange atmosphere. Silently observing their captain, Luffy must be setting sail soon. Shanks mused aloud. Do we have any news regarding those historical texts? Reports indicate that Big Mom and Kaido may each possess a piece. Zo Island should have another. While the last one went missing from Fishman Island, Beckman replied that we should refrain from disturbing Big Mom and Kaido for now, as it would disrupt the balance. The piece from Zo Island can wait. The main concern is the whereabouts of the last piece. Whitebeard, perhaps? Shanks contemplated. We must wait for Luffy to grow stronger. A new generation capable of balancing the powers of the Yonko. It seems I must make a trip back to the East Sea. Being overshadowed by that mountain bandit is quite disheartening. Is he truly that formidable? Was his weakness merely an act? Have I truly misjudged? With these thoughts, Shanks declared, everyone, carry on. We shall return to the East Sea shortly. At Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom. I haven't even spoken yet. It seems I have little to declare. Continue eating in Windmill Village at Makino's bar. After reading the newspaper, Makino first displayed a look of disbelief, followed by sorrow, then confusion, eventually feeling touched, and lastly, tears streamed down her face. That moment, Sengoku was utterly stunned. What had transpired? I merely jotted down some thoughts. This parody can't be that extreme. Moreover, I crafted this narrative for Makino's happiness. Little did he know that many of his words, spoken through the mountain bandit Sig, highlighted aspects of this world that many overlooked, the loved ones by their sides, whether they are unknown pirates or renowned ones. Few genuinely care for their families or wish to accompany them. Many abandon their families in pursuit of their dreams, returning only after long absences. That Usopp's father, Yasopp, sailed with Shanks, leaving his wife to die alone, never having seen her husband again, while Usopp became a child left behind. Luffy, too, was unaware of his parents' existence. Sengoku disguised himself as Garp, intending for Luffy to confront Dragon, hoping to teach the irresponsible father a lesson. The words of the mountain bandit King Sig echoed the sentiments of many women and children in the pirate world, who, despite their worries and reluctance, could only smile and cheer them on. Sig's passionate outburst struck like a slap to the faces of those self-righteous pirates. In a flash, the mountain bandit king became renowned, a champion of women and a paragon of true masculinity. Moreover, his feat of severing an arm from a Yonko elevated him to the status of a hidden powerhouse, a legend of the East Sea. Eventually, Shanks returned to Windmill Village to marry Makino, promising to retreat from the pursuit of the Pirate King within 5 years, returning to her side. Shanks had to cover for Sengoku's deception, admitting that Sengoku was sent to look after Makino, lest he inadvertently hurt her feelings, just as Sig had said. Shanks, feeling indebted to Makino, coupled with her joining the Adventurers Guild, found himself compelled to protect the guild. But that is a tale for another time. Gaining 50 points of parity value. Finally, I have accrued some parity value. The system of lying flat and signing in is much easier. Accumulating parity value is truly a laborious task, Sengoku complained. Redeem Gacha, System, Beauty Mirror. Yarlita, the mirror displays an enhanced visage. Kneel before the heavenly sword. Zoro triggers a 100 empty-handed reception of attacks. Anyone who approaches must kneel, but cannot be fatally harmed. 40-meter dragon-slaying sword. Mihawk, a strike creates a 40-meter sword effect. Any pointer, Nami, can point to previously visited islands, essentially serving as a permanent collection of pointers, if no specific island is determined. It will direct to the nearest landmass. Daligacha, rob Lucci after enchanting, increases stamina by 100. What use is the beauty mirror? Auction it off. The old ladies would surely love it. 666. 2 divine artifacts. The heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying sword. Kneeling before the heavenly sword. Even Yonko must submit. A hard control artifact, but it seems I might also be ensnared. Unless the opponent ceases their pursuit, could this eventually become a contest of holding in bodily functions? Behold my 40-meter sword. Shueku swung the dragon-slaying sword, and a shadow resembling a massive blade from a film descended, instantly leaving a 40-meter gash on the ground. The momentum is truly overwhelming. Even minor foes would be frightened, but the damage seems not to amplify. It appears I must support it with my own strength. It seems that the time has come to seek out the legendary brothers. The Sword God and the Blade Saint. With the heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying blade in hand, one could truly earn the esteemed titles of Blade God and Sword Saint. Mused Trick. Why not utilize these 2 divine artifacts myself? In truth, their value seems somewhat diminished. They could be borrowed occasionally instead. Moreover, Trick's primary method of combat lies in the use of the disguise fruit, which, under specific conditions, significantly enhances his combat prowess. However, wielding these 2 artifacts might inadvertently reveal his identity and compromise his disguise. Trick took stock of his current possessions: the Supreme Great Blade, the Coward's Savior Elixir, the Beauty Mirror, the Must-Kneel Heavenly Sword, the All-Purpose Pointer, the 40-meter Dragon-Slaying Blade, and 3 Dao Power Capsules. First, he would attempt to recruit the Blade God and the Sword Saint into his ranks. These 2 comedic figures are quite loyal and worth cultivating. Sister Magino, I am setting sail to find new members. Do think of me while I am away. Trick bid farewell to Magino with a tinge of reluctance. Are you leaving so soon? Magino expressed her dismay. Though Trick appeared somewhat peculiar, he was undeniably polite and considerate. Recently, perhaps owing to the newspaper, the tavern had been bustling with patrons. Trick referred to it as a check-in holy place, where patrons could take pictures and check in after spending a certain amount. With the chance to win a signed photo with him, it matters not if one cannot meet the legendary 4 emperors. The opportunity to take a picture with the woman who conquered them is indeed priceless. He even employed some part-time waitresses, claiming it was to alleviate his own work pressure. Truth be told, having a group of subordinates made his work significantly lighter, though it was somewhat inappropriate that they all wore revealing maid outfits, which could lead to colds. Indeed, there are no feasts that do not come to an end. Remember to save me some food for dinner, Trick remarked wistfully. Magino thought to herself, forgetting that this fellow could return at any time through that door. Trick, using the all-purpose pointer, returned to the kingdom of Oikote, seeking out the bounty hunter Johnny and Joseph to review their bounty records. He roughly deduced their possible areas of activity and set sail, embarking on a rather mundane life at sea. With the all-purpose pointer, drifting on the ocean felt far more purposeful than in truth. It wasn't too bad. If he failed to reach an island, he could always use the all-purpose door to return and set sail again. Trick commenced his grand sweep of the islands in the East Sea, exploring numerous islands that did not feature in the main storyline, marking each one as he went. When encountering pirates, he would disguise himself as the bounty hunter Johnny. Capturing them for the reward, he would utilize the heavenly sword to subdue stronger pirates while the dragon-slaying blade dealt with the weaker ones. Look at me, Trick, the benevolent leader. Even before officially accepting my little brothers, I am already boosting their reputation. Hear me out. Thank you. Johnny and Joseph would undoubtedly express their gratitude on a certain island. Johnny and Joseph recently sensed something amiss, regardless of the type of pirate. Upon seeing them, they would flee at lightning speed. They could not even catch up to inquire, and it seemed the number of pirates was dwindling. This unfortunate circumstance left them unable to capture any pirates for bounties, and they were on the verge of starvation, barely surviving by hunting. However, lacking sufficient funds for supplies, drifting at sea, living solely on dried fish, was leading them to malnutrition. The brothers were beginning to entertain the notion of retirement and taking up fishing. Mischief points accumulated to 20. Finally, some mischief points. Who has fallen under my influence this time? The Blade God and the Sword Saint. They should be able to roam the East Sea freely. Surely they will be filled with gratitude and bow before me. Upon redeeming a capsule, the system presented, nonsense. Buggy enchanted individuals will remain unambitious for a long time. Pet collar. Abby once worn. It allows communication with other species. Sigh. Items related to Buggy are invariably dubious. It seems Luffy gave Captain Buggy a kick to the groin. What use is this? A heart devoid of women, drawing the sword naturally. Perhaps it could serve as a training aid for the Blade God and the Sword Saint. That seems rather promising, Trick pondered. Are you a devil? Johnny and Joseph, yet to make their appearance, exclaimed. Abby, that adorable silly lowly must be recruited into the guild as a mascot and part-time beast tamer. I shall train a legion of dragon knights and tame some sea kings. An assured monster warfare. On the frozen throne sits the Lich King Abby, cackling sinisterly. Trick mused. The pet collar, which allows communication with other species, bears similarities to the Whispering Fruit's abilities. However, it seems it cannot be adjusted to accommodate larger creatures. Giants and sea kings likely cannot wear it. A change of perspective. If I wear it myself, they would understand my intentions. I am indeed a genius, adept at reverse thinking. Trick reveled in his cleverness. That said, progress and strength seems too sluggish. Why are there so few pirates in the East Sea lately? Trick lamented. The disguise fruit is limited. It generally requires witnesses, or in other words, an audience. And taking down weaker foes leads to slow growth. The top-tier powers in the East Sea seem to be limited to old Captain Garp and the occasional appearance of Hawkeye. At this thought, Trick's mind sparked with a bold idea. Hawkeye might be heading to the East Sea soon. That fool Creek has likely seen things he shouldn't have. Moreover, Hawkeye is a lone wolf. He seems to require little witness to disguise himself. It is likely that a passing newspaper seagull could serve as an audience. If I disguise myself as Hawkeye daily and frequently invite the seagull to buy newspapers, I could successfully maintain the guise. Disguising as Hawkeye Mihawk truly seems feasible, Trick exclaimed in delight after successfully transforming. Subsequently, he disguised the 40-meter dragon-slaying blade as the Black Blade Uru, the small sailboat as a coffin lid, and the must-kneel heavenly sword as a crucifix sword. Perfect. With the attack range of the 40-meter dragon-slaying blade, I can feign a flying slash, though I can only fly 40 meters with the right angle and precision. Others will hardly notice the difference. Henceforth, Trick disguised as Hawkeye would wield his sword at sea daily, employing flying slash to swiftly enhance his disguise proficiency. If luck is on my side, I might even learn the flying slash technique. It seems it does not require hockey, as Zoro once emitted similar sword energy before mastering hockey. During this time, he summoned a newspaper seagull, adorned it with the pet collar, and after some haggling, exchanged 10 small fish daily for the seagull to deliver newspapers while observing his swordplay. The results were remarkable. Trick felt he had attained the strength to cut through iron. Exploiting the bug of Hawkeye was truly exhilarating. When the time comes, I shall challenge a few swordsmen to duels, and I will be close to becoming a sword master. But where, oh where, are the Blade God and the Sword Saint? Are they perhaps with Zoro? I should search around the waters near Shell's Town, as Zoro seems to have encountered Luffy there. First, I shall use the all-purpose door to borrow a map and pointer for Shell's Town from the naval branch in the Kingdom of Oikot. At a certain naval branch, the logistics personnel often felt things were going missing, yet after a while, those items would reappear. It was another vibrant day. After finishing his swordplay as Hawkeye, Trick lowered his pants to relieve himself into the sea. The coffin lid was quite inconvenient, lacking even a restroom, which was somewhat embarrassing. Just kidding. I am not a girl, Trick said cheerfully, and he could also use the space pocket to spray seawater, urinating on passing birds. The expressions on their faces were truly comical. Suddenly, a visible flying slash struck Trick's vision. In a split second, he instinctively utilized the space pocket to increase his urine output, leveraging the powerful recoil to send himself soaring sideways. The coffin lid shattered instantly, and at that moment, Trick felt a surge of panic, desperately adjusting his posture to ensure a smooth departure from the scene. What a coincidence! In the vast ocean, I happened to encounter Hawkeye. And it happened while I was relieving myself. What are the odds? Trick mentally berated himself. Meanwhile, Hawkeye's inner monologue was, I was chasing a clueless pirate to the East Sea and ended up witnessing myself urinating on a coffin boat. After unleashing a flying slash, he never expected it to be dodged. What astonished Hawkeye even more was that the so-called Hawkeye was fleeing quickly by spraying urine. What kind of terrifying volume was that? Was that even human? This isn't a comedy show, for heaven's sake. With a scornful glare directed at the figure that had dwindled into a mere, Mihawk remarked, is the East Blue cursed? First, Shanks loses an arm. And now there's this bizarre occurrence with me watering the plants. The rascals from the Creek Gang are taking their time, and the Mountain Bandit King, Sig, is in no rush to pursue that I must track down that scoundrel who bears my likeness. Who knows if anyone else has spotted him? He must be silenced. Meanwhile, Mihawk brandished his black blade. Yoru, slicing through the water with fervor on the other side. Trick was still expelling a torrent of energy. Nearly reaching escape velocity with a touch of hyperbole. 40 points of comedic value accrued. +1. +1. TSK. TSK. This time, I've struck gold. Even a simple act could yield such a bounty of amusement. Suddenly, the long silent Alice sprang forth. This is a perilous prank, and Trick's heart raced incessantly. Am I still running for my life? Don't throw around casual remarks, he exclaimed, his face contorted from the overwhelming acceleration. Rest assured, Mihawk won't catch up. One relies on primitive means, while the other employs technological marvels, Alice replied, nonchalantly. The disparity is not trivial. Just adjust the direction of your watering. It should suffice. While saying this, she cast a glance at a nearby mosaic. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a mosaic before? Trick retorted, then questioned, what does all this +1 for comedic value signify? It's about the membership you collected from Marcy. Any residual effects from your antics on her side will also contribute to your comedic value. Alice elucidated. Indeed, it was a group effort. No, team collaboration was the way to go. Let the underlings toil for comedic value while I recline in comfort. Unlike those who merely buff themselves, ultimately exhausting themselves in endless endeavors. In this world of piracy, one must be mindful of power dynamics, acting in accordance with circumstances and seizing opportunities to fulfill one's desires. With a resounding bang, Trick, navigating by his posterior, collided with an unidentified object in midair. Unconscious from the impact, he failed to activate his fruit-nullifying ring and plunged into the sea, his disguise dissolving amidst the waves. Oh heavens! Alice cried out in alarm. The host is doomed. Without delay, she materialized and grasped Trick's nostrils firmly, ensuring he wouldn't drown. Only then did she exhale in relief, internally lamenting, here I am, a frail and helpless commentator, now playing the role of a lifeguard. What a burden! Suddenly, she spotted a floating object nearby. A lifebuoy. With a heave, she placed Trick's head atop the buoy and breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the currents would carry him to a nearby island. In that moment, Trick dreamt of resting his head on a pair of long, fair legs. Sisters Marcy, Nami, Vivi. Drool slipped from his lips. Abruptly, these delightful figures morphed into a terrifying visage, sending a chill down his spine. Trick jolted awake. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. He wiped his cold sweat and pressed his hand against the soft sand. Feeling that something was amiss, pinching it, he murmured, ugh, only to hear a few whispers in response. Turning around, he gasped, what in the world? Yarlita, and she is still in her hefty state. Trick leaped back in shock. Leaning against a tree, he was drenched in sweat, breathless, and his face betrayed sheer terror. Calm down, calm down. Nothing has transpired. Yarlita will undoubtedly be a beauty in the future. She is a potential investment. Many beauties in the world of One Piece have succumbed to the ravages of time, becoming far more terrifying than Yarlita. Trick repeatedly reassured himself, adjusting his mindset. As long as he could obtain an item to erase certain memories later, he might accept the post-fruit Yarlita, especially given her ability to retain her youthful beauty. It was merely a question of whether she would become beautiful first or unattractive before regaining her allure. The more he contemplated, the more rational it became. Trick resolved to invest in this potential first, to charm the hefty Yarlita and, once she transformed, to make her a core member. But how is Yarlita flying in the air? Did Luffy set sail? He mused, pondering the odds of encountering such a rare event. Nearly drowning in the process. Could it be revenge for that sandal? The main storyline is about to commence. I must hurry to seize the opportunity. Perhaps I should follow Yarlita and see if I can discover the slippery fruit. Then Yarlita could exit the stage, Trick considered. Ouch, ouch, that scoundrel Straw Hat. Yarlita awoke at that moment. Hello, the most beautiful woman on the sea. Miss Yarlita, Trick flattered, I found you floating in the ocean and rescued you. You know me? Yarlita queried, while silently thinking, I haven't even asked who the most beautiful woman on the sea is, and this fellow has already acknowledged it. Of course, Miss Yarlita's fame had spread throughout the East Blue. Her name known far and wide. To meet her was indeed a stroke of fortune. Oh, where? Where? Yarlita felt a tinge of embarrassment, flattered by the stranger's praise, especially since he appeared rather handsome. Ugh, Trick internally gagged. Envisioning Yarlita's transformed appearance, self-hypnotizing. Miss Yarlita, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have a gift for you. He produced a beauty mirror and handed it to her. What is this? A mirror? Yarlita inquired, puzzled. This is a wish mirror. It reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. Wishes, and assists in their realization. Trick deceived. Really? Yarlita gazed into the mirror, which displayed an incredibly beautiful woman with flawless skin and an alluring figure. Is this me? Yarlita marveled, admiring herself and striking various poses. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Can this wish mirror truly grant wishes? Why do I find it hard to believe? Why don't you use it yourself? Ugh, Trick felt another wave of nausea as he replied. What you see is your heart's desire. As long as you do good deeds, the wish mirror will help fulfill your wishes. The mirror perceives fate and relies on virtue. After seeing your wish, it's up to your actions and sincerity to bring it to fruition. It will deliver what you desire through various means. Trick, the great sorcerer, boasted extravagantly, good deeds. I'm a pirate, living by plundering. How can I do good? Yarlita pondered. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Trick, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Our guild issues legitimate commissions, and if you register as a member, you can earn money through these commissions. Trick began his recruitment pitch. You can start as a registered member without being bound by the guild, allowing for more freedom. Once your wish is granted, you could choose to become a core member. Enjoying the guild's dividends and resources, you could find Miss Marcy in Windmill Village of the Goya Kingdom to register. Also, it would be wise to change your name. After all, the identity of a pirate is rather sensitive. And the guild prefers not to openly oppose the Navy. Let us discuss a name change after the wish is fulfilled. Yarlita replied, I don't want to change. Miss Yarlita, after your wish is granted. You wouldn't want others to know certain aspects of your past, would you? Trick teased. Humph, what should I change it to? Yarlita thought of her future self, possessing unmatched beauty, and shuddered at the thought of others knowing her current appearance. How about Yalbed? This name signifies your determination to do good in the future, Trick mused, envisioning that whenever he mentioned Yalbed, he would think of a voluptuous beauty rather than a hefty woman. Yalbed? Yarlita repeated, contemplating. That sounds fine. I will adopt that name once my wish is granted. Then, I bid you farewell, Miss Yarlita, Trick said. Are you leaving so soon? Yarlita felt a twinge of reluctance, for he did appear rather dashing, and had even praised himself. She mused that once her aspirations were fulfilled, she would capture him to be her man. Alas, as the president, she was anxious to recruit members. This was the initial phase, which required considerable mental and physical effort. Sighed Trick. Very well, this seems to be Goat Island. I have a secret hideout, and would like to extend an invitation for you to visit. Yarlita proposed. No, just lend me a small boat, Trick replied, thinking that Luffy had likely already headed to Shell's town and he needed to hurry. After bidding farewell to Yarlita, Trick stealthily followed her for a while but failed to detect the slippery fruit. He pondered whether it was the will of the devil fruit that, in some unseen manner, chose its host. Much like how the Nika fruit selected Luffy, he had no choice but to depart and press onward to Shell's town. This time, Trick dared not disguise himself as Hawkeye. Encountering him again would not be as fortuitous. Furthermore, even if he managed to use the any door in time, it would likely expose some information. Mischief points accumulated to 10. The initial perks for pranking Yarlita had been credited. Trick lamented, feeling as though he was struggling to survive in this world solely by his wits. Sister is reluctantly a thief, and brother is reluctantly a con artist. We are but a pair of unfortunate siblings. The thief seeks to save the village, while the con artist aims to make the world a better place. These are all benevolent lies. You must thank me profusely this time. Were it not for me, you would have logged out long ago, Alice interjected, bouncing in to take credit. Alice, thank you so much. Allow me to express my gratitude with a kiss. Trick extended his claw-like hand. Get away, you rogue. Alice swiftly teleported away, exclaiming in alarm. This time, you must learn your lesson. Wear a protective item or, better yet, find a bodyguard. Just look at the Akatsuki. They always operate in pairs. Learn from them. You watch Naruto too? Trick nodded, beginning to assess his mischief points. With the previous boost from Hawkeye and various minor increments, he now possessed 55 mischief points. Redeem Gotcha, System. Boasting Horn. Usopp after the opponent believes your tall tale. Blow the horn, and the boast may come true to Pinocchio's nose. Usopp enchanted. The lying nose will shorten, while the truthful one will lengthen. Lasts for 3 days. Yandere Pill. Koya consumed by the frail. It easily identifies ailments. Anger will unleash terrifying combat prowess and a slightly Yandere disposition. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect. If the body is robust, it will temporarily fail. Evasion Shoes. Nami upon ambush. The wearer will trip and evade the attack. With a chance of stumbling over certain objects. Spoon Demon. Crow when one wishes to commit mischief. It will spring forth to knock you on the head with a spoon. Painful, but harmless. It persists until you cease your misdeeds. If you do something wrong, it will linger for an extended period. This the item pack from Windmill Village. These items seem quite suited for the derivative itself. The boasting horn is unfortunate as it relies on probability, but it could be used for future employee incentives. Pinocchio's nose. However, the effect is the opposite. Usopp's nose growing longer could be quite lethal. Suddenly, Trick thought of Snow White and couldn't help but laugh. The Yandere Pill. Koya has always been frail. Consuming it would surely send her to the heavens. It could even fulfill her dream of studying medicine. But what is Yandere? Weak and delicate, perhaps? I've heard many beautiful girls in anime are Yandere, akin to tsundere. Never mind, such little quirks are rather endearing. The evasion shoes, perhaps I should give them to Nami. She's my foolish little sister, and while it's fine for her to trip, being assaulted by that wretched fellow would be intolerable. The Spoon Demon can go to Crow. After all, he is a rather rare sober person. Aware that pirates cannot seize the future if he wishes to retire, I shall accommodate him, bringing him into the guild as managerial talent, sparing him the need for violence. I have accumulated quite a number of items. I must quickly distribute some to allow them to serve their purpose. With this thought in mind, Trick considered KB in Shell's town. He was to infiltrate the Navy as a pawn and needed to swiftly use the coward's savior elixir to rescue him. With the aid of his water-based jutsu, Trick hurriedly made his way to the island of Shell's town. How lofty, he exclaimed, gazing at the tiered town and towering naval base. First, I must find Luffy and KB. I wonder if they have already departed? Suddenly, he spotted Roronoa Zoro. Trick called out in the street, causing all passers-by to scatter like startled rabbits. Indeed, they were still there. Trick raced toward the naval branch above. Upon seeing pink-haired KB and Luffy perched on the naval wall, the two turned just in time, with Luffy preparing to leap. What is that? Trick executed a swift move, capturing the adorable little girl. Gazing at the girl in his arms, he realized she was the one who had been feeding Zoro. It's Trick. Long time no see. You've come too. Luffy greeted with a cheerful smile. Yo, Luffy, what a coincidence. Trick replied. What are you all up to? Putting on an aerial show inside. Thank you, big brother. Can you put me down now? The little girl asked weakly. No way. I'm going to take you away. Trick laughed heartily. This is... The little girl's face turned panicked. Winky face. Luffy, is this the pirate you know? KB asked, trembling. That he's a fun friend I know. Do you want to invite this child to join us? Luffy chuckled. But she's just a child. It's all right. I can invite her and her mother too. Trick grinned. Then I'll go invite my companions first. Luffy gleefully bounced into the enclosure. The little girl looked ready to cry. Don't be anxious. Big brother is a good person. Here, have some candy. Trick reassured her. The little girl's expression instantly brightened, calling him big brother with glee. It seemed she was the type who adored sweets. Especially with a pile of candy and a rice ball. That you're only making yourself appear more villainous, KB remarked, exasperated. With the girl perched on his shoulder, Trick leaned against the wall to watch Luffy's antics. Hello, I'm Trick. I'm a friend of Luffy, and my sister has watched him grow up. Trick turned to KB to establish rapport. Hello, I'm KB. I was saved by Luffy, and my dream is to become a Navy officer. KB replied. Oh, but you seem rather timid. Would you dare to battle a pirate? It can be quite bloody. One might even have their intestines ripped out. Trick teased. I would certainly dare. KB responded, trembling. No, you wouldn't. In truth, I have another identity. I aspire to be a master of dreams, and I can help others realize their dreams. Trick began to spin his tail. Really? Can you help me overcome my shyness? KB asked excitedly. This is the Coward's Savior elixir. Drink it, and you shall fear nothing. Moreover, wounds will heal quickly. Trick produced a small vial of liquid. If you feel afraid, take a couple of sips. Once consumed, the effects are remarkable. Note: Coward's Savior elixir. KB drinking it will render one fearless. One will dare to confront anyone as long as one survives the confrontation. Wounds will heal swiftly. The above annotation is for readers to view the item's attributes. The characters within the story are unaware. Indeed, daring to confront anyone and surviving is perfectly suited for the Navy. After all, the Navy won't eliminate you simply for being a troublemaker. Trick mused inwardly. But drinking alcohol is harmful to the body, right? KB inquired. It merely bears the name elixir. In truth, it has no taste, Trick clarified. Although the system labeled it as an elixir, it was akin to plain water. You take it whenever you resolve your determination. Drink it. After Luffy and Zoro exchanged pleasantries, the four of them returned outside Li Xiang's restaurant. Li Xiang also informed Zoro of the events surrounding his abduction. Suddenly, a sound of shattering objects emanated from the restaurant, prompting Luffy and KB to rush inside. Trick stopped Li Xiang, saying, "Let's hold off for now. We wouldn't want you to get injured by the debris. Luffy can handle it inside." Trick prepared to commence his strategy with the little girl. "We will rescue Zoro. Would you consider joining my adventure guild? There are many kind older sisters within, and we shall protect all our companions. Should something similar happen again, just give me or the guild a call using a transponder snail, and we will assist you." Typically, one can manage a restaurant while simultaneously undertaking various commission tasks, all the while earning a handsome salary. Xiaoli, you surely do not wish to see your mother toil alone, do you? Tuika remarked. "Well, all right. I shall consult my mother," Li Xiang responded. Unbeknownst to Tsueka, he overlooked Nami, who was eavesdropping among the patrons of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Luffy and KB were en route to the naval base, preparing to rescue Zoro. Li Xiang's mother, Lilixiang, under the dual persuasion of Li Xiang and Tsueka, consented to join the Adventurers Guild. Tsueka also provided a sum of development funds and enchanted Li Xiang with a Duriki Gashapon HUD-AS for the naval base. It is generally free from pirate disturbances, so it suffices to grant Li Xiang access alone. "Li Xiang, make sure to exercise regularly to protect your mother," Tsueko advised. "I have bestowed upon you some mysterious powers. But for now, try not to reveal them." "Mysterious powers?" Li Xiang inquired, puzzled. "Lift that table with one hand." "Sure. It's our secret." Tsueka then hurried off to the naval base. Perched on the wall, he observed Luffy and Zoro engaged in a fierce battle against Axeman Admiral Monka. KB, held hostage by Barumabur, trembled as he clutched the Coward's Savior tonic. "You scoundrel, with a gun pointed at you. You dare to drink. That's a death sentence," Barumabur bellowed. "What I drink is of no concern to you." "Go ahead and shoot, if you dare," KB retorted, activating his confrontational mode. "If you don't shoot today, you are my grandson. I wager your gun is empty," KB shouted defiantly. "Luffy, don't worry about me. Wager my life. Just obliterate this fool." KB finally found the courage to gamble his life. Luffy laughed heartily, then sent Barumabur flying with a rubber pistol shot. "If you lack the courage to fire, then do not raise your weapon." "You waste," KB spat arrogantly. Zoro sensed an incongruity about this pink-haired fellow. Was his drinking problem that severe? After defeating Monka and returning to Li Xiang's restaurant, Luffy shared his dreams with Zoro, just as the Navy appeared. "Hey, Luffy, I intend to become an admiral of the Navy. The next time we meet, I will capture you, the Pirate King, and publicly execute you," KB declared, throwing a punch at Luffy. The two then engaged in battle. And the naval soldiers marveled at KB's audacity in proclaiming his aspirations to become an admiral, adhering to the belief that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. KB was exceptionally recruited to serve in the Navy. KB, alongside Barumabur, Monka's son, worked as a deckhand in the Navy's 153 RD Division. Every day, he was subjected to Barumabur's relentless PUA tactics. Truly a devilish instructor. "Barumabur, if you're this exhausted after just a couple of swipes at the floor, you're utterly useless. Observe me, the future admiral of the Navy. There is no floor I cannot make shine." Later, while escorting Monka, Barumabur was taken hostage. prompting KB to angrily retort that Monka was a worthless father with an equally useless son. KB boldly stood in front of the Navy's cannon, proclaiming, "Just a failure. I alone am enough." He then leapt into the sea, swimming to catch up with Monka, angrily chastising him for being a weakling who relied on hostages. Monka discarded Barumabur and pummeled KB into a pulp, suppressing his fury just enough to ultimately toss the battered KB back into the sea. Despite his swollen face resembling that of a pig, KB continued to shout that he would become an admiral, venting his frustrations at the sky and air. Garp was astounded by KB's audacity, wondering why it was not his own grandson aspiring to be an admiral. Fortune truly plays tricks on us. Thus, he took KB and Barumabur back to the Navy headquarters for rigorous training. Subsequently, KB raged against the heavens and the admirals, and many restrained themselves out of respect for someone, until KB boldly declared, "I'm not targeting you. I'm saying all of you present are garbage." He was beaten senseless, but continued to boastfully claim he was the future admiral. Given that the Navy typically refrains from eliminating their comrades, KB found himself caught in a cycle of rapid beatings and recoveries. Growing stronger each time that I in the Navy, he earned the nickname Rebel King, with Smoker appearing as a mere junior in comparison, eventually earning the codename Pinky. But those are tales for another time. After Tsueka managed the transfer of Li Xiong and Machino's guild using his door of any place, he temporarily boarded Luffy and Zoro's small vessel. "I seem to have forgotten something," Tsueka mused, scratching his head. "Luffy, is this your companion? I thought there were only two of you," Zoro inquired. "Yes, just hitching a ride." "Yes, my friend," Luffy replied with a grin. "Hello, Zoro, I am Tsueka, Luffy's sister's brother." Tsueka awkwardly introduced himself. "Oh, you are siblings," Zoro exclaimed, surprised at the stark contrast between the two. "That we both share a sister, Maki no Daitu." Tsueka added. "Ha ha," Luffy chuckled. "That's indeed the case. From now on, we're brothers. I'll introduce you to Ace." Tsueka checked his prank points, noting he had accrued 20 points. Leaving a balance of 30, he began to peruse the options for redeeming Gasapons. Duriki Gasapon. Rob Lucci enhances Duriki by 100 after enchantment. Repairman S ladder. Kazuki Odin allows passage through any entrance, though climbing it results in a fall. Silly child lollipops. Nami adults who consume them revert to childhood, while children become adults for a day. Is this not an unparalleled ladder that vanquishes Kazuki Odin? Now it has transformed into a universal KEY.AS for the lollipops. They seem to be derived from Ein or Bonnie's items. How can they be associated with Nami? Could it be that Nami was simply too adorable in her youth? Indeed, cuteness is justice. Tsueka pondered with a smirk that moment. Zoro looked astonished and puzzled as he watched Tsueka produce a ladder seemingly from nowhere. Moreover, this ladder had an irritating presence. "Tsueka, where did you get that ladder?" Zoro asked. "I am, in fact, a magician. I can conjure items from thin air and also make them vanish," Tsueka replied with a smile as he stowed the ladder back into his spatial pocket. "Sugoi," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Do it again." Tsueka conjured a large pig's leg and stuffed it into Luffy's mouth, then produced a barrel of sake and tossed it to Zoro. The two lively characters immediately regarded Tsueka, their newfound master, with reverence. The small boat drifted on the sea, with these two goofballs utterly clueless about sailing. Tsueka, possessing only a modicum of knowledge, relied entirely on the any-place pointer. However, he found it challenging to navigate to Orange Town, where he hoped to encounter Nami. Wait, Tsueka suddenly recalled that Nami was likely the first to appear and had been lingering near Luffy, so Shear's Town must be nearby. Never mind, we shall soon meet her. "Luffy, grab that large bird," Tsueka urged, pointing at a giant bird overhead. "Huh, rubber rocket." Luffy was then snatched away. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Zoro exclaimed, frantically rowing the boat. "Haha, no worries. Following the bird will lead us to land." Tsueka laughed heartily. "Idiot, you row as well," Zoro retorted angrily. Free labor had arrived, as Tsueka noticed 3 of Buggy's subordinates falling overboard. After a brief lesson with his fists, the trio began to handle navigation and rowing, while Tsueka and Zoro leisurely prepared tea. Meanwhile, Luffy was blasted down by Buggy's cannon. "Boss, you came to rescue me." Nami, in her flight, immediately used Luffy as a shield. "Tsueka, what are you doing here? Did you arrive before me?" Luffy laughed, noticing her change into a skirt. "Who is Tsueka?" Nami wondered. "Does he truly have a subordinate who resembles me? Regardless, sorry, but I leave the rest to you," Nami said as she ran off, after dispatching a few minor henchmen. Luffy followed Nami to grab a meal. "That aren't you, Tsuika. You both have orange hair," Luffy remarked, eyeing Nami's locks. "Fool. While orange hair may be rare, identifying someone solely by hair is akin to being face-blind." Nami shouted, "I am a thief who targets pirates. My goal is to amass 100 million berries. With a map of the Grand Line. That sum is no dream," Nami murmured. "The map? Are you a navigator?" "Indeed. You must be the sister of Trick." Luffy joyfully exclaimed that Trick had foretold I would undoubtedly become your companion. "Join our pirate crew as a navigator," he urged. "No. So you are a pirate." "I despise pirates," Nami retorted. "And who is Trick? How did I become his sister?" "Unwilling, are we?" Luffy continued to eat, stating that Trick was your brother and that he had assured me I would meet you. "I only have one sister. I don't know any Trick." "You must be mistaken," Nami denied. "You'll find out when Trick arrives," Luffy laughed. "He is my brother, and you will be my sister too." "I am not the sister of a pirate," Nami responded. In truth, Nami was older than Luffy. "Trick is not a pirate. He established an adventure guild and is its president," Luffy explained. "President? He must have a fortune in berries," Nami exclaimed with excitement. "That I don't know," Luffy said, digging in his nose. Then the main story unfolded as Nami tricked Luffy into seeking Buggy. Luffy was imprisoned in a cage, and the clown ordered Nami to shoot him dead. In a critical moment, as Nami prepared to extinguish the fuse with her hand, a pair of hands grasped hers. Trick spat out seawater to extinguish the fuse, while Zoro defended Nami against the clown's blade. "How could my lovely sister's hands be burned? That would pain me," Trick said with concern. "Is this a joke?" Nami stared at the face before her that mirrored her own, dumbfounded. "Luffy, what are you doing? First you were carried off by a bird, and now you are in a cage," Zoro scoffed. "This is the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Don't underestimate him," Trick warned. "The world's greatest swordsman?" Zoro perked up. "If I defeat this clown, I could earn the chance to battle Mihawk. Is the captain really that formidable?" Buggy's lackeys worship. "No. Defeating him is easy. He merely possesses the chop-chop fruit, which makes him impervious to death," Trick scoffed. "You seem to know quite a bit. Who are you?" Buggy inquired. Trick ignored Buggy and addressed Zoro. "This is your adventure. I want to intervene lightly. Is this guy really that impressive?" Zoro pondered. "I can handle these weaklings myself." As Zoro engaged the clown, he found himself unable to land a fatal blow. Without Trick's earlier warning, he nearly suffered a grievous injury. The clown Buggy was notorious as the swordsman killer. Trick mused that Zoro could serve as a sharpening stone for him, wondering if he might awaken some magical ability. "Could you let go of my hand?" Nami timidly asked. "Cough, cough. It is a pleasure to meet you, my dear sister." Trick reluctantly withdrew his hand. "How can you be certain we are siblings? I was orphaned shortly after birth when pirates killed my parents." Nami questioned skeptically. "With our identical appearances, it is clear we are twins," Trick declared. "Moreover, I too am an orphan, having grown up in the kingdom of Oikote. You must also be from Oikote, right?" "Ah, yes. Belmere did indeed rescue me from the kingdom of Oikote." Nami mused. "How do you know I have a sister? You were just a baby then, weren't you?" She wondered how he could possibly spin such a tale. To be honest, I am not entirely sure if we are siblings. The system did not provide a definitive answer, Trick thought to himself. Moreover, he did not wish to deceive Nami. Being exposed would lead to significant trouble. "I am rather wealthy," and Trick was compelled to reveal his trump card, even though, in truth, Nami was currently wealthier than him. "Brother, you are my long-lost kin, blood thicker than water." Before Trick could finish, Nami's expression transformed instantly, tears streaming as she clung to his arm. "Wait, I need to finish writing the script," Trick thought, feeling overwhelmed by Nami's eager eyes. "Speaking of twins, how do you determine who is the elder?" "Perhaps I am actually your older sister," Nami pondered. "You are still young and naive. Having too much money can attract unwanted attention. So allow your sister to safeguard your wealth." Trick's face fell in exasperation, imagining the touching reunion he envisioned had been tainted by the scent of greed. "Oh, my foolish sister, how deeply ingrained must your obsession with money be?" He reflected. "As an older brother, I should provide pocket money to my sister, while as an elder sister, you should provide it to your younger brother." He produced a stack of berries and began tossing them about. With Nami calling out, "Brother," the pile of berries in Trick's hand vanished in an instant. Such speed, he could have been a thief. He is truly an assassin, Trick mused silently. Meanwhile, Zoro was still engaged in battle. Buggy was unable to harm him, and Zoro was unable to defeat Buggy, while Luffy and the lackeys merely watched the spectacle unfold. Luffy, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. You are a rubber man. Trick quipped. Right, Luffy exclaimed, squeezing himself through the bars. Is this a joke? Nami scoffed, shaking her head. I was just about to risk everything to save him. As the sun began to set, Zoro struggled to land a decisive blow. And Trick teased, Luffy is about to take action. Shut up. Today, I will surely defeat him. Zoro shouted in frustration. At that moment, the Beastmaster Machi appeared with a lion, Ricky, and knocked Luffy down into the town. Following closely behind, Kabaji also emerged riding a unicycle. You are their accomplices, right? Look at me. Audience, don't you dare overlook me. Get lost. Trick swiftly dispatched Kabaji with a kick. What just happened? Nami and the pirate lackeys were bewildered. Was this suddenly appearing brother truly that formidable? Perhaps it was time to ally with him. Nami thought happily. The pirate lackeys pretended to be dead, afraid to provoke him. Meanwhile, Zoro continued battling. Luffy returned after defeating Machi. Gasping for breath, though Buggy appeared to have the upper hand, he felt a twinge of panic as he saw two powerful foes defeated. Luffy, Trick, and Nami yawned while Buggy's lackeys discreetly slipped away. Zoro, like a defeated gambler, was on the verge of madness. Finally unable to contain himself, Nami stealthily bound the clown's scattered body while Luffy launched Buggy away with a rubber cannon. Next time, I will definitely defeat Buggy, Zoro exclaimed, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. All right, when we return, think carefully about swordsmanship that incorporates fire attacks, Trick advised. That is indeed a possibility. Zoro calmed down. Suddenly, the townsfolk flocked in, and Luffy confessed to being a pirate and having knocked out the mayor. A group of people pursued Luffy and his crew, and a dog jumped out to block the townsfolk. Isn't that Shoo? Trick said to Luffy. Put this pet collar on that little not chase them. These people scared off the pirates, Shoo said. The crowd was astonished that a dog could speak. Luffy, starry-eyed, donned the pet collar and began barking back at Shoo, suddenly mimicking the odd behavior of lifting his leg to urinate. You idiot, Nami shouted, landing a punch. Then, she removed the pet collar and placed it on Shoo. Does the pet collar have such side effects? It is best to use it cautiously. It would be wise to have someone prevent you from acting strangely. Trick felt embarrassed. With the misunderstanding resolved, the townsfolk, along with the mayor who had just regained consciousness, held a banquet to honor Luffy and his crew. As they set sail once more, Luffy was being rubbed in the sea by Nami for leaving behind 5 million berries. Nami calmed her temper by sucking on a lollipop. It's orange-flavored. Trick tempted. Note, the silly kid's lollipop comes in a pack of 10. Nami adults who eat it will become children, and children will become adults. Lasting for a day. What? I am not a child. Are you some sort of creepy uncle trying to lure kids? Nami scoffed. Ha! He really did recruit a child as a companion. Luffy laughed, adding fuel to the jest. With her mouth agape in astonishment, Nami found herself with a lollipop thrust into her mouth by Trike. In an instant, her body and clothing shrank rapidly, transforming her into the appearance of a child roughly 6 years old. How extraordinary! Trick mused as he observed her clothes change as well. Luffy and Zoro widened their eyes in disbelief. Nami gazed at the suddenly enlarged Trick, exclaiming, Hey! I've shrunk. Panic ensued as little Nami flailed helplessly, unable to escape Trick's grasp. Trick, how did you do this? Is it the power of a devil fruit? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your brother seems to possess many strange things. Zoro remarked, Oh dear, someone save me. Nami cried, tears welling in her eyes. No need to cry, little Nami. I've always wanted to see what you looked like as a child. Trick comforted her. Can I turn back? Nami asked anxiously, feeling uneasy about this suddenly appearing brother. Of course, Trick replied, playfully toying with the child-sized Nami. Let me pat your head. Let me pinch your cheeks. Ride on my shoulders. I'll take you flying. It's wonderful to have a little sister. The sisterly affection radiated from Trick. What a heartwarming scene of sibling reunion it was. Luffy and Zoro burst into laughter, while Nami wore a disgruntled expression. I am not a child. X2, Luffy and Zoro, undeterred by Nami's admonition, each had a lollipop stuffed into their mouths. Let's all do it together. Trick grinned mischievously, and soon Luffy and Zoro transformed into children as well. You fool, Trick. I will have my revenge. Zoro's face was a mask of fury. Ha! This is so much fun. I've become a child too. Luffy laughed heartily. Nami finally felt a sense of balance, and the four of them engaged in playful antics for a while. Mischief points accrued to 10, with a balance of 15 for gacha exchange. Leaving 5 to onion gloves, onion head when hit. The wearer will cry uncontrollably for a period. Is this an item meant to make someone weep? Trick gazed wickedly at the three little ones beside him. What are you planning? Sensing his ill intentions, little Nami and little Zoro glared at him with adorable, yet fierce expressions. No. No, Trick exclaimed, his body covered in a sheen of sweat. These shoes are for you. Nami, Trick produced a pair of evasion shoes for her. Note, evasion shoes. Nami, when ambushed, the wearer will fall, thereby dodging the attack, with a chance of tripping over certain objects. What is this strange item? Are you trying to trick me? I refuse. Nami rejected vehemently. These shoes are easy to step on, money. Trick's sentence trailed off as his hands became empty, and they allow you to fall and evade attacks when ambushed. So be sure to protect your head when you fall, Trick added. Nami wore a disgruntled expression, torn over whether to wear them or not, in search of a vessel to traverse the Grand Line. Nami guided the group toward the nearby island, the location of Syrup Village. Upon disembarking, Trick took the three little ones with him. Usopp observed the peculiar combination of a large person and three small ones. Feeling an odd sense of familiarity, he entered boast mode, only to be immediately called out by Nami, as the three little ones, Onion Head, Bell Pepper Head, and Radish Head, emerged from the bushes. The two groups stared at each other in bewilderment. Are you also playing pirate games? Usopp inquired, puzzled. You are the ones playing pirate games, Nami retorted with irritation. You are quite brave to be out at sea as pirates at such a young age. Usopp and the three little ones admired. The three little ones were at a loss for words. Then, Luffy and Usopp struck up a friendship, discussing the matters concerning Yasopp, and the entire group headed into the village for a meal. During the meal, Usopp dashed off to find Kaya, while Luffy's group, under the guidance of the three little ones, made their way to the villa to procure a ship. However, Trick mysteriously vanished midway. Naturally, Luffy and the other children ultimately failed to acquire a ship and were chased away by the butler. Clabatel, the frail and sickly Kaya, lay resting in her room when a knock echoed at the door. Cough, cough. Come in, Kaya said. The butler, Mary, entered and locked the door, causing Kaya to sense something amiss. Mary, hello, Miss Kaya. My name is Trick. It is a pleasure to meet you. Trick revealed his true form. Who are you? What do you want? I will call for help, Kaya said nervously. Shout as much as you like. Ha! Remain calm. I have no ill intentions, and you won't even have the chance to speak. Trick chuckled. I am the president of an adventurers guild, and I was once entrusted by your father. Should anything happen to him, I am responsible for your safety. Trick fabricated. My father? Do you know my father? Kaya asked excitedly. That I suppose you could say that, as he is one of my clients. Trick replied that I am not in any danger at the moment and do not require special protection. Kaya stated coolly. Do you have any proof? Your birthday is August 24th, blood type F, and you have always had a weak constitution, with a fondness for seafood. Trick recalled from the character compendium of One Piece in his mind. Of course, someone diligent could discover these details, but to harm someone requires a motive, and isn't it a good person's duty to offer protection? Well, I will trust you for now. Kaya gazed at Trick, whose expression radiated innocence. But what do you intend to do? I am a magician with numerous magical tools. That I have another identity as a dream achiever master, having helped many fulfill their dreams. Do you have any dreams? Trick inquired. A magician? A dream achiever master? I want to regain my health so that I can walk outside. Kaya expressed with hope. I have a pill that will allow the frail to easily identify their ailments. And when angered, it will unleash tremendous combat power. However, if one becomes strong, it will lose its efficacy. Note, sickly pill, Kaya for the frail. It allows easy identification of ailments, unleashes terrifying combat power when angered, and adopts a slightly Yandere personality. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect, but it will temporarily lose its efficacy if one becomes strong. The above annotations are for reader reference. The characters in the story are unaware of them. What an odd medication, but it seems it does not offer direct healing, and I must heal myself. What is this combat power? Kaya asked in astonishment. Does such a thing exist in this world? Trick explained, you can take it when you need it. He then produced a Pinocchio nose gacha and handed it to Kaya, and this is for you. If someone is hit by it, Their nose will shorten when they lie and lengthen when they tell the truth. It lasts for 3 days. Why are you giving me this? Kaya questioned, perplexed. Note: Pinocchio's nose. Usopp enchanted so that the nose shortens when one lies and lengthens when one tells the truth. Lasting for 3 days. Why does Trick not allow Kaya to use the power-gaining gacha? Surely to stir up trouble. He wished to observe the combat power of the sickly pill. Moreover, the power gained is merely a boost, and it can be consumed after taking the pill. Even if it temporarily loses efficacy after becoming strong, one can regain combat power if injured or ill. After a while, Usopp appeared and revealed Crocodile's nefarious plot to Kaya. She was incredulous, then recalled the Pinocchio nose and threw it at Usopp. What is this? Usopp asked, bewildered, before continuing to expound on Crocodile's scheme. Kaya exclaimed in shock as Usopp's already long nose gradually grew even longer. My nose! Usopp panicked. Try saying a lie. Kaya urged. Thy tea will go back. I am an idiot, Usopp declared, his nose continuing to stretch. Why does it keep growing? Kaya fell silent, uncertain whether lying or telling the truth caused the nose to shorten. You might as well tell the story of the giant goldfish you encountered, Kaya suggested in exasperation. After a series of explanations, Usopp's nose returned to normal. We can escape. But what about the servants and villagers? Kaya fretted. We must find a way to stop Crocodile. This place is dangerous. We should leave first. Usopp insisted nervously. We can help you defeat the pirates, and the reward can be a ship. A cute voice chimed from behind. Belonging to little Nami. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were searching for Trick. Thus, it was not too far from the villa when Usopp was seen hurriedly running towards it, causing Nami to suspect that something was amiss. The 3 little ones promptly followed Usopp, overhearing everything. You are still just children. Stop joking around and leave, Kaya insisted. This is not the time for pirate games, Usopp replied, his face filled with anxiety. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King, Luffy declared, wearing an adorably determined expression. That I am the man who shall become the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro stated coolly. Regardless of their ages, both of them were undeniably formidable. As for the age factor, it seemed that Trick had mentioned that the effect would last a day, and they would return to normal by tomorrow morning. Nami explained with an endearing expression. Trick? Is he the boy with orange hair? Kaya inquired. That you've seen him. Where did that bastard run off to? The 3 little ones exclaimed in unison. No wonder you all are so peculiar, Kaya said while stroking her head. He was here just now, but has already left. The 5 of them then divided their tasks. Kaya arranged for the servants to quietly evacuate, while Usopp and the 3 little ones went to the coast to intercept the pirates. That night, Kuro returned to the villa only to find it deserted, realizing that their plan might have been exposed, and concluded that he could only eliminate everyone. Cough, cough. Butler Clabattle, you have returned? Kaya's voice suddenly rang out. Kaya had stealthily returned to confront Kuro directly, wishing to settle matters herself. Miss Kaya, where are the others? Kuro asked in surprise at Kaya's presence. That I instructed them to hide. That I want to know if you were responsible for my parents' deaths. Kaya inquired calmly. It seems you are well informed, Kuro replied, and now you can join them. Cough, cough. Is that so? Kaya responded with fury, swallowing a dose of the Yandera pill. You took my parents from me, so you shall become my toy, belonging solely to me, Kaya said with a sickly sweet smile. What a bizarre aura, Kuro thought, puzzled. Is this really Kaya? What has happened? Could the cause of her parents' death have transformed her like this? I suppose I should send you to reunite with your parents, Kuro declared, adjusting his glasses with one hand and swinging his claws towards Kaya. What? Kuro was taken aback as he saw Kaya effortlessly defend herself with a fruit knife in one hand while munching on an apple with the other. Who are you? Kaya cannot possibly be this strong, Kuro exclaimed, continuing his frenzied assault. Yet Kaya remained unscathed, moving with casual grace. Cough, cough. How boring. Is that all my toy can do? This isn't fun, Kaya said, feigning weakness as she coughed. And that little orange-haired brat on the windowsill. Do you want to be my toy too? Kaya asked, parrying Kuro's attacks while glancing at Trick. Will memory be temporarily lost? That doesn't seem right, Trick pondered, intending to inquire later. However, the sheer power exhibited was terrifying, and he realized he had no confidence in subduing Kuro, who had now employed silent steps and was left defenseless. I would love to be the toy of the gentle Miss Kaya. You are my everything, so let's forget about Kuro, Trick chimed in. Unbeknownst to Trick, Saying such things to a Yandere with intense possessiveness was akin to confessing love, and he would be bound to her for life. Furthermore, he naively believed that he could eventually cure Kaya's affliction, thinking the Yandere pill would have little effect. No, I want them both. However, he seems rather unmanageable, so let's inflict some pain first, the sickly Kaya giggled. Gradually, more wounds appeared on Kuro, each cut non-lethal, yet he was left drenched in blood. Damn it. After a prolonged struggle, Kuro's speed began to wane. What manner of monster is this? In the end, Kuro was pinned to the wall by a severed claw. Yet he still clung to life. Cough, cough. Now it's your turn, little brother. Kaya turned her gaze towards Trick, giggling. Is this what a Yandere is like? Such adorable little emotions, Trick thought, wondering how to break the state. Ugh, Trick was suddenly embraced from behind by Kaya. Her body pressed close to his, their heartbeats resonating. While it appeared intimate, the fruit knife that had not yet tasted blood began to trace circles on his chest, creating an unsettling sensation that I can't even perceive her movements. Trick lamented internally. Does this pill's power increase when faced with strong opponents? Cough, cough. Little brother, what's the matter? Is your sister truly that frightening? Your heartbeat is so rapid, Kaya whispered sweetly into Trick's ear, giggling. No. It's just that it's my first time being so close to a beautiful sister and her knife. I'm quite excited. Trick stammered awkwardly. It seems that your sister's parents died due to an accident before Kuro had the chance to act. Trick attempted to soothe Kaya's anger, hoping to alleviate the situation. Cough, cough. That doesn't matter. He can only be my toy. Kaya insisted, coughing. Trick felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the Yandere pill's nature was such that the weaker the body, the stronger the effects. Kaya's proximity to Trick caused his spatial pocket to open, releasing 3 power capsules that endowed Kaya with 300 power points. The sudden influx of strength left Kaya momentarily dazed when she regained her senses and realized their intimate position. Recalling her previous actions, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she hastily released Trick. What has happened to me? Kaya exclaimed, discarding the fruit knife, covering her face with her hands, and peeking at Trick through her fingers. Perhaps it's a slight side effect of the power increase. Do you remember what just transpired? Trick inquired. Kaya replied softly. It seemed that the two personalities could coexist, merely switching control of the body. Trick deduced. Do you wish to kill Kuro? Trick asked. Cough, cough. Sending him to prison should suffice. Kaya hesitated. Considering that he had cared for her for many years, the 300 power points still lingered in her system, suggesting that increasing strength and curing ailments were two distinct concepts. Only someone as foolish as Luffy would remain unaffected. Trick mused. Since you don't want his life, imprisoning him would be a waste. It would be better for him to dedicate his life to a better world. Trick stated as he approached Kuro. Hello, Mr. Kuro. I am the president of the Adventurers Guild, which primarily handles the reception and dispatch of commissions. Trick introduced himself briefly. Therefore, I would like to invite you to become a core member of our Adventurers Guild, responsible for reviewing and distributing commissions, part-time as a combat advisor. But can't you see I'm still bleeding? Kuro thought bitterly. So if I refuse to join, will you just watch me bleed to death? Your ambitions are quite grand, Kuro remarked after a moment of silence, contemplating that this guild was surely infiltrating various factions through such means. Destined to become a colossal entity. I will join. I have grown weary of the life of piracy and bloodshed, Kuro replied. You will first manage the East Blue region, but given your notorious temperament, I will impose a safeguard. Trick enchanted Kuro with the Spoon Demon. Note: the Spoon Demon. Kuro, if you wish to do something bad, it will jump out and hit you on the head with a spoon, causing great pain but no harm, persisting until you decide against it. If you commit an evil deed, it will take a long time to disappear. The above note is for the reader's reference. The characters in the story are unaware. This is a binding magic. Once you contemplate doing something malicious, a demon will appear and strike you on the head with a spoon, inducing immense pain until you relent. If you commit any evil acts, it will take longer to vanish, and the more heinous your actions, the harder it will be to disappear, Trick warned. Magic? What a peculiar ability. Did you cast some strange magic on Kaya as well? Kuro speculated. Try to swing your sword at me with murderous intent, Trick instructed, removing the claws and releasing Kuro. Just as Kuro was about to take action, a small demon resembling a replica of Alice appeared. Seemingly invisible to outsiders, and began to strike Kuro's head violently with a spoon. Ouch! 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 Stop hitting me! Kuro cried out, clutching his head in agony. From now on, you will continue to use the name Clabattle. To avoid being targeted by the Navy, Trick continued to ask for your subordinates. You may arrange them as you see fit. The Black Pirate crew can initially become registered members of the guild, accepting guild commissions. But they must cease their plundering and pillaging. Those who disagree should be dealt with directly. Will the Spoon Demon strike me if I kill these people? Kuro asked. Generally, those with a history of wrongdoing won't face issues. In fact, it can help you identify evildoers. The weaker the pain sensation, the more deserving they are of death, Trick explained. Kaya? Trick exclaimed, "Da." The blushing state of Koya was abruptly pulled back to reality by his voice. I wish to invite you to become a core member of the Adventurers Guild. On one hand, the guild can offer you protection, fulfilling your father's commission, and on the other hand, you can realize your dreams through the guild. I have just enhanced your strength, but it seems insufficient to thoroughly improve your frail constitution. In the future, you may study medicine to heal yourself. This pill's distinctive ability to identify ailments will greatly aid your medical studies. And regarding your illnesses or weaknesses, do not easily succumb to anger. You understand, Trick teased at him. All right, what will I be doing as a guild member? Koya shyly inquired. You will be the guild's doctor. First, you will learn some introductory knowledge. And later, I will arrange for you to study under a renowned physician, Trick replied, pondering whether to seek out the witch Kureha or Kurokas for a skilled healer. Kuro, you will continue to accompany Koya for now. I have yet to establish the guild's headquarters, and I will arrange for personnel to communicate with you both. The sky already brightening. Luffy and the others should have engaged in battle with your subordinates by now. Let us go and take a look. By the way, can you still walk? Aside from being covered in blood and wounds, feeling somewhat weak, I can still walk, Kuro replied weakly. Trick observed the sky, surprised that Koya had tormented Kuro for so long. Wondering if it was due to Kuro's resilient vitality or the peculiar properties of the sickly pill that allowed Koya to strike without hitting vital points. Never mind, I will lead you there. Koya, you come along as well. It will be quicker this way. Just a moment, Trick thought, realizing he had forgotten to leave a mark for a portal by the seaside, so he marked one here. The two watched in astonishment as Trick performed his magical operation. Then, before they could react, Trick lifted Kuro and embraced Koya, using Shave and Moonwalk to swiftly move to the seaside. Upon arrival, Trick saw Zoro, of the one-sword style, engaged in fierce combat against the Brothers of Humanity, while Usopp lounged nearby, Luffy slept, and Nami was recklessly reaching for a sword. Discarding the two he was carrying, Trick employed the Marine 6-style Shave and Iron Body to intercept the returning boomerang aimed at Nami. My foolish sister, every time I see you, you end up getting hurt, Trick remarked, thinking that although she had dodging shoes, falling still hurt. Zoro, you fool, last time you fought Buggy, without my reminder, your kidneys were nearly ruined. And this time you've lost 2 swords. You should practice the no-sword style too. Otherwise, if you lose 3 swords, you can only rely on the no-sword style to become the world's greatest swordsman. Trick mercilessly mocked. Zoro's face darkened, feeling he had been too careless. The members of the Black Pirate crew were stunned to see Kuro, and even more shocked by his bloodied, ragged appearance, looking utterly pitiful. Has Kuro been defeated, or? They wondered. It seems that Kuro, having idled for 3 years, has become so weak. Let us finish you off. The Brothers of Humanity, unwilling to sit idly by, charged towards Kuro. Who do you wish to eliminate? Kuro asked, dodging their attack with silent steps, positioning himself behind the Brothers of Humanity, wearing the previously broken half of his 10 blades. The Brothers of Humanity were instantly terrified. Now, Kuro glanced at Trick inquiringly. Continue. Trick replied, 5 minutes. I will only wait 5 minutes, Kuro declared to the pirate crew. What? Koya was about to speak when Trick's gaze silenced her. Koya, what are you doing here? Run. Usopp, battered and bruised, rushed towards Koya. It's all right. I've come to an agreement with Kuro, so you need not worry, Koya reassured Usopp. What happened? What is the situation now? Usopp asked anxiously. Trick addressed Zoro. Let me reiterate. This is your adventure. I will not intervene lightly. Losing your weapons turns you into a lamb for slaughter, yet you still aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. I understand, Zoro replied solemnly. Nami, go wake Luffy. Trick commanded. Don't. Liao began to make a move. But Trick's glare froze him in place. This sword? Nami questioned, eyeing the blade on the ground. Retrieve what you have lost, or else rely on the one-sword style. Not every battle will have someone to reclaim your swords for you. Trick stated harshly. Zoro struggled to fight the Brothers of Humanity with his one-sword style. After Nami woke Luffy with a kick, he launched a gum-gum pistol at the brothers, allowing Zoro to reclaim his two lost swords. Zhang hypnotized the Brothers of Humanity again, making them even stronger. Luffy, Zoro, and the Brothers of Humanity, along with Zhang, continued their fierce battle until they finally defeated the brothers and Zhang. Enough, Trick thought, glancing at the bloodied Kuro. Although the Spoon Devil might not activate during a match, Kuro's low health and lack of murderous intent made training ineffective. Stop fighting. Let Zhang take the pirate minions to stand by nearby, Trick instructed. Have you defeated this guy? Luffy and the others inquired. Sort of. I pulled him into the Adventurers Guild to assist me, Trick replied. Nanny, you want to recruit such a villain as a partner? Luffy and Usopp questioned. People can change for the better, Trick responded, and Koya has joined as well. Nanny, the group was astonished and bewildered. How did you convince them to join together? It's far too dangerous for Koya to be with Kuro. Usopp exclaimed, it's a miracle that Kuro hasn't been killed by Koya. Trick thought to himself that in fact, Kuro was the one in danger. Not only was he bound by the Spoon Devil, but Koya, now possessing 300 vitality, was relatively strong and not easily defeated. Additionally, Koya's frail condition had not improved. Injured and weakened, she would transform into a battle which if angered. What if she isn't injured? In an emergency, facing a formidable enemy, she could always inflict a few wounds on herself, Trick mused, envisioning the bizarre scene that would leave enemies feeling uneasy. It's fine. It's fine. Trust me, Koya won't kill Kuro, Trick assured the group, winking at Koya. Ah, yes. Koya, fearing Trick might say something embarrassing, quickly agreed. The others pondered. What has transpired? Do you have secrets? Do not ask. It is as it is. I heard you require a larger ship, so I will have Melee arrange it. Koya quickly diverted the topic. Following this, Trick utilized the portal to connect Koya and Kuro with Machino from Windmill Village and the mother-daughter duo, Li Xiang and her daughter from Shell's Town. Machino was primarily responsible for personnel management, resource allocation, and promoting membership development. Kuro's main responsibility was to assess the difficulty of various tasks and the abilities of registered members for appropriate allocation. Since Li Xiang and her daughter were close to the naval base, they primarily developed naval personnel as part-time members for receiving guild commissions. Koya would also study medicine, and arrangements would be made for her to travel to various islands in the East Sea for clinical practice and observation. Currently, they lacked dedicated combatants. Having searched for the Sword God and Sword Saint for quite some time last time, they might find someone this time. After bidding farewell to Luffy and the others, the aspiring medical student Koya began researching her own body. Through fasting, she aimed to weaken herself and then control her emotions for transformation. If any uncontrollable signs appeared, she would hastily consume food. After all, stabbing oneself would leave scars, and ultimately, she hoped to master medicine to manage her frail condition through medication. After repeated research and experimentation, Koya discovered that to control her Yandere state, she needed to attempt to accept the Yandere persona and undergo a certain degree of integration. Unbeknownst to Koya, the Yandere version of herself had been deeply confessed to by Trick upon her emergence. The Yandere Koya had fallen in love with Trick, viewing him as her wide eye in the eyes of the Yandere Koya. Wishing to be the gentle Lady Koya's toy meant that he was her everything. Expressing a desire to be possessed by her as for Kuro, perhaps he should be discarded, indicating her wish to monopolize Koya. Wasn't this a heartfelt confession? Ultimately, it leads to Koya occasionally desiring to possess Trick, particularly during times of illness or weakness. Trick sometimes feels Koya's sinister gaze, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Later, while traveling and consulting across various islands in the East Sea, a band of pirates attempted to abduct Koya, only to be captured themselves and turned into research subjects. Some of the pirates who eventually escaped bore the grotesque scars of medical dissection. Each wound precise, yet non-lethal, their bodies riddled with ailments do not provoke Lady Koya's ire, has become the adage throughout the East Sea, as the notorious title of the Yandere sorceress Koya instills fear in the hearts of the wicked. Aboard the Going Merry, Trick implored, Nami-chan, my dear little sister, may I temporarily reside in your quarters? I shall be content with a hammock. After comparing the male and female living spaces, Trick clung to Nami with unwavering persistence. The boys' quarters were a dismal affair, crowded, odorous, and raucous, not to mention the presence of giant rats. In stark contrast, the girls' quarters were opulent and a realm of utmost comfort, originally designed for Koya's indulgence. As for why Trick did not simply use the warp door to return to land for a night's rest. The warp door can only mark spatial nodes, and since the ship is in constant motion, returning would mean losing access to the vessel. He would have to wait until he possessed a life card and items allowing free flight before considering the warp door for departure. Moreover, upon entering the Grand Line, Trick had numerous guild arrangements to oversee, which would likely keep him off the ship for an extended period. Nami vehemently disagreed, and Trick claimed kinship. However, he lacked evidence for his assertions. Despite his care for her, it seemed he would have to resort to more desperate measures. Mere persistence would not suffice, and thus he decided to resort to threats and inducements. The rent shall be 100,000 berries a day, he declared. Esteemed guest, would you require me to pour you a drink? Our bar is fully stocked, and we also offer massage services, though a service fee applies. Nami's demeanor shifted instantly. Her tone overly cordial. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, my foolish sister, I still prefer your rebellious nature, Trick thought to himself. Nearly choking at the implications of her words, he mused that such talk of massages could lead to misunderstandings. He must remain discreet. As he contemplated future endeavors, he felt compelled to eliminate Momonosuke and keep a close watch on this open-minded girl. Regarding the rent, the guild's revenue was gradually picking up, though they were not yet affluent. For now, those funds would be stashed with Nami. After all, my sister's money is my money, Trick shamelessly thought. Mischief points accrued to 40, with a balance of 68 this time. The mischief points were rather mediocre. Those involved in the arrangements had yet to yield significant mischief points, leaving him with a balance of 8 for gacha redemption. Trick perused the system. Cockroach brain pills. Lieutenant Hobody of the Navy enchanted to ensure that one will invariably discover half a cockroach's head in their meal. Effect lasting 1 month. Lucky cigarettes. Sanji lighting a lucky cigarette will bring good fortune for a period. Note: 1 box contains 20 cigarettes. Dory's gacha. Rob Lucci enchanted to increase physical strength by 100 points. The cockroach brain pills seemed of little use, merely a nauseating waste of food courtesy of Hobody. On another note, his female companions seemed rather attractive. Who among them smoked? Sanji, Tina, Baby 5, Shaki, and Bellamy, perhaps. Trick was astonished to discover that nearly all the men smoked cigars. The lone female among them was Sanji. No wonder Ivanov had taken an interest. It appeared he was not manly enough. Should he warn Sanji? Perhaps not. The culinary pervert had his sights set on Nami. Passing by the island of rare beasts, Trick contemplated establishing a rare animal zoo here, complete with ticket sales and staff to safeguard the creatures, and he made a mental note to mark a warp door here. On the going merry, lounging in a folding chair under the sun, enjoying Nami's hospitable service, Trick succumbed to indulgence. Bang! The cannon fired. Jolting Trick from his reverie, he suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Stop!" The Sword God and Blade Saint were about to make their appearance. He must ensure no one was accidentally harmed. Trick leaped up, thinking, "Quick, cease fire. There are people on the rocks." "Huh?" Luffy and Usopp exclaimed, panic-stricken at the thought of causing fatalities. "Steer the ship over to rescue them." Zoro interjected, "Isn't that Johnny and Joseph?" Zoro remarked, "Do you recognize them? Have they been injured by cannon fire? They look close to death." Usopp exclaimed anxiously, "How could both of them appear so gravely ill?" Trick observed as Johnny and Joseph were pulled aboard. He recalled only one of them suffered from scurvy. Luffy and Usopp looked guilty, while Nami instructed them to fetch limes, hoping they would recover in a few days. Shortly thereafter, the two men were up and bouncing about. It seemed these fellows were no ordinary characters, exhibiting remarkable resilience. As Trick assessed the situation, they collapsed once more, prompting him to retract his earlier immature thoughts. Nami and Luffy convened, discussing the necessity of finding a chef to ensure a balanced diet. Suddenly, Johnny strained to sit up, exclaiming, "North-northwest, the Sea Restaurant Baratai." After completing the NPC quest, he collapsed again. Was this the power of the world's forced corrections? Trick mused, or perhaps it was merely the self-restraint of NPCs. Upon awakening, Johnny and Joseph recounted their recent bizarre encounters to Zoro. They explained that recently, no matter which pirate encountered them, they fled in terror, leaving them no opportunity to fight or even ask questions. Moreover, the number of nearby pirates had dwindled significantly, leaving them starving at sea, only able to catch fish for sustenance. Trick listened, feeling immensely awkward. "Why do you look so uncomfortable?" Nami inquired. "I'm Trick. Not uncomfortable. Not uncomfortable." Trick waved his hands, whispering in protest, "Oh, you know something." Nami pressed further that "I don't know. I don't know." Trick hastily covered Nami's mouth, whispering fervently, "Cough, cough. Are you not the renowned bounty hunters of the East Sea? The Blade Saint Joseph and Sword God Johnny?" Trick feigned shock. "Blade Saint?" Joseph questioned, perplexed. "Sword God?" Johnny echoed, equally confused. "What?" Zoro added, bewildered that I happened to hear from some pirates that the mightiest of foes kneel before Sword God Johnny, and that any pirate encountering Blade Saint Joseph meets their demise with a single stroke. Trick spoke cryptically. "When did we become so formidable? We were unaware." Joseph and Johnny gasped in astonishment. Could it be? They pondered, astonished by the rapid growth of their strength. "Not at all. Not at all." Joseph and Johnny hurriedly denied in unison. "You are far too modest. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our adventure guild as core members." Trick proposed, elaborating on the guild's purpose. "You will primarily be responsible for combat duties and tackling challenging commissions." The enticing benefits were met with excitement. "This is fantastic. We've finally found an organization," Joseph and Johnny thought, recalling their recent struggles, and they wept tears of joy, a welcoming gift for joining. Trick presented them with 2 blades as a token of their meeting. "This one is called the Heavenly Sword. Johnny, you shall have it. This one is the Dragon Slayer. Joseph, it is yours." He added, "If you encounter formidable enemies or dire situations, refrain from using these swords for the time being." Note: Heavenly Sword. Zoro triggers a 100 empty-handed catch effect. Anyone who approaches must kneel, though it cannot kill. Note: Dragon Slayer. Hawkeye when swung. It generates a 40-meter blade effect. These annotations are for reader reference. The characters within the narrative are unaware of these attributes. What imposing names. These swords are evidently extraordinary. Joseph and Johnny marveled, unable to part with them. Subsequently, Trick requested a letter of introduction from Zoro, urging them to seek out Frost Moon Village and study under Frost Moon Yusaku. The 2 men were touched to the core. Having just joined, they were gifted renowned blades, with the guild promising a minimum salary, commissions for battles, and employee training. More importantly, Trick possessed a collection of alluring photographs of the guild's beautiful maids, which were said to be employees of the guild. Securing their future was now a certainty. Absurd gotcha. Surely, I have not been forgotten. Note: Absurd gotcha. Buggy the enchanted individual will experience prolonged periods of desirelessness. Although something felt amiss, it could be easily overlooked that I, Joseph, and Johnny live as members of the guild in life, and as ghosts of the guild in death. As Trike contemplated the imminent arrival at the Bartai restaurant, an unsettling feeling surged within him, memories of Hawkeye's murderous gaze haunting his thoughts. He pondered whether Hawkeye might still be lurking nearby, potentially recognizing him through his observation haki or some other means. "I should head to Kokoyashi Village first," he resolved, primarily to meet Nami's sister, Nojiko, certainly not out of fear of being eliminated by Hawkeye. Nami discreetly placed this item on the attacking Navy personnel, Trike instructed, producing a cockroach brain pill as he beseeched the crafty thief, Nami. Note: the cockroach brain pill, crafted by Navy Captain Hoppity, guarantees the discovery of half a cockroach's head in any meal consumed, with an effect lasting 1 month. "What an odd concoction," Nami remarked, gazing quizzically at the object in her hand. Be cautious. Be cautious. If you wish to avoid finding cockroaches in your meals daily, refrain from handling it carelessly, Trike urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Ugh, how disgusting. But what a wicked item. I like it. How do I use it?" Nami inquired, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "Focus on the enchantment. Then quickly affix it to your intended target," Trike explained, feeling a twinge of unease under Nami's scheming gaze. "You wouldn't dare use it on me, would you?" Trike gulped nervously. "That of course not. You are my beloved brother." "Just a mere 1 million belly for the commission fee," Nami replied with a grin. "Oh, you take me for a fool? Fine. It's a deal," Trike conceded, noting the mischievous glint in Nami's eyes, thinking to himself, "What a shrewd merchant." Bidding farewell to the Straw Hat crew, Trike claimed he had matters to attend to within the guild that as he departed, he discreetly enchanted for capsule toys onto Johnny and Joseph. As for the absurdity of whom to bestow the remaining one upon, whoever received it would surely feel a sense of injustice. Trike mused, wishing he could split it, for this was a skill akin to the Eastern Undefeated's rapid training technique. Never mind, I'll give it to the Sword Saint Johnny. He appears to possess greater intellect and insight. Trike decided in his heart that I am grateful to you, my guild leader. It seems that being clever is not always advantageous. Johnny remarked, envisioning the possible mockery from Zoro if he were to learn of this. After exchanging some guild information, Trike departed in a small boat extracted from his spatial pocket. Upon entering the Bartai restaurant, Nami spotted Captain Hoppity, who had previously attacked the Mary, being pummeled by Sanji. She suddenly wondered if Trike possessed some prophetic abilities. Seizing the opportunity while Hoppity was distracted, she enchanted the cockroach brain pill onto him. Due to damage inflicted, Luffy and his crew had been stranded there for several days, while the Kuro pirate crew was pursued to the Bartai by Hawkeye. During this time, Nami had amassed quite a sum of belly from Trike, achieving her minor goal of 100 million belly, and she took this chance to stealthily sail away on the Mary. Zoro sought to challenge Hawkeye that I've been searching for that enigmatic Hawkeye for many days. Not a single lead, as if he has vanished from existence. At that moment, Hawkeye's inner turmoil was palpable as he unexpectedly encountered the Kuro pirates and contemplated eliminating them first, only to be confronted by a weakling who foolishly sought to challenge him. Drawing his cross-shaped sword, Hawkeye's demeanor suggested disdain, and after defeating Zoro, he mockingly labeled him a weakling. How dare you call my brother weak? You scoundrel. Joseph prepared to unsheath the dragon-slaying sword that you'll soon learn your place. Johnny raised the heavenly sword. What is this? Hawkeye's formidable observation. Haki sensed a powerful sword intent brewing, accompanied by an indescribable force of rules. Stop. Joseph, Johnny, do not interfere. Hold back. Luffy restrained both the sword god and the sword saint. Is this just an illusion? Are those two truly weaklings? And that straw hat-wearing fellow? Hawkeye mused, uncertain. Very well, I shall draw the black blade Yoru and send you on your way, Hawkeye declared, unsheathing his sword. His thoughts focused on defeating this opponent before testing the other two. That after a brief exchange of blows, Zoro was vanquished and fell into the water, needing to be rescued by Joseph and Johnny. Hawkeye glanced at Luffy's straw hat before turning to Joseph and Johnny. Draw your swords. They are merely ordinary bounty hunters. Do not harm them. Zoro struggled to articulate. Brother, if we perish, please convey our apologies to the guild leader. We can only repay his kindness in our next lives. Joseph and Johnny exclaimed. You fools. Zoro cursed that I am the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. I am Joseph, the sword god of the East Blue. I am Johnny, the sword saint of the East Blue. Let us weigh the true worth of the world's greatest swordsman. Note, because Trike had given Joseph the dragon-slaying sword and Johnny the heavenly sword. The two seized the opportunity to bolster their reputations as the sword god and sword saint. Sword god, sword saint, such grandiose claims. Hawkeye observed the two's feeble prowess, rendered speechless, gazing at the distant Hawkeye. Joseph raised the dragon-slaying sword and pointed it at him. Just as he was about to speak, he was stunned, his eyes bulging wide. Mouth agape, a terrifying sword intent erupted from the dragon-slaying sword, instantly slicing toward Hawkeye. Naturally, due to the distance exceeding 40 meters and Joseph's average skill level, the sword intent merely parted the sea's surface. What? Everyone present was astonished. What was that sword intent? Was Joseph concealing his true strength? Zoro was taken aback. Is that really Joseph? Johnny exclaimed, bewildered. That cannot be a coincidence. That sword is problematic. Could it be a cursed blade? Hawkeye speculated. Am I really that formidable? Joseph questioned his own existence, then swung forward with renewed vigor, unleashing another wave of terrifying sword intent from the dragon-slaying sword. Could it be that sword? Joseph pondered, realizing that the guild leader had bestowed upon them an extraordinary blade. Johnny, give it a try. Joseph urged, suspecting it was the sword's influence. I can do that too. Johnny swung the heavenly sword, but nothing occurred. Indeed, something is amiss. Are you ready? I am coming. Hawkeye charged forward. Joseph swung repeatedly, yet what appeared to be powerful sword intents were effortlessly deflected by Hawkeye, causing him to panic. As Hawkeye approached, Johnny swung down the heavenly sword. What strength! At the moment of the strike, Hawkeye relinquished the black blade Yoru, kneeling on one knee with both hands to receive the heavenly sword. Then, both parties locked eyes, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What is Hawkeye up to? Why is he using both hands to receive the sword? The onlookers wondered. His body felt uncontrollable. Was there some curse upon the East Blue? Hawkeye's mind raced with frustration. Johnny and Hawkeye remained locked in this standoff for a while Joseph attempted to inflict harm with the dragon-slaying sword. However, he could not breach Hawkeye's defenses, safeguarded by his armed Haki. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Who are you? How do you possess such peculiar abilities? Hawkeye inquired. We are Joseph, the sword god of the East Blue, and Johnny, the sword saint. We are combatants of the Adventurers Guild. Johnny replied. Unbeknownst to Johnny, he had inadvertently sold out his guild leader, a form of absurd retribution at Adventurers Guild. Could that enigmatic Hawkeye also belong to this guild? Hawkeye speculated. That is your guild leader, Trike? Hawkeye asked, having just overheard their conversation. You know our guild leader? Johnny queried. I am searching for him. Where has he gone? Hawkeye feigned familiarity and inquired. The guild leader departed a few days ago, mentioning something about expanding the guild's operations in the Grand Line. Johnny replied. This situation cannot persist. Let us cease hostilities and part ways. Johnny suggested. Agreed. Hawkeye replied nonchalantly, retracting his hostility, reclaiming the black blade Yoru, and swiftly departing. That oppressive aura was truly terrifying. He is finally gone. Johnny sighed in relief. Indeed, no matter how we struck, we could not land a blow. Joseph concurred. Did you two receive peculiar items from Trike? Zoro questioned, with Luffy also expressing curiosity. That it seems these two swords can unleash formidable sword intents. Mine appears capable of allowing one to receive a sword with both hands, Johnny responded. How intriguing. Let me have a go, Luffy exclaimed, discovering he could barely move, with only his head able to sway. Zoro also brandished his sword, sensing the essence of the blade, and came to a profound realization, as if perceiving a mystical aura. After Luffy and his crew vanquished Krieg, they learned from Joseph and Johnny that Nami might be seeking the dragon. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny set off first, boarding the small boat of the two, heading towards Kokoyashi Village. Joseph followed closely behind, bringing along the recently awakened Luffy and Sanji. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Luffy and the others, Krieg was navigating midway to Kokoyashi Village. Mischief points accrued to 50, with a balance of 72. Wow, the sea restaurant Bartai has exploded with so much, and there are also some steadily accumulating points. Redeeming a gacha system. Hypnotic pocket watch, Zhongao capable of hypnotizing the target, but the user will also be hypnotized. The effect dissipates after certain conditions are met, or if interrupted. Supreme Mermaid fishing rod, dragon can catch nearby fishmen or mermaids. Haki leakage sticker, Buggy the affixed individual will lose their haki, which is rather difficult to remove. Sticking it to clothing allows for the removal of clothes to nullify the effect. Armor-breaking axe, Monka enchanted onto a weapon. It can cut through armed haki but cannot kill. Scapegoat, Akin once enchanted, any nearby misdeeds will be attributed to the bearer for a duration of 1 day. Power Gacha, Rob Lucci upon enchantment. It increases power value by 100.2. There seems to be an abundance of items. It appears I must score some points, lest I waste those I cannot utilize. The Supreme Mermaid fishing rod is just perfect for dealing with the dragon pirates. I shall give the armor-breaking axe to Kaya later, to craft at least a quick blade-level scalpel enchanted for her. Krieg contemplated, as breaking defenses without taking lives is quite apt for research purposes. Lieutenant Hoppity of the Navy headquarters has recently been down on his luck, having been beaten at the sea restaurant, bringing shame upon the Navy, and was demoted to command a vessel in the open sea. Strangely enough, upon returning from the sea restaurant, he consistently discovered half a cockroach's head in his meals, which made him nauseous enough to vomit. He sought trouble with the chefs, but no matter how intently he watched them cook, he still found half a cockroach's head in his food, the other half seemingly having been consumed by him. Reflecting upon his past behavior of wasting food at the sea restaurant, it felt like divine retribution. And he vowed never to waste food again. Due to his frequent encounters with cockroaches, no lady was willing to dine with him, earning him the nickname Cockroach Hoppity. Surely, the East Sea must be cursed. I must hastily apply for a transfer away from the East Sea, he thought with trepidation. Eventually, things improved, as the effects had worn off. From then on, Hoppity cherished food immensely, becoming a spokesperson for the clean plate policy in the Navy mess hall. On the surface, Mihawk appeared calm and collected, yet internally he was in turmoil. Having witnessed his own prowess was already explosive, how could there now be a strange ability compelling him to kneel before the blade? A devil fruit? Yet Haki cannot defend against it. Moreover, that peculiar sword aura seemed neither to be a flying slash nor a result of Haki. Everything hinted at something uncanny that might be connected to the recently established adventure guild in the East Sea. Intelligence from the Navy indicated that the Navy branch appeared to have some collaboration with this guild. However, there was too little information about the guild leader, Crick, and they could only return to the Grand Line. This once weakest of seas felt increasingly eerie. Lately in the East Sea, many pirates and bandits dared not flaunt their identities. Those who became somewhat famous mysteriously vanished. Some returned later, turned over a new leaf, cultivating land and treating others with kindness. Yet often at night, one could hear their blood-curdling screams from nightmares. Among these villains, some who were dismissive of the supernatural either vanished without a trace or changed careers. Many in the circle spoke in hushed tones of the Yandra which to Kaya's grand villa. She rapidly learned medicine at an astonishing pace, thanks to the properties of the Yandra pills, enabling her to swiftly identify nearly any ailment. By controlling the dosage of her medication, she managed to regulate her own frailty, exploiting a loophole to finely tune her combat prowess. Mastering the intricacies of medicine and toxicology, combined with extensive live dissection of undead bodies, she developed a profound understanding of human anatomy. This Yandra pill was nearing its ultimate potential in Kaya's hands. With her formidable ability for counterattacks while on the brink of death, Kaya was on the verge of becoming the strongest assassin in the East Sea. Currently, Crick's combat prowess could only suppress Kaya by disguising himself as a formidable foe. However, he could not contend with her when she reached her furious limit. The side effect of this was a bizarre and mutable personality. At times, she appeared gentle and serene, while at other moments, her laughter sent chills down one's spine. Occasionally, a faint scent of blood and antiseptic would pervade the air, rendering Kaya's grand villa a ghastly place by night. Note: Yandra pill, Kaya when consumed by the frail and sickly, it enables easy identification of diseases. Anger triggers a terrifying combat potential and a slightly Yandra personality. The weaker the body, the stronger they become. Conversely, if the body gains strength, the effects will temporarily fail. Clabatel, how is the guild progressing? Kaya inquired casually, having already considered herself the guild leader's wife. Everything is smooth sailing. Many pirates have chosen to register as members under the esteemed name of Miss Kaya, even shunning the title of pirate, each calling themselves adventurers. Clabatel adjusted his glasses, stating that Kaya's ruthlessness was crystal clear to Clabatel. It was more fearsome than death itself, and he preferred to handle many matters himself. He felt he could hardly recognize the former Kaya. Only her rare moments of gentleness and serenity would evoke a fleeting illusion of the past. Out on the Navy's side, Li Xiong and her daughter were making decent progress at the Navy base. A large number of lower-ranking Navy soldiers had become registered members, taking on many commissions part-time, thus increasing their income. Some of the Navy's troublesome issues and pirate-related matters were also entrusted to them, allowing some Navy personnel to swiftly rise through the ranks. The Navy's ties with the guild were deepening, with many becoming the guild's de facto protectors. The guild leader is playing a grand game. This trend of development is subtly influencing things. The guild will soon become a formidable force in the world. Moreover, it is deeply intertwined with various factions, making it difficult for them to sever ties once they realize it. The guild leader is truly a godlike figure, Clabatel admired, reflecting on how laughable it was to have once been known as the cunning clock. Of course, the guild leader is my favorite toy. The entire world can only crawl beneath my feet, Kaya said with a sickly sweet smile. Crick sailed ahead to the vicinity of Kokoyashi village, spotting the octopus fishman, Xiaoba, fishing by the shore. Should I eliminate him? He is a key figure in advancing the plot later. Perhaps I shall give him a chance and leave it to fate, Crick pondered. Activating his disguise ability, Crick transformed into the dragon, addressing Xiaoba. Xiaoba, here is a letter for the warlord Mihawk. You must take it to him. Mihawk? Isn't he on the same level as Boss Jinbei? What is this about? Xiaoba asked. That is not for you to know. Under no circumstances should you open the envelope. It could be fatal, the faux dragon warned. All right, boss. Xiaoba left with the envelope, and MOMO inside the envelope was a photograph of a faux Mihawk aiming a gun at the sky. Encountering Mihawk would be your misfortune. Not encountering him would mean you are fortunate, Crick mused. He then disguised himself as Xiaoba and entered Arlong Park. Xiaoba, you're back. How was the catch today? Several fishmen inquired. I didn't catch anything. I wanted to see the sea charts Nami drew to find a place with a larger school of fish, the fake Xiaoba replied, heading toward Nami's room. Upon reaching Nami's quarters, Crick used a spatial ring to collect all the sea charts. Observing the fine bloodstains on the feather quill, he realized these represented years of Nami's dedication, which would become crucial resources for the guild's foothold in the East Sea. It would be a pity if they were destroyed in a scuffle though, and there were also the treasures plundered by the dragon over the years. After completing everything, the false Xiaoba hurriedly ran to the dragon, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad. I saw Mihawk heading this way over the sea." "What? How could that guy be in the East Sea?" the dragon exclaimed, alerting everyone to be on guard and prepare for evacuation. "I'll go take a look. What does he want?" the dragon said. "Xiaoba? Where is he? Xiaoba? Where did that guy go so quickly?" After delivering his message, Trike swiftly departed from the dragon paradise. Upon returning to the sea, he disguised himself as Hawkeye, his countenance icy as he floated towards the dragon paradise on a coffin board. As he approached the shore, the dragon observed the slowly drifting coffin board, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "What brings you here, Your Excellency?" the dragon inquired. Gazing at the figure of Hawkeye on the water's surface, "I have heard that a swordsman known as Little Eight, who wields the six-sword style, is here, and I seek to duel with him," the faux Hawkeye declared. Little Eight? The dragon was incredulous. While Little Eight possessed swordsmanship, he hardly seemed formidable enough to warrant Hawkeye's attention. Indeed, there is a fisherman named Little Eight who employs the six-sword style. "But he is far too weak to merit your involvement," the dragon responded. "The assessment of his strength is mine alone to make. Your opinion is unnecessary," Hawkeye retorted coldly. "If he does not appear within 5 minutes, I shall slay one fishman every minute thereafter. Go and fetch Little Eight," the dragon commanded his subordinates, inwardly cursing the audacity of this human. "Boss, we can't find Little Eight anywhere. He seems to have vanished," a fisherman minion reported after a thorough search. "Damn it, could it be that Little Eight has provoked Hawkeye and fled?" the dragon seethed. "Time's up." The faux Hawkeye rose, drawing the black blade. "Knight, you insolent human. Let me see if you truly are the world's greatest swordsman." The dragon plunged into the sea, charging at Hawkeye. Trike, wielding the supreme mermaid fishing rod in one hand, swung his other hand toward the sea with a decisive slash. The surface of the ocean parted, creating a swirling vortex, and the dragon felt an overwhelming force luring him toward the blade. The dragon struggled onto the shore, a gruesome gash marring his chest. "You still have a chance to find him. I will first claim the life of a fisherman." The faux Hawkeye swung his blade, and a concealed fisherman surged forward, impaled upon the edge of the sword. With a swift motion, the faux Hawkeye severed the fisherman's head and kicked it towards the shore. Utilizing the supreme mermaid fishing rod's ability to entice fishermen, Trike forced them to charge toward the blade. As for the dragon, Trike intended to keep him for last. After all, only by experiencing pain could he truly understand it. "Damn it!" the dragon roared in fury, witnessing the growing pile of fishmen heads on the shore. "Everyone, dive into the sea and scatter. Boss, let us attack together," a fisherman suggested. "Go, quickly, we still have a chance to escape in the water," the dragon urged. The fishmen immediately plunged into the sea, disappearing in an instant. "Useless. You might as well honestly search for that six-sword style user," the faux Hawkeye mocked, with a flick of the supreme mermaid fishing rod. One fisherman returned, once again offering himself to the blade, an endless cycle repeating. The dragon's eyes widened in rage. "Damn human. Despicable human. What is happening?" After slaying the last fisherman, Trike slowly drifted away on the coffin board. "Experience pain while you live. Feel it, accept it, and understand it," he remarked solemnly as he departed. "Ah!" the dragon howled in fury, wreaking havoc upon his surroundings. "What has happened?" It seems something has transpired at Arlong Park. The villagers of Kokoshia, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to approach, wondered. Trike dispelled his disguise and inquired about Nojiko's home from the villagers. They regarded the boy, who bore a striking resemblance to Nami. Wondering if he had come to seek kin, Trike introduced himself as Nami's brother, searching for family, and Aji led him to Nojiko. Seeing the boy so akin to Nami, Nojiko was astonished. "You are a relative of Nami?" "I am her twin brother, separated since childhood due to pirate invasions," Trike replied. "Who would have thought Nami had a twin brother? I only discovered Nami at the time," Nojiko lamented, lost in sorrowful memories. "I can hardly recall. I grew up near the kingdom of Oikut. Later, I was told that a baby with orange hair, much like mine, was rescued by the Navy. When I grew older, I searched the nearby Navy branch for a long time. Until recently, when I learned of a retired female officer named Belmere who had once adopted the child. Trike fabricated his backstory, feeling it was close enough. Nami is out and hasn't returned yet. She will surely be overjoyed to see you, Nojiko smiled. You must be Nami's sister. Henceforth, you are my sister too. I can assist you with any difficulties, Trike declared. Wonderful. I have gained another brother. However, you should not linger here. When Nami returns, I hope you can take her away, Nojiko advised. You are worried about the dragon, aren't you? Wait until Nami returns to settle it. How do you know? What do you know? The dragon is not one to be trifled with. Enough, I know everything. Trike pressed a finger to Nojiko's lips and embraced her. Surprised by his gesture, Nojiko felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Not only Nami, but Nojiko too was enduring the pain of losing Belmere. Trike's embrace felt like a safe harbor, reminiscent of the warmth Belmere had provided them in their childhood. On board the Going Merry, Nami was deep in thought, reminiscing about the joyful times spent with Luffy and the others. She recalled the man who claimed to be her brother, always shielding her from harm. She wished to avoid entanglement in the dragon's affairs. Having amassed 100 million berries, she planned to redeem the village and bring about a better future. Noticing the distant Arlong Park, Nami felt an unusual calm. It seemed devoid of life today. What was that pile of objects? Narrowing her eyes, she stared at a heap of red spherical forms on the shore. That is, the heads of fishmen. As the ship drew closer, shock washed over her. That the Navy? The Navy wouldn't do this. Who was responsible? Is Arlong dead? Nami was eager to confirm. No. I must check on the village first. Something terrible must have happened. Nami anxiously steered the ship. The village appeared to be unharmed. Glancing at the unscathed village, Nami let out a small sigh of relief. Isn't that my foolish sister? Trike's mocking voice rang out from atop a nearby roof. Having not yet dealt with the dragon, Trike was wary of Nami meeting her demise at Arlong Park, thus keeping a watchful eye over the sea. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. This is no place for you, Nami urged with urgency. And I am not your sister. I merely deceived you to get your money. You fool. You still plan to use that money to buy the village? Trike questioned. How do you know? Have you met Nojiko? Nami thought, realizing that with his face, Nojiko might have genuinely considered him as her brother, divulging everything. She has already become my sister, for what is yours is mine. Trike laughed. Damn it. If you wish to avoid death, leave this place at once. Nami fumed. Come with me. Trike beckoned, leading her toward Nami's home, and she followed. Nami, you have returned. This boy claims to be your twin brother. He has been watching the sea from high above, waiting for your return. Nojiko greeted them warmly. Forget him. Nami felt a twinge of emotion, but did not outright deny it. Disguise. Trike suddenly transformed into the dragon. Ah, the two girls screamed, only to have Trike cover their mouths. Don't panic. It's the power of the devil fruit. Keep it a secret, Trike whispered. You actually consumed a devil fruit. I had no idea all this time. Nami exclaimed. What do you intend to do by transforming into the dragon? Trike produced a transponder snail acquired from Arlong Park and dialed Colonel Mouse at the Navy's 16th branch. This Colonel Mouse. After a conversation, the collusion between Arlong and Mouse to oppress the villagers was revealed to the two girls. Of course, the part where Arlong sent Mouse to dig up Nami's treasure had yet to unfold. However, Trike, being who he was, had already disguised himself to discuss this matter with the dragon and Mouse. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Nami seethed with fury to my foolish sister. Only you could be so naive as to believe the pirate's promises. Do you think the world is like that fool Luffy? Trike added with a sting. By the way, Luffy and his crew should be looking for you. What should I do? No. What has happened on the island? I just saw a multitude of fishmen heads on the shore. Nami came to her senses. It seemed a battle was underway, as the sound of a menacing dragon's roar echoed throughout the village. Nokiho speculated. Perhaps another wave of pirates has arrived. How wonderful it would be if they could vanquish the dragon. However, the sight of a multitude of severed heads piled like a small mountain suggested that even more sinister pirates had come. Nami exclaimed in panic. This can't be good. Ahem. They're not that evil, are they? Those scoundrels are the ones who caused your adoptive mother's death. A swift execution would be too lenient for them, Trike explained. How do you know they would be dispatched so easily? Nami inquired. Because it was I who did it. Trike chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Nanny. The two women gasped in astonishment. You did that? Are you really that powerful? In a manner of speaking, yes, Trick replied. Did you employ your peculiar magic? Nami speculated. Just a tad. He said, the dragon isn't dead yet. Let Luffy handle it. If he wants to recruit my lovely sister as a navigator. He must put in some effort, Trick said, patting Nami's head. Arlong is incredibly strong. You can't defeat him. Can they? Nami expressed her concern that Trick choked, realizing that was merely to allow you to vent your emotions and to hone Luffy and the other skills. A loud crash echoed from Arlong Park, signaling their arrival. Trick led the two women to Arlong Park, where they saw Luffy, Sanji, and Joseph engaged in combat with Arlong, but the other three were nowhere to be seen. It was likely that Johnny and Usopp had just arrived and taken Zoro to recover Nami-chan. And who might this lovely lady be? Sanji, battered and bruised, looked on with adoration. Joseph had already been sent flying. Despite the enhancements from the dragon-slaying sword and his own abilities, he was still unable to budge the dragon. Only Luffy remained in the fray. President, you've arrived, Joseph exclaimed joyfully. You still need to train. Trick remarked, what happened? As soon as we arrived, we encountered a pile of fishmen heads. Upon entering, we found the dragon sitting there, talking to himself. Luffy said he was here to find Nami, which enraged the dragon, who claimed that Nami was merely a lowly human, a tool for drawing. He went on to mockingly assert that a despicable creature like her could never compare to a fishman, which incited Luffy's fury and led to the fight. Joseph explained. The commotion drew the villagers, who armed themselves, but Nami urged them to remain still. After a fierce battle, Luffy ultimately triumphed over the dragon. At that moment, Captain Mouse suddenly appeared, demanding to confiscate some treasure, only to be swiftly driven away. That Mouse needs to be dealt with, Trick thought, quickly concealing himself, considering how to send him to prison and arrange for some naval officers sympathetic to the guild to come here. As for the dragon, Nami was utterly averse to taking a life, and no matter how deep her hatred ran, her choice of weapon, a mere stick, was telling. Trick, too, didn't wish for the dragon to perish. After all, enduring suffering was essential. He decided to hand the dragon over to Kaya for confinement since the guild lacked a headquarters. Kaya's eyes sparkled with excitement at the research material Trick had provided. The village held a feast that night in celebration of the dragon pirate crew's defeat. Meanwhile, Nami was getting a tattoo from the doctor. Indeed, there you are. Trick found Nami and said, Nami, wait a moment while you and Nokiho return home. Hey, how did you sneak in here? The doctor asked that. Dr. Nak, would you like to join our adventure guild? Trick began his recruitment pitch. For now, I just want to help rebuild here, so I'll become a registered member for the time being. Dr. Nak replied, as for the highly talented Miss Kaya you mentioned, she's welcome to come and learn for a while. You too. Didn't you notice I was here, waiting with my back exposed? Nami fumed. See you later, Trick said, sticking out his tongue and fleeing. Trick, where are you? Nami and Nokiho returned home but found no sign of him. Here, Trick appeared, pressing down on their heads. Close your eyes and recall those cherished moments from your childhood. What are you doing? Nami asked, bewildered. Just do it. Don't ask questions. Trick instructed, activating the memory projector. Note. Memory projector, memory seahorse after enchantment. It can touch one's head to read memories they wish to reveal. And it can also display one's own memories to another. While Trick could disguise himself as Belmere using past animations, those were merely highlights, and the emotional depth was significantly lacking. Thus, he utilized the memory projector to recreate the Belmere from the girl's memories. The two women reminisced about their time with Belmere and shared joyful laughter. Did you miss me? Suddenly, Belmere's voice echoed in their ears. Huh. The two girls gasped in surprise, only to have Trick stuff a lollipop into each of their mouths. Note. Silly child lollipop. A bag contains 7 lollipops. Nami when consumed by adults. They revert to childhood. When consumed by children, they become adults, lasting for a day. Belmere, the two children opened their eyes, their adorable voices ringing out in unison. Little Nami and little Nokiho wept profusely, tightly embracing Belmere. That night, the two children had endless tales to share, as Belmere cradled the tear-streaked faces of the two sleeping children. The following morning, Luffy and the others prepared supplies for their voyage. The villagers of Kokasio were curious about where Nami had run off to set sail. A sweet, childish voice called out, "Is that Nami and Nokiho?" The villagers stared in shock as little Nami dashed through the crowd towards Luffy's ship. Hurry, Catch me, you foolish brother. Little Nami, with her short legs, leaped in vain. Unable to reach the merry-go, Trick swiftly pulled little Nami back into his embrace and returned to the ship. Take care, everyone, Nami said, shaking her little skirt, causing a plethora of wallets to tumble to the ground. You little thief, come back here and return my wallets. You can come back anytime. Do take care. How did Nami turn back into a child? So adorable, she's still a child, the villagers exclaimed. Ha! That rascal Trick has turned Nami into a little child again. Luffy laughed heartily. Young Nami-chan is truly adorable. Sanji quickly approached to take hold of Nami's little hand. The first time I saw you all, you were 3 little children. Usopp reminisced. You fools. Zoro scoffed. Oh, I just happen to have 5 left. 1 for each of you. Should we form a children's pirate crew? Trick teased. You dare. Zoro glared menacingly. Yay. Yay. Luffy cheered with excitement. How amazing. I want to try it too. Usopp said curiously. This way, Nami-chan and I would make the perfect golden couple. Sanji remarked at a bunch of fools. Little Nami delivered a loving punch to each of them. Who will steer the ship? If we encounter an attack, we're doomed. This time, Nami did not blame Trick for turning her into a child. That night, even though Nami and Nokiho knew that Belmere was a creation of Trick, they nonetheless accepted him wholeheartedly as their brother. Trick also invited Nami and Nokiho to become core members of the Adventure Guild. He enchanted a power capsule for both Nami and Nokiho. The Straw Hat Pirates would temporarily register under Nami's name to accept commissions to in any case. Nami holds the reins of the financial authority of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, Nojiko has become the head of the Konami Island Guild outpost, with Koya arriving later to connect and study medicine. Note: Konami Island comprises more than 20 villages, including Koko West Village and Hosha Town, and falls under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division. The Sword God and Sword Saint remain to assist, but these two must eventually go to Frost Moon Village for further training. Their reputations have resonated throughout the East Blue following their recent duel with Hawkeye, and the legends surrounding them have grown increasingly embellished. Initially, rumors spread that the Sword God could create massive sword shadows with a single strike, while the Sword Saint compelled Hawkeye to kneel, leading to Hawkeye's hasty retreat from the East Blue. Later tales suggested that the reason this sea was dubbed the weakest was due to the Sword God and Sword Saint clearing out those who had yet to reach their potential. Those who managed to escape from the weakest sea are deemed capable of contending with the 7 warlords of the sea, a notion further validated when Luffy defeated Sand Crocodile. Mischief points have accumulated to 30. With a balance of 55 available for exchange at the system, Tomato Clock, Abyss's grandfather, Boguden pressed the switch, hit the target, and for 25 minutes, the target can only engage in their current activity. 5-star Dragon Balls. Kaido collecting 7 Dragon Balls summons Shunron to grant a wish. Dueling Egg. Rob Lucci after enchanting. It increases one's combat power by 100.3. The Tomato Clock can rigidly control targets. It is a divine artifact. Currently, 2 Dragon Balls have been acquired, and the collection speed is relatively swift. However, it remains uncertain if wishes will scatter anew once granted. The next destination should be Logue Town, followed by Marineford. A well-thought-out plan is essential. The telephone bug rings. Moshi Moshi. Is this the president? A stunning beauty named Yalbed claims you introduced her and wishes to become a core member, Marcy stated. Yalbed? The big cow? Trick pondered. Oh, it's Arlita. Has she transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly? Indeed, such a person exists, Trick replied. President, you are quite the heartthrob, luring beautiful women from all corners. First, a rich heiress, and now an older sister. Marcy teased. The looks in their eyes suggest they wish to devour you. Trick choked that I merely encouraged them to join the guild. Surely they aren't imagining too much. Trick mused. That stunning beauty is truly benevolent, spreading kindness everywhere, claiming it to be a fulfillment of wishes. Now she has more fans than I, Marcy said with a hint of envy. Cough, cough. We are all comrades. Besides, attracting more gentlemen to the guild, Trick declared with righteous indignation. No, no, no. It's not as simple as you think, Marcy said mysteriously. This Yalbed carries a mirror everywhere, proclaiming it to be a wish-granting mirror. She claims it allows people to glimpse their innermost desires, and that performing good deeds brings the chance to realize those desires. Sincerity begets spirit. Note: Beauty Mirror. Arlita, the magic mirror, displays an enhanced reflection. Cough, cough. Trick thought silently. She understands the value of sharing. But surely that could backfire. Is it true? Have wishes been granted? Trick inquired curiously. Well, it seems to genuinely work. Marcy struggled to articulate. What? Does this artifact possess hidden powers? Trick pondered in astonishment. The followers of Yalbed appear to be the very type you previously mentioned, face worshippers. They gaze into the mirror, entranced by their own beauty or handsomeness, each yearning to make their wishes come true, especially with such a stunning beauty as their spokesperson. They fervently engage in good deeds. With several individuals rushing to help elderly ladies cross the street, the homes of lonely old men are renovated repeatedly. Orphans are taken in to be pampered as little chubby darlings. Even dogs urinating on the streets are promptly cleaned and polished by a group of 6. Pirates attempting to raid are met with reckless resistance as they are besieged, Marcy recounted, with countless more examples too numerous to describe, while those unable to seize the opportunity wept bitterly. And then they actually had their wishes fulfilled? Trick asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. LOL. Well, it seems they truly became more beautiful, handsome, and confident. Many who once felt ugly and insecure now bask in compliments from those they helped, radiating confidence and joy. Formerly disheveled individuals, now competing for chances to do good, have transformed into neat and polite citizens. The first impression they leave now is undeniably pleasant. They appear beautiful, handsome, striking, Marcy elaborated. Trick was left speechless in shock for a considerable time. Oh, more and more people joined, and they established a sect named the Mithraea Church Mirror. Pfft. Trick couldn't help but laugh. What on earth? How could such a bizarre coincidence occur? Yalbed is revered as the Mithraea saint. The wish-granting mirror is considered a holy relic. The identity of the leader remains confidential for now. The Saint Yalbed raises a large wolf's tooth club inscribed with the character for virtue, teaching her followers that only through good deeds can one win hearts. Everyone longs to become more beautiful, flocking to join the church, and a throng of handsome men and beautiful women attracts even more followers, including numerous nobles and wealthy individuals. The congregation grows ever larger. Windmill Village has transformed into Windmill Town. At this rate, it may shortly evolve into Windmill City. Marcy wisely noted, fortunately, I used the funds the president provided to acquire a vast amount of land. Initially, the intention was to provide a home for orphans with uncertain futures and to construct a guild building. With the guild currently incurring minimal expenses, I continuously invested the funds given by the president into land purchases. Now, land prices have skyrocketed. Even selling a small parcel yields tens of millions of berries, and liquidating everything could amount to billions. The property market is indeed booming. At this moment, Trick wore a bewildered expression. Have Yalbed and Marcy become my hidden talents? Am I truly to be likened to King Doryu? Yalbed is responsible for generating momentum, developing disciples, and gathering popularity, while the Adventure Guild is already in operation, drawing many people. Amidst surging population growth, the substantial land holdings amassed by Marcy have skyrocketed in value. Although both women initially did not pursue wealth, their actions have inadvertently caused Trick's net worth to soar. My foolish sister, if only you knew that your brother's worth now exceeds several billion berries. Hey. Trick imagined little Nami snuggling in her brother's arms, sweetly begging for money, and grinned foolishly. Silly brother. Up to your tricks again. Little Nami shivered, watching Trick chuckling in the corner of the cabin while on the phone. Yalbed's, formerly Arlita, actions truly caught Trick off guard. What began as a simple ploy to coax her into joining the guild transformed into her using his words to persuade others. She likely believes that her individual acts of kindness pale in comparison to collective efforts, thus sharing the mirror's capabilities. A mere beauty mirror has attracted throngs of admirers. It appears that no world can resist the allure of beauty. Beauty is indeed justice. It is said that many followers aspire to perform good deeds and accept guild commissions, hoping for a chance to gaze upon the wish-granting mirror. Marcy lends them a photo-taking telephone bug, allowing them to capture a beautified selfie in front of the mirror, which then becomes an object of worship. Such ingenuity. The beauty mirror and the photo-taking telephone bug have birthed a beauty camera. Nobles and wealthy individuals offer exorbitant sums for the opportunity, but their requests are firmly declined. As for coercion, they dare not attempt it. The rules stipulate that only through good deeds and fulfilling certain charitable commissions from the guild can one gain access. By keeping power and wealth at bay, the faith becomes all the more precious, not measured by status or wealth, but rather noble character and kind actions are the criteria for earning faith. This has driven individuals from diverse social strata into a frenzy, as neither status nor wealth can secure it. For the aristocracy and affluent, faith appears all the more invaluable for the impoverished and commoners. It signifies fairness. Initially motivated by beauty, it has unexpectedly evolved into a belief in equality for all. Trick cannot help but marvel at the talents of the two women, their imaginative prowess. Could it be that the Mithria leader is me? The thought feels somewhat peculiar. The ambience is all wrong. Chueiko pondered. Mhinua had now become a wealthy landowner and a petite fortune. Yet with the added prestige of being the beloved of the red-haired one, coupled with the deepening ties to the Navy and the Guild, neither the underworld nor the law dared to set their sights on her. Moreover, the Windmill town, swarming with followers of the Mithria sect, was akin to a nightmare for spies and assassins. Each Mithria follower was akin to the Zhaoyang masses, ever vigilant and scanning for peculiar individuals and odd occurrences. Eagerly competing to accrue merit and do good deeds, that Yair Beida's slippery fruit ability was undeniably overpowered. Without the presence of natural abilities or hockey in the early stages, she was virtually invulnerable to attacks. Even the sickly, deranged witch Koya, whom she encountered, would find it difficult to deal with her. Koya was not easily exterminated and possessed formidable counterattack capabilities. She could likely threaten Yair Beida with poison. However, since the slippery fruit could eliminate internal fat, it might also be able to dispel the poison. With both Yair Beida and Mhinua stationed in Windmill Town, the guild was assuredly on a path to prosperity. Speaking of the sickly witch, Koya was yet another unexpected variable that Chueiko had never anticipated. The deranged pills had been wildly developed by Koya as if they were a devil fruit, transforming into a power akin to a rule-based devil fruit ability. Chueiko had merely intended to jest, throwing around a few casual words, but it seemed he had stumbled into a serious matter. Originally, this was Usopp's CP, but now it seemed to be directed at him. Although Koya was indeed beautiful, Chueiko felt a tinge of vanity. However, every time he went to handle guild affairs, she clung to him, relentlessly gazing at him with an aggressive stare. Her constant refrain was, "The president is my favorite toy. You can transform into Annie, but I am not fire." Chueiko sighed in exasperation. He had also learned some of the sickly witch Koya's illustrious deeds from Clabbit. Sometimes, he felt that Koya's grand villa had an eerie aura, resembling a haunted hospital. He had no idea where those laboratories were hidden. Perhaps the evil dragon had already been transformed into a spicy fish head? Clabbit, on the other hand, had a tendency to deify the president, constantly murmuring, "The president is playing a grand game. Truly a godlike figure." Chueiko mused, "I am indeed playing a grand game, yet the script is not unfolding as I had anticipated. I couldn't have foreseen it myself. The combatants he had hoped for, the Sword God and the Blade Saint, turned out to be rather weak, despite their illustrious titles. The Blade God Joseph relied on his 40-meter-long sword's characteristics to unleash group attacks on minor foes, cleaving ships with explosive momentum. However, against formidable opponents, his effectiveness waned. The Sword Saint Johnny, wielding dual swords, would firmly control one with the Sky Sword while using the other to dispatch the immobilized foe. Yet this strategy faltered when faced with a multitude of adversaries. Thus, the two could only achieve invincibility by coordinating their efforts. Of course, against powerful foes who maintained distance, they were equally at a loss. Their current vulnerability lay particularly in long-range powerful attacks. Should Hawkeye employ a soaring slash from a distance, they would be under immense pressure. Every time they encountered a slightly stronger opponent, these two fools would exchange farewell messages, declaring, "If I perish, please convey my apologies to the president. I can only repay his kindness in the next life." Originally aspiring to be combatants, the Blade God and Sword Saint had turned out to be somewhat incompetent. Relying solely on their reputation, Koya, who had aimed to become a doctor, had instead evolved into a top-tier perverse assassin, proficient in human anatomy, pharmacology, and toxicology, wielding her scalpel like a butcher cleaving through meat. The potential vase, Yair Lita, whom they hoped to bring into the guild, had transformed into a holy maiden, amassing a multitude of followers. Meanwhile, the front desk sister, Mhinua, had become a real estate magnate, wielding billions in wealth. The cunning clock had heard from Oda that his intelligence was exceedingly high, second only to Shank's first mate, Ben Beckman, and he spent his days indulging in self-deification. Truly, plans were often outpaced by changes. Upon arriving at Logtown, the Straw Hat crew dispersed to attend to their own affairs, the town of beginnings and endings, where Roger's execution platform served as a popular checkpoint. Chueiko contemplated how to orchestrate a grand prank. Roger had ignited the great pirate era before his death. Perhaps he could initiate the age of adventure. Shueku mused while following closely behind Usopp. Why are you following me? Usopp questioned, perplexed by Shueku's thoughtful demeanor as he trailed behind. I am here to kidnap a child. To find new companions. Shueku retorted, pursing his lips. Looking for new companions. Usopp was bewildered. All right, I need to buy a lot of gear. Can't you make things disappear and then bring them back? Help me carry some. I can carry a little, but I have to leave for something later. Shueku replied nonchalantly. When Usopp went to the store to buy goggles, the golden-haired loli appeared, snatching the goggles Usopp had been eyeing. As Usopp rushed out, he saw Shueku enticing the child and thought to himself, is this guy a loli enthusiast? Previously, he liked to tease the childlike Nami. Little one, would you like some candy? Where's your daddy? I wish to befriend him. Shueku tempted you take me for a 3-year-old, trying to lure me with candy. Kaler retorted fiercely, I am acquainted with the naval colonel here. That smoking naval uncle is my friend. How fierce, not adorable at all. Shueku silently criticized, realizing she was a clever little imp. Hey, I was supposed to buy those goggles first, Usopp shouted, beginning to boast. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Having vanquished a multitude of fishmen, 30 million? Are you two here to rob me? I'm so scared. Scared? Kaler feigned terror, then scampered over to a nearby cowboy-styled man, saying, Daddy, this is for you. Happy birthday, you are such a kind child. Like an angel. Daddy praised. I love you, Kaler. Daddy, you are my favorite, Kaler exclaimed. However, those two were either kidnappers looking to snatch Kaler away or robbers wanting to seize the gift. Hey, don't say such things. Usopp hurriedly corrected, I will pay for it. He probably does want to kidnap the child. Then let us have a duel. If you win, you can have it. Daddy replied. As for you. A kidnapper? Daddy glared at Shueku. Children speak without thinking. I merely wish to meet you. I have some business to discuss. Shueku awkwardly chuckled. All right, I'll duel him first, Daddy declared. Wait, Shueku interjected, observing Usopp's panicked expression, eager to agree. The two inquired. One was carrying a child, and the other was young. It was irresponsible to engage in a duel at the drop of a hat. A competition need not be a violent clash. Simply comparing shooting accuracy would suffice. Shueku suggested with an air of authority. Yes, Usopp quickly agreed. All right, let's proceed as you say, Daddy consented, glancing at Kaler. Then let's begin. Daddy showcased the 30 guns hidden beneath his cloak. 1, 2, 3, 30. Are you the daddy who carries children? Usopp thought, relieved that they changed it to a shooting match. Daddy Masterson, a former lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, had originally been on a path to ascend the ranks, but became a bounty hunter for the sake of his only daughter. Only targeting minor pirates, he simply wished to earn enough to provide for his daughter without unnecessary sacrifice. Shueku read aloud from the encyclopedia in his mind that it seems you know quite a bit. Daddy remarked, slightly surprised, as he glanced at Shueku. Usopp and Daddy made their way to a raised platform in the cemetery, drawing a crowd of onlookers. I heard that Daddy, who carries a child, is going to duel someone. Let's go watch. What? I thought someone had lost their mind and was challenging the strongest gunman bounty hunter in the East Blue. It turns out it's just a shooting contest. It's that fool Usopp, but this time he seems to have wised up. Thankfully, it's not a duel. Nami joined the crowd, realizing it was Usopp. That guy is still a fool. If I hadn't stepped in, we'd be digging a new grave soon. My foolish sister, Shueku exclaimed, popping up behind Nami and ruffling her hair. Foolish brother, you're here too. Don't mess with it. My hair will get messed up. Nami protested, swatting Shueku's hand away. Let us aim for that weather vane as the target. Begin, Kaler declared as the referee. Bang! With a single shot, the weather vane began to spin rapidly, and Dottie struck true. The pressure mounted on Usopp, and as the weather vane came to a near halt, Usopp launched a pebble at it, yet the vane remained still. The onlookers murmured, clearly underestimating their own abilities. Remarkable! He hit the very center of the weather vane. The crown, Dottie exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Nami said, peering through her binoculars. Here, you can have this goggles. You aren't the son of Jesusburg, are you? Dottie and Usopp reminisced about their past encounters with Jesusburg. Listening to their stories, Trek, feeling bored, playfully pinched Nami's cheek. You fool. Nami could no longer contain herself and delivered a playful punch to Trek. Ouch. Ouch. Trek crouched down, clutching his head. Are these all your companions? Are they twins? Dottie inquired, looking at Usopp. Yes, they are both my crew members, one a miser, and the other a sister complex, Usopp boasted. Bang! Both of them delivered a playful smack to Usopp's head. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am not one of their crew. I am merely hitching a ride. My name is Trek, and I run an adventure guild aimed at. Trek began his pitch. You idiot brother, you're recruiting again, Nami sighed. I have heard of this guild. It seems to have quite the reputation. It appears promising, but becoming a core member means being at their beck and call, and possibly facing troublesome individuals that I think I'll stick to being a registered member. Dottie hesitated. No. Currently, in the East Sea, there shouldn't be any formidable foes. The major threats have been cleared out by the guild. The real dangers will arise later in the Grand Line. However, we will provide a nursery, though more formally termed the Guild Academy, where there will be specialized personnel to care for, protect, educate, and nurture the families of core members. Even if a core member falls in battle, there will be substantial compensation and dedicated guardians for their orphans. The nursery is staffed with many gentle older sisters, and there are countless children to befriend. Moreover, even if you typically face minor opponents, you may inadvertently encounter tougher adversaries. Under the guild's guidance, you will continuously strengthen and enhance your survival skills, which is far more meaningful. The guild evaluates strong enemies and formulates plans to accomplish tasks at minimal cost. Once your mission is complete, you can return to the guild to see your children, and you may even work part-time as a shooting instructor to teach the children marksmanship. Overall, the benefits surpass those of the Navy, including greater freedom and a focus on the upbringing of children. Surely, you wouldn't want your child to constantly wander, devoid of friends and education. Trek launched his ultimate pitch. I want to stay with Daddy forever. I don't want any friends, Kairu exclaimed. You will eventually grow up, and your father will age too. I am largely inclined to join, but could we perhaps visit the guild first? Dottie proposed. Certainly. I will take you directly to the temporary headquarters of the Windmill Town Guild, Trek declared, opening a portal. What is this? A devil fruit ability. This is the temporary headquarters, Dottie gasped in astonishment. Before Dottie appeared a grand mansion, with the front serving as the guild's daily office and reception area, and the back enclosed by walls, housing extensive castle-like structures. There were living quarters, commercial areas, academic zones, medical departments, research facilities, training grounds, and assessment arenas aplenty. Even Hogwarts from Harry Potter couldn't compare in grandeur. Trek, having not returned to Windmill Village for so long, now called Windmill Town, was momentarily dazed, thinking, I haven't even decided where the headquarters should be. That big landowner, Makino, just built this impressive estate. The scale was overwhelming. He had imagined it would be at most a single large building, but this was akin to buying the entire Windmill Village and more. In the future, if the headquarters is smaller than this, it will surely seem shabby. Makino is raising the bar for the guild. Dottie and Kairu, having set aside their earlier indecision, eagerly followed Makino to complete their registration process. From that day forth, Rogtown gained yet another illustrious missing person. Oh, and a child as well. After successfully recruiting the father and daughter, Trek returned to Rogtown to recruit more members. Back in Rogtown, Trek hurried to find a beautiful woman. Oh no, he meant to recruit the guild's chef. The cooking competition should be concluding soon, so he needed to find that talented chef Carmen who had competed against Sanji. Trek inquired with passers-by about the location of the cooking competition and rushed over. There were indeed many tasks awaiting him in Rogtown, especially since Yarlita had been recruited by the guild, and it was uncertain whether the clown buggy would show up. Thus, he also had to hurry to execute Luffy. Trek mused, while simultaneously implementing his super plan. Upon arriving at the competition venue, he found that the contest had just ended, with Sanji emerging victorious and Carmen about to leave. Wait, Miss Carmen, Trek called out, blocking her path. Who are you? Carmen inquired, puzzled, as she regarded the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sanji. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Trek, and I am the president of the Adventure Guild. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us, Trek earnestly proposed. Adventure Guild? The one that has recently gained considerable momentum in the East Sea? But I am merely a chef. What could I possibly contribute? Carmen questioned. Our guild has a diverse range of operations, including cooking-related commissions. Thus, it is essential to have a renowned chef from the East Sea on board. Trek explained, but I am not the champion of this cooking competition. Why not invite the victor Sanji instead? Carmen replied. Ahem, that flamboyant chef is merely a peripheral member of the guild, and he has gone off on an adventure with a pirate crew. We require a permanent chef in our guild. Peripheral member? Permanent chef? Carmen was perplexed. Their pirate crew has registered as members of the Adventure Guild. However, the benefits of peripheral members differ from those of core members. Our Adventure Guild aims to. Trek began to elaborate on the guild once more, thinking that he needed Makino to prepare some promotional materials for the guild. Otherwise, he would become parched from explaining it all repeatedly. The benefits are quite appealing, yet I prefer freedom. I do not wish to be confined. I could start as a registered member, Carmen stated. It seemed Trek had to pull out his trump card. Have you heard of Allblue, the legendary sea said to possess all the ingredients from the four great seas? That champion Sanji is searching for it. However, our guild aims to create our own version of Allblue through our logistical network. Create Allblue? How is that even possible? Even though Rog Town is near the reverse mountain, we rarely encounter fish from other seas. Furthermore, ensuring the freshness of ingredients over long-distance transport is incredibly challenging. Carmen retorted skeptically, you need not worry. We will utilize various resources from the guild to achieve this. We can employ devil fruits, rapid freezing preservation technology, biological transport techniques, spatial transfer technology, aerial transport methods, and artificial breeding techniques. Among others, Trek boasted, spinning tales of high-end technology, and as he spoke, more ideas sprang to mind. He envisioned enlisting Vegapunk to create clones of the meatball fruit bears for aerial transport. The snow fruit and the freeze fruit could be utilized for rapid freezing preservation technology. It would be a waste for a cadre from the Don Quixote family to act as a spy. They should be focused on cold chain transport instead. A Kainu could also be hired at a high salary instead of remaining a marine admiral. The two could collaborate to create an ice and snow wonderland, like another Harbin Ice Festival. Just imagine establishing an ice and snow wonderland in Alabasta. The influx of visitors would be explosive. All these ideas seem like lucrative ventures, yet the talents and devil fruits in the pirate world are primarily squandered on fighting. Trek continued, then the guild will establish a Null-Blue franchise restaurant, allowing franchises worldwide. With the guild providing the food supply chain, franchisees will be required to adhere to the guild's food processing standards and recipes. The recipes will be developed and standardized by various culinary masters recruited by the guild. Imagine a time when the entire world savors your exquisite culinary creations, and your reputation reverberates across the seas with the resonance of your dishes. Furthermore, the guild will generously support your participation in various culinary competitions and facilitate your travels for study and exchange, continuously enhancing your culinary prowess. Really, Carmen's eyes shimmered with excitement. Certainly, but at present, the guild is merely in its nascent stages, confined to the East Sea, and will require talents like you to contribute to its growth. I am soon to venture into the Grand Line to expand our endeavors, reaching out across the seas. What should I do now? Carmen inquired. I will first arrange for you to connect with the guild's temporary headquarters in Windmill Town, which serves as our provisional base. Trek pondered, hesitating at the thought of the grand and majestic branch in Windmill Town. There, Miss Magino oversees personnel management, resource allocation, and the promotion of member development. You will spearhead the establishment of the Allblue franchise restaurants, and you may request resources and manpower from her. I will take the lead. Wouldn't that be somewhat hasty? I only know how to cook, Carmen expressed with a hint of trepidation. No worries. There will be administrative staff to assist you. Your role will be to maintain the culinary standards and nurture more chefs. If there are no objections, let us proceed to report in, Trek declared, as so soon. How shall we get there? We need to book tickets to Windmill Town. Right. No need. Just pack your belongings. We will be there shortly. Shortly, Carmen looked perplexed. With her two assistants in tow, she carried an assortment of culinary tools and personal belongings. Trek then conjured a portal within their room, leading directly to the VIP lounge of the guild in Windmill Town. What is this? From the VIP lounge to the guild hall, the trio was taken aback, feeling as though they were country bumpkins entering the city. Gulping in awe, they gazed at the opulent guild hall and the seemingly endless guild buildings outside. The three eagerly followed Magino, peppering her with questions, observing Carmen, who had already grown familiar with the beautiful chef Magino. Trek fell into contemplation, pondering whether he could simply summon invitees here in the future, eliminating the need for tedious explanations. It seems the guild's construction is impressively grand. To promote Chinese cuisine, Trek showcased the culinary skills of a master chef in the guild's kitchen, leaving Carmen utterly astonished after tasting it, compelling her to request apprenticeship. With her hands gripping his arms, Trek reflected deeply. realizing that his initial strategy had been flawed. Had he showcased his skills sooner, it would have saved him much trouble. It appears that chefs must indeed let their culinary arts speak for them. Reluctantly withdrawing his hands, Trek did not agree to the apprenticeship but promised Carmen that he would offer guidance when time permitted. Thus, Roguetown gained yet another infamous figure who had seemingly vanished. What about the assistants? Are they not human? The two assistants were certain to voice their complaints. After arranging matters for Carmen, Trek hurried to the execution platform. Breathless, I am running all over the place. I'm going to wear myself out. Spotting Luffy on the execution platform, with police shouting for him to come down, he noticed the absence of the clown buggy. Likely delayed due to the guild intercepting Yarlita, it seems I am about to go on, Trek thought. Concealing himself as Buggy in a secluded area, he then acquired a set of shackles near the execution platform. Swiftly appearing behind Luffy and cuffing him to the platform before sitting down on the shackles. "Ha! What's happening?" Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. "Straw Hat Kid, you haven't forgotten about your Uncle Buggy, have you? You are now completely immobilized. Soon, a grand public execution will unfold, and you shall die in the same place as the Pirate King. Quite an honor, isn't it, Straw Hat Kid?" the faux Buggy proclaimed, observing the increasingly ominous clouds overhead. Aware that Dragon must be nearby, "This is my first time witnessing an execution," Luffy declared with excitement. "You are the one about to be executed," the imposter Buggy retorted. "What a joke." Luffy's face contorted with anger. "Do you have any last words? Rarely do we have such a crowd to witness." The imposter Buggy taunted. "I am going to become the Pirate King," Luffy bellowed. "Pirate King. Speaking of which, we must mention Roger. Let me tell you, I am a member of Roger's crew," the imposter Buggy boasted. "Nanny," the crowd gasped in astonishment. Noticing that the Navy had quietly surrounded the area, Zoro and Sanji also approached the execution platform. As the imposter Buggy prepared to deliver a speech, "Since we are at the execution platform of Captain Roger, as a former crew member of the Pirate King, I shall reveal a great secret about One Piece today." "What? A secret about One Piece?" The clown Buggy had also been to Raftel? Fool. He was a crew member of the Pirate King. He must have gone there. He must have seen One Piece, Roger's treasure. Right? Hurry up and tell us. What's the secret? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and several reporters rushed over to capture the moment. "Should we apprehend him now?" Tashigi adjusted her glasses and asked Smoker. "Wait, let us see what he has to say. Even if it is a big secret, it can't be worse than what Roger revealed back in the day," Smoker replied. "Zoro, Sanji, don't move yet. Do you want to see your captain go meet Roger right away?" the imposter Buggy threatened. "Bastard. I will definitely kill you," Zoro growled, his fury ignited upon seeing Buggy, yet he halted his movements. The imposter Buggy began to ramble. "Actually, One Piece harbors a secret that Captain Roger never disclosed. As a result, many foolish pirates naively seek to find One Piece. They do not realize they have already lost their qualifications. One Piece is actually a vast treasury. I want to listen. I want to listen." The turtle is chanting scriptures. Luffy vehemently resisted the imposter Buggy as potential spoilers, attempting to cover his ears but unable to reach. "Shut up. Don't interrupt my train of thought." The imposter Buggy delivered a playful punch to Luffy. "Where was I? Oh, the treasury. The treasury is filled with marvelous treasures. However, only those with pure hearts can retrieve the treasures from the One Piece treasury. Alternatively, it can be said that Raftel is a cursed island. Only those with pure hearts can set foot on it. Thus, pirates who kill indiscriminately and commit evil deeds will be cursed when attempting to extract treasures. You see, rogues, with blood on your hands, have already lost the qualification to claim the treasures of One Piece. Unless..." "Nanny," the crowd gasped in shock. "What on earth? Is this the reason why Roger did not claim One Piece?" Smoker pondered. "Liar, why should we believe your words? You just want to hoard the treasure for yourself. You're a member of Roger's crew who didn't take the treasures from One Piece? And what's the unless about?" The crowd buzzed with skepticism, their doubts palpable. TCH, you don't believe me? Then I shall reveal the truth," the imposter Buggy continued. "Back then, before I set foot on the island, I fell ill with a high fever. That scoundrel Shanks bound me, causing me to miss out on the great treasure. Because of this, neither Shanks nor I set foot on the island, so we were not cursed. However, Captain Roger and the other crew members were not so fortunate. They reached the final island, Raftel, and discovered all the historical texts there, along with the curse. Only those with pure hearts can leave Raftel unscathed. The more evil deeds one commits, the more one is cursed. Moreover, the more treasures a wicked person takes, the deeper the curse becomes. A virtuous person who takes treasures will be protected and will unlock the treasure's maximum potential. Treasures cannot be plundered, and plunderers will be cursed. The Roger pirates were cursed? The crowd began to murmur. Aside from Roger's execution, there have been no reports on the fates of the other crew members. Shanks, isn't he one of the most prominent of the four emperors lately? Is he familiar with the clown buggy? Is what the clown says true? Such words seem to stifle the burgeoning momentum of pirates. Smoker pondered that in truth, Captain Roger was not captured. He succumbed to a terminal illness due to a curse and ultimately surrendered. The false buggy disclosed, Nanny. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Smoker, of course, was aware of the truth and was not surprised. Many crew members, out of fear of the curse, hesitated to easily seize treasures from the One Piece vault. Only the captain dared to claim a single treasure, for he did not believe himself to be a villain. However, on the path to becoming the Pirate King, he inevitably clashed with the Navy, leading to the untimely demise of many just souls within it. Thus, the curse took effect. The captain fell gravely ill. In his final moments, he sought to wield the curse of Raftel to eradicate the most wicked individuals, cleansing his own sins, to spare his child from the curse's reach. Indeed, Roger had a child who still lives. Alas, his wife perished during childbirth due to the curse. Nanny, the crowd was once again taken aback. Roger actually had a child. But what of others? The One Piece is Roger's trap. That scoundrel Roger. This is the very secret behind his refusal to claim the One Piece himself. Letting others pursue it. I care not for any curse. I shall become the Pirate King. I will acquire the One Piece. Luffy shouted from the sidelines. The gathering of spectators grew ever larger, with reporters multiplying and a multitude of pirates mingling among them. The execution square was now teeming with people. The sky was heavy with clouds, yet rain remained elusive, reflecting the complex and tangled emotions of all present. Other crew members, although they did not claim treasures, they were nonetheless affected by the curse to varying degrees. Surely you are aware of Mr. Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. He is condemned to a life of poverty as a slave due to the curse. Many of you may not know, Mr. Rayleigh has been residing in Sabaody Archipelago, living in destitution, treating himself as a slave to be auctioned off for a drink. He drowns his sorrows in alcohol daily. Though he is immensely powerful and manages to escape time and again thanks to his strength, he cannot escape the curse, perpetually trapped in a cycle. He deliberately aids various pirates seeking the great treasure, ensuring that more wicked souls perish due to his cursed existence or meet their demise in the new world. Thus, he may atone for his sins and diminish the curse's impact. Indeed, accumulating virtue and vanquishing evil can, to some extent, alleviate the curse's effects. Hence, Rayleigh has devoted himself to good deeds, rescuing others and sending the most heinous pirates to their end. The false buggy elucidated, is that truly the case? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Who has ventured to Sabaody Archipelago? The infamous Rayleigh is in such dire straits. It all makes sense now. No wonder Rayleigh's actions have been so peculiar. The headquarters has turned a blind eye to him. Smoker mused. Colonel Smoker, is it true that Rayleigh is indeed a slave in Sabaody Archipelago? Dashiki and the Navy from East Blue inquired eagerly. Did I suppose so? Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke as he replied. There is also the ship's doctor, Kuroka's, who, due to his profession, frequently saves lives. Consequently, he is merely cursed to guard Twin Cape. He cannot leave easily. Should he depart, misfortune will befall him. The false buggy continued. Yet, because he often saves lives and guides the most nefarious pirates on their way in the first half of the Grand Line, the curse's potency should soon be waning after all these years. Trick, who sought to have Kuroka's join the guild, was cautious not to speak too definitively. Kuroka's? Isn't he the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape? Although he once boarded Roger's ship, Smoker queried, perplexed. Could it be that, as a doctor, the curse is merely a formality? There are others, such as Kazuki Oden from Wano, who was gunned down due to the curse. Leaving his wife and children in despair, Trick continued. His foolishness allowed the current emperor, Kaido, to seize Wano, indirectly causing the deaths of many of its people. Wano, being closed off and situated in the New World, may not be well understood by all. However, many prominent figures can attest to this, and the higher-ups in the Navy are aware. After all, it was Emperor Kaido who eliminated Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden? I've never heard of him. But I have certainly heard of the infamous beast Kaido in East Blue. The pirates whispered among themselves. Wano. Although the intricacies of the New World are unclear, I shall seek answers at headquarters soon. Smoker contemplated. I shall defeat Emperor Kaido. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy interjected. That fool. Is he not even thinking of escaping while someone has a knife to his throat? Zoro and Sanji scoffed inwardly. There is also a figure known as Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet, imprisoned in the depths of Impelled Down due to the curse, the false Buggy elaborated. Until the curse's power dissipates, he cannot be released. However, if he eliminates a multitude of the most vile pirates within the depths of Impelled Down, he may be freed sooner. This is crucial intelligence. We must inform Impelled Down to secure Bullet when the time comes. Smoker thought. As for Roger's other crew members, they too refrained from claiming treasures from the One Piece vault due to the curse. Thus, their curses were milder, yet they still withdrew to engage in good deeds. Only Shanks and Ben Beckman, who had never ventured to Raftel, escaped unscathed. Therefore, that scoundrel Shanks remains so eager to seek the One Piece. That rascal Shanks constantly speaks of maintaining balance, fearing the bloodshed it might bring. His fervent efforts to reduce slaughter, accumulate virtue, and cleanse his soul are all in preparation for acquiring the One Piece, which is why he has yet to venture to Raftel. As for me, I have no desire to be shackled by such chaotic matters. Thus, I seek the treasures of other great pirates. These are the secrets Captain Roger discreetly shared with me upon returning from Raftel. It is utterly amusing to witness you fools, the pirates, being deceived. Ha! Ha! The false Buggy laughed heartily. Is that truly the case? Why reveal it? Would it not be better to continue deceiving everyone? A pirate inquired. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. That fool of a captain never anticipated there would be so many pirates. He has yet to find the One Piece and has already brought calamity upon innocent civilians due to the curse. By unveiling this secret, I aim to urge those grand pirates seeking the One Piece to spare the innocent from their blades. To encourage that fool of a captain to engage in good deeds, thus sparing his child from the curse's wrath. This is my way of repaying the captain's kindness, the false Buggy explained. Simultaneously, Trick contemplated that once Ace is executed, it would indirectly validate the existence of the curse. And upon being rescued, it would confirm the effectiveness of Buggy's words. A perfect circle. Truly, I am a genius. Do you wish to obtain the One Piece? Do you wish to claim all of Roger's treasures? Let us begin. From this day forth, engage in good deeds. Cleanse your souls. Acquire the legendary Great Treasure. Indeed, performing virtuous acts to cleanse one's soul can restore eligibility to access the One Piece vault. Thus, you still have a chance. Next, I shall execute this man who claims he wishes to become the Pirate King. Let us bring an end to this era of great pirates, the false Buggy proclaimed loudly. That jester Buggy, could he be considered a pirate at all? Dashiki scoffed, feeling as though he was more Navy than the Navy itself. The world is on the brink of monumental change. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, I'm sorry, I'm about to die. Luffy laughed heartily as he faced his end. What nonsense, Sanji scoffed. Zoro was poised to leap onto the execution platform, but he smiled. Smoker observed in astonishment that in that fleeting moment. As the blade descended, a bolt of lightning struck down. The execution platform ignited and collapsed, with Luffy emerging unscathed. Laughing joyfully, the false Buggy was reduced to ashes. The crowd was left in shock. Do you believe in gods? Sanji asked Zoro. Stop talking nonsense. We must leave this place. Zoro retorted. The area is surrounded by the Navy. It seems another uproar is imminent. All Navy, surround every pirate present. Smoker commanded, contemplating the scene. That straw-hatted man smiled. Just as the Pirate King Gold. Roger did 22 years ago in this very town. On that execution platform, did that jester Buggy truly drop such a grand secret and perish? The Straw Hat Pirates hastily made their escape. With a multitude of pirates mingling among the crowd, Smoker, left with no choice, activated his smoke fruit ability to control the situation. Nami and Usopp had already reached the ship, setting sail to evade the naval bombardment. Zoro found himself restrained by Daz Bones, while Luffy instructed Sanji to leave first, choosing instead to confront the obstructing Smoker, only to be captured by him. Suddenly, Dragon appeared to thwart Smoker's efforts, conjuring a whirlwind that dispersed everyone. Someone truly bore the imprint of a sandal on their face. My grandfather promised not to hinder my voyage if I defeated him. Just before being swept away, Luffy caught a glimpse of the sandal mark on Dragon's face. Yet, he saved me. What a conundrum. Never mind. I'll address it when we meet again. After the tempest subsided, Luffy and his companions were blown ashore. Utilizing the elasticity of his rubber fruit, Luffy brought Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp aboard the ship. Did you see Trick? The group wondered. Although they had returned to the pirate ship, Trick was notably absent, causing Nami considerable concern. Has Trick not boarded yet? Luffy inquired. We must go back for him. You fool. The Navy is right on the shore. If we go back, we won't escape. Nami retorted, fiddling with the transponder snail. His transponder snail is unreachable. Did he forget to bring it? The guild informed me that the president is currently absent. Let's leave for now. I will contact the guild again shortly to see if he managed to escape through the gate. Considering Trick's fruitability and that peculiar gait, Nami momentarily eased her worries. How did you manage to escape? Nami asked curiously, noting that many had seemingly flocked toward the execution platform during the chaos. Could Trick have gone to watch the spectacle? Did you see anyone unusual near the execution platform? Speaking of which, that's quite the sensational news. It pertains to One Piece, Sanji remarked. Nami had heard from Sanji and Zoro about the clown buggy's speech at the execution platform and felt it aligned closely with the guild's mission. She suspected Trick might have been behind it, utilizing his devil fruit powers. However, she welcomed the outcome, as it could potentially reduce pirate mischief. That so, it feels rather strange. What ultimately happened to that clown buggy? Nami asked at that moment. Buggy was about to execute Luffy when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck, saving Luffy. While Buggy seemingly vanished into thin air, Sanji recounted that it felt almost divine. Nanny, Nami exclaimed nervously. Indeed, everyone present wore the same expression. Sanji added, Buggy truly left no trace. He must have fled. You didn't see clearly. Nami insisted anxiously. The group exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Nami's unusual concern for Buggy. He should have left no trace. A great fire ignited at the execution platform. And under everyone's gaze, no one witnessed him depart. Zoro interjected. Please elaborate on Buggy's remarks. Nami implored. Nearly on the verge of tears, the group sensed something amiss and turned serious. Sanji and Zoro struggled to recall the details of Buggy's speech and recounted it. From their accounts, Nami deduced that Buggy must have been Trick in disguise. After all, the siblings had lost their parents to pirate raids. Thus, Nami deeply understood Trick's resolve to mitigate pirate activities and the significance of establishing the Adventurers Guild. Luffy, being closest to Buggy, knew whether Buggy had truly perished. However, from Luffy's description, it seemed that Buggy had indeed left no trace. A hollow feeling enveloped her, as if she had lost something profoundly important. Memories of Trick's kindness flooded her mind, along with thoughts of her only blood relative in the world. Tears streamed down her face. Nami, what's wrong? The others questioned, bewildered by her emotional outburst. Yet, Nami refrained from voicing her suspicions, having promised Trick to keep his secrets. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the execution platform in Lowtown, the rain continued to fall, leaving the area deserted. A dense cluster of minuscule droplets converged upon the execution platform. In due time, a humanoid figure emerged from the wreckage. Trick, disguised as Buggy. I almost met my demise, he exclaimed, shaken. He had attempted to evade the lightning by momentarily fracturing into tiny particles. Recalling that in the original story, Buggy seemed unaffected by lightning. To his surprise, he had been completely disintegrated, his body reduced to an atomic state. Fortunately, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he understood atomic structure and chemical bonds, subconsciously knowing how to reassemble himself. However, the most infuriating part was that dragon, that scoundrel, had unleashed a tempest of thunder and rain, nearly claiming Trick's life. Thankfully, he managed to squeeze his atomic body into the crevices of a nearby building. Otherwise, swept away by the whirlwind, he would have no idea if he could reassemble again. After considerable effort, Trick's Buggy form finally reformed. He experimented with splitting into atomic states. It was feasible but highly energy-consuming. Thus, he opted for localized fragmentation or merely reducing to particle states for the time being. Trick pondered whether he could induce nuclear fission or fusion. The potential power would be formidable. Nuclear fission required uranium or plutonium nuclei. Splitting into smaller atoms. He realized he possessed trace amounts of uranium, albeit minimal. As for nuclear fusion, deuterium and tritium, which the human body contains in minute quantities, could also be viable. Yet, the potency was uncertain and certainly could not rival military-grade hydrogen bombs. Moreover, utilizing these trace elements would leave him depleted and at risk of demise. Trick experimented, discovering that he could integrate environmental trace elements into his atomic state. This alleviated concerns about depleting these scarce elements. The only apprehension was regarding nuclear radiation, although fusion appeared to lack such dangers. Currently, he could incite nuclear fission using uranium, akin to an atomic bomb. then leverage the fission energy to trigger nuclear fusion. Resembling a hydrogen bomb, this would yield considerable power, but Trek abandoned the experiment midway. Would it truly be beneficial to unleash nuclear devastation upon this world? Should he really open this Pandora's box? Extensive experimentation with this ability could expose the planet to nuclear radiation hazards that he could not initiate fission, which carried nuclear radiation, to set off fusion, which did not. He needed to seek alternative methods to activate nuclear fusion. Additionally, he realized he had limitations regarding the control of nuclear fusion at the atomic level. He must escape via the gate just before the explosion, or he too would perish in the nuclear blast. At present, Buggy's atomic state separation seemed to disregard any physical or magical harm, akin to elemental transformation. However, it was incredibly taxing on his stamina and mental fortitude. He could not endure repeated atomic-level fragmentation and reassembly. Indeed, you are not dead, Dragon's voice echoed from a nearby rooftop. Startled by the sudden voice, Trick was reminded of the evident disparity in strength. The individual possessed observation haki and could conceal their presence, revealing the prowess of top-tier fighters at sea. Cough, cough. So, it's the revolutionary dragon. Trick, as Buggy said. You nearly took me out just now. Your power was remarkable. It felt as though a terrifying and unstable energy was on the verge of eruption. Dragon remarked gravely, "Is this the awakening of a devil fruit?" Trick wondered. You could sense that. Is observation haki truly so extraordinary? It was an illusion. Just an illusion. Trick deflected. But how will you settle the score for striking me? I wish to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, Dragon proposed. What? You can't just speak for me. You struck me and now expect me to be your subordinate. Trick retorted that you're not Buggy the Clown. Are you? Dragon added. I am indeed Buggy the Clown. Witness my fragmented form. Does that not serve as proof? Trick replied, as his body splintered apart. He mused about how Dragon could discern this. Was his observation haki truly so formidable? The words spoken on the execution platform were not something a typical pirate would utter. Furthermore, the altruistic ideals echoed those of a recently emerging sect. Most importantly, he had not noticed such a powerful individual boarding the island. It seemed Dragon had suddenly appeared near the execution platform, but as far as he knew, Buggy was not that powerful. Moreover, Trick's fruit ability appeared distinct from Buggy's. Thus, the truth is singular. You are not Buggy. Rather, you are an individual endowed with abilities akin to those of the Buggy fruit. You must be the Mithraea, or perhaps the leader of the Adventurers Guild. The brilliant detective Dragon must have deduced this. You are none other than Detective Conan. Indeed, the truth is one. Trek internally scoffed, wondering if the Revolutionary Army possessed such formidable intelligence capabilities. Recently, that rascal Luffy intended to set sail, and I thought to bid farewell in the East Blue, only to find the region rife with peculiarities. Dragon pondered. Upon investigation, he discovered that all signs pointed toward the newly emerging Adventurers Guild and the Mithraea established by one of its officers. The guild's philosophy seemed worthy of consideration for the Revolutionary Army, especially since its earliest member was none other than Makino. Furthermore, that enigmatic leader appeared to be quite familiar with Luffy. What did you say? I cannot comprehend. Who is this Mithraea? What is this Adventurers Guild? The counterfeit Buggy stubbornly protested. Cease your pretense. I have been observing your transformation. You are Trek, the leader of the Adventurers Guild, Dragon asserted. So I have been discovered, spouting a plethora of deductions to appear astute. Are we? Trek internally grumbled. It seems I must reassess this situation. Let us find a secluded spot, Trek remarked, transforming into dust and departing from the execution platform. Indeed, a mere ruse. And the opponent readily confessed. Dragon rejoiced inwardly. Two figures suddenly materialized upon the rocks near the shore. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon announced. Greetings, I am Trek IE, the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Trek replied, shedding his disguise. What a peculiar name. Is there a clan of the IE? Dragon mused internally. A lengthy name indeed. It does exude a certain grandeur, though the surname IE is rather irksome, Trek thought. Very pleased to make your acquaintance. Mr. IE, upon observing the operations and philosophy of your guild, I believe you align with the ideals of our Revolutionary Army. I hope you will consider joining us, Dragon invited, gazing at Trek's somewhat youthful visage. No, our philosophies still diverge significantly, Trek declined. Divergence. There will inevitably be differences, yet at the core, we both seek to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the celestial dragons and establish a world devoid of slavery and oppression. Dragon replied. How can you ensure that the new organization you establish will not become the next group of celestial dragons after you topple them and their brutal aristocracy? Trek inquired. We will oversee the upper echelons and every kingdom to ensure there is no slavery or oppression, Dragon asserted. But what if those who are tasked with oversight themselves become corrupt or acquire too much power? Who will maintain the balance? Trek challenged. Perhaps you will create more institutions to counterbalance one another. Yet this will merely lead to an unwieldy bureaucracy. Those within these institutions may conspire or intermarry, allowing corrupt factions to grow even larger. The burdens on the lower classes will only intensify. Trek questioned. All individuals we choose are steadfast in their beliefs, Dragon replied earnestly. Your current cadre may be incorruptible, but what of their descendants? Perhaps the celestial dragons were not always so malevolent. Unchecked power is inherently a breeding ground for corruption. Trek countered. Dragon found himself momentarily speechless, pondering whether inaction would be even worse. Let me provide an analogy. While some details may be imprecise, it will assist in understanding. Trek began to articulate his perspective. On a fixed-sized grassland, there exist grass, sheep, and wolves. Typically, the quantity of grass far exceeds that of the sheep, and the sheep vastly outnumber the wolves. Should the sheep proliferate excessively, the grass will dwindle, leading to widespread starvation among the sheep, which will, in turn, allow the wolf population to initially rise and then subsequently decline. When wolves become plentiful, the sheep population diminishes, reducing the wolves' numbers and allowing the grass to flourish once more. This cyclical process represents a dynamic equilibrium, albeit one fraught with hunger and bloodshed. Here, grass, sheep, and wolves symbolize resources, the lower populace, and the ruling class, respectively. The overabundance of sheep mirrors a situation where the lower populace exceeds the available resources, resulting in mass starvation. The ruling class, benefiting from the increased population, garners greater taxes, leading to the birth of more offspring, which in turn places immense pressure on the lower populace, faced with the dual burdens of resource scarcity and heightened taxation. The lower populace may revolt, or conflicts may arise between nations. Both the lower populace and the ruling class decline amidst warfare and famine. Conversely, an abundance of wolves arises from the ruling class's rampant exploitation or overpopulation, creating similar pressures on resources and the lower populace, leading to war and starvation. A scarcity of grass results from natural disasters or resource depletion, similarly exerting pressure on the lower populace, culminating once more in war and famine. When the grass returns in abundance, following a disaster, resource availability gradually improves, and both the lower populace and the ruling class increase accordingly. In summary, the current dynamic equilibrium of the world hinges upon warfare and hunger. Your aim to overthrow the celestial dragons is fundamentally a temporary substitution of one group of less gluttonous wolves for another. Soon, this bloody dynamic equilibrium shall persist. How then shall we resolve this? What are your thoughts? Dragon pondered deeply and inquired. At present, the world finds itself in a state of abundant wolves but scarce sheep and grass, or perhaps in a condition of greedy wolves and insufficient sheep and grass. Reducing the wolf population will inevitably be a process laden with violence and bloodshed, affecting the sheep as well. Thus, we must elevate another variable, the quantity of grass, or rather, the availability of resources. Resources? That is no simple task. Moreover, should resources increase, how will we prevent the ruling class from further exploitation? Dragon questioned. Increasing resources necessitates enhancing the degree of resource development and boosting productivity. The Four Seas and the Grand Line team with vast oceans, brimming with resources. As long as we apply the necessary technology and capabilities to their development, there will be ample supply to sustain a larger population. Currently, the devil fruits and technology of the world are predominantly utilized for warfare, with little focus on enhancing productivity, which is a misguided direction of development. For instance, the magma fruit can be employed to enrich land and create new land masses. The snow fruit and ice fruit can be utilized for food preservation and the production of drinking water. The meatball fruit and target fruit can facilitate transportation. The wind fruit can harness wind energy. The stone fruit and sand fruit can contribute to construction. Many of the food-related fruits have the potential to yield substantial quantities of sustenance. The technological advancements are fixated on developing war machines rather than production techniques, such as large fishing vessels, energy development and utilization, and efficient breeding and planting technologies. Trek lamented the distorted technological landscape of the pirate world. Your arguments are indeed compelling. However, as resources and population increase, what of the celestial gold that falls from the skies? Will we not be ensnared in a cycle once more? Dragon, curious as a child, posed the question. The enhancement of productivity and the increase in resource availability serve merely to provide opportunities for transformation, Trek continued. This incremental process will witness both established and emerging forces vying for the division of these resources. We must cultivate our own power during this phase and establish mutually beneficial symbiotic relationships with the existing powers. More importantly, it is about subtle transformation, reducing warfare through the binding of interests. Negotiation and deterrence. For example, the purpose of establishing the Adventurers Guild is to transform pirates into legitimate professions and to convert warfare into productivity. Simultaneously, we forge ties of mutual benefit with the Navy by making the Navy a beneficiary. They will naturally hesitate to engage in conflict with the Adventurers Guild. This process grants the Guild time to grow quietly. Essentially, it is about acquiring the leverage needed to negotiate with the world government without bloodshed. The strength of the Guild and the binding of interests provide us with the means to negotiate with both the Navy and the world government, even to engage in strategic deterrence. At this juncture, we can propose plans for world reform, convene a genuine world conference with various forces, and establish a world alliance. Through deterrence and negotiation, we can curtail the celestial gold and power of the celestial dragons. Abolish slavery and other unjust privileges, essentially controlling the number and greed of the wolves. We will calculate the size of the ruling territories, resources, and population, and determine the number of ruling classes, utilizing technological statistics. We will establish thresholds for both the ruling classes and the lower populace. We will stipulate the number of ruling classes and the taxation limits for each nation, ensuring they do not exceed established warning lines. Once the warning line is surpassed, the World Alliance must intervene promptly to prevent the outbreak of hunger and war. Should the ruling class become excessive, rendering the population unsustainable, measures must be taken to limit and reduce their numbers. Tyrannical monarchs or rulers must face judgment and replacement. In the event of natural disasters, the World Alliance will provide timely assistance. Relief funds can be established through a national insurance system, with each country contributing regularly according to its circumstances. The population at the lower strata should also undergo reasonable adjustments in reproductive policies and migration to ensure equitable resource distribution across regions. That a ruling class that excels and cherishes its citizens will be able to develop and attract a larger population, resulting in increased tax revenues. Conversely, those who govern poorly and exploit excessively will witness a drain of their populace to foreign lands. This situation compels all ruling classes to engage in healthy competition in governance, thereby ensuring a gentle dynamic balance across the globe, free from war and hunger. Chueka spoke eloquently. As a promising youth of a new world era, why did Chueka not propose the elimination of the noble class? Such a notion is impractical. The ruling class can never be eradicated, only replaced, and this process is profoundly unfriendly to the lower strata. Hence the saying, when the ruling class flourishes, the common people suffer. When it perishes, the common people still suffer. Nobles and celestial dragons are merely antiquated titles for their existence. Regardless of the era, familial and blood ties will endure. This realization is indeed enlightening. However, reaching an agreement with the World Alliance may not be so simple. What if multiple parties refuse to compromise and engage in protracted disputes? Long pondered aloud, I propose that the World Alliance be composed of 3 major powers and several minor factions. The Adventurers Guild does not seek to dominate. It requires checks and balances, for I fear that an unchecked guild, wielding excessive power, may breed corruption. A tripartite structure offers greater stability, and with 3 deciding votes, decisions can be made with ease. Which 3 factions? Long inquired. One seat would be occupied by the world government, another by the Adventurers Guild, and the third by the Revolutionary Army, should they desire it. Chueka replied. Of course, Long affirmed. The Adventurers Guild will cultivate a substantial core of personnel while also enlisting the Navy and converting a multitude of pirates, thereby augmenting its own strength while maintaining ties with the world government. This binding relationship entails the Guild distributing funds to the Navy, ensuring that military financing does not rest solely in the hands of the world government. As for the final seat, the current Revolutionary Army may not possess the requisite qualifications. Chueka interjected, dousing the enthusiasm. Long appeared somewhat taken aback, noting that the Revolutionary Army remains formidable. However, their strength is insufficient to compel the world government to negotiate. In this triadic power structure, each faction must possess the capability to independently defeat all other factions. Moreover, they must maintain connections with multiple powers, or their ascension will be unattainable. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of strength. They must also control certain resources that would compel the world government to concede. For instance, the 6 emperors who govern the underground black market, though not particularly powerful, command resources that the world government cannot rival. The 4 emperors of the New World also possess a degree of legitimacy to vie for this seat. The Revolutionary Army must either subjugate or infiltrate these factions to gain negotiating power. The management of the world necessitates a plethora of mid to lower tier factions that MY Adventurers Guild will also strive to acquire and contest these factions' resources. Revolutionary Army, if you intend to act, do so swiftly, lest everything be lost. Chueke adjusted. Cough, cough. Engaging these factions will undoubtedly incur substantial casualties, and it may inadvertently favor the world government. Long remarked. The antagonism between the Revolutionary Army and the world government dictates that they cannot develop in a binding manner akin to the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, the priority remains the rapid development of cutting-edge combat capabilities, thereby acquiring these powerful factions. This approach will yield both income and a reinforcement of elite combat strength, rather than inciting revolutions in smaller nations, which, even if successful, would leave them in ruins and vulnerable to counteractions from the world government. In this tug of war, the common people become mere cannon fodder. Chueke asserted. Long felt somewhat awkward, as if the Revolutionary Army were unwittingly causing harm despite their good intentions. Listening to your words has been quite enlightening. I am immensely grateful for Mr. Chueke's insights. Long bowed deeply. We are comrades of sorts. However, our revolutionary paths diverge. My next destination will be Alabasta in the Grand Line to pilot some concepts. You are welcome to visit then, Chueke announced. I will bring along my officers to learn and observe. Please take good care of Luffy. I feel like a rather incompetent father. Long chuckled. He possesses the aura of a protagonist. I am merely riding on his coattails. Chueke inwardly scoffed, outwardly feigning humility, asserting his current weakness, as he could not even wield haki. Long suddenly realized that this strategist was, in fact, still a youth. He pondered, is his strength truly so meager? That peculiar ability of the devil fruit, and the formidable energy sensed upon their initial meeting, had stirred something within him. They bid farewell, as he anticipated that their absence would soon induce anxiety. Chueke transformed into a fine dust and vanished. Could this truly be the child of destiny? Long mused, feeling the pressure to strive harder. The storm gradually subsided, and a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the rocks where the two had stood, revealing a slowly emerging rainbow. The dust-like form moved effortlessly through the air, its minuscule density allowing it to float with ease. However, large-scale movement was not swift and was significantly affected by the wind and rain, making it challenging to control. It also demanded considerable physical and mental exertion. How exhausting. The faux buggy, Chueke, materialized in a tavern within Roguetown. He secured a room and activated his portal to travel to Koya's villa. Chueke did not pursue the Straw Hat crew, as he lacked direction, and the snail phone had just been struck by lightning. Poor snail phone, unable to be stored in the spatial pocket. Long had created another instance of chaos. President, you have arrived, Clabatel exclaimed. Is Koya here? Chueke inquired. I am here. Did you miss me? My favorite toy. Koya's voice whispered enticingly in Chueke's ear, fragrant as orchids. Chueke jumped in surprise. This was not a horror film. She appeared suddenly. You startle me to death. He chuckled nervously. Hee, how delightful. Koya giggled. Are you very upset? Chueke questioned, puzzled. Not at all. I am quite happy. Koya replied with a playful embrace around Chueke's neck. Why does it feel like that Yandere persona has resurfaced? Chueke wondered, perplexed as to whether the Yandere was being deceitful. I have come to assign you some tasks. One of utmost importance, to investigate and track the gang in Roguetown led by Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo is likely in possession of information regarding the shield fruit. You must locate and secure it. This fruit holds immense strategic value. Clabatel and Koya, you will head to Roguetown first. I will later visit Twin Cape to seek out Pirate King Roger's ship's doctor, Kurokus, if by then the whereabouts of the shield fruit remain unknown. Clabatel will stay in Roguetown to follow Bartolomeo. Koya, I will take you to learn medicine from Kurokus. and later we will meet the witch Dr. Correa, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. The president is indeed extraordinary. Clabatel remarked, which, Koya inquired with keen interest, wondering what another person claiming to be a witch, like herself, might be like. Oh, by the way, give me a snail phone. Shui Ku instructed. Moshi Moshi. Is it Nami? Shui Ku dialed the snail phone. Brother idiot, you were still alive. Why was the snail phone unreachable? Why are you only returning my call now? That clown buggy, is it you? Nami bombarded him with questions. I nearly perished. My little heart is still racing. You must properly comfort my wounded spirit later, Shui Ku teased. Idiot, idiot, Nami scolded with a voice tinged with tears, wishing to avoid the pain of losing Belmare again. Please report your location at sea. I will arrive shortly. Shui Ku, bewildered by the scolding, hung up the phone and turned to see Koya gazing at him with a knowing smile. How would I comfort your wounded spirit? I happen to be a doctor. Cough, cough. Shui Ku embraced Kiyu deeply and said, fellow patient, let us encourage each other. He then opened the portal to Rog Town, leaving Kiyu blushing and covering her face, standing frozen in place. The embrace had awakened her original personality. He initiated the hug. Indeed, she loves me the most, she thought, still in shock. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring Clabatel over. He should be ready by now. Shui Ku urged towards the portal. You two should also set up a guild outpost here in Rog Town. This is the entrance to the Grand Line, bustling with navies, pirates, and merchant ships, so there will be plenty of business. Once he arranged for Kuya and Clabatel, Shui Ku discerned the correct direction and retrieved a small boat from his spatial pocket, preparing to use it to propel forward with a spray of water. Wait, I could easily disguise myself as a newly emerged dragon. I could simply transform into wind and fly over. He mused. However, is the dragon a wind fruit user? The information in the index was insufficient. Though it seemed highly probable that he could disguise himself with the wind-controlling ability of a dragon, but whether he could achieve elementalization remained uncertain. Shui Ku attempted to test this out and found that he could only create strong winds to swiftly move the boat. But not achieve elementalization. Why not use Buggy's chop fruit? Because that fruit fundamentally does not allow flight. It requires local support. In other words, the particles providing counterforce must come from a ship on the sea or land. Shui Ku essentially turns his body into light, floating particles or atoms in the air. Without a medium to support him over the vast ocean, controlling his movement becomes exceedingly difficult. He would merely drift with the wind. If blown into the sea or into a windless zone, it could be quite perilous. Disguising himself as a dragon, Shui Ku harnessed the wind to propel the boat through the currents towards the area where the Straw Hat pirates were located. It felt akin to using water spray for propulsion, but it liberated his hands. Mischief points credited. 70. Balance. 128.70 points exchanged for a capsule toy, 58 points retained for later use. He contemplated. Taunting Candy, Bartolomeo with an inflated ego. He hurls trash talk at anyone who approaches, repeatedly shouting, "Come hit me," and will be subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, yet will not be killed. The Red Wolf's frying pan. Carmen when a creature is struck. It is sent flying without injury, the distance depending on the force applied, while exclaiming, "I will return," and will then hasten back to the frying pan's location. Penetrating sniper goggles. These allow one to see through walls and other inorganic materials. Spotting targets at extreme distances, enabling harm-free attacks that penetrate obstacles with ranged weaponry. Cute baby backpack. Dottie's daughter. This transforms into various adorable doll-shaped backpacks. If an enemy carries it, they will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before the target. And the backpack can absorb damage, possessing a volume of 10 cubic meters, capable of storing living creatures without preservation. Confusion glasses. Desiki when worn, the opponent randomly mistakes you for someone they have had prolonged contact with. Effective only on individuals, it fails in crowds. Dolly Capsule. Rob Lucci after enchantment. It increases one's stamina by 100 points. 2 penetration. I hit the jackpot with a divine artifact. Shui Ku exclaimed with delight. Is clothing organic or inorganic? Shui Ku pondered, putting on the penetrating sniper goggles to inspect himself. TCH. No way to see through clothing. Shui Ku's face fell in disappointment that it seems the vision can only penetrate rock, metal, and wood, while fabric proves ineffective. Perhaps I should reserve these for the guild snipers. Dottie? Never mind. He is an old man. If he goes peeping in the bathhouse, it would tarnish the guild's image. I shall use it myself first. I will consider it when a female sniper joins the guild. Shui Ku thought seriously. Finally, a a spatial item capable of containing living beings. However, this cute baby backpack cannot store living creatures in the spatial pocket. It must be worn. Chui tested it with a snail phone that he then activated the features of the cute baby backpack, which transformed into an adorable, hug-seeking Nami doll-shaped backpack. Kawaii. Chui's eyes sparkled with excitement. After some contemplation, he transformed it again, and it became a cute little sea king-like octopus doll, its 8 tentacles able to cling to him. Transforming once more, the backpack morphed into Hancock's pet snake doll. Wrapping around Chui, again it changed into various characters and beings, including Hancock, Makino, Princess Shirahoshi, Frankie the Robot, Zombie, Oars. It appeared this backpack could assume the plush doll form of various characters and creatures, each possessing certain inherent characteristics. The faux buggy revelation in Rogtown had only just unfolded a day prior as the report gulls hastened to disseminate the news across the world. Both the seas and the Grand Line were abuzz. World Economic News Agency. Major news. This is monumental, exclaimed President Morgans excitedly. It is such a pity I wasn't on site. This secret could shake the world. One Piece is cursed. Everything is part of Roger's scheme. Roger has a child. Recent news in the East Blue was rife with activity. It was said that Mihawk had knelt in the East Blue, though no one captured the iconic scene. Furthermore, a series of powerful figures emerged, including the Sword God, the Sword Saint, the Witch, and the Saint. It seems the title of the weakest sea will soon be revoked. At the Sabaody Archipelago Auction House. Look, that old man seems to be the Dark King Rayleigh. I bid 1 million berries. What the heck? You broke. I bid 1 billion. Bidding is pointless. Rumor has it he always escapes. Let him escape. The former vice captain of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, was once a slave under me. How impressive is that to boast? I'm not short on money, just spending for the thrill. I bid 2 billion. 3 billion. Rayleigh stood on stage, utterly bewildered. Have I been exposed? What just happened? What should I do now? You are indeed the infamous Dark King Rayleigh. Auction house owner Disco hurried over. Someone, bring Mr. Rayleigh tea and snacks. In the future, we can negotiate your auction intermediary fee. We can lower our cut if you continue to auction yourself after each escape. Disco rubbed his hands together in excitement. Rayleigh thought to himself, so I was once sold cheaply, and now the price has risen. Why is this owner not afraid of me? Does my reputation no longer frighten them? What happened? How do you know I am Rayleigh? He inquired. Look, Clown Buggy has revealed everything. Disco handed a newspaper to Rayleigh. Clown Buggy. Rayleigh looked at the newspaper with confusion. Curse. His feelings were now extremely complicated. This Clown Buggy must be a puppet of the world government, framing me so. However, this narrative would not disrupt Roger's plans and could significantly reduce the pirate's destructive actions. It appeared he might actually profit. Each auction could earn him billions. Auctioning himself would cover his drinking expenses. That he reflected that once the newspaper hit the stands, it was likely no one would seek him out for coding anymore, leaving him without an economic source. Should he tacitly acknowledge the curse, or perhaps just accept it? Ultimately, it was not merely for the sake of drinking money, but for the peace of the world. Thus, the Selfie King was born. Roger has a child? Why was I unaware? And that guy Kazuki Odin is in such dire straits. Could there truly be a curse? Roger never informed me, only telling Buggy and Shanks. Roger is truly despicable. How could he keep so many things from me? I thought he was a good friend. At Twin Cape in the Grand Line, Coloccus spent 100 berries to buy a newspaper. Why are newspapers so expensive lately? A curse? How come I didn't know? I haven't left Twin Cape. I'm not sure if I'll be unlucky, but it doesn't matter. Hiss. Are others faring so poorly? Regardless of the truth, I'm fortunate to be a doctor. I don't kill. On Onigashima in Wano country, wife dead, children scattered. Aren't Kazuki Odin's children all dead? Kaido mused, taking a swig of sake. And a curse. I've tried so many methods to end my life, yet I cannot die. Should I fear a curse? Engaging in charitable deeds? Purifying the soul? Nonsense. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. That red-haired fellow meddles in others' affairs daily for this very reason. How hypocritical. Cake Island of the Nations. Roger's trap. A curse. And what exactly did Roger extract from the treasury? Is there anything delectable within? Go investigate where that Clown Buggy is. Bring him back. Also, check if Roger's crew is cursed, busy with their so-called good deeds. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World, Ace's identity, might be exposed. Marco stated while holding a newspaper. Is this curse genuine? Did Roger deceive pirates into sacrificing themselves to evade the curse for the sake of his own child? That hardly seems like Roger. But for Ace, it might serve as a form of solace, thought Whitebeard. Let us see if we can contact him, urging him not to pursue Teach any further and to return quickly, as the seas are becoming increasingly tumultuous. The red-haired pirates. What nonsense is Buggy spouting? When did the captain ever say such things? Does the captain have a child? How was I unaware of this? I merely strive to balance the various factions to minimize bloodshed. What does that have to do with Ledruve? And surely, Buggy isn't truly dead? Red-haired scoffed. Windmill Village is approaching. Why does the East Blue feel so peculiar lately, whenever others see our pirate ship as flag? Their expressions are utterly unpredictable. First joy, then disappointment, followed by sheer curiosity. At sea, Ace gazed at a newspaper. Was the dawn of the great pirate era merely to allow me to escape the curse? Did my mother perish during childbirth due to the curse? Ace's heart was in turmoil. Buggy pirates. Captain, have you recently visited Logtown? The captain was actually a crew member of the Pirate King. Is there truly a curse associated with One Piece? The crew members inquired with intrigue. Speaking of which, Buggy transformed into Little Buggy, enduring numerous trials and tribulations to finally arrive at Hand Island. Without the aid of Alrita, Buggy would have surely been devoured by the giant crab, as crabs cannot crush Buggy. Ultimately, Buggy coerced the crab into ferrying him to a nearby island, just in time to encounter his subordinates captured by the Hand tribe. He hurriedly reassembled their dismembered bodies and rescued them. Then, setting sail anew, he intended to pursue that Straw Hat Kid. Who should I ask? Buggy lamented internally, wondering who impersonated him, as he had now attracted the attention of the Navy. However, that version of me has already been struck down by lightning. Perhaps I could conveniently hide, feigning my own demise. Since you've discovered me, I shall no longer pretend. I confess, I am indeed a crew member of the Pirate King. Buggy declared, the captain is truly formidable. Following him, we shall surely dominate the seas, the pirate underlings exclaimed with enthusiasm. Regarding that curse, I suppose it does exist. I refuse to be bound by such trivial matters. Hence, I am in search of treasures belonging to other great pirates. Buggy tacitly accepted that notion, thinking to himself, I certainly cannot admit that I am too weak to seek death on the Grand Line. Long live the captain. How splendid it would be to plunder freely as pirates. Those who do not seize treasures leave them all for us. Some pirate underlings cheered with excitement, that I suppose so. However, why does the East Blue feel so eerily quiet lately? It seems we have not encountered any other pirates. Buggy pondered, we are not entirely certain. After our captain was sent flying, we have not ventured far. One pirate remarked, nonetheless, there have been numerous advertisements for new training institutions for adventure guilds in the East Blue lately, making me want to enlist. What on earth? Buggy stared at those bizarre advertisements in confusion. This guild even offers treasure hunting commissions. Judging by the figure on the execution platform in the newspaper, the Straw Hat Kid is likely about to enter the Grand Line. Let us investigate this guild to see if they possess any information regarding treasures. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku, after listening to Smoker's detailed report via Den Mushi, fell into deep contemplation. This Buggy, previously overlooked, is actually a crew member of the Pirate King. What was the intelligence department doing? It is rumored he was struck by lightning. A member of the Pirate King's crew should not be that weak. Has he been masquerading as a weakling all along? Or was it someone else in disguise? And what of this curse associated with One Piece? An island of curses? Roger's snare? Could this Buggy be an undercover agent for the world government, staging this act to prevent pirates from landing on Ledruve? But that doesn't seem right. The world government is not known for its benevolence. Engaging in good deeds, purifying the soul, to attain the legendary great treasure, such words hardly resonate with an organization of spies. Yet this matter appears advantageous for both the Navy and the world government. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang, and Sengoku answered that this Sengoku. What's the situation regarding the news of the One Piece curse? Was Buggy not captured at Logtown? Lord Gorosei, that Buggy is suspected of being struck by lightning. It might very well be the curse at play. I initially thought it was your scheme set in motion there, and I will now recount the events of Logtown. To our astonishment, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, also appeared there. What does this have to do with them? One Gorosei queried. Sengoku internally scoffed. Dragon was merely visiting his son, while that scoundrel Garp has a son in the Revolutionary Army and a grandson who is a pirate. Recently with a bounty of 30 million. Regardless, this situation is beneficial for us. We can substantiate this curse. Another Gorosei remarked. This curse can deter a significant wave of pirates seeking One Piece, as every pirate's hands are stained with blood. As for the other petty thieves, they are of little concern. The Gorosei showed no interest in the pirates' plundering, as this would merely allow more non-affiliated countries to join the world government and contribute their heavenly gold. Although Roger's surrender embarrassed the Navy, acknowledging that Roger died due to a curse would serve our interests better. While publicly we need not concede this, privately we can leak information to solidify the curse. Then, investigate Buggy and the other former crew members of Roger to ascertain the truth of this curse. Point 1 Gorosei added. Understood. Sengoku replied that it seems this matter is far from straightforward. Even the Gorosei are uncertain about the curse's authenticity. Remarked Vice Admiral True beside him. It feels like a trap, yet it also holds a degree of credibility, Sengoku stated. Frequently sold into slavery to obtain drink, I previously thought that Rayleigh, the Dark King, was somewhat deranged, and then there was Barrett, who began rampaging across the seas after Roger's death, causing chaos in the oceans. Perhaps this too is the curse's influence. We could send someone to verify whether misfortune truly befalls those who depart from Twin Cape. Since returning from Ladrove, he seems never to have left Twin Cape. It's difficult to ascertain. Vice Admiral Tsuru added. That scoundrel Garp seems to still be in the East Blue. Have him investigate while he is at it. Sengoku instructed, as well as his grandson. He should be apprehended quickly. Ahem. I doubt he'll take decisive action. He might go easy on him. Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. None of them can be relied upon. Sengoku lamented. Additionally, aside from the Buggy incident, the East Blue has recently been quite tumultuous. An organization accepting commissions has formed rapidly, called the Adventure Guild. Not only have many pirates registered, but even numerous personnel from the Navy have signed up. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke of another matter. What? Pirates and the Navy are joining forces. Are those branches colluding? Sengoku exclaimed, growing agitated. The situation is rather intricate. For the Navy, it may even be a boon. Vice Admiral Tsuru organized his thoughts. Originally, if pirates joined, the Navy would need to handle the situation. However, this guild also accepts commissions to eliminate pirates. Even without commissions, they will send personnel to cleanse the seas of piracy. It feels somewhat akin to bounty hunters. Yet it is a more intricate organization. Many notorious pirate leaders responsible for plundering have been eliminated, significantly alleviating the Navy's burden. A multitude of pirates have been coerced into registering as guild members to serve as guards. Engage in transportation, partake in construction, go treasure hunting, and mine resources. Furthermore, many naval branches, while on patrol, have taken the opportunity to accept commissions for escorting merchant vessels and delivering mail, a service referred to as the Bang Bang Breeze ship operation. Now, on the eve of a naval fleet's departure, wooden planks are struck against the ship's hull, creating a resounding bang bang, prompting various commission agents to step forward with their consolidated offers. The income of the naval branches has significantly increased, alleviating the pressure on military funding. Many naval personnel on leave have taken to accepting commissions, resulting in a noticeable improvement in both their income and quality of life. Retired sailors, particularly those with some skills, are often engaged in training commissions, instructing combatants, navigators, chefs, and sailors of various kinds. For numerous retired naval members, the income from educational training far exceeds their pensions and severance pay, with reports suggesting that Bailey is now stored in sacks. The training institution under the Adventure Guild is known as New East Sea. They have even released peculiar slogans that people recite and perform in the streets and alleys, such as the following scene: which institution excels in navigation skills? New East Sea training reigns supreme. A young girl with orange hair, donned in suspenders, bounces a nautical chart ball on the street while rapping and dancing. The orange-haired girl, Nami, exclaims, "Is it wrong for me to earn a little extra? Especially since my foolish brother gives so much. Learn to be a chef, New East Sea. It's a wonderful place." Carmen, a beautiful chef from East Sea, wields a frying pan, accompanied by 2 assistants, clapping rhythmically while recruiting students. Carmen declares, "ELLBLUE restaurant. First, we recruit apprentices, then we open our doors, strive for greatness, and create brilliance anew. This year, we're not accepting just anyone. We only take in students from New East Sea." A certain red-haired pirate captain, just returned to East Sea for a family visit, shouts boisterously at the port. The red-haired captain laments, "How shameful. I was forced by Makino. She is now quite wealthy and radiates an aura of authority. Previously, people referred to her as the Empress Red-Haired, but now they call me. Oh, the principal's man has finally returned. Note: subsequently, only students emerging from New EC would be entitled to refer to Makino as principal. New EC. Wherever you struggle, we teach you. It's so easy. A golden-haired Gothic lowly strolls through the streets with her father, her small backpack in tow. Daddy remarks, "Now my father doesn't need to worry about my studies anymore." Let me say this line. I also want a phrase, Kayla responds. All right, but it feels a bit odd. Why are you chasing me? Asks Rika, a small girl, as she flees through the streets, pursued by a vicious naval extra. Because I want to enroll in New EC. Why is the Navy described as vicious? Why must they partake in such a ludicrous performance? A naval soldier replies, running training programs is incredibly lucrative. Bailey is stored in sacks. We truly are viciously starved. Children who misbehave are often beyond redemption. New EC training employs strict discipline, adept at correcting persistent mischief that a canine-masked naval officer clenches his fists, with knuckles cracking ominously. Canine mask? Hey, why is Garp here? Garp responds, they say that wherever I land, if I try to shout a few phrases, someone might provide free senbei and donuts. Sengoku interjects. These slogans have spread throughout the streets. And students are flocking to enroll that if the headquarters were to prohibit this, it would significantly impact morale, even affecting recruitment. The core members of the Adventure Guild enjoy substantial benefits, surpassing those of the Navy, while registered members receive minimal perks, seemingly only a tiered subsidy. Fortunately, the Guild appears to recruit core members sparingly, implying a limited number of core members, were it not for the Navy's stable income and free training system. Many would be compelled to work full-time for the Adventure Guild's commissions. The registration for Guild membership requires only a nominal fee, followed by an assessment of abilities, as long as one possesses certain skills. They can register. Vice Admiral Crane stated that IT seems like a potential competitor for the Navy, yet it also benefits the Navy. This Adventure Guild is quite remarkable. Sengoku expressed his astonishment that IT is essentially a significant patch for the Navy, supplementing its budget shortfalls, aiding in the resettlement of retired soldiers, and rehabilitating pirates. The efficient utilization of resources and talent is something the Navy has not managed as well. Truly a stroke of genius. Vice Admiral Crane exclaimed excitedly. Guild members have even established a charitable organization, the Mithrios sect, with noble followers beginning to engage in benevolent acts. EC is swiftly becoming a veritable paradise. The Navy's primary duties have almost transformed into escorting, patrolling, and transporting. Nobles are engaging in charitable deeds. You can't be serious. Who established this guild? Surely it wasn't some saintly nun. Sengoku was completely at a loss, unable to fathom who might undertake such endeavors, as this transcends the Navy's understanding of justice. Intelligence indicates that a youth named Trick initiated the guild in Windmill Village. Vice Admiral Crane replied. Windmill Village? Could he possibly be Garp's grandson? Sengoku pondered, his expression darkening. It seems like he might be, yet it's uncertain. Vice Admiral Crane recalled the challenging intelligence assessments. What do you mean by that? Sengoku inquired. Puzzled, it appears that this Trick claims to be the half-brother of Makino, who is the public face of the Adventure Guild. It is said that Makino is the partner of the Empress Red-Haired. There exists a love triangle involving the mountain bandit King Sig. Garp is quite familiar with Makino. Garp's grandson, Luffy, seems to have been under her care. Thus, it's quite possible that Trick is Garp's adopted grandson. Vice Admiral Crane conjectured that a love triangle. Could it be that this Trick is the child of Makino and the Mountain Bandit King? Sengoku scoffed. Should Trick hear this, he would surely retort, you are the child of the Mountain Bandit King. Your entire family is comprised of the Mountain Bandit King's offspring. He would directly call Garp. How is it that Garp raises such monstrous children? One son has joined the Revolutionary Army, another aspires to be the Pirate King, yet another has become a division commander in the Whitebeard Pirates. And now one is the president of the Adventure Guild. Is he aiming to dominate the world? Yet it seems this guild president is Garp's favorite grandchild, although he is not part of the Navy. He is akin to the Navy, a true treasure for the Navy. The question remains whether he can join the Navy, potentially establishing a department just for him, overseeing naval logistics and welfare, if he possesses sufficient capability. He could even supply free senbei. A general position is not out of the question. Sengoku began to muse. Double entendre. Sin signifies divine. Bay refers to Bailey. Thus it translates to God of Wealth General. Truly a stroke of genius to conceive such a lavish title. Moses, Garp, how many grandsons do you actually have in East Sea? Sengoku inquired through the transponder snail. Grandsons. Garp, upon receiving the call, appeared bewildered. 2, or perhaps 3. One of your grandsons isn't named Trick, is he? Sengoku pressed. Trick? No, I don't know him. Garp denied. Aside from Ace and Luffy, who is the other? Sengoku probed. There's a boy named Sabo, who seems to have been shot dead by the celestial dragons. Does he have some special status? Garp stated gravely. Celestial dragons, Sengoku exclaimed, shocked, pondering why the celestial dragons would shoot a child. Could that boy be Trick, perhaps seeking revenge against the celestial dragons? Do you know Makino has a brother? With orange hair? Sengoku queried. I don't recall. No impression, Garp replied, picking his nose. What color hair does Sabo have? Yellow? Oh, then it's not him. What exactly do you want to ask? Who is Trick? Garp demanded. That you're even endorsing a training institution. And you don't know who he is, Sengoku retorted. What endorsement? Garp responded. Free donuts and senbei? Oh, is that so? This institution was established by my new grandson. Quite filial, Garp replied cheerfully. So soon he has become your grandson. Sengoku was speechless, though he too desired a grandson as devoted. This Trick is no ordinary individual. Vice Admiral Crane began to elaborate on Trick and his adventure guild. Nanny, why isn't my biological grandson like this? Truly a treasure for the Navy, Garp exclaimed, heartbroken. Trick, are you referring to a boy with orange hair? Asked Kobe, who happened to pass by and overheard the mention of Trikikti. Oh, you know him? Garp inquired. I met him in Shell's Town. He said he was a friend of Luffy, and his sister watched over Luffy as he grew up. He also declared himself a master of dreams, having helped me vanquish my former timid and cowardly self. Yet, that fellow seems to possess a fondness for frolicking with children, not sparing even their mothers. Kobe reminisced about the scene where Trick was playfully embracing Rika and suggesting that her mother join the guild. I tell you, he slanders me. He is slandering me. If Trick were present, he would undoubtedly deliver Kobe a sharp rap on the head. Garp and the two on the other end of the phone fell silent. He might be an orphan, lacking companions and maternal love since childhood. Rear Admiral Crane interjected on Trick's behalf. I shall use the wash fruit to provide him with some psychological guidance. Indeed, there are far too many children who become orphans due to pirates. Perhaps that is why he has taken so many measures beneficial to the Navy and detrimental to pirates, Sengoku remarked. Is he with Luffy? I must go and see these two grandsons. Garp laughed heartily. He wouldn't be joining that Straw Hat Kid-esque pirate crew. Would he? Sengoku felt an ominous premonition. No. He is merely hitching a ride. It seems Luffy and he are each recruiting partners. He appears to be forming a guild. Kobe explained. Forming a guild. That phrasing is quite problematic. It should be termed as an invitation. Sengoku couldn't shake the feeling that Kobe was rather annoying. I've heard from Garp that this rascal has been clamoring to become an admiral. He must be wishing for my swift abdication. Garp considered whether he could lure Trick into the Navy, stating that any position below admiral could be negotiated. He be a rear admiral at such a young age. Is that brat really strong? Garp chuckled. His strength should not be underestimated. What is crucial is that he possesses money-making abilities. Sengoku pondered. After the rain, Trick was in a small boat, effortlessly gliding across the sea that a flock of seagulls circled above. Upon noticing them, Trick slowed down. That he adjusted his telescopic sniper glasses, focusing in on none other than the quirky, lowly ABIs. The sniper glasses, allow visibility through walls and other inorganic materials, enabling long-range attacks without harm and targeting focused objectives. Nami and the others should be nearby. No. Wait. Have I overshot? I'm artificial wind. My trajectory is linear, so I must have missed it. First, save her. She is the future master of the frozen throne. Trick accelerated towards her. Hiss. That expression of rolled eyes and a gaping mouth is terrifying. It looks as if she is unable to rest in peace. Trick observed ABI sprawled on the half-sunken small boat. After checking her breath and pulse, he confirmed she was still alive and carried her back onto his vessel. Can T wake her? She is drenched. Should I change her clothes? Use the door fruit to return. This little boat cannot anchor, making it hard to mark a position. If I leave, I won't be able to return. Forget it. I'll just take off her outer garment and wrap her in a towel to dry her off. Trick contemplated as he got to work. A moment later, a silkworm appeared. Trick hung his outer garment on the mast to dry. First, I'll find Nami. It would be easier for her to handle this. Trick utilized the telescopic sniper glasses long-range feature to search for the Mary. Found it. Trick revved up the engine and sped towards it, causing a massive splash. It seems a large fish is swimming rapidly towards us. Usopp exclaimed. A big fish, just in time for a meal. Watch me. Rubber harpoon. Luffy cheered. Oh no. My silkworm. Trick lamented, preoccupied with steering the boat. He failed to notice that ABI's, wrapped like a silkworm, was snatched away by Luffy's rubber harpoon. Zoro, still asleep, could not escape the fate of becoming a cushion, being flung into the sea, with rolled eyes. Zoro thought, one day, I will definitely take him down. You see, that is hardly a fish, Sanji remarked to ITSA girl. Nami pointed out, the fish is still rapidly approaching. Usopp noted that no. It seems to be a small boat. Idiot, that's Trick. Nami observed through her telescope. Trick is at it again, inviting children to become partners. Luffy laughed. Isn't that a crime? Usopp queried. Idiot, talent cultivation must start from a young age. Trick hopped onto the Mary and playfully delivered a rap on the heads of Usopp and Luffy. Luffy, you fool. If it weren't for this child having the life force of a cockroach, you would have surely caused her demise. Kuminasai. Luffy quickly bowed his head in apology. Who is this child? Where did you pick her up from? Nami inquired. I found her floating at sea and brought her aboard. Nami, please help her change into some clothes, Trick said, pulling a set of children's clothes from his dimensional pocket. How do you happen to carry children's clothes with you? There's definitely something off about this. The others eyed Trick suspiciously. Ahem, I am simply a kind-hearted individual who cannot bear to see children suffer. Whenever I encounter some ragged or underdressed orphans, I buy them clothes and take them back to the guild, Trick explained. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for me to have children's clothes on hand. Indeed, Trick is truly a good person. We have all misunderstood him before. The others felt their eyes welling with tears. Seeing him turn Nami into a child, they had thought he was quite peculiar. Trick was speechless, thinking to himself, if you had a lovely little sister, you would understand me too. Sanji, brew some ginger soup to warm her up. It rained heavily yesterday. Nami, first dry her off and change her clothes to prevent her from catching a chill. Trick directed. After some fuss, Nami managed to change ABI's clothes, but she was left with a frown. Aren't you going to explain yourself, you foolish brother? Why are they overalls? Are you planning to turn me small and have me wear overalls while singing and dancing rap? Talent recruitment must start young. Thus, using cute little Nami as advertising would be more appealing, Trick elucidated. Nami was about to retort 0.1 million berries as an endorsement fee every time we reach an island or town. You perform once, and I'll pay you on the spot. There are not many candies left for changing into a child, so I want to use them for now. Nami was about to protest again. Moreover, as your reputation as a navigator grows, the endorsement fee can increase significantly. All right, Nami relented for the sake of the berries. Isn't it just singing and dancing rap? I can dance you into bankruptcy. That night on the Mary, in the kitchen, which also served as a meeting room, everyone was resting after dinner while Sanji prepared ginger soup and food. Trick was busy writing and organizing the guild's materials and development plans at the table. Luffy glanced over and saw Trick sketching a smiley face with starry eyes. Are you drawing? I am designing the guild's logo. Trick replied, just like the Straw Hat Crew's pirate flag. Luffy exclaimed. You must have gathered many partners by now. Shall we hold a banquet? That's a good idea, but let us discuss it in a few days, Trick considered, as the East Blue Branch was taking shape. And it was necessary for everyone to familiarize themselves with each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nami inadvertently caught sight of certain financial reports. That's guild confidential information. Don't go snooping. Trick snatched it away and tucked it away. Oni-chan, I'm in desperate need of money lately. The clothes I bought in Row Town were soaked in the rain. Nami suddenly clung to Trick's arm, acting cute. The others, ABI's, drawn by the aroma, awakened and instantly headbutt Usopp, knocking him down. That hurts. ABI's cried. You're awake. Nami greeted her, introducing everyone one by one until Luffy declared himself the captain of the pirate ship. Pirate, ABI's was stunned into silence. Hey, little one, I rescued you. As your savior, making a request isn't too much to ask, is it? Trick sat beside ABI's, who was clad in overalls, affectionately patting her head. ABI's remained rigid. Surely you must be hungry. Have something to eat. Sanji, ginger soup and food. Trek took the ginger soup and began feeding it to the child in a rather forceful manner. He introduced her with enthusiasm. This little one is named Abisi. She is quite the fierce one. In the midst of a tempest, she leapt from the mast of a naval ship, the leap of faith, and miraculously survived. How astonishing! Just as Abisi was about to speak, Trek stuffed a large mouthful of food into her mouth. As for why the Navy was pursuing her, it was for the bones of a Millennium Dragon. She was fighting tooth and nail for a dragon she had never met before. Moreover, she is a wielder of the Whispering Fruit, which allows her to communicate with animals. How do you know all this so clearly? The crowd inquired. In truth, Abisi is the reincarnation of the Lich King Arthas, the master of the Frozen Throne. Trek rambled on. I was guided by the divine in my dreams to bring her back to her rightful place. Nanny, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Who is Arthas? He sounds quite formidable. What kind of king was he? Luffy asked. Oh no, not this again. Nami interjected, rolling her eyes, thinking back to how her brother had been struck by lightning and had learned nothing from it. How impressive. In my past life, I was a general leading millions. Usopp chimed in, boasting. Don't interrupt. Trek thought to himself, you'll make my story sound implausible. Abisi was utterly bewildered, unsure of what to say. Trek then began narrating a bedtime story for everyone. In the ancient era, over 30,000 years ago, there existed the most powerful sorcerers who could control magical beasts, known as liches, with the Lich King being their leader. During this time, magical beasts and demon beasts roamed freely, leaving humanity feeling small and struggling for survival. The demon beasts possessed high intelligence, resembling humanoid creatures, while many magical beasts were colossal and immensely powerful. Certain demon beasts had the ability to command some magical beasts. Today, some of the races in existence are descendants of these demon beasts. The powerful magical beasts that have survived are akin to the marine kings, while the relatively weaker ones are large sea creatures. At that time, a fortunate human woman saved a half-human demon beast, and through time, they fell in love. They bore a child who inherited part of the demon beast's bloodline and awakened the ability to communicate and command magical beasts. This child was Arthas. Unwilling to accept humanity's struggle for survival, he trained tirelessly to grow stronger. He nurtured a group of human sorcerers who ultimately became a formidable army of liches. Arthas rode the Millennium Dragon, wielding the 7 Stars sacred sword, leading this legion of liches to command magical beasts and carve out a realm for humanity in the ancient era, earning the title of the Uncrowned King. Humanity surpassed all other races to become the largest race in the world, venerating him as a hero. After his death, in his memory, a frozen throne was erected atop the ice-crowned glacier, where his body would remain eternally preserved for future generations to pay homage. As the tides of history turned, humanity experienced numerous rises and falls, and now, no one remembers the once great Lich King Arthas. His sword, the 7 Stars sword, has scattered across the world, imbued with immense demon power, making it unmanageable for ordinary people and easily controllable. Hence it is known as the Cursed Sword. After 10,000 years of change, Arthas's soul traversed through time and space, reincarnating once more. Because the Whispering Fruit aligns with the ability to communicate and command magical beasts, it has chosen the reincarnation of Arthas, Abisi. The crowd gazed at Abisi with admiration, seeing her as the hero of humanity. Abisi felt even more rigid, more shocked than when she realized she had fallen into the hands of pirates. I almost believe it. Could it be true? Nami thought, as the tale was so vivid and detailed. I saved you from the vast ocean through divine guidance. The deities revealed your past and present to me in dreams. This is a fated encounter. I am your guide, destined to help you reclaim your former glory, retrieve the sacred sword, command the Millennium Dragon, and lead the magical beasts to reassert dominion over the world. Trek proclaimed passionately. Am I truly the reincarnation of Arthas? Abisi asked with a naive and innocent gaze. How else could I know your past so intimately? Everything is a revelation from the divine. Trek insisted firmly. And why would you risk your life for an ancient dragon? The Millennium Dragon trusts you completely. That connection stems from the bond of souls with a comrade from your past life. Your bravery in facing the vast navy alone, your small frame daring to leap from a mast over 100 meters high and survive speaks volumes of your destiny. You are the child of fortune, the brave reborn. The king returns. Once, the dragon knight Arthas wielded the 7 Stars sacred sword, commanding countless magical beasts. The Lich King has returned. The Millennium Dragon is on the verge of reappearing. The Seven Stars' sacred sword shall reclaim its place, Trek declared with fervor. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Trek, not a pirate, but the president of the Adventurers Guild. I founded this guild with the aim of eradicating war, reducing oppression and exploitation, and making the world a peaceful and enjoyable place. Currently, we are rather weak and require the assistance of the legendary hero of humanity, Lady Abisi. Therefore, I hope you will lend us your strength and join the Adventurers Guild to rescue countless races from peril. Trek began to extend his invitation. Well, if you can help me save Dragon Lord and bring him home, I will join the Adventurers Guild, Abisi replied. Woo! With that, Trek took out the horn of bluster and blew into it with vigor. The horn began to show slight cracks, perhaps from being blown too hard, as it struggled to withstand the force of his will. Trek gazed at the fissures, thinking to himself, Note, the horn of bluster. Usopp, once the other party believes your boast. Blowing the horn could make that boast come true. Why did you suddenly blow the horn? Nami asked. To summon the Millennium Dragons. Soon, the Millennium Dragon Horde will arrive. Trek replied. Really? Then Dragon Lord will find his way back. Abisi exclaimed with excitement. Sko Guy, Millennium Dragon, Lich King, Luffy cheered. The Seven Stars' sacred sword. The hero of humanity must also be a great swordsman. Too bad she is still too small. Otherwise, we could spar. And she is a girl. If she ultimately becomes the world's greatest swordsman, Guana should. Zoro pondered. Is this all a lie? We rescued a hero from the ancient era? I can brag about that now. Usopp thought. Nami's brother keeps getting more mysterious. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. These folks can't really believe it, can they? Nami thought, rubbing her temples. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, my Adventurers Guild is issuing a commission. I entrust you all to help the Millennium Dragon find its way home. Trek announced. You don't need to say that. I would agree anyway. I want to see the Millennium Dragon, Luffy said with a grin. Their SA commission. You know, Trek replied with a smile, that I'm the liaison for the Straw Hat Pirates. How much is the commission? It seems we'll be facing a lot of Navy forces. The fee cannot be low. Nami kicked Luffy aside, rubbing her hands as she inquired of Trek, based on the difficulty. It starts at 5 million berries. Alright, so what is our current location? Nami asked Abisi. The naval ship Island. Dragon Lord is there. It's also my hometown. It's close to the doldrums. We can turn westward to set sail. Nami examined the sea chart. Wonderful. Thank you all. Abisi, clad in suspenders, leaped up in joy. Late at night, everyone dispersed and returned to their quarters to rest. Was everything you just said a lie? Nami asked Trek secretly as they settled into their room. Yes. Trek replied with a mischievous grin. Don't lead that poor child into danger. What if she ends up trying to control the Marine Kings and gets swallowed whole? Nami exclaimed in exasperation. And what about that cursed sword? Is it real, or will you be handing her a toy knife? After all, she is still just a child, but isn't it every boy's dream to be a hero? Aren't girls supposed to be princesses? You really have a knack for convincing a girl to become a dragon knight, Nami scolded. This is hard to say. Perhaps she is destined to be the future queen of the world. Chueka murmured to himself, contemplating that the power of whispering fruits could rival the ability to listen to all things. Moreover, Abisi possessed a formidable affinity, making communication with the Sea Kings a possibility. Furthermore, Abisi was indeed quite reckless, even wilder than boys, unlike the timid Bai Xing, despite being an ancient weapon Sea King. As for the Sword of Curses, it seemed to reside in the Grand Line. With Abisi's pure heart, she should not be easily controlled, right? Perhaps it would be worth a try later. The seven-star sword itself had controlling and commanding effects, and combined with his own use of the Horn of Bluster, the Lich King commanding the magical beast was born. A perfect logical loop. The next morning, the Mary was sailing towards Battleship Island, with a fleet of warships trailing behind. Usopp shouted from the lookout. The warships commenced firing and threatened to surrender Abisi. Panic ensued among the crew as Abisi learned through a seagull that a fierce squall was imminent. The Mary was swept away by the strong winds, escaping the pursuit of the warships but falling into a windless zone. We're doomed, Nami exclaimed in panic. Quick, turn back and row together. No. Hurry, brother, use your water spray ability. Why? Everyone inquired. Because Abisi's army of magical beasts is coming. Chueka chuckled, then sprayed water from his spatial pocket. However, it was evident that the small boat was manageable, while the large ship faced some difficulty. An army of magical beasts, the crew questioned in confusion. You fools, we're in a windless zone, the lair of the Sea Kings, Nami shouted. Hurry, help. Abisi, Can't you have the Sea Kings take us out of the windless zone? Luffy suggested with a smile. I can't, Abisi stammered. Feeling lost. Fool. Do you really believe Chueko's words? Nami roared. Suddenly, the sea trembled violently as a multitude of colossal Sea Kings emerged from the depths. Lifting the married, they're enormous, the crew exclaimed, their eyes bulging and mouths agape. Abisi, you're incredible. You actually commanded a horde of these monsters in your past life. Usopp gasped in shock and fear. What terrifying power, a hero of humanity, the king of the human race, truly lives up to the title. Sanji lamented. With such power, even the great sword masters would find it difficult to contend. Zoro remarked, astonished. Fools, think of a way. If all else fails, brother, use that door. Nami cried out. The ship is unstable. We can't use it now. Chueiko responded. How did Luffy and the others escape the windless zone? Chueiko pondered. Abisi fell. A gigantic frog appeared. I'll come. Chueiko exclaimed, using a shave and moonwalk technique to return with Abisi in his arms. Can you fly? Is this also a devil fruit ability? Abisi asked, bewildered. No. It's the Navy's 6 styles. I'll teach you later. Chueiko replied. The Navy's 6 styles? Let's go and pluck that Sea King's nose hair. Abisi suggested, thinking of a plan upon seeing the Sea King's nostrils. Nose hair? Oh, we can use it to make it sneeze and get away. Chueiko recalled. Luffy, grab hold of me. Chueiko instructed Luffy to extend his hand to prevent falling behind. Nanny, what are you two planning to do? Nose hair. That thing will sneeze. The crew gasped as they watched Chueiko and Abisi attempting to pluck the Sea King's nose hair. Once back on the ship, Abisi gave a thumbs up in approval. Achoo, the Mary was propelled out of the windless zone. It seems we've returned to the original sea, Nami remarked, and there are no Navy ships in sight. Sanji added, I thought we were finished, Usopp exclaimed. Not bad, Luffy declared. Not too shabby. Abisi gave a thumbs up. See, this guy is reckless enough to let me pluck nose hair. A true adventurer, once a hero of the human race. Chueiko stated, Fool, bravery is true bravery. I worry that you will really lead her to her doom in the future, Nami fretted. After some sailing, the crew finally reached Battleship Island, at Abisi's invitation. Luffy accompanied her to her grandfather Bogudin's home for bonds. Subsequently, Abisi led the group to the cave where the Millennium Dragon resided. The crew discussed how to find the Lost Island. Chueiko knew that the Lost Island was, in fact, Battleship Island itself. Yet he refrained from stopping the others. Chueiko aimed to utilize the Millennium Dragon to locate the hidden island near Battleship Island, which could only be reached by traversing a storm. That island was an ideal secret base, absent from maps, shrouded by an invisible barrier and difficult to detect. Encircled by storms and situated in the eye of the winds, it was challenging for ships to approach. Typically, one could only access the island through a dimensional door, making it a perfect secret hideout for the Adventurers Guild. How can we bring down such a large Millennium Dragon? Sanji asked. First, let's make a cart. Nami proposed. No need. I have a backpack. Chueiko revealed, pulling out the cute treasure backpack. The cute treasure backpack. Dottie's daughter can transform into various adorable doll-shaped backpacks. The target carrying the backpack will be prioritized by enemies for one attack before they can target the wielder. And the backpack can absorb damage, possessing a volume of 10 cubic units, capable of holding living beings, but not preserving freshness. Huh. How can you fit such a large Millennium Dragon into this small backpack? Nami critiqued. And why does this backpack look like this? It's truly in poor taste, Nami exclaimed angrily. Kawaii. Abisi cooed, stroking the Nami doll backpack that looked for a hug. Indeed, a sister complex, the others remarked. Ahem, it requires several steps to put the Millennium Dragon into the backpack. Chueiko transformed the backpack into a Luffy doll shape. First, open the backpack. Chueiko stretched the mouth of the Luffy doll backpack wide. Second, put the Millennium Dragon inside. Chueiko grasped the Millennium Dragon's tail and shoved it in. Third, close the backpack. Chueiko sealed the backpack. The backpack, with its 10 cubic volume, was somewhat insufficient to fit the enormous Millennium Dragon. However, the backpack's rubber-like properties allowed it to expand slightly, effectively increasing its capacity. Chueiko had an epiphany upon observing Luffy. Skoy. It even transformed into a small Luffy. The crew was left speechless. What kind of devil fruit ability does Chueiko possess? Abisi inquired. Her curiosity piqued. All right, let us set off. Chueiko declared. It's nighttime. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Won't it be suffocating inside? Nami questioned. No, it won't. Plus, it can poke its head out. This way, it can guide us while moving. They witnessed the dragon's head emerge from the mouth of the Luffy doll, leaving the crew feeling quite uncanny. This looks like me. Can I do that too? Rubber backpack, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling and mouth agape. Thank goodness it's not me. That's too disgusting, Nami thought. All right, we'll set off tomorrow morning. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates embarked with the Millennium Dragon after the Straw Hats landed the previous day. They were already discovered by the Navy, who was pursuing them with a fleet on board. Abisi was carrying the cute treasure backpack containing the Millennium Dragon, which made it somewhat challenging for the aging dragon to find its way. Chueku instructed Usopp to create 2 handmade wings alongside to pretend the Millennium Dragon was flying. Will that be effective? The crew wondered. Chueku pressed on the Millennium Dragon's head to read its memories. However, the dragon's memories were hazy and, given its long lifespan, difficult to filter. Note: memory projector, memory seahorse after enchantment. One can touch the head to read the memories one is willing to reveal, and similarly can display their own memories to the other. Got it. Head east, Chueku exclaimed as he glimpsed the Millennium Dragon leaping over the mysterious island, arriving at Battleship Island in the memory fragment. The Mary sailed eastward. That mysterious island couldn't be discovered by the Navy. Measures had to be taken. Chueku thought Dot on the ship was a hired mercenary with a scythe fruit, Windstorm Eric, whose abilities were also quite impressive. You all go ahead. Chueku utilized his water spray skill to ascend into the sky, then disguised himself as Windstorm Eric against the light. Scythe wind blades. Dozens of wind blades shot toward the Navy's ship masts, snapping them off, causing the warships to come to a halt. What is going on? How did the masts break? The Navy was thrown into disarray. Are those wind blades? Eric questioned in astonishment, wondering how so many wind blades could appear in the air. Does the opposing side possess a similar fruit ability? This could be troublesome. Eric, I need your explanation. How is it that these masts appear to have been severed by your devil fruit ability? The corpulent Admiral Nelson Rosen inquired with great it was not my doing. There may be another with a similar devil fruit power on the opposing side, Eric solemnly replied. You had better be speaking the truth. I have invested money in hiring you. Do not entertain any other notions, Nelson Rosen threatened. What is that? Nami, Usopp, look. Luffy at the bow gazed into the reflective expanse ahead. The bow gradually vanished. Nami and Usopp looked upon the eerie situation with palpable fear. Shouting an alarm, at last, we have discovered the mysterious island, Trick exclaimed with excitement. The Mary entered a concealed sea area, shrouded in mist, followed by a tempest. There's an island in the eye of the storm. Usopp shouted. Forward, steer towards the eye of the storm. Trick commanded as the group disembarked. Trick recognized that this was not the dragon's lair, but rather an island once inhabited by the ancestors of ABIs. Feel free to explore. I have matters to attend to. Just inform me before you depart. What do you intend to do? Nami inquired. This place is isolated from the world, absent from maps, making it an ideal secret outpost. I wish to establish the Guild's clandestine base here, Trick explained. This area is so desolate, with storms on the periphery, it is difficult for ships to approach, Nami protested. Precisely, that enhances its secrecy. The Guild can access it through the any door. In the event of a crisis, personnel can be relocated here, and we can also transport the treasury. The treasury. The Guild must have considerable funds at present. I am somewhat of a relative to the president. Am I not? Allow me to take a look. Nami's eyes sparkled with greed. Being too familiar with wealth can hinder ambition. You all should get busy. Hurry, hurry. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return, Trick urged. Subsequently, Trick began marking the any door, heading to Windmill Town to find Machino. The others followed to the island's highest point, hoping to survey the situation and search for the dragon's lair. Machino, put aside your tasks for now. Trick found her engaged in work. What is it? Esteemed President. It's rare for you to return. Machino inquired. I have found a secret outpost. Please arrange for personnel to commence construction. Where? Near the East Blue. Close to Reverse Mountain and the Doldrums, there lies a natural invisible barrier. Trick elaborated. It does sound like a suitable location. How shall we construct it? There are abandoned towns on the island, along with vegetation and rocks. First, send personnel to cultivate the land and utilize local materials for construction. Ensure confidentiality. Once the staff is assembled, I will use the any door to transport them. Additionally, I have recruited a child with the Whispering Devil Fruit. She will be a key trainee going forward and will be brought over shortly. You've abducted another child. Is this one remarkable? Machino teased. Who have I abducted? That is slander. I have communicated with her grandfather. As of now, the only child is Li Xiang, and her guardian accompanies her. Trick retorted. agitated. Such words should not be tossed about, as he despised human traffickers that I invited them to the guild to learn and improve. This child is quite reckless, a true adventurer. I declare her a reincarnation of a hero of humanity. You must assist me in portraying her. This child cannot possibly be a fool. Can she? Machino expressed concern. She may become the guild's strongest beast tamer. The whispering devil fruit may allow her to communicate with sea kings. Sea kings? Those colossal sea monsters. Machino was astounded. As the current leader, she was privy to much information. This is a treasure. She is simply a bit wild. With proper cultivation, she will be the guild star of tomorrow. Thus, this secret outpost shall be named Dragon Island. Trick mused, noting the island's dragon totems. Likely dedicated to the worship of a 1,000-year dragon. I shall make the necessary arrangements. There are many matters concerning the guild lately. However, the core membership is somewhat lacking. Outsourcing too many operations is not ideal. Machino remarked. For the East Blue, we should not require excessive combat power for the time being. A flat management structure can prevent personnel bloat and bureaucratic tendencies. If there are registered members who are exceptionally capable and reliable, you can develop them into core members. Outsourcing can enhance the competitive edge and optimize operations of the entrusted teams. This way, the seasoned veterans can be promptly eliminated, maintaining the guild's vitality and competitiveness. The guild should also distribute subsidies based on the highest ranks previously attained, ensuring that those who contribute are rewarded, while preventing panic and internal strife among those who may become less active later on. Trick articulated. Then, let us organize a gathering for the staff. The main personnel in the East Blue region are approximately these. I estimate that I will head toward the Grand Line in a few days. Alongside Luffy's bounty has reached 30 million now. For the time being, yes. Later, I plan to initiate an economic pilot in Alabasta, so the guild should prepare personnel and supplies. Alabasta, that desert kingdom. It seems quite arid and barren lately. Machino noted. It is also a populous nation with significant development potential. We should recruit and train more management personnel. Alabasta will serve as the guild's headquarters for the first half of the Grand Line. Once Trick finished his arrangements, he hurriedly departed. The Straw Hats had returned, speculating from the mountaintop structures that the Battleship Island was indeed the Dragon's lair. The group traversed the Tempest once more, departing from Dragon Island en route to Battleship Island. Near Battleship Island, the Straw Hats clashed with Admiral Nelson Rosen's fleet. This moment, the Dragon's nest of Battleship Island surfaced. The 1,000-year dragon horde returned, and the 1,000-year dragon hatchlings broke free from their shells. The Whirlwind Eric dispatched Admiral Nelson Rosen, seeking to slay the 1,000-year dragon to obtain its bones. The Straw Hats triumphed over the scythe fruit-wielding Whirlwind Eric. Trick apprehended Eric, sending him to the guild's Koya for detention, as these devil fruit users would prove useful in the future. Trick then communicated through the guild's connections with the remnants of the Navy, suppressing information regarding the 1,000-year dragon. The guild promised to support the cooperating Navy in becoming the next naval admiral while assuming responsibility for the recent battle losses. They then commissioned the Navy to patrol the route to Battleship Island, tasked with exterminating any pirates that appeared, offering subsidies to the jubilant Navy soldiers. Furthermore, they shifted the blame onto Admiral Nelson Rosen and the mercenary Whirlwind Eric's internal conflict. ABIs, do you wish to accompany us to the Grand Line? Luffy invited. Given my close ties with everyone, I certainly wish to go. However, I must remain here to protect the Dragon's lair. ABIs replied. Once the 1,000-year dragon hatchlings grow and eventually depart, it will take 1,000 years for them to return. Usopp quipped, although I may not witness it, my descendants will assuredly do so. Thus, I shall safeguard this Dragon's lair for generations to come. ABIs proclaimed. Ahem. Are you a fool? You wouldn't want to keep them here and fly with you, would you? Trick remarked. Moreover, you are already a member of the Adventurers Guild. How could you possibly insist on keeping them here? ABIs countered, stating that she would join the guild but did not wish to leave Battleship Island. Wanting to protect the 1,000-year dragons. TSK. Your vision is rather limited. The world is not that vast. With the flying ability of the 1,000-year dragons, traversing the globe would not take years. They likely only shift their feeding habitats periodically, returning to lay eggs. This may not even be their sole spawning ground. If you aspire to protect them, you should study and understand their habits, rather than hastily encounter and part ways with your whispering devil fruit ability. You ought to cherish this gift to communicate and understand the 1,000-year dragons. You could easily become a dragon herder, leading the dragon horde in search of food and habitats. Moreover, by properly settling the dragons, you could frequently ride the thousand-year dragons back to Battleship Island or venture into the Grand Line to visit us. After all, riding a thousand-year dragon offers swift mobility. You are the Dragon Knight. Lich King Arthas, a hero of humanity. How can you confine yourself here? Trick earnestly advised. What you say is indeed reasonable. Nami nodded, pondering. Yet a Dragon Knight. Lich King. Trick, are you serious? Is it possible? Will the thousand-year dragons heed me? ABIs inquired. We shall see. Trick responded. The venerable dragon at that moment let out a few calls. It has agreed and conveyed Abis's goodwill to the other thousand-year dragons, Luffy remarked. The ability to hear the voices of all things is indeed convenient. Chueku pondered. Furthermore, this is his very own airborne mobile unit, a rare treasure in the world of One Piece. Where flying capabilities are severely limited, it could easily evolve into an air transport squadron, traversing the doldrums, ensuring the swift delivery of fresh ingredients from ALLBLUE to in the future. He could establish Phylong Express, enabling the domestication of ancient dragons, thus eliminating the need for them to endlessly migrate in search of sustenance. With this thought in mind, Chueku proposed, rather than perpetually migrating, there exists another method to keep the ancient dragons by your side for the long term. This would facilitate their protection. And to safeguard them, one must grow stronger. Our guild could offer shelter and food in exchange for the ancient dragons undertaking transportation tasks. BC, you are perfectly suited to manage this. As for the rumors surrounding the longevity of dragon bones, the guild can assist in clarifying them. After all, if such effects truly existed, ancient dragons would have long been farmed on a large scale worldwide. Is that feasible? BC felt a stir of excitement. For after a hasty farewell, it would be challenging to reunite after a millennium. The crux lies in your need to become powerful, first establishing communication with various animals and sea beasts, then attempting to converse with the Sea Kings. Ultimately, by commanding these mythical creatures, who would dare covet your ancient dragons with such formidable allies at your disposal? Further exploration of the Whisper Fruit could allow sea beasts to pull ships, facilitating communication with the Sea Kings and establishing an adventurous guild along the doldrums routes. You would become the true sovereign of the transport realm. Chueku painted a vivid picture. Really, I will give it a try. Abisi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After all, Abisi was a wild child brimming with a spirit of adventure. Residing on Battleship Island was certainly not her style. She could frequently ride on the ancient dragons to befriend the Sea Kings in the doldrums, uncovering their nesting habits, formulating reasonable routes to avoid them, and even training some to serve as escorts or for transport. Should you require assistance, you may reach out to Miss Machi Nua. And you must attend the guild's training school to acquire various knowledge and enhance your combat prowess. In the future, you will also take on the role of a beast-taming instructor, imparting your knowledge to more students and expanding your team. School, teaching. Abisi suddenly felt overwhelmed. After all, she had spent countless days listening to her grandfather recount tales of ancient dynasties, leaving her with a psychological shadow. The school would be filled with many classmates. She could find like-minded companions to protect the ancient dragons together. Moreover, she could study biology to better understand the habits of ancient dragons and other creatures. Chueku transported Abisi to Machi Nua's location through a portal. The reckless child you mentioned is actually a girl, Machi Nua exclaimed in shock. Did I not mention she was a girl? Chueku mused, thinking it was all the same. I leave her in your care. And here is the logistics development outline I have prepared. The biological transport will primarily be Abisi's responsibility, and we can gradually establish the ALLBLUE franchise restaurants thereafter. Initial prices may be somewhat high, but as routes are established, costs can be reduced. Abisi leaned against the guild's expansive floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes wide with wonder as she observed the diverse people and happenings outside. In the training area, some were learning combat, while others practiced shooting, fencing, and training animals. The plant cultivation base was filled with peculiar flora, including flowers with large mouths and peas that spat seeds. The animal breeding base showcased many rare beasts, including creatures resembling foxes with rooster combs on their heads, lion-like beings adorned with manes, snake-like entities with long rabbit ears and fur, and gorillas with mushroom caps sprouting from boxes. Excuse me, are you polite? Common interjected. Chueku intended to bring some rare beasts from Rare Beast Island back to the guild for cultivation, preparing to open a rare beast zoo, while the original Rare Beast Island would be preserved as a nature reserve. The zoo would not confine these creatures. They would have work hours and could rotate shifts, enjoying freedom to roam and return to Rare Beast Island during their off time. Naturally, their activity areas would be within the guild's private territory. As there were concerns about poachers, the guild had an abundance of food and numerous entertainment facilities. Work merely involved taking photos, interacting, and playing with people. The guild even arranged matchmaking, leaving many rare beasts enamored. And this is the guild's emblem, a smiling face with starry eyes. The stars represent fun, and the smile symbolizes joy. Chueka added casually, "Great. I will arrange for someone to create it and mark it." Machinuo responded, "What about this child?" she asked, glancing at Abisi. First, she should learn some basic knowledge: arithmetic, language, physical education, common sense, first aid, science, biology, history, geography, politics, swordsmanship, shooting, combat, culinary arts, navigation, drawing, wilderness survival, special operations, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Chueku enumerated, counting on his fingers. Wait. Abisi felt increasingly anxious as she listened. Can I not study, or perhaps only learn one or two subjects? No. You are a former hero of humanity, the Lich King. You must learn these elite courses, all taught by renowned instructors. Later, we can focus on your specialties. You can specialize in battle skills later, but you must understand the others as well. After all, to counter your opponents, you must comprehend their fighting methods. Can you let me off the hook? I'm just a child. Abisi looked up at Chueku with tearful eyes, feeling pitiful. She regretted leaving the carefree life of a flower-picking girl on Battleship Island. Coming here felt like being enslaved by a terrifying demon. A hopeless academic failure. No. Education must begin from a young age. A strong child leads to a strong guild, Chueku declared, as he had once endured the rain and thus wished to tear others' umbrellas. Abisi felt as though her world had collapsed. A once carefree life lay before her, but she failed to cherish it. Only after losing it did she realize her regret. Nothing is more painful in this world than this. If heaven were to grant her a second chance, she would tell that life 3 words. I love you. If she had to impose a deadline on that love, she would wish for it to last 10,000 years. Opportunities for outdoor activities would also arise, such as riding the ancient dragons to tame or communicate with the Sea Kings in the doldrums. Chueku added that I will go tame the Sea Kings. Mere Sea Kings. I, the Lich King, can easily handle them, Abisi declared with resolve, her thumb raised. Compared to the daunting curriculum, the Sea Kings suddenly appeared quite endearing, her saviors. Years later, whenever someone inquired about the achievements of Abisi, the Demon King who commanded legions of monsters, she would fondly recall that terrifying syllabus and the mountain of assignments. Her desire to avoid numerous subjects and homework drove her to frantically command, or appease, the beasts. By the way, Abisi, come here. Chueku directly handed Abisi 5 energy capsules. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why are you hitting my head? Abisi exclaimed, her face full of anger. Awaken the primal power within you. Chueku encouraged, then swiftly departed. Back on Battleship Island, Chueku hurriedly boarded the merry-go, catching up with it. Quick, look, a big fish, Usopp shouted. Fool, I've told you several times that's Chueku, Nami retorted. Hurry aboard, a storm is approaching. Chueku leapt onto the merry-go. Braving the storm, and with everyone's cooperation, they surged up Reverse Mountain. The crew, filled with excitement, rushed towards the Grand Line. Are you all jumping the gun? Chueku opened a spatial pocket, beginning to spray a large quantity of seawater to slow down. What, a whale? Quick, steer the ship. There's a gap over there, Nami urged anxiously. The rudder just broke. Usopp panicked. Chueku, that's my designated spot, Luffy exclaimed as he headed to the cannon room to fire and reduce speed. Only to see Chueku standing on the bow of the merry-go. It seems I must take action. Chueku positioned himself on the bow, pulling out a frying pan belonging to Red Wolf. Note: Red Wolf's frying pan, Carmen. When a creature is struck, it is sent flying without sustaining harm, with distance depending on the force applied, while shouting, I will definitely return, and subsequently making its way back to the position of the frying pan. What does he intend to do? The crew wondered. In a way, it looks like he wants to hit the whale with the frying pan. Is he an idiot? Does he think a frying pan can send such a large whale flying? Get down. It's too dangerous. Chueku paid no heed, assuming a baseball batting stance. Bang. A tremendous sound erupted. My ears hurt. I'm going deaf. Nanny. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions a flurry of shock, before their eyes. A colossal whale was sent soaring by a frying pan, accompanied by its thunderous roar. Chopper, in this moment, surely translated the whale's cry. I will return. The Mary safely descended, and Luffy's special seat was preserved. Has Trick become so powerful that he can send such a massive whale flying with a mere frying pan? Zoro was astounded. We are saved. Nami collapsed in fright on the deck. How could there be such a gigantic whale here? Truly, the Grand Line is extraordinary. That whale will return, Trick declared. Then we must flee. Raise the sails, Nami urged. There is no time, Trick remarked, gazing at the immense shadow beneath the sea, thinking it was time to meet Kuroka's. A massive whale's mouth loomed beneath the Mary, reminiscent of a gaping abyss. You're still laughing, you foolish brother. Nami shook Trick vigorously. Are we dead? Where are we? The group surveyed their surroundings, spotting a small island. Look, it's the Great King Squid. They braced for battle. Point 3 harpoons struck the Great King Squid, and it promptly met its end. An elderly man, exuding authority, emerged from the island, seated to read the newspaper. Soon after, Sanji, Zoro, and Kuroka's engaged in mutual banter. Trick observed, realizing Vivi must be up to mischief within the whale's body, and this time Luffy had not lagged behind. He intended to investigate. Trick, where are you going? Nami called out as she noticed Trick stepping away with a graceful stride. Trick is flying again. Teach me to fly too, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. How could a pirate possess the Navy's 6 powers? Kuroka's questioned, his brow furrowed. Who on earth are you? I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy introduced himself boldly. The Pirate King? An amusing little rascal. You're not traitors to the Navy. Are you? Kuroka's inquired skeptically. Cough, cough. We are not Navy traitors, although my grandfather is in the Navy, Luffy retorted. Nanny. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew were astonished. Indeed, aside from Navy traitors, who else would exhibit the clear abilities of the Navy's 6 powers? Your grandfather is in the Navy, and we had no idea. How did you become a pirate? Shall your grandfather execute justice against his own kin? Is he retired now? Once captured, can he pull strings to be released? The group surrounded Luffy with a barrage of questions. My grandfather is my grandfather, and I am me. He cannot thwart my dreams, Luffy affirmed resolutely. The rebellious phase has arrived. Kuroka's mused. Bang! Mr. Nine was unceremoniously thrown onto the ship by Trick, while Miss Wednesday found herself cradled in Trick's arms. Who is this beautiful lady? Trick, release your filthy hands and give her to me. Sanji rushed toward Trick with hearts in his eyes. What? Sanji, are you seeking death? She is my newfound wife. Trick kicked Sanji away. Jealousy has rendered me unrecognizable. Sanji bit his nails, enviously glancing around, wishing to find a treasure of his own. These 2 rascals are still here. Kuroka's frowned. Just now, I kicked that door open and found them sprawled out. Trick explained. They weren't knocked unconscious behind the door, were they, you foolish brother? Nami chuckled awkwardly. They aim to capture Labu, the whale. As long as I draw breath, I will not allow them to harm a single hair on Labu. Kuroka stated firmly. Do not speak such words. I will deal with them. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Trick replied. Suddenly, the entire space trembled as Labu collided with Red Line, prompting Kuroka's to rush off to administer a tranquilizer. Behind them, they guided the Mary through the door on Labu's back, and the group finally escaped from the whale's belly. Kuroka's recounted Labu's past. Just as Luffy was about to break the main mast to make a pact with Labu, Trick kicked him away. Luffy, what are you doing? Trick demanded. That I intend to plant the mast atop Labu's head and forge a new agreement with him, Luffy declared. Fool. The group immediately pounced on Luffy, turning his head into a swollen mess. Allow me. Labu is the companion I wish to invite, Trick asserted. Aren't you all on the same side? Kuroka's queried, puzzled. Let me introduce myself. I am Trick, the president of the Adventure Guild. I wish to extend an invitation to you and Labu to join my guild, Trick announced. Adventure Guild? What is that? My old bones cannot endure adventure. Kuroka's declined. The Adventure Guild primarily provides services and commissions for adventurers. You need not take risks. Currently, the guild seeks to send some outstanding medical students to learn from you, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Kuroka's nanny, exclaimed the Straw Hat crew. You actually know. Are you affiliated with the Navy? Kuroka's asked. No. Our guild has a wide range of business. Collaborating with the Navy is quite normal. Moreover, we possess ample information that can assist Labu in finding his former companions. Trick explained. Don't be ridiculous. It has been 50 years. The Rumbar pirates are likely no more. Kuroka's challenged, sensing Trick was deceiving him. You must believe in the power of miracles. This world is filled with the extraordinary. Like the devil fruits, what is impossible? Trick insisted. Providing Labu with something to hope for and working hard can help him forget the past, cannot it? If you join the guild, we will do our utmost to help you uncover the whereabouts of the Rumbar pirates. Trick coaxed. You wouldn't want Labu to keep crashing into the red line, would you? Ultimately suffering to the point of death. I can certainly guide in medicine, but what do you want Labu for? Kuroka's asked. I wish for Labu to assist the guild in transportation. Let it swallow cargo ships and deliver them directly to their destinations. This would be swifter than sailing on the sea. Impervious to inclement weather and capable of submerging to evade pirates, traversing the doldrums would be no issue. Trick proposed his vision. The doldrums are the nesting grounds of sea kings. Traversing there is perilous. Kuroka's cautioned. Labu is nearly as large as a sea king. Few sea kings dare to attack it. Furthermore, our guild is already developing routes through the doldrums, with dedicated personnel scouting to avoid sea king nests. We have also negotiated with some sea kings for passage. Already, sea beasts are transporting ships laden with sea prism stone through the doldrums in due time. Labu could also carry some sea prism stone to repel the sea kings. Trick elaborated on the guild's measures. Your guild has become this formidable that technology regarding sea prism stone seems exclusive to the Navy, Kuroka's remarked. Slightly taken aback, we exchanged safe route maps from our explorations for technology with the Navy. Benefiting each other. Traversing the doldrums is therefore safer, Trick recalled. ABIs was recently working diligently, frequently engaging with sea kings, or rather, goofing off. Initially not anticipating such swift developments, but ABIs had directly sketched several safe routes. She then declared her intent to complete the entire doldrums and slipped away. ABIs simply wished to express, my heart is burdened. The workload is overwhelming and assignments are endless. After finishing one set of exercises, another set awaits. I can only numb myself with work, seizing the chance to escape and play. The Grand Line is fraught with peril. I fear for Labu's safety. Kuroka's continued to voice his concerns. Wait a moment, Trick interjected, contemplating whether he could procure any useful items now that they had entered the Grand Line. He stepped aside to check the system. Mischief points balance at 588. It appeared the changes across the East Sea had accelerated the accumulation of mischief points. 300 points to redeem a gacha, retaining 288 points. System, doubling pill. Multiplication fruit allows one size to increase or decrease by 100-fold. Love chocolate. Makita consuming this chocolate will cause the recipient to develop affection for you, though the side effects include clinginess, and the effect lasts for a day. A box contains 10 capsules. The Russian roulette gun, Rain Feast, allows for the insertion of capsule props. Its effects can be directly enchanted upon striking the target, and each individual must fire a shot before the next attack can be made. With the bullets discharged at random, the dance speaker, Dance Powder, triggers a dance battle whenever one feels the urge to fight, accompanied by localized rainfall. The sleeping apple, Poison Q, induces slumber upon consumption, with awakening possible only through a kiss from the opposite sex. The Dolly Capsule, Rob Lucci, enhances one's power by an additional 100 points upon enchantment. 25. These are all practical items, particularly the heart-shaped chocolate, which is simply a divine tool for driving. Ahem. I am a serious person. Trek quickly reined in his immature thoughts. This doubling pill shall be given to Labu. It augments transport capacity and maneuverability. With this thought in mind, Trek took the doubling pill to find Kuroka's. For Labu's safety, our guild is willing to provide a miraculous potion that permits Labu to freely alter his body size, capable of enlarging up to 100 times his current size and shrinking down to 1/100th of it. If he grows 100 times larger, few sea kings could inflict harm upon him. If he shrinks down, Labu can easily traverse the rising currents of Upside Down Mountain to the Four Seas. Does such a potion exist in this world? I have never heard of it. It cannot be a devil fruit, can it? Kuroka's questioned. Certainly not. You may observe that our guild possesses numerous wondrous items. Trek replied, we can indeed vouch for that. Nami added, I can now converse with Labu. You should also listen to his perspective. Trek donned the pet collar and hurried to find Labu. Note, the pet collar, ABIs, enables communication with other species. Can this fellow, much like the Straw Hat Kid, also communicate with animals? How intriguing. Kuroka's remarked upon Trek's peculiar penchant for the collar. Do not misunderstand. The collar around his neck grants him the ability to communicate with animals, rather than indicating any strange proclivity. Nami clarified. After a friendly exchange between Trek and Labu, Labu agreed to Trek's invitation. After all, even if Trek fails to locate the rum or pirates, with the effect of the doubling pill, Labu can traverse the red line and the calm belt unimpeded, seeking the crew while transporting goods concurrently. Trek and Labu struck a deal. Labu would join the guild, work for the guild, and Trek would assist in finding people. Trek administered the doubling pill to Labu. It seems you have all come to an agreement. I have no objections. However, I shall feel somewhat lonely without Labu. Kaloka sighed as he reclined in his chair. Loneliness is not an issue. Many medical students will come here to study under you, so as long as you do not mind the company, you will be fine. Labu frequently travels through Twin Cape to procure goods for the North Sea and the West Sea. Thus, you will often encounter him, and at times, you might accompany Labu on his deliveries. Leave Twin Cape. Although Kalokas is the lighthouse keeper, he has ventured out in the past alongside Roger. Whether he guards the lighthouse is not particularly crucial. Recently, that brat Buggy claimed I have fallen under some curse that prevents me from leaving easily. Should I depart, misfortune will ensue. You know I am a crew member of Roger's, so you must have heard of that curse. I do not wish to meet my end midway, Kaloka stated to Trek. Ahem, that should not be a problem. Did Buggy not say that after all these years, the potency of your curse should be waning? Trek replied awkwardly. Nami stifled a laugh as Luffy and the others frolicked on the now-shrunken Labu's back. Buggy will not be joining your guild. Will he? He is merely spouting nonsense. Regardless, you will be fine. As for the rest, who knows? Trek glanced skyward, whistling nonchalantly. It seems this guild is up to something, but as long as it is not malevolent, I suppose it is of little concern. With that thought, Kalokas decided not to dwell further. Please hold on. I will fetch someone. Trek produced a door to anywhere and headed to the Rogetown Guild outpost. What a marvelous ability! Kalokas was astonished by Trek's actions. You will soon get used to it, Nami remarked, eager to procure supplies in Rogetown. However, given the previous incident, it is not convenient for her to appear there now. Clabatel, where is Kaya? Trek inquired, addressing Clabatel, who was working nearby. Welcome, President. Miss Kaya has personally accompanied Bartolomeo. Clabatel responded. Have you yet to locate the fruit? If necessary, send someone to keep watch. If we miss it, I shall resort to extreme measures to obtain it. Also, contact Kaya and bring her back. I wish to take her to apprentice under a master. Never mind. Just report the location. I will go myself, Trek said. Extreme measures. It seems the president has some method to acquire the fruit, Clabatel thought. Reporting the location near the port, where Bartolomeo frequently sources supplies. Watching Trek hurry away, Clabatel half spoke. Hoping the president would recognize Kaya, Trek searched diligently atop the rooftops near the port, his frustration mounting as he failed to locate Kaya. Instead, he witnessed Bartolomeo embroiled in a heated argument with a young delinquent, exchanging profanities. At this moment, the girl presented herself as a self-proclaimed gang leader, or as Trek perceived, a young delinquent. Her gray-white hair adorned with a black skull scarf. Her head styled with multiple punk braids, her chest tightly bound with bandages, exposing her smooth abdomen, a steel needle clamped between her lips, wielding two large knives, clad in a heavy metal jacket, and sporting a punk-style leather skirt. With her long legs embellished with a tattoo of a heart pierced by a needle, symbolizing love. Here, I reign supreme. Protection fees are mine to collect. You, get lost. The young delinquent stood atop a barrel, brandishing her knives, accompanied by a group of followers, exuding an air of intimidation. Who is this insane woman? Does she not know this territory belongs to Bartolomeo? Bartolomeo raised his middle finger in defiance. The two continued their exchange of insults, yet neither made a move to strike, resembling two dogs restrained from attacking. Trek observed the young delinquent from a distance, lost in thought. The more he looked, the more puzzled and alarmed he became, filled with questions and existential doubt. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn nearer and now stood beside the two verbally sparring individuals, his eyes scanning the young delinquent up and down. Side to side, as if assessing her with titanium alloy precision, the two adversaries finally noticed the figure standing beside them. Honey, you finally came for me. I missed you so much, the young delinquent exclaimed. Joyfully embracing Trek, her body pressing against him, her large, watery eyes wide with excitement. The familiar sensation, the familiar heartbeat, the familiar scent of blood. It was as if a fruit knife had transformed into a watermelon knife, accompanied by the discomfort of those heavy metal spikes. What on earth has transpired? Whatever happened to the pure maiden, the wealthy heiress? Even a Yandere would be preferable. Yet, this is rather exhilarating, although the pricks are somewhat painful. Trek's inner monologue was a mix of sarcasm and slight exhilaration. Baby, you were here all along, making me search for you for so long. Do not bother with these small fry. Let us return and have some watermelon, Trek said, wrapping his arm around the young delinquent's waist and heading back, leaving Bartolomeo and his gang bewildered in the wind. The swift change from gang leader to cute baby was astonishing. Hey, That guy just called me small fry. Bartolomeo, realizing what had transpired, was about to fume, but in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Where did the boss lady go? Where did the boss lady go? The young delinquent's followers frantically searched for her, but she had already disappeared, scattering in all directions. The young delinquent and Trek vanished in a flash, reappearing in a desolate alleyway. Honey is the favorite toy of the baby. The young delinquent cooed, leaning against Trek. Well, there's no escaping now. This young delinquent is Kaya. Trek finally confirmed the identity of the young delinquent. You? What else with this outfit? Trek exclaimed, feeling another prick from her spikes, and hurriedly added. Please do not get too close. How annoying. I am adopting this identity to complete my mission. It is the best way to seize the resources of those green-crowned heads and quickly locate the shield fruit. Kaya playfully punched Trek's chest. Is the side effect of this Yandra pill this severe? Trek pondered. Never mind. Let us hurry. They are waiting over there. I will take you to apprentice under a renowned doctor. He is the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, and it took a great deal of persuasion to secure his agreement. Honey cares for baby the most. The masters I invited are top-notch. Kaya bestowed a fragrant kiss upon Trek's neck. You're getting too into character. Stop acting. No one is here. Leave. Trek, feeling a shiver run down his spine, pushed Kaya away. They opened a portal and arrived at Twin Cape. Brother, you have finally returned. Who is this beside you? Nami, currently gathering information about the Grand Line in Kurakasu, turned to see Trek emerging from the portal with a charming girl. Long time no see. Nami, honey, Kaya exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Nami and planting a kiss on her neck. After all, Nami bore a striking resemblance to Trek, and kissing Nami felt akin to kissing Trek. Hiss, Nami gasped, momentarily flustered. Her neck was sensitive, and the piercing sensation below was equally sharp. Who are you? Do we know each other? Nami questioned, forcing the clingy girl away. How rude. Have you forgotten so quickly after such a short time apart? You still reside in my room. You know? Kaya teased, shaking Nami's hand playfully. Room? Nanny, you are Kaya. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating her inquiry back and forth. What has happened to her? Trek, what did you do to her? Nami grabbed Trek's collar and shook him vigorously. Quickly, let go of my honey. Kaya swatted Nami's hands away. I have no idea. I just asked her to follow the gang leader. She got too immersed in her role. I didn't recognize her at first either. Trek shrugged helplessly. The commotion attracted the attention of the Straw Hat crew, who were playing with Labu nearby. Beautiful lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sanji appeared before Kaya, his eyes sparkling with affection. Your outfit is so cool, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Is that a watermelon knife? Is she a swordswoman too? Zoro pondered, eyeing the watermelon knife in Kaya's hand. Who is this? Is she a new recruit of yours? Trek? Usopp inquired. Ahem. Kaya. Trek had not anticipated that Usopp, who had grown up alongside him, would be equally baffled. Why are you mentioning Kaya? Has something happened to her? Usopp asked, his voice filled with confusion and concern as he clutched Trek tightly. Nami and Trek were at a loss for words. I meant to say, this uniquely styled lady is Kaya, Trek emphasized, covering his face in exasperation. Nanny, the Straw Hat crew gasped in shock, with the exception of Sanji, who was meeting Kaya for the first time and felt no sense of dissonance. You're not joking. Are you? Usopp stared wide-eyed at the girl, turning to Trek for confirmation. It's you. Usopp. Long time no see. Weakling. You're still alive, Kaya greeted with a smirk. And that swordsman over there, the scarecrow Luffy, it's been ages. Who is this golden-haired cutie? Kaya remarked with a haughty tone. Scarecrow style. I really want to spar with her. Zoro's face contorted with agitation, feeling as though a beast was fixating on him. I'm the Straw Hat Rubber Man. Not a scarecrow, Luffy corrected, picking his nose. She actually called me handsome. Sanji fainted instantly, blood gushing from his nose. Weakling. Weakling. You're still alive. You're still alive. Kaya's voice echoed persistently in Usopp's mind. He stood frozen, his backpack dropping to the ground. Feeling lost and nostalgic as the winds of youth slipped away, this curly-haired kid needs serious help. Kaya kicked Sanji, who was still dazed from blood loss. Ahem. Excuse me, is this young lady here to study medicine? Kurakasu interrupted the conversation. Yes. This is the one. She is well-versed in human anatomy, pharmacology, and toxicology, capable of diagnosing various ailments with ease, wielding a scalpel as if slicing through melons. Trek hastily boasted about Kaya to Kurakasu. Human anatomy? Slicing through melons? Kurakasu glanced at Kaya, who was holding a watermelon knife, his mouth twitching that he thought to himself that she must have sliced through more than just melons to be so knowledgeable about human anatomy. And was he certain that was a scalpel, not a watermelon knife? All right, follow me. I'll test her, Kurakasa declared, leading the way to his small house. Goodbye, Straw Hat Crew. And you too, honey. Kaya blew a kiss, her hands clasped behind her back. 2 watermelon knives tucked at her waist as she followed Kurakasu inside, leaving the others staring in bewilderment, especially Usopp, who remained petrified. What did you do to her? She was perfectly fine before we left. How did she become like this after joining the Adventurers Guild? Usopp snapped back to reality, shaking Trick vigorously. Trick retaliated with a playful flick to Usopp's forehead, asserting that the guild does not interfere with its members' interests in attire. As long as it's not excessively bizarre. She had been cooped up for too long. Now she unleashed herself. The former her was merely a caged canary. The present her is an eagle soaring across the skies. The guild allowed her to experience the vastness of the ocean. So how could you blame her for living her life while you remained stuck at home? Usopp was left speechless, while Trick continued passionately, his eyes darting around. Where's my wife? Trick suddenly realized Vivi was missing. Had his home been robbed? Wife? That blue-haired woman? I didn't notice. She vanished in the blink of an eye, Nami replied. Fortunately, I took their log pose. She will definitely return, Trick reassured, having performed a thorough search of the 2 earlier, a rather serious one at that. If it were less serious, Trick might not have been able to control himself. You actually have a log pose, Nami exclaimed, astonished, having just learned from Kurakasu that navigating the Grand Line required one bang. A distant explosion echoed that it was Vivi, who had been on a mission with the ill-fated duo. Attempting to silence her, Labu, save me. Trick dashed toward Labu. Vivi and Mr. Nine surfaced, coughing as they expelled the water that had entered their lungs. Trick patted Vivi's back. Thank you. Cough, cough. Vivi expressed her gratitude, looking at the considerate young men before her. The 2 then kneeled, pleading with the Straw Hat Crew to take them back to Whiskey Peak. After some back and forth, Luffy decided to escort them to Whiskey Peak. Meanwhile, Trick stood aside, deep in thought. A genius, an extraordinary genius. Suddenly, Kurakasu's voice boomed from within his small house. Kurakasu rushed out to face Trick, stating, "This lady is not merely as simple as you described. Your previous characterization was quite conservative. In many aspects, she has surpassed me. I have little left to teach her, aside from sharing my years of experience and research notes." Nanny. Everyone was taken aback, considering that Kaya had only recently been frail and had not studied medicine for long. It's just average, studying medicine ISNT, just about having hands, dissecting a few bodies, applying poison, and detoxifying. The basics are well understood, Kaya replied lazily as she sauntered over, almost boasting. Dissecting? Poisoning? A chill ran down the spines of the crew. Was medical study truly this grim? What had Kaya experienced that made her demeanor seem so nonchalant? Compared to dismembering bodies, her non-mainstream attire seemed trivial. The current Kaya was a stranger to Usopp, stirring a hint of fear within him. Vivi and Mr. Nine, hearing these comments, looked at this medical prodigy with a sense of dread, feeling as if they had wandered into a den of wolves, where she seemed the villain and they the victims. The guild had provided a plethora of medical texts, and Kaya had been traveling across the East Blue treating ailments, so it was only natural for her skills to flourish. Trick, playing coy, thought to himself that Kaya's exploits had been reported to him by Clabater, detailing how various pirates had been captured and dissected, only to be sewn back together, lively and well. Even the healthy ones were infected with various viruses, only to be cured repeatedly. The Fishman Dragon was now also a subject of Kaya's research. Kaya often lamented to Trick that he hadn't spared more fishmen to serve as control subjects, which diminished her research enjoyment. The vile pirates and robbers were mercilessly toyed with by Kaya, transforming them into quail. Those who committed no crimes returned home to farm, fearing the ocean and often waking from nightmares, terrified that they were no longer on the operating dissection table. Most terrifying of all was Kaya's penchant for fishing with the guise of a delicate rich girl, though she indeed was, wandering alone in areas plagued by pirates, reenacting a pirate version of a Chinese ghost story. The moniker Yandere, which struck fear into the hearts of evildoers throughout the East Blue, while simultaneously earning her reverence as a savior among the ailing. Her reputation was indeed polarized. Incidentally, due to the peculiar properties of her Yandere pills, Kaya's strength fluctuated unpredictably, leaving Trick baffled. After all, one wouldn't dare to strike with lethal intent as Tsuika's strength grows, battles ensue. At times, he prevails, while at others, he falters. It remains uncertain whether Koya is intentionally holding back or simply possesses remarkable learning capabilities. Note, the Yandra pill, Koya, a frail individual who, upon consumption, can easily discern ailments, erupts into formidable combat prowess when angered, and exhibits a slightly Yandra personality. The weaker the body, the stronger the combat ability. Conversely, a robust physique results in temporary ineffectiveness that I can sense the aura of a formidable opponent. You wield a blade as well. I presume you are a swordsman. How about we engage in a duel? Zoro suddenly challenges Koya, feeling humiliated by the taunts regarding his lost blade technique. And that unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by a ferocious beast is intolerable. Are you out of your mind? Zoro, even if Koya wields a watermelon knife, she is still a delicate female doctor. That knife is merely a prop, as Usopp protests. Green algae head, how could you raise a blade against a beautiful lady? If you wish to fight, take me on. Sanji kicks towards Zoro, deflecting Sanji's black foot. Zoro retorts, fool, can you not sense the aura of a true warrior? Her bloodlust is palpable. The atmosphere is chilling. She resembles a specter emerging from a battlefield of carnage. What has she endured during this time? What, Zoro, have you gone mad with the desire to duel? Usopp exclaims in disbelief. That is hardly a justification for engaging in combat. Koya-chan, she is so adorable. How could anyone resort to violence against her? Sanji quips while puffing on a cigarette. Bloodlust? Spectral energy? What does that even mean? Is it not normal for a doctor to carry a scent of blood, especially a female doctor, who experiences such things monthly? Nami is speechless, wondering if Zoro is seeking revenge due to the ridicule. Tsueka, at a loss for words, ponders whether Zoro's instincts are so acute. The East Blue has recently become a graveyard for pirates, and Koya has made significant contributions to that end. Originally designated as combatants, the Sword God and Sword Saint are now idly passing time, having been sent by Tsueka to Frost Moon Village for training. However, Koya's kill rate is exceptionally low, as she primarily captures opponents with a single slice or a needle, rendering them defenseless for research purposes. Naturally, the heavy bloodlust on the operating table is quite normal. After all, dissection of corpses can result in substantial spectral energy. Come now, the Lost Blade technique. The East Blue is filled with weaklings. I wonder if you are one of them. Koya twirls her braid, licking her lips as she strides toward the open space at Twin Cape. Hey, Koya, are you insane? Zoro has engaged with the world's greatest swordsman before, albeit he lost in the end. Usopp attempts to intervene. You bastard. Hearing Usopp rub salt into his wounds, Zoro curses, tying a bandana around his head, grabbing his swords, and following suit. He thinks to himself that he should be careful not to lose his blade this time. Are you not going to stop him, brother? Nami glances at Tsueka. Tsueka shrugs, stating that their guild operates with a degree of freedom. Just watch. I am curious to see the extent of their abilities. Amazing. Luffy, reveling in the chaos, cheers Zoro on. Don't embarrass yourself. Ugh. Don't drop your swords. I will definitely take him down. Zoro's expression darkens. I'm going in. 360 troubles. Zoro begins to call out his technique. Clang, clang. The sound of fierce sword clashes erupts as Koya, not waiting for Zoro to finish his incantation, swiftly draws 2 watermelon knives from her waist. Zoro is quickly overwhelmed, retreating under pressure, drenched in sweat. His vision spinning, utterly unable to track Koya's watermelon knives. Clang. The sword in his mouth is sent flying. Clang. The knife in his left hand is also knocked away. Clang. The blade in his right hand follows suit. At this moment, Zoro collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath, his body unscathed, yet his spirit is shattered. The preliminary motion of the technique is far too lengthy, all flash and no substance. Learn to grip your sword tightly before discussing swordsmanship. You fledgling of the Lost Blade technique. With a swift motion, Koya deftly returns the 2 watermelon knives to her waist, pulls out a steel needle, and places it near her heart, returning it to her mouth. Hiss! The crowd gasps in shock. Is this truly the same Koya, who could barely walk without coughing up a lung? Moreover, her combat prowess likely surpasses everyone present, rivaling even Mihawk. Only Tsueka notices Koya's reckless act of piercing the area near her heart. This is akin to playing with fire. While the characteristics of the Yandra pill can render her absurdly powerful in an instant, it does not grant immortality. If she is struck down, she will indeed perish. One jab in that spot, and she could drop dead, and that would be a spectacle indeed. Are you out of your mind? You could inadvertently meet your demise. Tsueka pulls Koya aside, scolding her in a hushed tone. Honey, are you concerned for me? Worry not. I possess a thorough understanding of human anatomy and acupoints. The more intense the battle and the angrier I become, the faster my heart races, amplifying the effectiveness of the needle, thus enhancing my combat prowess. Koya crosses her arms, giving a slight squeeze. As long as I can regulate my emotions, I can adeptly control my strength, more flexibly than before with medication. So, honey, if I merely think of you, my heart will race dramatically. You possess no self-healing ability. The damage from the needle is irreversible, correct? Sueka inquires, puzzled. To be pierced in the heart while thinking of you. I willingly accept. I yearn to feel that tender sting of love. Koya clutches her chest, feigning agony. Be serious. Is it truly all right to pierce your heart? Sueka glances at her bandaged chest, swallowing hard. It's fine. Striking that area will only lead to rapid exhaustion, allowing me to control my emotions and heart rate for a calming effect. After the battle, there will be no lasting harm, Koya explains while biting the steel needle. You ought to continue your regular training and refrain from utilizing this ability lightly. Sueka emphasizes that no need to worry. Darling, I can easily dispatch ordinary weaklings without breaking a sweat, and I hardly ever need to rely on it. Koya giggles, patting her chest as she reassures him. What are those two whispering about over there? They seem to be laughing. Jealousy transforms me into a hideous visage. At this moment, Usopp discards his usual sickly green bandana and joins Sanji's disfigured team. After Zoro's defeat by Mihawk, the sting of being bested by Koya again must be even more profound. After all, Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman, while Koya was merely a weak girl not long ago. Nami expresses her concern. Koya is incredible. With her strength, there will be no shortage of opponents in the future. Cheer up, Zoro. Luffy encourages the exhausted Zoro on the ground. This moment, Zoro covers his eyes with his forearm, silently shedding tears. Kuna, can you see me from above? A female swordsman, limited by her stamina, can never become the world's strongest. Such is the utter nonsense. Gungshiro, are you not polite? Right here is a female swordsman who has become extraordinarily powerful in mere days of training. Zoro would be at a loss if he knew that Koya had never practiced swordsmanship. Zoro, are you crying again? Don't be sad. Luffy attempts to console him. Fool, these are tears of joy. I am elated to encounter such a formidable opponent. Zoro rises, retrieving his 3 swords, fortified by the experience and repeatedly tempered in spirit. At this moment, Zoro is no longer concerned with ridicule. He resolves with unwavering determination. If Koya can become so strong, then there is nothing impossible in this world. He must carry on Kuina's dream and strive to become the strongest in the world. Of course, he will challenge Koya again in the future to reclaim his honor. Koya is temporarily stationed at Twin Cape by Tsueka, while Labu seeks out ABIs to discuss work. Observing ABIs, who is carefree and joyful, not having to attend class, Tsueka feels a sense of relief. Ultimately, Tsueka hands Koya a pet collar, instructing the other responsible parties to wear it for task coordination. Why not let Labu wear it? Nonsense. A pet collar cannot fit a giant whale. As for ABIs, Tsueka sends her back to continue her studies, leaving her with tearful eyes as she glances back at the guild. Woof, woof, master. Pet me. Koya dons the pet collar, playfully acting like a puppy for Tsueka, sticking out her tongue and raising her paws. Pfft. Tsueka can no longer contain himself, especially with others present. So, shall we play when no one is around? That was not my intention. What do you mean by that? I meant nothing by it. To be honest, the pet collar suits Koya's punk-style outfit quite well. If we don't leave soon, I might just be overwhelmed by cuteness. Tsueka hurriedly boards the Straw Hat Pirate ship, setting sail toward Whiskey Peak. On the Mary, the weather in the Grand Line shifts unpredictably. It was clear skies just moments ago, and now heavy snow begins to fall. Oblivious to the cold, Luffy and Usopp engage in a snowball fight, while the hard-working Sanji clears the snow, and the slumbering Zoro enjoys a deep sleep. Have you seen Tsueka? And what about that blue-haired woman? Nami inquires of Mr. Nine in the living quarters. I have no idea. Could she have gone to the restroom? Mr. Nine wore a puzzled expression as he boarded the ship, only to find that Miss Wednesday had vanished. Perhaps she had been holding her breath for too long. Tightening the blanket around himself, he resumed sipping his hot tea. Fools, you aren't guests. Get out there and help shovel the snow. Nami kicked Mr. Nine out. You lot are truly a handful. The weather is utterly incomprehensible to that moment. In Nami's room, a commotion ensued. Don't do that. I'm going to scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will heed you. Help. Ugh. You really are shouting. Miss Wednesday, or rather, Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, found herself in a precarious situation as Crocodile boarded the ship. He stealthily seized Vivi and brought her to Nami's room, pinning her against the wall in a mock intimidation. Little did he expect Vivi to genuinely cry for help, compelling him to cover her mouth, not with his lips, as one might see in a melodramatic television series, but with his hand. Vivi thought to herself, terrified, for after all, this man had a penchant for dissection. With her identity exposed, she wore a mask of sheer terror, her eyes wide in disbelief. Crocodile, using his other hand, delicately removed her hair tie, allowing her blue, wavy locks to cascade down like a waterfall. Indeed, she was a great beauty. Crocodile savored the moment, while Vivi stood frozen in fear. Villains are typically drawn with exaggerated features, slender brows and squinty eyes, but once they turn to the side of righteousness, they transform into figures of grandeur, their true beauty unveiled at the moment of their exposure. The two locked eyes for a lengthy stretch, with Crocodile making no further moves and Vivi daring not to stir. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. All right, no more jokes. Crocodile awkwardly shifted his gaze and settled onto the sofa, pondering that he was indeed ill-suited for the role of a domineering CEO. Please, take a seat. Let us converse. He gestured invitingly to the space beside him. Vivi cautiously perched herself on the edge of the sofa, her voice trembling as she inquired, "What do you wish to discuss? Surely you are already aware of the situation in Alabasta, particularly Crocodile's nefarious plot to usurp the throne." Crocodile poured a cup of coffee and offered it to Vivi. "How do you know this?" she asked, taken aback. "Didn't they just arrive from the East Blue?" "This information was uncovered after my extensive reconnaissance and tracking efforts. That I am not a pirate. I merely ride the coattails of the Straw Hat crew to conduct business in the Grand Line. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Crocodile, the president of the Adventurers Guild. We accept various commissions, including those aimed at saving your kingdom. As our inaugural venture in the Grand Line, we can offer you a discount." "The Adventurers Guild? I've never heard of it. Is your guild truly formidable?" she probed. "We primarily operate in the East Blue. As you might have noted from that little doctor, her prowess is not to be underestimated." "Is it really that impressive?" Vivi was unaware of Zoro's true combat abilities, nor did she grasp the extent of Kaya's capacity to easily defeat him. Ahem. "Our influence in the East Blue allows us to be well informed about everything concerning the Alabasta Kingdom, which speaks to our intelligence capabilities." To put it bluntly, the East Blue is practically under the dominion of our Adventurers Guild. Crocodile felt the urge to boast. Vivi had been somewhat inclined to believe him. Yet now she found his claims dubious. But Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He operates under the world government, legally plundering as a pirate. Can you truly contend with him? There's no need for concern. You need to pay up front. Compensation is only required upon the successful completion of the task, so entrusting it to our guild poses no risk. If we were to commission you to thwart Crocodile's coup, how much would you charge? Alabasta is currently embroiled in conflict and lacks funds. Our guild requires no payment. In fact, we will provide financial support to help alleviate your nation's plight, but we will need the full backing of the Alabasta royal family. Financial support. Backing? Vivi was acutely aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, feeling as if she were merely leaping from one conspiracy into another. What kind of support do you seek? Do you desire positions among Alabasta's ministers or noble titles? She suspected they aimed to manipulate the royal family as puppets. Observing Vivi's guarded demeanor, Crocodile pondered for some time before continuing. Given your nation's current state, even if we were to halt the war, Alabasta's issues would remain unresolved. Water scarcity and economic fragility are fundamental challenges plaguing your land. Crocodile merely exacerbates these tensions. In truth, he inadvertently encourages your country to undergo transformation. As a descendant of one of the original 20 founders of the world government, Alabasta is exempt from the heavenly gold tax, which already lightens its burden. Yet, after all these years, the nation remains impoverished, relying on the royal family's minimal taxation to barely sustain its populace. When drought strikes, the kingdom finds itself utterly helpless. For 800 years, this issue has persisted, leaving the citizens struggling to meet their basic needs. This is a failure of your royal family. In contrast to your 800 years of so-called beautiful homeland, Crocodile's desire to establish a new ideal nation demonstrates greater ambition. Even if his ultimate motives differ, were the crown, one must bear its weight. As members of the royal family enjoying the privileges of power and wealth, you must also fulfill your obligations and responsibilities. Vivi fell silent, reflecting on Crocodile's words. memories of her childhood surfaced, recalling how she had once questioned her father for not rescuing their parched village. Her father had replied that the weather was determined by the gods, and a ruler was powerless against nature's forces, limited to human endeavors. Ultimately, he could only reduce royal expenditures to marginally assist them, facilitating their relocation to other oases. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Once a carefree princess, Vivi now felt that the royal family had been living in complacency. Although, compared to other nations, Alabasta, under Nefertari's rule, had not subjected the lower classes to overt exploitation, and the populace did manage to fill their bellies. Yet, when faced with natural disasters, they were indeed rendered helpless. With hunger and death becoming the norm, stopping crocodile would only address the symptoms, not the root causes. That is why I have come here. The mission of our guild is to promote production, foster communication across the globe, reduce hunger, eliminate war, and create a relatively peaceful and engaging world. Crocodile rose to articulate his dreams and objectives for coming to Alabasta. The core issues plaguing Alabasta primarily relate to drought and a singular economic structure. However, Alabasta is not entirely devoid of water. The Sandora River boasts a vast watershed, and water resources are somewhat adequate. By constructing dams, they could store water to counteract drought during dry seasons and manage floods during rainy ones. Naturally, building dams upstream could lead to saltwater intrusion at the estuary. Thus, a seawall must also be erected at the mouth of the river, with controlled access for vessels. Of course, specific measures require on-site investigation, for one cannot speak without proper research. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Once the dams are constructed and water stored, canals must be dug to divert fresh water into arable land and deserts, facilitating navigation for trade. Moreover, as soil degrades, afforestation is essential to combat wind erosion, enhance fertility, and expand farmland to boost food production. These projects will undoubtedly be challenging. However, in this world, with the existence of devil fruits and Vegapunk technology, it is entirely feasible to harness their powers for construction rather than warfare. It is lamentable that so many choose to employ devil fruits and technology for combat. Production and development should be their rightful application. With basic survival assured and resources plentiful, the next step is to address the issue of a singular economic structure. The subsistence farming and textile economy, dominated by smallholder farmers, are exceedingly fragile. Although Alabasta possesses vast land, its ecological structure is relatively homogeneous, and its climate predictable. Any significant disaster would be all-encompassing. In such cases, sourcing food and other goods from disaster-free nations becomes imperative. Yet, Alabasta lacks other decisive commodities to barter for sustenance, leading to economic collapse. Therefore, it is crucial to diversify industries to bolster economic resilience. This way, when the nation faces food shortages, it can procure supplies from abroad, empowered by possessing resources and technology needed by other countries, thus avoiding price gouging. First, exploration must be undertaken to identify mineral deposits throughout the country, establishing mines to generate revenue and build industry. Old sand is well suited for this task. Lao Sha refers to Sha Luoku Luoku Der. With wealth in hand, one can attract investments, acquire and develop technology, establish educational institutions, and cultivate a reservoir of talent and expertise. Furthermore, Alabasta boasts vast territories and abundant tourism resources, ripe for the development of the service industry. For instance, hosting various global competitions, organizing desert excursions and adventure endeavors would draw in numerous participants and tourists, allowing for the sale of tickets, enhancement of fame, endorsement of products, and auctioning broadcasting rights, all of which would yield a significant influx of berries and invigorate the economy. With ample funding, it would be possible to recruit and train formidable individuals, nurturing a powerful military force that represents the interests of the entire citizenry. To safeguard such a prosperous nation where all dwell in peace and happiness. This army would be invincible, harboring no fear of calamities, nor contemplating betrayal. Through this, Alabasta could transform into a global powerhouse rather than merely a great nation, even guiding the world to rescue the starving and war-torn populace of other countries. Just as China has historically thrived through the transformation of inhospitable lands such as barren wilderness, swamps, deserts, and miasmic jungles into fertile regions, it is a testament to the triumph of human endeavor over nature. Trick paced back and forth in Nami's room, sometimes bowing his head in contemplation, at other times engaging in spirited discourse, growing increasingly animated as he spoke, occasionally bursting forth with a new idea. Reveling in his own enthusiasm. At this juncture, he suddenly noticed the room was exceptionally quiet. Vivi had not uttered a sound. Turning to her, he found her staring with her large, watery eyes, lost in thought. Trick waved his hand in front of her eyes, but Vivi remained unresponsive. Was she dazed? Did she not comprehend his words? Though Vivi appeared calm on the surface, a tempest brewed within her. Trick was painting a vivid picture of a beautiful nation, an extraordinary world that a single conversation with him was more enlightening than a decade of study. Previously, she had merely grasped the etiquette expected of royalty through courtly education, while she understood the necessity to care for the common people. It remained a mere abstraction, devoid of practical application. During the subsequent drought-induced rebellion, she found herself scurrying about, undercover in Baroque works, striving to halt the conflict without truly understanding the genuine grievances of her people. Her own power seemed insufficient to effect any change, rendering her efforts seemingly trivial. But now, a herald had emerged, a guide who could assist her in leading the nation away from war and famine towards prosperity. "May I apply to join your guild?" Vivi finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "Is that all? Of course, you can. You could even become a core member, as we will be collaborating closely in the future." Trick replied, relieved to see Vivi finally reacting, feeling that his extensive discourse had not been in vain. Worried she might be a blockhead, wasting his efforts. Naturally, Trick mused, becoming his wife would be even better than merely joining the guild. At that moment, Vivi was not without excitement. She had transcended the realm of mere enthusiasm. If Trick's display of power could thwart Crocodile, she would undoubtedly leap for joy and embrace him in tears of elation. Yet, Trick's words had shaken her worldview, leaving her mind somewhat muddled. Suddenly, Trick pinched Vivi's cheek. "Ouch! What are you doing?" she exclaimed, swatting his hand away while rubbing her reddened cheek. "Should we let our Adventurers Guild take on the task of halting the war and transforming Alabasta?" "Give me a response first." Trick sniffed his hand. "Absolutely. As long as you can make it happen, the royal family of Alabasta will fully support the Adventurers Guild. That I will speak to my father. I will ensure he agrees." Vivi felt her cheeks flush as she observed Trick's determination. "It's settled then. We shall proceed to assist. The weather in the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable. We may soon face a storm. So let us avoid getting lazy or Nami will give us a beating," Trick said, taking Vivi's hand as they exited the cabin. "You idiot brother. Where have you been hiding to slack off? And you? Are you Miss Wednesday?" Nami exclaimed, momentarily unable to recognize Vivi with her hair down. "I just went to the restroom." Both Trick and Vivi replied in unison, exchanging a glance. She went in first. They both said again, then fell silent. "What is this? You two are so weird, holding hands to go to the restroom," Nami remarked disdainfully at their joined hands. Neither Trick nor Vivi noticed that they had been holding hands. They quickly released each other. Suddenly, an iceberg loomed ahead, prompting Nami to shout for everyone to divide tasks, control the ship, and lower the sails to avoid collision, thereby alleviating the awkwardness between the two. The weather in the Grand Line is famously capricious. After a flurry of frantic activity, they finally endured until the skies cleared, collapsing on the deck to catch their breath. At this point, a newly awakened Zoro berated the group for being too lazy, resulting in a furious beating from Nami. Truly, slacking off leads to dire consequences. Trick and Vivi exchanged glances, feeling embarrassed as they watched Zoro with a swollen head. Upon reaching Whiskey Peak, Vivi was about to inform Trick about the traps on Whiskey Peak when Trick interjected, assuring her that he was already aware and silencing her. Vivi and Mr. Nine departed first, as she intended to communicate with her subordinate, Ikaram. Welcomed warmly by the residents of Whiskey Peak, the group indulged in food and drink, reveling in camaraderie. Trick and Sanji sat at a table, both incorrigible flirts enjoying themselves immensely. The Straw Hat crew, having consumed too much alcohol, were rendered unconscious, while the residents, who were bounty hunters, prepared to take action. Though Ikaram was Vivi's subordinate, he was presently a member of Baroque Works, thus reluctant to oppose the majority while also testing the strength of the individual Vivi spoke of. Zoro quickly discerned that they were in the stronghold of bounty hunters. Appearing atop a building, startling the bounty hunters below, just as he was about to strike, Trick called out, "Wait, you're not drunk?" Zoro halted upon recognizing Trick. "Express my gratitude for your warm hospitality. I present you with 100 million berries. Let us share the wealth, and may we prosper in harmony. No weapons drawn." "What?" The Straw Hat crew had only a few million berries among them, and the crowd began to stir. "If we capture you, that money is ours," someone shouted. "Everyone, look at my fist." Trick raised his fist. "What does he intend to do?" the crowd murmured. With a powerful punch, Trick generated a tremendous wind, simultaneously triggering an explosive device he held, resulting in a violent explosion from the distant cactus rock, which lost a significant portion of its structure. The onlookers stood agape, their eyes bulging in shock. Will you accept my gratitude? Or would you prefer to experience the force of my punch? Trick inquired courteously. The individual who had shouted earlier swallowed hard. If there are no objections, Mayor Ikaram, please distribute the funds. Ikaram, bewildered, accepted the money box. Everyone, if you have nothing to do, go sleep. Disperse, Trick instructed, although this could lead to punishment from Baroque Works as a member of the organization. Witnessing Trick's fist, the crowd accepted the money and fled. Trick did not wish to create unnecessary bloodshed, as the bounty hunters were quite adept at hunting pirates. Moreover, the ladies had been quite attentive to him. He was not as ruthless as Zoro. Recently, Trick had enchanted his combat power to 1500, and with the cumulative enhancement from previous enchantments and training, his total combat power was around 2600, enabling him to generate a powerful punch. However, producing such force from such a distance was somewhat exaggerated. Thus, he had previously placed a significant amount of explosives on the cactus rock using moonwalk, timing the detonation perfectly to unleash a punch reputed to be capable of obliterating the four emperors. As the crowd dispersed, a feigning sleep Nami found nothing in the bounty hunter's hideout. Having heard about the distribution of 100 million berries, her excitement skyrocketed. Upon discovering that Trick was the one distributing the funds, her enthusiasm waned. Adhering to the notion that her brother's money was her own, Nami emerged, delivering a swift smack to Trick's head, shaking him vigorously. Idiot brother, my money. My money. It was only when Trick mentioned he had a commission for the Straw Hat crew, costing 200 million, that he managed to placate Nami. Vivi, observing Trick's transfer of the commission, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, as if she were being taken advantage of by a middleman. Though she was relieved it had not cost her anything. What just happened? How could there be such a violent explosion, even surpassing the power of my nose-picking bomb? Mr. 5 and his partner Miss Valentine appeared on the street. Mr. Point 5, Miss Valentine, why are you here? IKLM exclaimed in astonishment. Subsequently, the two revealed the purpose of their journey, to uncover Vivi's royal identity and to fulfill the mission of assisting her. Vivi and the others promptly sought refuge behind Trick. It was the first time Trick felt such trust from the group. Evidently, the reputation of the Fist of the King was quite formidable. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Zoro, you handle them. I fear I might unleash too much power and reduce them to ashes. Why should I listen to you? Zoro retorted, visibly displeased. Nami delivered a swift thump to Zoro's head, reminding him, you still owe me money from when you borrowed to buy that sword back in Logtown. Nami continued her tirade, leaving Zoro with no choice but to reluctantly take action. Trick gazed upward, pondering the capabilities of Miss Valentine's Day's fruit, not merely due to an appreciation for the sight of her skirt billowing in the air. Is this a gift for my benefit? I shall affectionately refer to her as the Benefit Princess. The two were swiftly defeated by Zoro, falling unconscious. Luffy, rising to relieve himself, noticed the unfolding situation and grasped the circumstances. Deciding to accept the commission, IKLM planned to disguise Vivi and set sail alone, while Luffy, Nami, and the others would accompany Vivi to the seaside for a send-off. Trick observed the unconscious Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day, deep in thought. Their next destination was to confront Crocodile, who had evidently been weakened in this version. After all, a character capable of standing toe-to-toe with Baroque Works could not be weak. Especially in his own territory, the Sansan fruit was truly formidable, with no significant combat strength on his side. Although Luffy could utilize his protagonist aura, Trick did not intend to follow Luffy throughout the journey, as there were numerous strategic plans yet to be devised. Thus, he needed a fighting force to collaborate with him to avoid any missteps. Just as Alice had said, the members of the Akatsuki organization knew that two individuals traveling together offered security. As for Kaya, perhaps not. There were still plans to arrange for a trip to Drum Island for training, and Kaya's combat abilities were too taxing on the body and ineffective against natural types. The Sword God and Sword Saint were too weak. They could handle minor adversaries, but their rigid control could not withstand ranged attacks or those lacking the will to fight. As for Jarl Bed, the slip fruit was also unsuitable. Gazing at the unconscious figures of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day, Trick found them to be excellent material, transforming foes into subordinates, a mutually beneficial exchange without remorse. The nose-picking man was too repulsive. However, the lady providing benefits, Miss Valentine's Day, had her real name, Machida. Trick bypassed Mr. 5 entirely and carried Miss Valentine's Day away. A violent explosion echoed across the sea, indicating that IKA Lim's ship had been destroyed. The Straw Hat crew quickly gathered Vivi and the still sleeping Sanji. While Usopp returned to the ship, Trick halted Vivi and Nami, bestowing upon them an additional 500 strength points. "Brother, you've enhanced my strength again?" Nami queried, feeling the surge of power coursing through her. Vivi was equally astonished by the sudden burst of strength within her. "I won't be accompanying you to Alabasta for now. I have other arrangements to make. But I will catch up with you soon. Nami, you should leave first and prepare for departure. I have matters to discuss with Vivi." Nami, sensing the intimate atmosphere between the two, covered her mouth and giggled as she departed. Trick produced a pack of Lucky cigarettes, a Russian revolver, and a sleeping apple, inserting the sleeping apple capsule into the revolver and then handing the gun and cigarettes to Vivi. Note: Lucky cigarettes. Sanji lighting one grants good fortune for a period. Note: a box contains 20 cigarettes. The Russian revolver. UE capable of holding capsule items that require usage or consumption to activate their effects, can directly enchant the struck target. One must shoot themselves first before being able to attack the opponent on the next shot, with bullets firing randomly. Sleeping apple, poison Q consuming it induces sleep, and only a kiss from the opposite sex can awaken the sleeper. "What is this?" Vivi asked, perplexed. "This gun contains bullets made from the sleeping apple. If you hit Crocodile, even though he is a natural type, as long as he doesn't evade, it will take effect, and he will fall into slumber, awakening only through a kiss from true love." In truth, any kiss from the opposite sex would suffice, but Trick mischievously added the fairy tale notion of true love, wondering if Crocodile might require a true love boy to awaken. As for the cigarettes, they were meant to counteract the random nature of the Russian revolver, ensuring that shooting himself would indeed put him in a state of good luck and avoid being shot. "These are such strange items," Vivi remarked with curiosity. "Once aboard, you can ask Nami. She knows I possess many miraculous items. Now, let us hurry." Trick lifted Vivi and boarded the ship, setting sail. That moment, Robin was presumably riding a turtle at sea. Trick decided to leave that for another time, knowing she would eventually become a member of the Straw Hat crew. With that thought in mind, Trick departed the dock. Upon returning to town, Trick carried Miss Valentine's Day, Michida, and after several months, arrived at the towering cactus rock, where he had previously created a large crater, still reeking of explosives. Trick had been closely observing Michida's fruit abilities and had a nascent hypothesis. Once confirmed, Michida could potentially become a formidable combatant. After the disbandment of Baroque Works, Miss Valentine's Day had been captured by the Navy while trying to rescue her companions, only to be saved later by Miss Golden Week. She evidently possessed a strong sense of loyalty. However, she was still an enemy, and Trick needed to devise a plan to win her over and cultivate her into an ally, lest she betray him later. Trick produced a box of heart chocolates, contemplating the item's properties. Heart chocolate. Michida consuming it will cause the eater to develop an affection for you, though the side effect is that they may become overly clingy. And the effect lasts for a day, 10 pieces per box. Unfortunately, it was only effective for a day, so he would need to combine it with persuasive dialogue and acting skills. The classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress was timeless. Trick rolled on the ground, shredding his clothing and soiling himself with dirt and blood, removing his shirt and activating his disguise fruit. Instantly, grotesque wounds appeared on his back, his complexion turning pale as he wrapped himself in bandages. Allowing blood to seep through. He also splattered some of his own blood onto Miss Valentine's Day. This was a new skill he had developed with his disguise fruit, dubbed Severe Injury Disguise. Trick discovered that as long as there was sufficient imagination, the scope of the disguise fruit was vast and not limited to the simple descriptions provided by the system. In fact, clothing could also be altered through the disguise fruit. But it lacked precision. If he accidentally deactivated the disguise and the wounds vanished, he could claim to have healed. But if his clothes suddenly appeared new, he would be exposed, especially since Trick intended to spend some time with Miss Valentine's Day. He opted for an organic disguise to ensure authenticity. Trick took out a handkerchief, wet it, and wiped Miss Valentine's Day's face, noting that she was quite beautiful, her attractiveness obscured by the villain filter. "Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch." Under the cool cloth stimulation, Miss Valentine's Day gradually awakened, clutching her head and gazing at the disheveled figure before her. Her eyes widened. "Wasn't this the person from earlier? You're awake. Your Baroque Works is truly terrifying. After failing the mission, they actually wanted to eliminate you. Luckily, I acted in time." Trick feigned a cough, dramatically expelling some blood. "You saved me? Are you injured? Miss Valentine's Day looked at Trick, who was on the verge of coughing to death. Her expression filled with concern. Those pursuers favor using high-powered explosives. Thankfully, during the explosion, I managed to shield you by jumping aside. Trick sat cross-legged on the ground, appearing half-dead. Are you all right? You aren't going to die. Are you? Miss Valentine's Day quickly rose to support Trick, only then noticing the blood-soaked bandages on his back and the numerous bloodstains on herself. Though she had suffered no serious injuries, suddenly, Miss Valentine's Day felt a wave of emotion. It was standard procedure for the company to execute those who failed with bombs, so she did not doubt in point one could only imagine how dangerous the situation had been. He had taken on all the harm for her. It was the first time someone had risked their life to save her. Was this her moment of glory? She felt an overwhelming sense of security. Thank you. My name is Machida. What is yours? The usually confident Miss Valentine's Day felt a bit shy. You're welcome. My name is Trick, he replied. For a moment, Machida was at a loss for words and instead inquired about what had happened thereafter. What occurred afterward? What about my partner? Where are the others? Have the pursuers left? I did not see your companion. The others have fled. And those pursuing them have chased after. It is inconvenient for me to continue aboard the Straw Hat Pirates vessel with you. So I will remain here to take care of you. Trick half-jokingly remarked. Aren't you all part of the same crew? Miss Valentine's Duck inquired curiously while seated on the ground. I am not a pirate. I merely seek passage to the Grand Line to expand my business, Trick explained, sitting cross-legged beside her. Expand your business? Are you a salesman? Ahem. One might say that. Promoting the guild's endeavors. Trick was momentarily choked by Makida's question. And his cough was genuine, not feigned. A guild? Makida asked, intrigued. I established an adventure guild. Trick succinctly shared his aspirations and the concept of the guild. Your dream is truly remarkable, Makida praised, greatly admiring Trick. And the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. After all, Trick was not only kind-hearted but also a young, affluent, and handsome success. And what about you, Makida? What dreams do you harbor? Me. As a member of an assassin organization, what dreams could I possibly have? Makida lamented. Although her true aspiration was to open a chocolate shop, you can no longer return to the organization. You are no longer a member of the Assassin Guild, and it is perilous to remain vigilant against their pursuit. Why not join my guild? It can offer you refuge, and our affiliated departments have a wealth of professions for you to choose from. Trick suggested. Is that possible? Would you mind that I was once a member of Baroque Works? Makida asked, filled with both hope and concern. Baroque Works primarily captures pirates. It is not an inherently nefarious act. It was initially a noble endeavor. Our guild also engages in such pursuits, but with better benefits and without the constant threat of silencing. Trick replied. So what must I do now? Makida inquired eagerly. For now, you will accompany me to expand our business along the Grand Line, with our first stop being Alabasta. What about your injuries? It's nothing. I'll heal gradually. I hardly engage in combat or slaughter. I typically rely on persuasion. As a token of our new acquaintance, please accept this chocolate. Trick awkwardly produced a heart-shaped chocolate, lovingly wrapped in an extravagant box, and presented it with both hands. Note: heart-shaped chocolate. Makida, consuming this chocolate will cause the person to develop affection for you, with the side effect of being somewhat clingy, lasting for a day. 10 pieces per box. Trick appeared flustered and clumsy due to his guilt over his misdeeds, but Makida interpreted his demeanor as shyness. Oh my. Makida blushed, her mind racing. To receive such a gift upon their first meeting? How did he know I adore chocolate? Is he shyly expressing his affection under the guise of a newcomer-esque gift? Who gives heart-shaped chocolate as a mere introductory gift? No wonder he risked himself to save me. It turns out he has fallen for me at first sight. Following her whirlwind of thoughts, Makida concluded, this is a confession of love. I am willing. No, thank you. Makida nearly stumbled over her words, muttering nervously as she accepted the heart-shaped chocolate and promptly unwrapped it, taking a bite. It's truly sweet, soft, and smooth. This is the taste of love. Willing. What does that mean? Did she just say I am willing? It was too quiet. I couldn't quite hear, Trick thought, feeling momentarily guilty for not catching her words. Unbeknownst to Trick, under the influence of the heart-shaped chocolate and the circumstances of his gallant rescue, Makida's mind was in a frenzy. What is wrong with you? Trick asked, puzzled, as he noticed her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes fixed on him. He thought, is the effect of the heart-shaped chocolate truly this intense? Her face is as red as molten iron. This effect only lasts a day. How can I deepen our bond? A date? A meal? A movie? Trick pondered, only to see Makida leap towards him like a hungry tiger. What are you doing? Stop. Don't do that. I'll scream. You can scream all you want. No one will come to your aid. This time, it was Trick who found himself caught in a classic scenario. Trick was pinned down by Makita, and at this juncture, 1,000 words are omitted. Trick genuinely wanted to resist, truly wished to cry for help. This was not mere bravado, for one must not forget that Makita possessed the powers of the wait fruit. With the ability to exert a weight of 10,000 kilograms, the more Trick resisted, the heavier Makita became, rendering him unable to move, risking a catastrophic fracture, with his life hanging by a thread. Trick resorted to the illusion known among sea enthusiasts as the strongest illusion, iron block. At that moment, neither of them noticed a pair of eyes watching them intently from atop a nearby cactus rock before vanishing. Thus, a day and night passed. The moonlight once again bathed the cactus rock in its silvery glow. After a long while, Trick opened his eyes to find Makita still slumbering in his arms. Her cheeks illuminated by the moonlight, appearing extraordinarily sweet. This time, I almost sacrificed myself. Although I later opened the door to a new world with iron block, Trick mockingly thought to himself, those who claim that iron block is an illusion and ineffective are merely steel-headed men. As a time traveler, those who do not learn iron block are akin to eunuchs. Furthermore, the notion of being liked by the heart-shaped chocolate is rather ambiguous. Does it truly function like a gacha? If that is indeed the case, how does it differ from a drug? Alice, come forth. Tis TSK. The little demon Alice appeared above Trick, offering her commentary. Are you not going to explain the characteristics of this heart-shaped chocolate? Is there truly a distinction? Liking you and being fond of you are essentially the same, merely an action. It's a verb. Trick was at a loss for words. Is it really a verb? Trick and Alice began to delve into a literary analysis. It's hard to say. Perhaps your previous actions and the persuasion turned the preposition into a verb. That is to say, upon reaching a certain emotional threshold, under the influence of this catalyst, a preposition can transform into a verb. Trick speculated. That seems plausible. Otherwise, why not try it on someone else? Alice suggested. Ahem. I am a respectable individual, Trick replied, feigning propriety. Pah. Alice exclaimed with disdain before disappearing. As dawn broke, Makita awoke to find Trick's bandages unwrapped and the ghastly wounds on his back laid bare. Recalling how he had selflessly saved her, filled with both affection and deep remorse. What has come over me? During this day and night, Makita had maintained full awareness, acutely aware of what transpired. As her mind raced, she reflected on the events, especially Trick's use of iron block and her own powers, while tending to Trick's bandages. She found herself captivated by his strong muscles and chest, her gaze becoming dreamy. You, not again. Feeling Makita's restless hands, Trick was speechless. Hadn't he the effects of the heart-shaped chocolate worn off, as a lifelong singleton? Trick could only endure both pain and pleasure. Bolstered by iron block, he felt emboldened to continue training with Makita. After a lengthy session under the bright sun, they finally decided to eat, having gone a day and night without nourishment. However, Makita continued to cling to Trick's arm. The clinginess was indeed potent, yet had the effect of the heart-shaped chocolate not faded. Trick was perplexed. The joyful moments had elapsed, and now Trick was eager to validate his hypothesis regarding the wait fruit. As for concerns about Makita betraying him, gazing at the girl who clung to him, Trick felt certain that she had become rather attached to him. Through their conversations, he learned that the wait fruit allowed her to manipulate her weight freely from 1 kilogram to 10,000 kilograms. She could float like a feather or exert tremendous weight to suppress her foes. The umbrella she carried was for adjusting her trajectory and maintaining suspension. Trick had Makita move at various weight levels, and she indicated that once her weight increased significantly, she found it difficult to move. Trick discovered that once Makita's weight reached 10 tons, she could hardly budge. However, there were no signs of discomfort or imminent collapse. The reason dinosaurs could not grow larger was due to the limitations of biological skeletal and muscular strength. Makita's extraordinary weight and body volume evidently surpassed that of dinosaurs. This suggests that the fruit's weight conferred upon her an exceptionally high body density, or strength, preventing her from being crushed by her own mass. Then, when Trick had her reduce her weight to 1 kilogram, he noted a corresponding decrease in her physical strength. However, one must still maintain the strength of an ordinary human. Otherwise, the body's density would be too low, leading to its inevitable collapse. This appears to be the protective mechanism of the devil fruit. Otherwise, the powers bestowed by this fruit would be utterly unfeasible for the user, resulting in immediate demise upon activation. In essence, Mitsai is currently simply lacking a foundational strength, which means that as long as sufficient power is acquired, one can achieve extraordinary feats with minimal effort. This discovery lays the groundwork for Mitsai's future prowess at the pinnacle of the world, especially under the extraordinary influence of Trick. Her growth rate can only be described as monstrous. Mitsai's current techniques are rather ineffective. One technique, 10,000 kilograms of weight pressure, involves first lightening her body to the point of levitation, then instantly increasing her weight to 10,000 kilograms to crash down and crush her target. Another, 10,000 kilograms guillotine, similarly begins with lightness, floating in the air before suddenly becoming 10,000 kilograms to target an enemy's neck. The technique Heavy Stone entails sitting atop an opponent and gradually increasing her weight, approximately 100 kilograms at a time, to torment them. What is the distinction among these three techniques? Trick cannot comprehend them, except for the last one, which has become a tool of torture. Mitsai, I am now going to teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. If all goes well, you will attain the combat strength of a Navy Vice Admiral within a few days. The 6 styles of the Navy. Are you a member of the Navy? How could one possibly reach the strength of a Vice Admiral in such a short time? I am well aware of how formidable a Vice Admiral is. How could it be possible in just a few days? Mitsai is taken aback by Trick's assertion. I am not a member of the Navy, but I possess knowledge of the 6 styles. I have many secrets to share with you shortly. Trick begins to elucidate the 6 styles. Shave. In an instant, one can rapidly stomp the ground multiple times, creating explosive reaction forces for high-speed movement. Iron Body. Through rigorous training, one can harden their body to possess the toughness of iron, impervious to bullets and blades. While using Iron Body, one cannot move freely, but accelerated blood flow can enhance muscle movement. Paper Drawing. By releasing all bodily strength, one can become as light as paper, allowing for effortless control of the body and evasion of attacks aimed at oneself. Moonwalk. By exerting powerful foot strength against the air, one can create a strong floating force, enabling them to walk in the air like ascending stairs, though they cannot remain airborne for long. Gale Strike. This technique unleashes a high-speed, powerful kick that generates a vacuum, delivering slashing attacks capable of cleaving targets in 2. Finger Gun. A technique that mimics the bullet-firing power of a gun, concentrating all body strength in the fingers to unleash a strike with hardened fingertips, which possess the power to easily penetrate the human body. After my recent tests, what do you discern from these explanations? Trick inquires thoughtfully. The 6 styles of the Navy seem exceedingly accessible to me. I believe that with my weight and lightness fruit, I should be able to master them with relative ease. Mitsai replies, the 6 styles are notoriously difficult to learn. Many powerful individuals only master 1 or 2 techniques, and those who can perform all 6 are extremely rare on the high seas. Mastery of all 6 styles is virtually unheard of. Your weight and lightness fruit is tailor-made for the 6 styles. When employing Shave, Moonwalk, or Paper Drawing for movement and evasion, you can instantly reduce your weight. Conversely, when using Gale Strike, Finger Gun, or Iron Body for offense and defense, you can instantly increase your weight. With the enhancement of the weight and lightness fruit, you not only can easily learn the 6 styles, but can also exceed the capabilities of others. Your primary challenge lies in grasping the timing for activating your fruit to maximize the effects. For instance, when using Shave for an assault, you must activate the excessive weight just as your punch reaches its peak force. This way, the resultant inertia will obliterate the target. Interrupting, Mitsai raises her hand to ask, what are acceleration and inertia? Trick begins a brief physics lesson for Mitsai. After a thorough explanation, Mitsai finally comprehends that mass and acceleration are inversely proportional. While they are directly proportional to inertia, altering weight is akin to altering mass. Under normal circumstances, a massive object cannot easily achieve great acceleration, but the weight and lightness fruit provides this peculiar advantage. Naturally, if Mitsai were to attack from above, she need not concern herself with timing the activation because gravity acts downward. Regardless of whether she increases her weight, the attack's direction remains unchanged. In contrast, executing a horizontal punch while prematurely increasing weight would severely misdirect the attack. Due to gravitational influence, an attack descending from above not only eliminates the need to manage the timing of gravitational changes, but also allows her to maximize the effect of gravity by increasing weight to the utmost, thus amplifying the damage. Let me demonstrate, Trick states, proceeding to showcase the 6 styles of the Navy. After observing several demonstrations and practicing briefly, Mitsai successfully learned Shave, Moonwalk, Paper Drawing, Finger Gun, and Iron Body. However, Gale Strike proves more challenging. After several attempts, she ends up propelling herself into the air and landing in an undignified manner, her skirt awry. Trick shamelessly covers his wide eyes, realizing she is indeed a source of amusement. Mitsai's foundational combat strength is currently low, relying solely on her fruit's abilities to activate the 6 styles to effectively execute Gale Strike. Mitsai must continually increase her weight during the kick's process, releasing the weight at the moment of impact to generate a vacuum and produce a slashing attack. Failing to release the weight promptly could result in a phenomenon akin to Thor's hammer, sending her flying. By fortuitously developing a technique reminiscent of Thor's mobility, she can build tremendous acceleration through gradual weight increase, then cancel the weight to launch herself into the AI. By integrating this technique with Moonwalk, Mitsai achieves impressive aerial capabilities, even allowing for long-distance flight. Of course, she can occasionally rest using an umbrella. Trick ponders whether Mitsai should acquire a small bird to assist her in long-distance flight, eliminating the need for Moonwalk. However, the immediate priority is encouragement. Trick pulls out the bullhorn of bragging, which had developed some cracks after previously deceiving ABIs. Note, the bullhorn of bragging. Use up when the other party believes your boast. Blowing the horn may make the boast come true. Trick begins to encourage Mitsai, who is sprawled on the ground, her undergarments exposed. Mitsai, your weight and lightness fruit is perfectly suited for the 6 styles of the Navy. Once you swiftly and proficiently master them, vice admirals will appear as mere novices before you. Once you develop haki, even admirals will steer clear of you. Really? I knew I was a genius. Ha ha ha. Mitsai's eyes sparkle with confidence as she laughs exuberantly. Trick, wearing a pained expression, realizes that further encouragement may lead her to become overly conceited. Regardless, after boasting, he raises the bullhorn of bragging to blow into it. The horn shows signs of further cracks, as if to threaten that should he continue boasting, it may shatter. Although Mitsai has yet to master Gale Strike, she has become quite adept at shave, Moonwalk, and flying away, allowing her to maneuver swiftly in the air, enjoying herself immensely. For now, let us refer to the Thor-like mobility technique as flying away. Trick recognizes that this is insufficient. Her combat power remains lacking, and he must continue to exploit his advantages. Checking the system, he finds that he has a balance of 365 mischief points, recently redeemed, leaving him with a bit to spare. He decides to exchange 300 points, retaining some for emergencies. Exchanging 300 points for a capsule toy, he reserves 65 points. Frozen time capsule. Akiji, when pressed against a target, it can create a large time capsule that freezes the life state of the organism within. Pressing the release button will restore the state, making it useful for preserving critically injured or ill patients. Flying magic carpet. Camel eyelash only solidifies for beautiful maidens to ride upon. 50-50 cigar. Sand crocodile. When smoked, it results in a tie, regardless of the opponent. Spirit summoning scroll. Teleportation fruit allows for the contracting of beings. The medium for the contract is a substance containing the being's DNA. Once the scroll is unfurled, it enables rapid spatio-temporal summoning, with summoned beings unable to return and requiring a new contract after each summoning. Color sniper rifle. Marianu can fire color bullets from a distance, leaving color marks on opponents. Once haki is learned, it can penetrate armored defenses. Dully capsule. Rob Lucci after enchanting. It increases 1's Dully value by 100 after leaving the East Sea, despite the significant accumulation of mischief points through early planning. The variety of capsule toys has diminished. Most of the mischief points are still being spent on Dully capsules. However, the quality remains commendable, and the Dao Power Gacha serves as an effective external enhancement for boosting strength. And what about this flying magic carpet? Are you serious? It can't possibly be a male, can it? The summoning scroll is immensely useful, truly an exceptional temporal artifact. The paintball sniper rifle. Doesn't it mean I need to recruit that painting lowly from Lamariano, namely Miss Golden Week? The other two can serve as means of survival. Come here. Trek raised his index finger and unleashed a lion's roar at Michita in the air. Michita paused, bewildered by Trek's antics. Feeling utterly perplexed, Piu bang. In an instant, Michita appeared before Trek, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The control remains less than refined and elegant. The weight must be released before landing, using Moonwalk to halt, or avoid using heavy movements in a non-combat state. Trek choked on the dust and gestured animatedly at Michita. She could only respond with a series of like a quail. Your current ability usage mainly revolves around the perception and control of timing and strength application. Somewhat akin to Tai Chi. Don't ask me what Tai Chi is. Seeing Machida raise her hand to inquire, Trek interrupted her, but upon noticing her curious gaze, he could only offer a brief explanation. It's like using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds. You cannot resist or pull back against overwhelming force. However, you can seize the opportunity to redirect great power with minimal force. Yet your featherweight is somewhat lacking. I shall now enhance your foundational strength. Clap, clap. Trek placed 20 Dao Power Gacha capsules onto Machida, and combined with her inherent abilities, Machida now possessed at least over 2,000 Dao Power, roughly equivalent to that of long-nosed Kaku.hm. Machida clung to Trek. What's wrong? Trek, engrossed in enchanting the gacha, looked up at Machida, who appeared unusually agitated, puzzled. With Trek's training and the enhancement from the gacha, his Dao power was approximately around 2,600. Without transforming into other powerful characters via the disguise fruit, his strength paled in comparison to Machida, who had surged in power due to the weight and light fruits and the 6 powers. What are you trying to do? Trek retreated hastily as Machida's eyes fixated on him with the intensity of a beast. I want to. That's not what I meant. Don't come any closer. Trek stammered, activating Shave to escape. All seemed futile. Trek's Marine 6 powers were no match for Machida, enhanced by the weight and light fruits. Why didn't Trek use the disguise fruit? Machida was far too swift. And besides, the disguise fruit requires certain triggering conditions. Moreover, transforming into someone else would make Trek feel as if he had betrayed himself. And why not disguise as a girl? That would feel akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel. Even more discomforting. Thus, Trek was dragged away by Machida, and the two resumed their training on Cactus Rock, practicing Iron Block. The drastically enhanced Machida left Trek utterly defeated, leading to an intense period of training in Iron Block for Trek, enabling him to achieve localized Iron Block, which possesses extraordinary resilience. Even akin to Gabra from CP, he could still move while in Iron Block state. Trek, yearning to rise from the depths, found a powerful foundation for training his armament hockey. Welfare Princess, that's enough. Please stop. We have serious matters to attend to. Trek finally could no longer endure the several tons of gravity training. Why do you sometimes call me Welfare Princess? Machida stood up, still filled with enthusiasm, adjusting her disheveled attire from training.hm. Every time you attacked someone before, you would soar into the sky while wearing a skirt. Isn't that a clear display of benefits? I have legs, you know, and now that I'm fast enough, others can't see me at all, Machida said bashfully. Only amateurs wouldn't notice. Skilled individuals can still see the yellow flash of Minato Namikaze. Are you polite? I do not wish for my woman to be taken advantage of. This is for you. Noticing Machida's habit of wearing gloves, Trek produced an onion glove. Note, onion glove, onion head when struck. The target will weep uncontrollably for a period. Is this a token of your affection for me? Machida asked, her big eyes sparkling. This can make someone cry. When a strong person is reduced to tears by you, they want to be able to see, or rather, want to be in the mood to appreciate your benefits. What are you doing? Trek looked on in terror as Machida raised her fist. There is no one else here to try it on. Machida stuck out her tongue and retracted her fist meant for Trek. Touching is harmless. Only a forceful strike is effective. The greater the force, the more one cries and for longer. I've tested it. Trek hurriedly added. How amusing. Machida's eyes gleamed. To Trek's surprise, this onion glove became a nightmare for many powerful individuals. Losing a fight is no shame, but being made to cry is akin to public execution. It's humiliating. After all, not everyone is like Kaido, that lunatic who weeps while fighting. Moreover, there's a hidden function to break conqueror's hockey. After all, once you've cried, how can you still act tough? The name Tear Fist Machida echoed across the seas. Be careful, or I might make you cry, became Machida's catchphrase, a devilish whisper. With the enhancement of the Dao Power Gacha, Machida ultimately mastered the Galefoot. And the other Marine 5 techniques were effortless. Yahahaha. Machida laughed triumphantly from within the crater. The colossal cactus rock was utterly shattered by Machida's punch descending from the heavens. The Buddha's palm, the supersonic missile. Trek, witnessing Machida's terrifying destructive power, felt his composure fraying. Trek never anticipated that Machida would invent such a fearsome technique, accelerating from a height and combining it with the indestructibility of the onion glove. Machida struck the cactus rock at nearly Mach 2. Had Trek not been concerned that Machida might suffer from oxygen deprivation if she ascended further, or that she might be harmed upon descent, and intervened in time, this madwoman would have continued her ascent. Trek subsequently had to meticulously review Machida's character profile, discovering her fondness for lemon tea and chocolate, which explained her fervor for gifting heart-shaped chocolates. Additionally, Machida's personality, overly confident in her abilities, disdainful of opponents, and averse to being underestimated. She enjoys loudly mocking her adversaries, employing ruthless methods to accomplish tasks, believing that anyone who hinders her mission should be dealt with. At present, she no longer torments her foes but focuses solely on tormenting Trek, experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure, causing Trek's legs to tremble as he neared becoming a national treasure. Trek sensed that the surge in her power had inflated her ego, completely liberating her arrogance and madness. Fortunately, she still valued her comrades. After the Baroque works disbanded, she even ventured to rescue comrades she had never met. So she should inadvertently bring about her own demise, right? It seems I must handle her with care, Trek reassured himself cautiously. After all, falling refers to that attack descending from the skies, once combined with haki. Even admirals with insufficient observation haki would truly face peril. With its extreme speed and tremendous power, albeit requiring a considerable preparation time to ascend to great heights, we mustn't damage the landscape. The distinctive feature of Whiskey Peak is the Cactus Rock. Let us leave a few behind. These islands will become the guild's bases in the future. Fortunately, the bounty hunters on the island had fled when Trek had paid them off. Otherwise, the earth-shattering commotion could have been lethal. What did you say? Hani. Machida turned her head, provocatively staring at Trek. I said I hold you in high regard. You mean a lot to me. Trek quickly backtracked. To hell with the landscape. We must depart. I suspect the Straw Hat Pirates should be arriving at Little Garden. I still need to recruit other companions. There should be some of your former colleagues over there. Making introductions convenient? Little Garden? Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week seem to be there. Shall we recruit them? It's been a while since I last saw Miss Golden Week. I'll take the opportunity to have tea with her. She truly knows how to enjoy life. Work and picnics can coexist. Machida reminisced about that battle while the girl leisurely enjoyed a picnic. Filled with envy. Do you have the Eternal Pointer and Record Pointer for Alabasta? Trek inquired, as he would need to utilize the guild's resources if not. However, that would consume some time, and as for the previous Record Pointer, he had given it to Nami. I possess the Eternal Pointer for Alabasta. There should be plenty of Record Pointers at Whiskey Peak. After all, a Record Pointer requires a year to fill up for Little Garden. Many people return and end up being taken out by bounty hunters. Machida produced the Eternal Pointer for Alabasta and said, upon locating the Record Pointer, Trek retrieved the Flying Magic Carpet. You take the helm. Note, the Flying Magic Carpet, camel eyelash, only beautiful maidens can make it rigid enough to ride. Is this a carpet? This is an aircraft that requires a lovely and charming maiden like you to pilot. The Flying Magic Carpet, drooping in the hands of Trek, suddenly straightened up upon seeing Mitsai. Directly soaring to her side and inviting her to ride by pointing to its back. This prop is quite peculiar. You'll get used to it. Trek scoffed inwardly, beast. Then he climbed onto the Flying Magic Carpet with Mitsai, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist for safety, as one must hold on to avoid falling off. Mitsai, noticing Trek's large hands around her waist, chose not to address it and accelerated, reaching nearly Mach 2 speed. This was merely a gentle breeze. The fierce wind whipped against their faces, and Trek experienced the unique sensations of exhilaration. After traveling a distance, Trek spotted a giant turtle in the ocean. Isn't that Robin? Theoretically, she should have returned to Alabasta after her encounter with Luffy and the others. Why is she still nearby? Pause for a moment. Mitsai. Trek gazed curiously at the floating turtle. Wait, how did she end up here? Did she follow us? No worries. Hani, I'm strong now. Leave it to me. Mitsai was surprised but remained undaunted. No. Let me communicate with her first and see if I can recruit her into the guild. Just stay put. Trek urged Mitsai to hover on the Flying Magic Carpet while he swiftly approached the giant turtle with a few quick steps. Upon seeing Trek suddenly appear beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist, Robin was taken aback. Hi. Is that you, Sister Robin? What are you doing here? Haven't you returned to Alabasta yet? Make some room. Trek greeted her, comfortably squeezing into her space. You know me. Robin felt a bit unsettled when her true name was called. However, she quickly regained her composure and feigned ignorance. In truth, Robin had not ventured far from Whiskey Peak. She had noticed Trek carrying off Miss Valentine and was curious about his intentions. Using her devil fruit abilities, she had witnessed Trek's series of antics atop the Cactus Rock. Unfortunately, Trek had yet to develop haki and was entirely oblivious to her presence. Everything, including Trek's heroic rescue and the subsequent vivid scenes, had been watched with great interest by Robin. After all, Robin was no innocent maiden. She had seen much in her life of evasion. Thus, she felt no embarrassment and took pleasure in the spectacle. As she observed the two indulging in their affections, Robin initially intended to leave. However, she noticed Meat-Sai's strength surging under Trek's guidance and peculiar maneuvers, particularly the final fallen, which resonated even from her position far out at sea, making her eardrums ache. That punch not only shattered a massive cactus rock, but also upended Robin's worldview. When she realized that the two were about to depart, she felt compelled to leave as well. Fearing discovery, after all, Robin could not be certain of her ability to escape unscathed. Yet, she did not anticipate their choice to fly, leaving her exposed on the water, where she was promptly caught, with a bounty of 80 million berries. How could she not be recognized? Trek intended to tease Robin. Now no longer a novice, Trek floated closer, his hands becoming restless as they inched up her waist. Robin's heart raced, sensing that this little rascal had set his sights on her bounty and was now attempting to take advantage of her. The dreams he had shared with Meat-Sai could not possibly be mere fabrications, could they? What do you intend to do? Robin assessed that this young man possessed significant combat strength, and with Meat-Sai hovering above, she found herself in a precarious situation. I want, Trek instinctively replied, treating it as a joke. Robin's expression darkened. Although she was already somewhat sullen, the change was not easily noticeable. Robin was unfamiliar with this jest, but had seen Trek and Meat-Sai light up after exchanging such banter. Ahem, Trek's future was suddenly seized by Robin, who caused him to break out in a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily activate his iron block. Trek mentally thanked the inventor of the iron block for preserving his future. He had nearly forgotten about Robin's history. Frankie was a seasoned victim. Feeling the iron-like hardness of his future, Robin pondered her own allure. How could this guy be so hardened? With her other hand, she withdrew a poisoned dagger, but instead of aiming it at Trek, she pointed it at her own face. I know I can't defeat you, but I can take my own life and ruin my face, preventing you from collecting the bounty. Trek instantly realized he had crossed a line. Robin had previously attempted to take her own life in the Eni's lobby after failing to assassinate Crocodile. Furthermore, Robin had spent her childhood searching for work to survive. Due to her identity and astonishing bounty, she had been betrayed and discarded multiple times. For the past 20 years, Robin had concealed herself in the underworld to evade the Navy, surviving by betraying others. His jest had struck a nerve. Wait, don't do anything. Please, don't. As Robin's dagger drew closer to her face, Trek urgently pleaded for her to stop. The scene turned bizarre. Robin was poised to take her life, while Trek begged her not to. Robin looked bewildered, wondering why he was so concerned when she had no intention of harming him. You must be after my body, you lecher. Saru is alive. In a moment of desperation, Trek blurted out this information. Upon hearing Saru, Robin halted her actions. Put that poisonous dagger away. Even a slight cut would be fatal, Trek cautioned, careful not to provoke her. How do you know about Saru? And how do you know the dagger is poisoned? Robin asked, astonished. Put the dagger away, and I will share the information, Trek retorted. You threaten me with your life. One might think you're my wife, he quipped. Assuming it was a guess. If the dagger weren't poisoned, would you really think you could stab Crocodile? That's impossible. Eventually, Robin sheathed the dagger, realizing she had little left to lose. If he wanted it, so be it. Saru was not frozen to death by Akiji. He was spared, taking the books of O'Hara to Elbaf. How do you know? Robin questioned. I am the president of the East Blues Top Adventure Guild. What information do I not have? Trek replied confidently. Do you believe that without Akiji's leniency, he could have escaped and still be alive today? Akiji is a stalker. Akiji interjected. Are you polite? Mentioning the Marine Admiral Akiji made Robin tremble with fear. Even if Trek claimed he had let Saru go, the Marine's orders to exterminate O'Hara were all too real. Robin could never forget that day of raging flames. I'm sorry. I was just joking. I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. Trek sincerely apologized. Seeing Trek's earnestness, Robin was astonished, yet Trek's large hand remained firmly in place. Your hand? I was just afraid you would reconsider. Trek awkwardly withdrew his hand, reminiscing the warmth he had just felt, deciding to forego washing his hands today. Since you're not going to capture or kill me, what exactly do you want from me? There are plenty of beauties on the sea. Robin inquired once more. How about joining my guild? There is no future in sticking with Crocodile. I plan to capture him and make him work for me. Moreover, I noticed your deliberate guiding of Luffy. It is clear you intend to betray Crocodile. Since you're already planning a betrayal, why not join the Adventure Guild and act as a mole against Crocodile? So you know the mastermind behind Baroque works. Do you think you can defeat Crocodile? Currently, Miss Valentine's strength is insufficient. Her natural abilities can easily evade that attack. How do you know about Miss Valentine's strength? Have you been watching? Since when? Trek's vigilance heightened. Since you carried off Miss Valentine. Robin smirked, realizing he had been caught off guard. Are you trying to silence me? Robin teased, embracing the reserved young man, who seemed to be trying to act wise beyond his years. Avert your eyes from impropriety. Beware of needles. Crook unleashed a ferocious curse. Then I shan't introduce my guild. After all, you have eavesdropped, so just let me know if you wish to join. Crook, in a state of despair, exclaimed, Aren't you afraid of my betrayal? You must be aware of my past. None of my former employers have met a good end. My sister is a thief, the very same girl from the Straw Hat crew who bears my resemblance. She has endured the pain of losing our mother since childhood, stealing treasures from pirates to save our village from our enemies. I am but a con artist. You witnessed my deception of Miss Valentine's Day. Yet, my lies bring happiness to others. Crook insisted. Makita, just tell me, are you happy or not? Makita replied, My surname is me. Thus, the betrayal of Nico. Robin must have her own reasons, right? Hearing Crook's words, Robin was profoundly moved for the first time by someone who understood her. Since you are the arch-nemesis of big shots, you need not be my employee. Rather, become my wife. That way, we can break this ominous feng shui, Crook suggested, recalling the infamous duo known as the Flying Twins. Robin glared at Crook, annoyed, realizing this little rascal was indeed lusting after her. Despite her earlier feelings of gratitude, imagine, we could have many children. You would care for them daily. How could you betray me then? This feng shui dilemma would be resolved. Crook earnestly analyzed the predicament of their fate. Robin clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to crush Crook's future. I could join your adventure guild. But there are significant issues regarding the information about your guild. Could you enlighten me on the true situation? Robin proposed. She was somewhat aware of the East Blue Adventure Guild's intelligence, but found it hard to believe. Given the absurdity of some details, like Shanks and Garp shouting advertisements, Mihawk kneeling, and nobles doing good deeds, such revelations were utterly shocking to Robin, akin to celestial beings scavenging for trash. Doflamingo, are you being polite? Hey. Joining in the name of my wife. Not as an employee, Crook reiterated, feeling a twinge of anxiety from the lessons learned from the Flying Twins. Robin remained silent, fixated on Crook. Join under the guise of an undisclosed secret wife. That is my bottom line. Just pretend to be my employee during the day. Crook bargained, thinking this arrangement would be more exhilarating. All right, and what about the guild's intelligence? Robin, indifferent to titles, wished not to waste time with this fool. You can see for yourself. Crook retrieved a pile of financial reports from his spatial pocket, detailing the conditions of each guild outpost, the organizational structure, personnel arrangements, and various developmental plans. Initially, Robin perused the documents with little concern. But as she read further, her astonishment grew, her eyes widening as cold sweat trickled down her brow. These are top-secret guild documents. Do not let them leak. Dreadful consequences will ensue. Crook emphasized, extending his pig trotter once more. You trust me this much? At that moment, Robin no longer cared about the pig trotter. She recognized the gravity of this information. Shanks and Garp were genuinely endorsing the new East Blue. Shanks' endorsement fee was Machino's iron fist. Garp's was 5 tons of sunbae. Moreover, the guild's Methria cult had an astonishing number of nobles and kings from the East Blue kingdoms among its followers. The guild's operations with the Navy were remarkably frequent and intimate, almost serving as a logistical support base for the Navy. The guild boasted numerous research institutions and training schools, providing talent to various social strata and the Navy. Additionally, there were a plethora of business plans, particularly one concerning the developmental outline for Alabasta, which Robin found difficult to articulate. As the CEO managing Baroque works for Crocodile, Robin was well-versed in management. Frankly speaking, Crocodile's coup was child's play compared to the Adventure Guild's potential to upend the world. This power was not merely individual strength, but rather a vast organization embedded within. Indeed, my beloved wife, you possess management experience. Henceforth, the paradise of the Grand Line shall be under your purview. I must venture into the New World and the Four Seas to expand our business. Crook proposed, suggesting that Robin could absorb all of Crocodile's influence or even declare himself the true mastermind behind Baroque works, rendering Crocodile obsolete. As he spoke, Crook subtly made his move. Robin gazed at this little lecher with a serious expression. Deep in thought. Fine. I shall oversee Crocodile's operations. But tell me, do you know what he intends to do? Everyone knows. You need not elaborate. It's nothing but treason and the underworld, which does not pique my interest. The guild possesses incredibly powerful intelligence. It is hard to fathom that it was established less than a year ago. In the future, you may accompany the Straw Hat crew to seek the historical texts you have long yearned for. My sister, a fellow guild member, is aboard the ship. However, she knows little, so do not let her see the guild's financial reports. Once on board, you will still need to manage the guild's operations in the Paradise region. And I shall periodically provide you with the necessary information. Crook revealed his capitalist demeanor. Robin was unfazed. For a scholar, these operations were mere trifles. And your strength is sorely lacking. You have not properly developed the flower fruit. Nor have you trained your body. Crook admonished in a motherly tone. The flower fruit is an indispensable asset for both domestic and travel needs. It assists in household chores and can effortlessly gather intelligence while providing offensive capabilities. Speed is rendered meaningless in the presence of the flower fruit. However, your inadequate strength limits your abilities to mere small fry. You must train in the 6 forms of the Navy, and most importantly, you must cultivate Haki. The armament Haki is essential. This way, even if you encounter a strong opponent with armament Haki or a Logia user, you can still employ your skills effectively. What is Haki? Robin was not unfamiliar with these techniques, but Crook's maternal lecture left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, what is Haki? Crook pondered. This concept was not scientifically explainable, but it seemed he would need to recruit a teacher from Amazon Lily. Haki represents the external manifestation of one's bodily energy, divided into Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki, corresponding to spiritual power, physical strength, and perceptive ability, respectively. Crook attempted to explain with his limited understanding. Point 1 can frighten others. 1 serves as armor, allowing one to strike Logia users, and 1 enables perception of foes and prediction of attacks. Can you do it? Robin remained perplexed. Merely explaining was insufficient. No. First, learn the Navy's 6 forms. Iron Body is the foundation of Armament Haki, and Paper Drawing is the foundation of Observation Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, I shall provide you with tools to teach you how to become a queen. I shall teach you Iron Body first. Crook playfully lifted Robin into his arms. Crook covered Robin's mouth, mindful of Makita still in the sky. To ensure Robin's loyalty, Crook decided to take decisive action. As she possessed too much sensitive information about the guild's secrets, and it was not merely a matter of Crook losing control, he bestowed upon Robin 5 enchanted power capsules and left her, feeling unfulfilled, while he returned to the flying magic carpet with a moonwalk. You two? Makita inquired, curious about their lengthy conversation, as the canopy on the turtle obscured the view. I convinced her. From now on, we are all on the same side. Crook flashed an okay gesture. The two continued their rapid descent, piercing through the clouds to reveal colossal dinosaur skeletons and volcanic ranges, soon arriving at the prehistoric island's little garden. The flying magic carpet kindly tilted its head, gradually slowing down to prevent abrupt stops from tossing them out. Indeed, flying was swift. He and Makita had squandered several days, uncertain if the Straw Hat pirates still remained. Wow, so many dinosaurs, and pterosaurs too. It seems the guild will add another flying beast. This place could undoubtedly be developed into a Jurassic Park, a grand project he needed to discuss with Machino. Could you let go? Makita, exasperated, remarked, as Crook's rapid speed nearly caused her discomfort. Why did you drive so fast? Let me massage it to reduce the swelling, Crook awkwardly suggested. Get off. Get off. Look, a child is crying. Crook shifted the topic. It's Miss Golden Week, and she's already an adult. 18 years old, Makita quipped, rolling her eyes at the notion of an aging young woman. 18. Crook exclaimed in shock, quickly consulting his encyclopedia. This appearance is exceedingly deceptive. That girl is astutely cunning, likely feigning tears to deceive those rather naive pirates. Both she and Mr. 3 are masters of intrigue, relying on their wits to navigate their schemes. The Straw Hat crew is over by the giants. Well, let's take advantage of the situation. When Tarek spotted the Straw Hats conversing with the giants, he contemplated the importance of capturing individuals. Otherwise, he would risk losing them amidst the chaos. The two of them dove directly towards Miss Golden Week. After being frightened to tears by the speedy duck, Miss Golden Week decided to wipe away her tears once she confirmed that the Straw Hat boy had departed. Suddenly, with a resounding piu bang, a cloud of dust erupted around her. Do not accelerate your descent with gravity. The flying carpet cannot stop on a dime. Cough, cough, cough. Tarek emerged from the smoky haze. Lamenting about the ineffectiveness of the flying carpet, it simply cannot bear this weight. You, however, are quite formidable. Machida brushed off the dust from his attire. Of course, I am a master of iron, unlike this wretched carpet that falters at critical moments. Tarek boasted. Who are you calling ineffective? The flying carpet protested vehemently, though no one could comprehend its gestures. Miss Golden Week, who was attempting to collect her tears again, immediately stowed away her precious emotions upon seeing Miss Valentine's presence. Miss Valentine, you are still alive? Mr. Five claimed he could not find your corpse. I thought someone had claimed your remains. Who is this person beside you? A new partner, Miss Golden Week inquired, giving a kick to the unconscious Mr. 3, who had been pummeled by Luffy. Claim my remains? Puffed. I am very much alive. I have returned as a conqueror. Yah. Machida, oblivious to the implications of Golden Week's words, struck a confident pose and laughed heartily. Cough, cough, cough. Tarek, feeling a wave of awkwardness at Miss Golden Week's astute deduction, quickly sought to divert the conversation. Greetings, young lady. My name is Tarek, and I am the president of the East Blue Adventure Guild. Seeking to expand our operations in the Grand Line. I have noticed your unique and brilliant talents and would like to invite you to join our guild. You have betrayed us. Miss Golden Week instantly grew wary. Stepping back and surveying Tarek and Miss Valentine. What do you mean by betrayal? Failing a mission means the organization will eliminate you. So I found a wealthy young boss. Machida proudly linked arms with Tarek. It seems you have sold your body, Miss Valentine. Miss Golden Week enunciated each word with emphasis. This is love. You are still young and do not understand, Machida replied, casting a playful glance at the airport. Stop. 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 Tarek, noticing Miss Golden Week's knowing expression, hastily interjected to prevent any accidental revelations. Your mission has already failed. You will still be dealt with by the organization. Thus, seeking refuge in a new organization would be more advantageous. Moreover, our guild is quite sunny and cheerful, not one to indiscriminately eliminate its own members. My nickname is Little Sun. Look at my hair. It radiates warmth like the sun. Tarek continued, elaborating on how the guild primarily deals with accepting and issuing commissions. Observing that Miss Golden Week appeared indifferent, he discreetly checked the information about her in the Pirate King character encyclopedia. Most importantly, our guild offers plenty of holidays and unlimited senbei. All right, I will join. Miss Golden Week's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately agreed that it seemed that having a grip on information was crucial. Tarek mused that his lengthy discourse was less effective than simply providing senbei. As long as there is an abundance of senbei, we can conquer even Garp in the Wano country. Honey, I also want unlimited chocolate and lemon tea. Machida declared with envy, shaking Tarek's arm. Certainly, from now on. You will be in charge of chocolate production for the guild, and we shall name it Machida. Tarek cheerfully fulfilled Machida's dream. Honey, you treat me the best. Machida rewarded Tarek with a strawberry, watching the two of them exchanging sweet sentiments. Miss Golden Week wore an expression of understanding. You are aware of the organization's terrifying nature. Now you betray it. You possess the strength to confront the repercussions of your betrayal. It is time for my performance. Machida flexed his fists and loosened his joints. What does she intend to do? Miss Golden Week regarded him with a patronizing expression, fully aware of Machida's limited capabilities. Bang! In an instant, Machida vanished. A nearby boulder disintegrated into dust, creating a long path of destruction behind it. Miss Golden Week's eyes bulged, her jaw dropped. Was this really the same Miss Valentine, who could only smother opponents with flatulence? The destructive power was truly alarming. Yaha! That was merely my ordinary punch. My descending technique can obliterate a small island. Machida began to boast, lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Mr. 3 peeked open an eyelid, sweating profusely. Get up! Stop pretending. Miss Golden Week kicked Mr. 3. Cough, cough. Where am I? Have I been rescued? Mr. 3 feigned awakening. Isn't that the illustrious Mr. 3, the chief commander of the Baroque Works? Would you be interested in joining my guild? After all, your organization executes its members upon mission failure. I am a high-ranking officer. How could I be easily executed by my boss? I decline your guild's invitation, and as for Miss Golden Week, I trust you will take good care of her. Mr. Point 3 was skeptical about the so-called East Blue Adventure Guild's reputation, considering it the weakest sea, rife with rumors about false proclamations of battling the 4 emperors and Garp, feeling it was merely a show to garner attention. He suspected Miss Valentine had gained some ability, likely through some harmful substance that enhanced her strength. Observing Miss Valentine's infatuated gaze towards Tarek, He thought such naive girls were easily deceived. Perhaps she had been drugged. Tarek, you truly have a keen eye. He considered himself a highly intelligent strategist. Tarek initially intended to recruit immediately, but thought it wise to wait until Mr. 3 had been fed to the crocodile before letting him abandon all hope. Or perhaps, when Robin enacts her plan, revealing that she is indeed his boss, he would then gauge Mr. 3's reaction that in the future, I shall cherish you like a daughter. Obbies, hee. Another one has fallen into the trap. Miss Goldenweek, feeling slightly miffed at being treated as a child, contemplated protesting her adulthood, but ultimately decided against it. Being a child could afford her free food and drink, and exploiting child labor is illegal. As for Mr. 3, Mr. Galdio, my guild will always have a place for you that if you reconsider, there is a task I hope you will accept. May I ask what it entails? How do you know my name? What is the task? Speak. Our guild possesses strong intelligence capabilities. Knowing names is basic. The task is this. In the event your boss fails, and you find yourself captured in the deep-sea prison, I would like you to gather intelligence from within, seeking out any talents that could develop into guild members. Ideally, I would like to collect the hair of any strong individuals or those with devil fruit abilities. The deep-sea prison? Hair? Mr. 3 expressed disdain at Tarek's seemingly ominous proposal that Tarek's plan was to have Galdio recruit members for the guild in the underwater prison, targeting those without a criminal record and possessing strength. Additionally, he aimed to hunt down devil fruit users and gather their hair, later using a spirit summoning scroll to surreptitiously summon them, disguising himself as Blackbeard and utilizing Blackbeard's darkness fruit to seize their abilities. Tarek did not disclose the reason for acquiring hair, but naturally, the cautious Mr. 3 declined to provide even a single strand. Note, spirit summoning scroll, teleportation fruit. This allows for the contracting of beings, with the medium being a substance containing the DNA of that being. Upon unfolding the scroll, rapid spatio-temporal summoning occurs. The summoned being cannot return, and a new contract must be established with each summoning. Mr. Point 3 later infiltrates the deep-sea prison disguised as a barber, offering free hair styling services, earning the nickname Wax Stylist. Ultimately, Mr. 3 agreed to Tarek's proposal, as he saw no loss in doing so. What if he refused on sight? Moreover, he did not believe that a strategist like himself would be captured. He secretly mocked Tarek, thinking he would be the one to rescue him, allowing him to gather intelligence and await instructions. He failed to consider the nature of the deep-sea prison, where escape is virtually impossible. The Golden Lion is no mere mortal. Golden Lion, are you being polite? Having bid farewell to Mr. 3, Trick turned his gaze towards his future guild's core member, Miss Goldenweek. From the original narrative, it was evident that she was a person of deep affection and loyalty. After suffering defeat, Miss Goldenweek, along with Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. 5, ventured forth to rescue the members of Baroque Works, ultimately saving individuals like Miss Doublefinger. They discovered an abandoned cabin in the desert where the brand new spider bar was inaugurated. Miss Goldenweek even utilized her dreamlike 7-colored rainbow to transform everyone into their ideal forms, allowing them to live together in the spider bar, while she assumed the role of a painter there. It was truly a heartwarming and poignant conclusion. Noticing Trick's gaze, Miss Goldenweek felt a twinge of unease. Could he be harboring ill intentions? Although she appeared childlike, she was, in fact, an adult, and the thought crossed her mind that perhaps it was permissible. With her head bowed, the blush on her cheeks deepened. Trick was certain he would exclaim, "She is slandering me. How could I possibly be interested in an airport?" He retrieved a Dottie and a Mariano from his spatial pocket. Note, the Dottie allows one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, enabling them to target distant objects without causing harm. The Mariano can fire colored bullets from a distance, leaving color marks on opponents, which, once the user learns to intertwine their haki, can penetrate armored foes. Miss Goldenweek gazed in astonishment as Trick elegantly extracted a formidable sniper rifle and a windscreen. What a remarkable fruit ability. Is this a spatial storage fruit? As a gift for joining us, I will bestow these 2 pieces of equipment upon you. This color sniper rifle can shoot colored bullets from a distance, leaving color imprints on foes, and when you master the haki entanglement, it can break through armored defenses, complementing your use of the color trap. I will arrange for our guild's excellent marksman, Dottie, to teach you shooting skills later on. Miss Goldenweek lovingly held the gun, preparing to load the paint that could simultaneously hold 10 different colored bullets. By pouring in the prepped paint, it would automatically form the ammunition. This way, she could attack from afar without risking close encounters, significantly enhancing her safety, and she was overjoyed that don't just focus on that gun. The allows you to see through walls and other inorganic materials, spotting distant objects. Using long-range weapons, you can penetrate barriers without harm and target focused enemies. It is akin to hiding behind rocks, metal, or certain buildings to snipe your target, thus improving your concealment. The wood and fabric cannot be seen through, while Trick could use the peek. His principled nature compelled him to relinquish it to Miss Golden Week. As she adjusted the focus of the and surveyed her surroundings, she casually inquired of Makita, "Did you also grow stronger with these marvelous items?" Makita's face flushed instantly. The newcomer gift Trick had given her was merely special heart-shaped chocolates. A confession of love, while the subsequent gift was a pair of gloves that could bring one to tears. Makita recalled that wild night, her legs involuntarily trembling. Oblivious to her own blushing, Miss Golden Week adjusted the colors, loaded the bullets, donned the, and took aim at the sky, firing a shot. Since the colored bullets were creations of the system, they were not propelled by gunpowder, making the sniper rifle silent and recoil-free. Enhancing its stealth, the pterosaur adorned with yellow-green paint patterns descended, greeting Miss Golden Week amicably. Is she a born sniper? In this, she can tame beasts. IBC has gained a companion. Trick mused as he watched Miss Golden Week effortlessly bring down a pterosaur. The yellow-green color of friendship was a blend of calm green and manic yellow, causing those or creatures touched by it to become exceedingly friendly and willing to befriend Miss Golden Week. This was the remarkable power of her color trap, and with the enhancement of her two pieces of equipment, her enemies were ensnared without a sound. Those without extraordinary distance observation or reflexes would inevitably fall victim. Traitorous black. Those touched by black paint would be inclined to betray even their most important allies. This could sow discord within enemy ranks. Fighting red. Those touched by red paint would, like a bull, be compelled to attack the red targets painted by Miss Golden Week. This could disrupt enemy assaults to As from manic yellow and sorrowful blue. Their emotional influences need not be elaborated upon. Calm green. A fusion of manic yellow and sorrowful blue. Those touched by green paint would find themselves peacefully desiring tea. The dreamlike seven-colored rainbow. By wielding an oil paintbrush, one could draw circles upon the sky, creating rainbows. Those who beheld these rainbows would transform into their dreamlike selves. Listening to Miss Golden Week's explanations, Trick was struck by inspiration. Since I have joined the guild, my former code name is no longer necessary. You may call me Mariano. Miss Golden Week was delighted by Trick's generosity and eagerly introduced her true name. Very well. Dear Mariano, I have the following arrangements for you. Aside from combat support tasks, you will primarily be responsible for intelligence gathering and beast taming. Utilizing your yellow-green friendship ability, you can have spies or strangers reveal information to you in a friendly manner. The animals affected will be able to coexist harmoniously. And with IBC's whisper fruit or a pet collar, wild beasts can be swiftly tamed. IBC, Mariano pondered, realizing this child could communicate with animals. The pet collar was indeed a tool for conversing with creatures. Mariana's method of acquiring information through hypnosis would prove far more effective than coercion or torture, enhancing the guild's reputation. With the guild's expanding logistics, Mariana could swiftly maneuver and silently control targets from a distance. Establishing himself as the king of intelligence. In terms of beast taming, IBC's methods were rather slow, and the aquatic creatures posed safety risks. However, with the aid of the yellow-green friendship power, Mariano could quickly understand and befriend animals. Observing the pterosaur, it seemed that the aerial task force was about to welcome a new member, as the kingdom of birds was home to many great avians. The challenge lay in the aquatic creatures. While one could paint them through seawater, the colored imprints would dissolve rapidly, necessitating research into waterproof paint or training Mariano to entwine hockey with the colored bullets, enhancing their penetration and durability. After arranging Mariano's duties, Trick utilized a portal to return her to the guild. Upon arrival, Mariano and Makita gazed upon the resplendent, boundless guild and suddenly realized how the former Baroque works felt like a mere ragtag organization. Seated in the reception area, the two enjoyed tea and snacks, observing the vibrant scenes outside the large windows and relishing their leisurely time. That you've brought back two lovely ladies. You won't consume them, will you? Makino teased, casting a suggestive glance at Trick, the notorious heartthrob. Cough, cough. They are truly rare talents. Trick nearly sputtered his tea, shocked by the uncanny intuition of women. And is that one a child? You wouldn't tea? Do not slander me. That one is not a child, just short, Trick hurriedly clarified. Then you must be responsible for the other, Makino said mischievously, wrapping her arms around Trick's neck. Caught in her trap, Trick felt flustered by Makino's alluring fragrance. That little one possesses abilities that I have discussed with you, and I will arrange for Dottie to train her in shooting, along with a few specialized courses. After all, she is a sniper. Intelligence operative and beast tamer. The full Loli Marianu was blissfully unaware that she was about to become a sister to the genuine Loli, IBC. The other one will accompany me to expand our business on the Grand Line. Oh, Makino replied, her expression conveying understanding. Reflecting on her own past when she had playfully teased Makino, she now felt the tables had turned. A fitting reprisal as the leader of a vast guild, Makino's authority grew ever stronger. And she began to view herself as a mentor to Trick, kindly warning him against straying from the right path. Additionally, I have discovered an ancient island on the Grand Line, known as Little Garden. On the island, there exists a plethora of ancient creatures, particularly dinosaurs, each exhibiting distinctive characteristics. The guild is poised to undertake development on this island, with the nearby Whiskey Peak serving as a transit point for reception and accommodation. While the primary exploration and sightseeing will occur in the Little Garden, please arrange personnel accordingly, and once the transformation is completed, it shall be named Jurassic Park. When the islands are interconnected, they will form a remarkable tourist route. The island will feature a sightseeing area and a dinosaur nature reserve, allowing visitors to explore and hunt, albeit hunting will only be permitted when the dinosaur population is excessively high. There are 2 giants on the island, whom I will engage to ensure the overall safety of both the island and its visitors, with the guild providing complimentary beverages as remuneration. The personal safety of tourists will be managed through the guild's commissioned recruitment of registered members. Moreover, existing windlass routes can facilitate the Sea Beast transportation team to ferry tourists to the island, ensuring that no visitor departs without a trace of Bailey's. That a travel and sightseeing hotel must be constructed, along with observation decks and sightseeing facilities, all equipped with adequate safety measures, including medical support. By the way, I just remembered that Nami seems to have been bitten by a venomous insect there. I must visit the Straw Hat Crew shortly. Additionally, the research department needs to head there to collect blood samples and study various ancient organisms and viruses that we can arrange for Marianu and ABIs to control and communicate with certain dinosaurs to aid in the research. Isn't Kaya stationed in the Grand Line? You should directly assign her the tasks of collecting blood samples and studying viruses. Makino was taking notes on the tasks assigned by Trick when the mention of the medical research department caught her attention. That little girl has been absent for quite some time. You dispatched her to Rogue Town and then pulled her into the Grand Line, which has raised concerns within the medical research department. Currently, Kaya is the head of the medical research department, overseeing many studies. Kaya also represents the guild's cutting-edge combat capability in the East Sea, alongside the likes of Yalbert and the Sword God. Oh, she is yet to visit a renowned mentor before returning. The Chef Carmen should also be sent to the Little Garden, where numerous dinosaur ingredients await development. However, the pterosaurs are off-limits. They must be trained to form an aerial transport unit. Trick pondered the implications. If dinosaurs were overhunted, it would pose a significant issue. He continued, stating that the dinosaur ingredients should only be made available for external use once they are cultivated on a large scale. Prioritizing mounts and keeping the more difficult-to-tame specimens for culinary purposes, the 2 engaged in exploration and communication, succinctly formulating a development plan for the Little Garden. Are we leaving in such haste again? Makino inquired. Observing Tricade, it seems Kaya has an interest in you. What do you think? Well, that is a matter I shall take responsibility for, Trick reflected, recognizing the consequences of his own actions. That Kaya's Yandra disposition could be perilous to others. If I do not venture into hell, who will? You flirtatious rascal. And what of Yalbert? Hold on. I cannot manage that for the time being. Why not have you, Sister Makino, cast Shanks aside and become my wife? While you handle the others? Trick exclaimed, attempting to divert the conversation. Makino was momentarily taken aback by Trick's bold statement, delivering a playful smack to his head. You cheeky brat. Now you're even eyeing your sister. I have always held a fondness for my sister. She is my moonlight. If not for that wretched Shanks beating me to it. This sentiment sounded oddly familiar to Makino, causing her to recall the notorious Bandit King from the newspaper. Thinking, could it truly be you? I must take my leave. Trick realized Makino was pondering his words, swiftly diverting the subject. Once you have organized the personnel, give me a call. I shall use the anywhere door to fetch them and ensure the permanent pointers are set. Trick scooped up the bewildered Machida and vanished through the anywhere door back to the little garden. It is indeed easier to be a child. The burdens of adulthood are far too many. Leaving Marianu alone to munch on senbei. Unbeknownst to Marianu, a devil was stealthily approaching her. You must be Marianu, little friend. Am I correct? Marquino approached from behind, gently placing her hands on Marianu's shoulders and leaning down to admire her cherubic rosy cheeks. Yes, Marianu replied, thinking, what a gentle big sister she is. This is the arrangement Trick has set for you. Marquino tenderly produced a list and began to explain. Initially, Marianu paid little heed, but as the list of increasingly peculiar courses grew, her expression shifted to one of alarm. Why on earth are there courses on wilderness survival, special operations, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and postpartum care for animals? Marianu's mind raced with panic. As she contemplated fleeing, she found herself immobilized by Marquino's firm grip, akin to a mountain. You may be misunderstanding. I am actually an adult, no longer a child. I have surpassed the age for schooling. Marianu struggled to articulate, realizing that the troubles of childhood are indeed numerous. Perhaps adulthood is preferable. Fear not. Our new EC education is open to individuals of all ages. Anyone can succeed. Marquino, the principal, enthusiastically promoted her institution. Principal Marquino, what brings you to me? Is this young lady my new classmate? ABIs appeared in the principal's office, witnessing a young girl being assigned courses, and felt a surge of schadenfreude, delighted to have a newcomer to share in her trials. Indeed, you must take good care of her. And this is the work you will be collaborating on. All the details are clearly outlined. I shall take great care of her. ABIs covered her mouth with a mischievous grin. Marianu felt a chill run down her spine. Covered in goosebumps, upon returning to the little garden, Trick retrieved a flying carpet, tossing Machida onto it before following suit. Eager to locate Nami, he found the Straw Hat crew preparing to depart. Impressive. Look at Trick soaring on the carpet, Luffy shouted. Idiot brother, you finally decided to come back. Nami glared, her anger palpable as she recalled how close they had come to disaster, lamenting Trick's absence. Women have a fearsome intuition. Miss Valentine's Day was taken aback to find herself beside Trick. Wow, it's that beautiful young lady. Sanji buzzed over like a fly. She is now one of my own, my newly invited companion. Trick kicked Sanji away, who was staring starry-eyed. Companion. Vivi struggled to find the words to describe Trick. Furthermore, that artist girl has been subverted. She continues to remain undercover. Trick revealed, the girl has returned to the guild. Nanny. Vivi's shock was palpable, realizing that even the second-in-command of Baroque works had been turned. Would the Sand Crocodile be left with nothing but a hollow command? Sand Crocodile, awakening to find only spies around. No wonder he had provided the permanent pointer to Alabasta. No, he had killed Icklum that day. Vivi internally dismissed the thought. When was she subverted? Just a few days after you left. You're worried about Icklum, aren't you? He should be fine. Robin is not a heartless person. Robin, her real name is Nico Robin. She is truly a good person, secretly assisting you. Indeed, look what you did, Luffy. You smashed the permanent pointer she kindly provided. Nami scolded Luffy, who had nearly caused their demise. Simone-sai, Luffy bowed his head in apology. How did you manage to subvert her? Is it credible? Baroque Works is no simple organization. Vivi questioned that. Oh, come on. The honey people are so charming and wealthy. Is it not natural for others to be swayed? Machida interjected, visibly displeased. Honey? Vivi regarded them with skepticism. Wealthy? Nami's eyes narrowed, sensing that her brother was once again indulging in lavish spending. Why is there yet another named Trick Honey? Sanji thought, consumed by jealousy. Enough of this. Nami, you were nearly dead. Trick exclaimed bluntly. Idiot brother. You and your ill-fated words. Nami fumed, her head heating up. That I always appear when you are in peril. Then where were you when I was nearly suffocated by wax? Wasn't I unharmed? You were bitten by a venomous insect in the little garden. Wait a moment before departing. I will have Kaya check on you. What? Is it the lump on my stomach? Nami was startled, realizing why she felt so unwell, now drenched in sweat and collapsing on the deck. Nami, please don't die. Luffy shook her. Idiot, don't disturb her. First, help her to her room. Chui could gently touch Nami's forehead, which had begun to feel feverish. He activated the anywhere door and journeyed to Twin Cape, where Koya indicated that she had nearly mastered the technique, and there was already a transport team en route to rendezvous with Labu. Together, Ku and Koya passed through the anywhere door and arrived at the small garden. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while," Koya greeted cheerfully. "Who is that woman, Hani?" Michita's eyes shot sparks as she noticed Koya, who was draped over Ku's arm. "Hani? She calls herself Hani too. That's my exclusive title." Koya's heart raced with caution that we're all comrades here. No need to squabble. Saving lives is our priority, Ku quickly interjected, attempting to shift the focus away from the brewing conflict. "This bug bite is exceedingly rare. I cannot ascertain the specific type of venomous insect involved. We need to gather local plants and study the corresponding antibiotics." Uncle Kalokas's notes contain no relevant information. "For now, I can only prescribe some herbal remedies to alleviate the symptoms. There are also some anti-inflammatory medications, but time may be of the essence," Koya stated gravely. Ku produced a time-freezing capsule, pressed a button, and it instantly expanded into a cryogenic chamber, into which he gently placed Nami. Note: the time-freezing capsule, Akiji when pressed against a living being. It forms a large time capsule chamber, freezing the life form within. The release button can undo this state. It is suitable for preserving critically injured or gravely ill patients. This cryogenic chamber will temporarily maintain Nami's condition. "Koya, you should continue gathering herbs in the garden for further research. That we need to take Nami to Dr. Kureha for treatment. She has lived for many years and may have relevant knowledge." Just as a giant was about to assist in breaking through the enormous goldfish, Ku recalled that this goldfish would also become guild property. Thus, with a swift movement of a frying pan, he sent the giant goldfish flying. Vivi and the giant, taken aback by Ku's audacious maneuver, stared wide-eyed, jaws dropped. Note: Red Wolf's frying pan. Carmen when struck, the creature is sent flying without harm, the distance depending on the strength of the blow, while exclaiming, "I will definitely return," and then it will hasten back to the frying pan's location. The Straw Hat crew set off smoothly towards Alabasta. However, Ku lacked a permanent log pose from Magnet Island. The Anywhere pointer had not marked it, so it could only point to the nearest island, forcing them to fly back and forth in the vicinity while seeking a route to Alabasta. Note: Anywhere pointer. Nami, it can point towards islands that have been visited, akin to a collection of permanent log poses. Without a designated island, it will indicate the nearest island or land. Vivi had once expressed a desire for Ku to take her there first, especially with the time-freezing capsule and the flying magic carpet at their disposal. But Ku declined. He explained to Vivi that the war would not erupt so soon, as Robin would handle the negotiations, and her presence would be of little use without the assistance of the Straw Hat crew. The sand crocodile was indeed formidable. Who could possibly match Barrett except for minor characters? It was all due to Luffy's protagonist aura and plot armor. And Ku could not guarantee that he possessed the same protagonist shield to triumph unscathed against the sand crocodile, especially with its home advantage in the desert. Furthermore, due to his involvement, he was uncertain if the sand crocodile would gain any hockey abilities at the same time. Ku wished to avoid altering the narratives of significant characters like Chopper too drastically, as it could impact his prophetic abilities. Thus, Vivi had to set her mind at ease that the White Iron ship. Ku observed the vessel looming on the sea, poised to attack the Straw Hat crew. That ship belonged to Walbo. The powers of Walbo's Munch fruit could lead to the discovery of memory alloys, and it was imperative to seize it. However, making a direct move against the king of a member nation would attract too much attention. He needed to wait for the king of Magnet Kingdom to be replaced. Blackbeard must have just departed from Magnet Island in an instant. Ku disguised himself as Blackbeard, leaving Machida, who was piloting the flying carpet beside him. Utterly astonished, "Stay put and do not move," Ku commanded as he flew towards the White Iron ship. Soldiers from the White Iron ship jumped aboard the Mary and surrounded the Straw Hat crew. "Did Lord Walbo not accompany you?" The crew of the White Iron pirates appeared bewildered. "Do you have a record pointer or permanent log pose from Magnet Island?" Jess could only inquire himself. "No. Where is Magnet Island?" Luffy and his crew denied the accusation. "Then surrender your ship and treasure." The White Iron pirates were soon sent back to their ship, fleeing under the might of the Straw Hat crew. Ku seized Walbo, who had been knocked unconscious by his ambush. He was uncertain how Blackbeard was pillaging devil fruits, and experimenting with the Munch fruit would be a waste. It seemed that Walbo had not yet developed the memory alloy. He would take him back for research. Earlier, Ku had disguised himself as Blackbeard, and allowed some soldiers to discover him, thus framing Blackbeard, who indeed attacked Magnet Island, pulling out the cute baby backpack, which had transformed into an adorable little Nami doll. Chueka switched it to a chopper reindeer doll and stuffed Walbo inside. With no islands to dock at, returning to the guild through the anywhere door was inconvenient. So this would have to suffice. Note: cute baby backpack. Daddy's daughter can transform into various adorable doll shapes. If the target carries the backpack, enemies will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before targeting the individual. And the backpack can absorb damage, possessing a volume of 10 cubic meters, capable of containing living beings, but not preserving them. Wow, what an adorable raccoon backpack. Machida's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cute baby backpack. Chueku was speechless. It was a reindeer. How did you transform into another person just now? Machida inquired with curiosity that's similar to Mr. Two's imitation fruit. You must keep it a secret, Chueku replied. Considering Machida a trusted ally who would need to cooperate in future endeavors, so revealing the fruit's power to her posed no issue. Understood, Machida thought to herself, realizing she was indeed among Hani's closest confidants. A secret likely known only to her and a select few. After a period of searching, they finally spotted the towering structure of the cooling tower, indicating they had found Magnet Island. I will take Nami for treatment first. You all can dock at Magnet Island afterward. With that, Chueka hoisted the time-freezing capsule and lifted Luffy onto the flying magic carpet. Nami was in need of medical attention, and Luffy was brought along to summon the ship's doctor. Chopper. Wow, Skewy, Luffy shouted excitedly from above. The flying magic carpet soared towards the highest peak of Magnet Island, where Chueka spotted Chopper by the castle gate. Wow, there's a raccoon, just like the doll on your back. Machida exclaimed, pointing at Chopper with excitement. Reindeer meat, Luffy shouted joyfully. Chopper, seeing the group rush toward him, quickly attempted to flee. Luffy extended his arm and caught Chopper. Chopper looked at Chueku, who was carrying a doll identical to him, and was instantly terrified. He feared that this group intended to turn him into a reindeer doll as well. The eyes of the reindeer doll on the cute baby backpack suddenly blinked at Chopper, causing him to faint from fright. What happened to this raccoon? Why did it faint? Luffy asked, puzzled. It must have been scared out of its wits, Machida said as she snatched Chopper from Luffy's grasp and hugged him tightly. Honey, let us turn this one into a backpack too. We can be a matching couple. Chopper, having fainted, suddenly regained consciousness and struggled to escape Machida's clutches that don't frighten him. This is the renowned Dr. Chopper. We need him to treat Nami and to consult with Dr. Correa. You scoundrels, even with your flattery, I will never forgive you. You fools. Chopper began to scold them cheerfully. Chueku, carrying the time-freezing capsule, entered the castle with the others. Is the legendary beauty, Dr. Correa, present? Who calls for me? Dr. Correa emerged, gazing at Chueku and his companions. It's an old. Luffy began to speak, only to be kicked away by Chueku, who thought that with such low emotional intelligence, Luffy should refrain from speaking carelessly. Moreover, to be precise, in the world of pirates, a woman of this age who had not severely transformed would undoubtedly have been an unparalleled beauty in her youth. It was a rare fortune to meet the legendary beauty, Dr. Correa. Chueku's face radiated sincerity. Machida stood by, hesitating to speak, thinking that her boss seemed to have a taste for both young and old. Young man, you possess keen insight. What brings you here? Noticing Chueku's demeanor, which suggested he was not lying, Dr. Correa appeared in good spirits. I have a patient here who has been bitten by an ancient venomous insect and requires urgent treatment. Chueka stated, setting the time-freezing capsule down and gently lifting Nami out. What? Such a thing exists, Dr. Correa exclaimed, staring in awe at the marvelous device. First, place her on the bed in the adjoining room. Chopper, come here. Dr. Correa examined Nami's wound, while Chopper took out medication to test for antibodies. Chopper, do tell what it is. It's Caskia. Exactly. Then you shall treat her. Dr. Correa entrusted Nami's treatment to Chopper. You have any specialized doctors on your side? The toxicity has been diluted, and anti-inflammatory medication has been administered to prevent the onset of inflammation, along with that peculiar device preserving the patient. It's as if she was injured only recently. There's no major issue. Although Caskia has been extinct for over a century, I still have some antibiotics on hand. Dr. Correa was astonished by such professional and timely handling. These treatments were provided by a doctor from my guild. She was recently studying with Kurokas, an apprentice of Kuroka's? It seems that fellow has a successor. Actually, she came to study abroad. I hope she can learn from you as well. Study abroad. Do you think this place is just open for learning at will? Dr. Kureha observed Luffy and Chopper playing hide and seek, then sat down to drink a token of gratitude. How about I help you deal with Walbo? With that fellow around, you won't have peace. Walbo, how do you know that guy? We encountered him on our way here. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Trick, the president of the Eastern Sea Adventure Guild. Our guild has a robust intelligence network and is quite knowledgeable about Drum Island. That fellow is not easily dealt with. Otherwise, this country would have had a change of kings long ago. You needn't worry. We will not only handle the Walbo issue appropriately, but also transform Drum Island into a dreamlike Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Kingdom? You seem quite informed. Dr. Kureha recalled the quack. Dr. Hiralik. Bring that doctor here. However, the medical fees for this girl do not count. I want all the treasures aboard your ship. Here you go. The key to the castle's armory. Consider it the medical fee. Trick tossed a key to Dr. Kureha. You actually have this. It seems you've already dealt with Walbo. Dr. Kureha was astonished by Trick's capabilities. Please keep the matter of Walbo confidential. I don't want the world government to know I was responsible, or else Drum Island will face troubles that I have no intention of spreading that around. Leaving Nami in the castle for treatment. Trick planned to first report back to the Mary. The flying magic carpet brought Machida and Trick to the shore of Drum Island, where Trick saw Zoro and Sanji taking care of Walbo's two underlings. Unable to find Walbo, his two subordinates ultimately returned to Drum Island aboard the Iron King submarine and clashed with Zoro and the others. Dalton, the captain of the island's guard, was about to expel the pirate ship Mary when the Iron King also returned. This culminated in Zoro aiding Dalton in dealing with the former tyrant Walbo's iron pirates. It seems you've all resolved the situation. Trick jumped off the magic carpet, eyeing the Iron King with envy. It was one of the few submarines available. Who is this person? Dalton inquired curiously. Is Nami all right? Sanji asked. She's being treated. There's no major problem. You must be Dalton, the captain of the Drum Island Guard. I am Trick, the president of the Adventure Guild. I have some matters to discuss with you. Let us find a quiet place first. Adventure Guild. Dalton, intrigued, led Trick back to a small house in town. Walbo has been taken out by Blackbeard. He won't be returning. Really? Don't celebrate too soon. Although you no longer have the tyrant, the country is still quite vulnerable. Facing another pirate like Blackbeard would leave you equally powerless. Walbo's tyranny has led to Drum Island's economic decline. The former medical superpower is no more, compounded by Winter Island's singular economic structure. These are significant issues. Do you have any solutions? Since you invited me to discuss, you must have some ideas. Dalton asked that Walbo's ship still harbors the original 20 top-tier doctors. They are not bad people and can serve as the foundation to restore the medical superpower once more. Our Adventure Guild will also assist, providing necessary equipment and funding. Of course, these investments will require equity. That sounds feasible. As for the economy, relying solely on fishing and hunting from Winter Island is too simplistic. How can we elevate the living standards of the people? Thankfully, there was still a pillar in the medical industry. Now, we must develop tourism, turning those fishery and hunting products into commodities for sale to visitors, thereby enhancing economic diversity and increasing the income of the islanders. In the future, the nearby ancient island will be developed by the guild, creating a tourism route that connects the two that your tourism resources can focus on an ice and snow wonderland. Ancient island? Ice and snow wonderland? Dalton was bewildered by Trick's extensive plans. Drum Island's most abundant resource is its ice and snow tourism, that we can host various ice sculpture exhibitions, skiing, ice skating, and ice fishing activities. A gondola lift can offer views of the ice and snow kingdom, and the castle should be repurposed. Its height is impractical for administration and community engagement, transforming it into an ice and snow castle amusement park. This park can host diverse activities, provide various cuisines, and allow visitors to experience the joy of being the ice and snow king, charging for entrance and royal experience fees. Those Lapins can also be trained as snow coaches and sled pullers for tourists and can even become the kingdom's guards and rescue teams. Is that possible? Lapins aren't typically friendly with humans. Dalton was aware of how ferocious those Lapins could be. The guild has professional beast communicators. It's not a problem, as long as communication is clear and sufficient benefits are offered. The Lapins will agree. And a grand cherry blossom exhibition. That will be the highlight of the night. Trick recalled the cherry blossom tree effect, reminiscent of Disney's fireworks show. Drum Kingdom doesn't tea have cherry blossoms? Does it? Dalton queried. You will find out sooner or later. Traveling the Grand Line isn't easy. The weather is harsh everywhere. How will tourists arrive? Dalton raised a critical concern. You needn't worry about that. Our guild specializes in transportation and route management, with a large pool of trained navigators that we also employ sea beasts for ship towing, aerial transport, and techniques for navigating windless zones, as long as there are tourism resources. We can package tourists to visit. Lastly, there's the issue of strength. Drum Island is too weak. Even if you possess a devil fruit, your combat power is still lacking. Indeed, Dalton felt a wave of shame. You can initially secure loans from the guild to develop those amusement facilities, and also consider hiring some strong individuals for support. Once you have funds, you can cultivate and recruit your own strength. You should also practice more. Consider further training at the guild's training institutions. After discussing various matters with Dalton, Trick used the door fruit to take him to meet Michino for business coordination, then used it again to head to Ancient Island, in the small garden of Ancient Island. Koya was collecting samples of poisonous creatures when she suddenly noticed someone resembling a cross-dresser reprimanding his underlings by the shore. Mr. Point 2 followed Mr. Zero's orders to the small garden to deal with Mr. 3. However, he had not discovered anything during the journey and feared being executed for failing his mission. Mr. 2 suddenly spotted a delinquent girl swinging her legs from a tree. Have you seen a guy with a hair shaped like the number 3? Mr. 2 inquired. Never seen one. Koya replied. Oh, then it's nothing. Wait, how could a delinquent girl be in a place like this? Where is she? A hallucination. Koya had no time to fight with this cross-dresser. Her priority was to research the medicine. Upon realizing it was not Trick, she quickly left. Trick swiftly returned to the small garden using the door fruit. Nami is all right now. Come with me to Drum Island. Oh, and I need to communicate with the giant brothers. With a swift motion, Trike hoisted Koya onto the flying carpet, setting off to locate the giant brothers. Ultimately, Trike successfully negotiated with the giant brothers, who were remarkably generous, especially with fine wine at their disposal, making the arrangement effortless. Upon returning to Drum Island, Trike decided to leave the White Iron King temporarily stationed there, as this submarine's primary value lay in its capacity for refuge, particularly from those possessing the powers of devil fruits, serving effectively as a sanctuary vessel. The Yandera witch, Koya, finally encountered another witch, Dr. Koreha, observing the fashionable young woman. Dr. Koreha seemed to glimpse a reflection of her younger self. Indeed, their styles bore a striking resemblance. After some exchange, Dr. Koreha learned that Koya had only been studying medicine for a few months, yet possessed such extraordinary abilities. The astonishment she felt was no less than that of Kuroka's, for one cannot become a doctor overnight. It requires vast knowledge and surgical experience. Chopper was already a prodigy, but Koya was truly a genius among geniuses. Dr. Koreha found herself quite fond of this eccentric student, captivated by her audacity to wield a blade with such resolve. Koya's obsessive pursuit of medical research resonated deeply with Dr. Koreha's own inclinations. Thanks to Trike's prompt intervention, Nami recovered swiftly, and Chopper was lured aboard by Luffy. Trike affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, playfully admonishing her to dress more appropriately and refrain from distributing favors so liberally. Bidding farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates, he informed them of other matters demanding his attention, assuring Vivi that he had matters in Alabasta well in hand. Dr. Koreha, stationed atop the castle, utilized a cannon to unleash a magnificent display of cherry blossoms as a farewell ceremony for Chopper. Koya intended to remain there for further study, and as Trike prepared to take his leave, Koya and Machida suddenly locked eyes with fiery intensity. One of them wrapped an arm around Trike, who suddenly felt like a criminal caught by the authorities. Koya, with her remarkable medical skills, easily discerned that Machida had been excessively utilized. Watching Machida flaunt her prowess ignited a surge of indignation within her. After all, she had been the one to meet Trike first. The frustration of seeing her exclusive toy played with by another was palpable, akin to the vexation even a child could comprehend. In that moment, Trike nearly fell victim to Koya's wrath, but Machida intervened just in time, pulling him away by the collar, leaving him in a disheveled state as he made a hasty retreat. Koya, still unfamiliar with the Navy's 6 forms, was left fuming in place, coughing up a mouthful of blood as her Yandera Pill's traits erupted, amplifying her mental fortitude to the point where she inadvertently unleashed her conqueror's haki. Note: Yandera Pill, Koya, a delicacy for the weak and ailing. It enhances disease recognition and, when angered, grants terrifying combat prowess alongside a slightly yandere disposition. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect. While a robust physique temporarily nullifies it. Koya's sinister laughter echoed through the night sky of Drum Island, complemented by the spectacular cherry blossom display, creating an eerily enchanting spectacle. That night, the residents of Drum Island felt a chill run down their spines, including the Straw Hat crew, who had not yet departed. High above, Trike was nearly frightened out of his wits. What was that? Was that Koya's laughter? Usopp suddenly felt as though he had contracted an illness preventing him from seeing Koya. Such heavy resentment. Nami, having just recovered, felt the intensity of the atmosphere, genuinely worried for her brother. The others also sensed an unexplainable chill, layering on additional garments against the sudden cold. Truly a terrifying little fiend. Was this the essence of a ruler? Dr. Kureha felt the peculiarity of her apprentice more acutely than anyone else at the castle that A.S. Trike departed Drum Island. His next scheme entailed inciting the Navy's involvement in Alabasta, while simultaneously fostering his connections within the Navy's upper echelons. According to the original narrative, the area nearby seemed to fall under the jurisdiction of Colonel Tina of the Navy, while the troublesome smoker's presence remained uncertain. Trike sifted through the mental catalog of major characters from the Pirate King saga, noting a strikingly attractive woman with pink hair, a contemporary of Smoker and a student of Zephyr, rational and self-assured, devoid of any apparent vulnerabilities, making her a challenging target for manipulation. Trike scratched his head, contemplating the situation. Yet, she was also an alluring mature woman, likely yearning for affection. It appeared he would have to employ the strategy of charm. Trike mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, utilizing the guild's resources. Trike tapped into the Navy's internal systems to locate Tina's fleet. He then took to the skies on his flying carpet. En route to Tina's unit. On the carpet, Trike elucidated portions of his plan to Machida. He intended to orchestrate Tina's abduction, using the disguise fruit to transform Machida into a sand crocodile, allowing Tina to inadvertently overhear their scheme. Subsequently, Trike would rescue Tina, thereby facilitating the Navy's preemptive involvement, with Tina indebted to Trike, thus forging a connection with the Navy's headquarters. Why not enlist Smoker? This ironclad fellow was constantly on the move and lacked the finesse required to infiltrate the Navy's headquarters. Note: disguise fruit. Mimicry fruit enables the user to disguise people and objects as others. The greater the belief in the disguise, the closer it resembles the original, ultimately becoming indistinguishable. This includes mimicking the target's abilities and strengths. Though limited by the user's capabilities in certain areas, one cannot disguise oneself as someone unlikely to frequent that locale. Upon removing the disguise, one may acquire some skills of the target to a certain extent. It can be shared with others, though the effectiveness of the mimicry is significantly reduced and distance constraints apply. Initially, only one person can be disguised, with the potential to unlock multiple disguises over time. Upon discovering Tina's Navy vessel, Trike instructed Machida to remain on standby in the skies while he stealthily infiltrated as a Navy soldier. Gazing at the pink-haired beauty before him, Trike felt a stirring in his heart. Her S-shaped figure and commanding presence compelled him to sacrifice some of his allure. Tina, observing the new soldier staring intently at her figure, furrowed her brow. In this day and age, were the new recruits so brazen? It appeared they lacked proper training. With that thought in mind, she pointed at Trike's disguised form. You, me. Trike glanced around, pointing at himself, thinking he might have blown his cover. He had carefully scouted for a long while, selecting a rookie to target, knocking him out, and stashing him in Machida's bag, which he then handed over to her before assuming the guise of the new recruit. Trike couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked something crucial. But he dismissed it, reasoning that if it were truly important, he wouldn't have forgotten it. Valpo's ghost. You must have forgotten. There's still a living person in that bag. I'm starving to death here. What are you looking at? Reporting to the officer. Just admiring the striking beauty. Trike's brain-dead fanboys were being so forthright. Tina was momentarily taken aback, unwittingly responding, "Would you like to marry such a beautiful wife?" "I would," Trike exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "Then train hard and become strong." "Understood, officer." Trike promptly began doing push-ups at lightning speed. The other sailors nearby looked on in a state of bewilderment at the bizarre exchange. Once they regained their senses, they eagerly joined in, striving to match the enthusiasm. Tina observed the lively group of Navy soldiers, realizing she had discovered a clever method for training them. On a moonless, windy night, amidst the chaos of violence, During dinner time, Trike, amidst the throng of enamored recruits, engaged in fierce competition, utilizing his monetary prowess to secure a catering gig. With a meal box in hand, he approached the captain's quarters, glancing around before discreetly adding some extra seasoning. Knock knock. Trike rapped lightly on Tina's door. Come in. Officer, here is your meal. Good, place it there. As Trike set the meal down, he prepared to leave. Wait, sit down. Tina retrieved a bottle of red wine, filling glasses for both herself and Trike. This might be inappropriate. Trike protested verbally, yet his body betrayed him, leading him to take a seat across from Tina. You are the new recruit from today. Correct? Am I beautiful? Tina leisurely inquired, lighting a cigarette. Beautiful. Trike thought she might be interested in him, but at that moment, he was merely a random Navy recruit, and jealousy began to creep in. Cheers. Trike watched as Tina downed her wine, prompting him to take a sip from his own glass. After all, what if she were tempted by him and decided to add something to her drink? Yet, considering that possibility, he thought it might be acceptable to finish the drink. At worst, he would be sacrificing himself for the cause. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Tina exhaled a smoke ring, her tone casual yet probing. Reporting to the officer, I am Zambo, a Navy recruit, here to witness your illustrious presence. You invited me for a drink, yet you watched me finish mine before savoring yours. A clear display of suspicion. Why are you so wary of your superior? Are you perhaps a spy? You masquerade as a novice soldier, seemingly the easiest to deceive. Yet in truth, you are the primary focus of scrutiny. After all, new recruits often serve as the gateway for spies to infiltrate. However, your brazen surveillance of me during the day contradicts the subtlety expected of a spy. Thus, the reality is singular. Your infiltration into the Navy is not for the purpose of gathering intelligence, but rather for my sake. Surely, those meals must have been tampered with. The astute detective Tina astutely unmasked Patrick's ruse. Indeed, she is both rational and self-assured. The intelligence is spot on, facing a worthy opponent. Should one resort to force, there is no certainty of capture and it risks exposure. In that fleeting moment, Patrick's mind raced to devise a strategy. No, Tina lacks direct evidence. Mere drinking is insufficient to substantiate her claims. She is attempting to deceive me. Having thoroughly studied the cover of the actor's self-cultivation, Patrick knew he must maintain his composure. Ahem. What did you say, Commander? I am not a spy. Merely. Patrick feigned anxiety, his complexion flushed as he began to defend himself. Merely what? Tina pressed on. I simply could not restrain myself, having never encountered such a beautiful woman as you. Commander, I wish to savor the elegance with which you enjoy your wine. As for taking just a sip, it allows me to linger a while longer in your presence. Patrick lowered his head bashfully, his ears burning, occasionally glancing at Tina, reminiscent of a lovesick schoolboy caught in his infatuation. Tina felt a twinge of confusion. But as a confident individual, she pushed her meal towards Patrick. You eat. Is that permissible? Commander, you have yet to dine. Then I shall partake. As Patrick observed Tina's silent gaze fixated upon him, he sensed her determination that he either eat or face dire consequences. Had he known, he might have pursued the oblivious Dasky or the stalwart smoker. This young lady was far too intellectually taxing, transforming regret into appetite. Patrick elegantly speared a generous portion of steak, devouring it with the fervor of one starved. I have never tasted such a delectable steak. Thank you, Commander. He expressed his gratitude between bites, resembling a rustic bumpkin savoring an exquisite delicacy. Tina, puzzled, began to question her own sensitivity. Am I being overly cautious? Observing the unharmed Patrick, she started to doubt herself. I am a man who has watched hundreds of episodes of Detective Conan. Embedding ingredients into food is far too lowbrow. Patrick thought to himself with a sense of pride. But what to do now? Should I await another opportunity? That would waste time. Patrick resolved to exert himself, expressing, Today, I must thank you, Commander, for allowing me the pleasure of dining on such delightful steak and savoring exquisite red wine in the company of a beautiful woman. You must still be hungry. Skipping meals is detrimental to one's health. If you are concerned, I can have the kitchen send more dishes. I shall remain here, going nowhere, so I can continue to gaze upon you. Which brings me great joy. Observing Patrick relish his meal, Tina, feeling her own hunger pangs, decided to call the chef for another serving, instructing them to ensure 2 portions for mutual oversight. Knock, knock. Commander, we have brought your meal. Come in. The 2 soldiers were taken aback to find Patrick, a mere recruit, dining with Tina, their jealousy rendering their faces nearly unrecognizable. "You two may leave," Tina dismissed her subordinates, whose expressions were on the verge of betrayal. "Commander, if you still harbor concerns, I could taste a portion myself. I can test for poison." Patrick eagerly grasped the newly delivered knife, ready for action. "This is truly a glutton's paradise. I have yet to eat. Is this recruit genuinely smitten with me, or merely with the steak?" Tina mused internally, "No need." Tina replied curtly, then picked up her own knife and fork to eat. Patrick gazed at her intently as she dined, finding her elegance captivating. Watching a beautiful woman eat is indeed a delight. Tina felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, hastily finishing her steak. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You think you can outsmart me?" as she succumbed to slumber. Patrick inwardly mocked. From the outset, he had coated the knife with ingredients, ensuring that as Tina cut her steak, she unwittingly ingested the concoction herself. This explains why, when Tina asked Patrick to sample the dish, he used only a fork, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a country bumpkin unfamiliar with the proper etiquette of cutting steak. During the second serving, Patrick feigned the need to cut a piece for tasting, all the while ensuring the newly delivered knife, untainted by ingredients, was swiftly removed. Tina, witnessing Patrick handle the new knife, would naturally avoid using it to cut her steak, opting instead for the first knife out of concern for cleanliness or suspicion of Patrick's intentions. The scheming hearts are indeed tainted. Thus it was, Tina versus Patrick, round 1. Tina's resounding defeat. "Commander, Commander, have you succumbed to inebriation?" Patrick inquired cautiously, observing Tina's inert form. He lifted her and placed her upon the couch, inhaling the faint scent of smoke. "Cough, cough, cough. Young ladies ought to refrain from smoking. It is detrimental to one's health." He then proceeded to clear the tableware and departed from the captain's quarters. Returning the items to the mess hall to prevent Tina from feigning unconsciousness, Patrick refrained from seizing her immediately, especially since the enchanted backpack was still with Machida. The enchanted backpack, which contained a living being, could not be placed in the spatial pocket reserved for non-living items. Stealthily, Patrick exited the warship and ascended to the sky on the flying magic carpet, retrieving the enchanted backpack from Machida. Upon opening it, he gasped, "My swallow fruit." Patrick intended to check on the Navy recruit he had concealed, only to discover Walbo had starved to death within the virtual confines of the enchanted backpack. He kicked Walbo's lifeless body, sighing, "Alas," before consigning Walbo to a watery grave. Let this serve as a reminder to feed the creatures within the enchanted backpack. Fortunately, it was only a villain who perished this time. Note: the enchanted backpack, Dottie's daughter, can transform into various adorable doll-like forms. When the target carries the backpack, enemies will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before the target, and the backpack can absorb damage. It has a volume of 10 cubic units, capable of containing living beings but unable to preserve them. Patrick donned the enchanted backpack and stealthily returned to the warship, placing the unconscious Navy recruit in the ship's storage before swaggering into the captain's quarters to meet his elegant wife. Knock, knock. After rapping on the door with no response, Patrick entered to find Tina still elegantly asleep on the couch. Unable to resist the allure of Tina's crimson lips, he leaned in and stole a kiss. A taste of water. Another kiss, this time a strawberry flavor. Each time, the flavor varies. Is this lipstick hosting a fruit party? She remains blissfully unaware. Indeed, she is truly unconscious. He retrieved the enchanted backpack, morphing Chopper's baby form into the form of the Empress's large serpent. Salome. This way, it would not appear overly conspicuous, and then he proceeded to conceal, Tina within. Unbeknownst to Patrick, at that moment, the serpent baby within the enchanted backpack cast a furtive glance at him. Patrick activated his disguise, transforming into Tina, wrapping the enchanted backpack within his cloak, then strode out of the captain's quarters, performing Mr. Two's swan dance, twirling around in front of some patrolling Navy personnel before vanishing. The following day, upon discovering Tina's disappearance, the Navy immediately reported to headquarters, launching a search. The headquarters, upon receiving news of Tina's vanishing, found the report from the Navy soldiers peculiar. Why would Tina inexplicably dine with a Navy recruit? Could it be that she was seeking a younger partner? Following this, she danced a strange dance and then vanished. The Navy recruit was found in storage, utterly oblivious. Vice Admiral Crane speculated that someone might have disguised themselves as a Navy personnel. Yet, if even Tina could fall victim, it could very well be the work of a devil fruit user. Investigate if there are any individuals skilled in impersonation or possessing devil fruit abilities near Tina's jurisdiction. Then, Smoker should not venture into the Grand Line alone. Contact him to follow up on this matter. Patrick and Machida soared on the flying magic carpet directly to Rain Base. Through Machida's knowledge of Baroque works, Patrick discreetly contacted Robin in Rain Base. Robin, curious about Patrick's swift arrival, inquired if he wished to face Crocodile one-on-one. She remained skeptical of Patrick's combat prowess, given that Logia users are nearly indestructible after their brief separation. Patrick embraced Robin from behind. This was merely a ruse to secure her cooperation in a performance, as he sought to involve the Navy in his forthcoming plans. Although they had been intimate, Robin still felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Patrick, as their relationship had progressed too rapidly, leaving her feeling somewhat discomposed. However, due to his profound understanding of Robin, Trek failed to realize the intimacy he was exhibiting. After swatting away Trek's hand, Robin inquired, "The Navy? Why not directly provide the intelligence to them? This approach is far too conspicuous. The Navy will easily discern that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Moreover, this complicates my ability to establish contact with the Navy headquarters that I require the Guild to intervene in this conspiracy under the guise of assisting the Navy and the Kingdom. The Straw Hat Pirates have vanquished Crocodile, and it is highly probable that the world government will allow the Navy to reap the rewards that if that is the case, it would be more prudent to involve the Navy directly, with the Guild providing support from the sidelines. The Straw Hat Pirates can enter this conspiracy in the name of fulfilling a commission from the Guild, thereby enhancing their reputation while also allowing the Guild, as an adventure-seeking pirate group, to gain recognition for resolving national turmoil. This would facilitate the Guild's future interventions in the internal strife of various nations, aiding in the reconstruction of those ravaged by war. It would also differentiate adventure-driven pirate groups, making it easier for nations to accept such groups executing commissions. The Navy would ostensibly issue bounties on these adventure groups, yet would not actively pursue them. In Alabasta, the aim is to foster a positive relationship between the Guild, the Navy, and the Kingdom, laying the groundwork for future development plans. Robin then asked, "How exactly will this play out?" She harbored reservations regarding Trek's ideas, particularly her lack of fondness for the Navy. Trek leaned closer and whispered the script into Robin's ear. "Are you trying to deceive how many girls?" Robin mused, sensing that Trek might be dangerously ambitious this time. "Not at all. This is merely about fostering friendships. It's not that easy to deceive them. I burned countless brain cells to acquire this. So, does that mean I'm easily deceived? Not at all. This is my dear wife, who is understanding and compassionate." As Trek spoke, he lifted Robin into his arms. "You." At this point, the details are omitted as the two emerged, drenched in sweat. Machida thought it best to avoid such clandestine discussions indoors in the future, as it had become stiflingly hot. Within moments, the room had turned into a sauna. The trio synchronized their roles and proceeded towards a relatively secluded outpost on the city's outskirts. Trek stealthily dragged Tina, who was bound like a dumpling, blindfolded, and gagged, into the adjacent room. Observing Tina's bindings and the object lodged in her mouth, Robin was curious about where Trek had acquired such specialized skills. Robin played her part authentically. Without pretense, Machida, transformed into a sand croc by Trek's disguised fruit, accompanied him as he took on Tina's appearance. The essence of this charade was to make Tina mistakenly believe that the person impersonating her was Mr. Toot. The reason for not using Mr. Toot's likeness was to convey a message to Tina that within the sand croc's domain, there exists someone capable of impersonating others, with the transformation into Tina being the most convincing. Trek had deliberately arranged the scene to be ominous, with only sporadic glimmers of light illuminating the profiles of the three. Robin sensed that Trek understood the sand croc. The atmosphere resonated with the same intensity she felt during her secret discussions with him. Trek loosened Tina's blindfold just enough for her to see, then injected her with an antidote to awaken her. The three waited in the adjacent room, the door slightly ajar, as Tina regained consciousness. She felt something peculiar lodged in her mouth, rendering her speechless and unable to activate her fruit powers. She surmised that it was likely a sea stone object, bound tightly. She struggled to move, but found it was not overly constrictive. By rubbing against the wall, she managed to shift the blindfold enough to realize she was in a dim, stifling room. For clarification, the object in Tina's mouth was Trek's fruit nullifying ring, cleverly disguised as a big walnut. Note: The fruit nullifying ring. Sea stone seals devil fruit powers, enabling swimming. Had she been kidnapped? Remembering the Navy recruit, Tina felt a surge of anger, realizing she had fallen victim in the end. Where exactly was she? Could it be that the two Navy men delivering her food were in cahoots? At this moment, Tina was both hungry and thirsty, about to make a sound when she overheard voices from the next room. Boss, this time Mr. 2 has successfully captured Navy Colonel Tina. The nearby Navy will fall into chaos, preoccupied with searching for her. That smoky fellow is all alone and won't hinder the execution of the plan. Robin stated, isn't that smoker in the East blue? Why is he running around the Grand Line chasing after the Straw Hat Kid? If the Navy learns of my plans here, it will be troublesome. What a meddlesome guy, the Sand Croc remarked, taking a puff of his cigar. Boss is truly a genius. He can incite national turmoil through dance powder and then overthrow the Nefertari royal family under the guise of a national hero. The foe Tina flattered. Trek merely pointed out the plot to usurp the nation, fearing that revealing information about Pluton might alert the world government and prompt intervention. Tina appeared through the crack of the slightly ajar door and saw the warlord crocodile. The devil child Nico Robin, and another Tina. The warlord crocodile was actually attempting to steal a member state. How could there be another version of herself? The one who captured her was Mr. 2. Could it be that this individual disguised as a Navy recruit had knocked her out and brought her here? Clearly, it was another manifestation of devil fruit powers, and Tina felt a surge of rage. Vowing to dismember him the next time she caught him to AT that moment, the real Mr. 2 suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How should we handle this Navy colonel? Robin inquired. You all deal with it. There was never a need to capture her in the first place. The Sand Croc replied, aren't you concerned that the boss has other uses for her? Moreover, if we kill the Navy colonel and it gets discovered, even a warlord would have difficulty explaining it to the Navy, the foe Tina argued. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? The Sand Croc glared at the foe Tina, and with a swift motion of his golden hook, he sent her flying through the window. Her fate unknown, he then stepped into the inner room, ready to deal with Tina. Tina, hearing someone enter, pretended to remain unconscious. However, from the periphery of her blindfold, she caught sight of the Sand Croc's golden hook as it descended, gathering her strength to evade just in time. Outside, the foe Tina quickly shed her disguise and transformed back into Trek, covering her face while revealing only her eyes, then crashed through the window into the dimly lit room. In an instant, she caught the golden hook with one hand while using the other to grasp the ropes binding Tina. Leaping through the window and dashing across the desert at high speed with Tina on her back, Tina, with her blindfold slightly loosened, glimpsed the Sand Croc pursuing them furiously. They had already distanced themselves significantly from the rain-soaked area. Mesita, as the one cast with the disguised fruit, found her ability to mimic the Sand Croc's powers to be quite limited and could not stray too far from Trek. Currently, Mesita could not fully elementally shift, only partially transforming her surface into sand and exerting mild control over it. Yet, this was sufficient. Combined with the weight fruit and the Navy's 6 forms, Mesita flew through the air, deliberately stirring up a cloud of sand that, while not an exact replica of the Sand Croc, exuded a formidable aura. Furthermore, with Tina's vision obscured and the swirling sands around them, she could not discern who was who. Desert Blade. A massive, high-frequency vibrating sand blade flew forth, cleaving the ground open with a tremendous crack. Trek quickly pulled Tina back into his embrace, cradling her like a princess, but the backlash from the attack struck his back, causing severe injuries that made him cough up blood onto Tina. I am an old hand at this, Trek exclaimed. Mesita remarked, this feels oddly familiar. The disguised fruit may not be the most formidable in terms of combat, but it was the most adept at performance. Moreover, Mesita's Desert Blade was essentially a product of Trek's fruit, possessing an exterior strength that was hollow within. When it struck Trek, it inflicted no real damage, and the injuries he sustained were merely a byproduct of his fruit's disguise. As for the crack in the ground, it was an illusion created by Mesita's Gale Foot technique. At that moment, a sandstorm began to whip up. Of course, this was intentionally triggered by Mesita's overweight attack on the ground, forcibly inciting the storm in conjunction with the punch winds and Gale Foot, creating an impressive effect. Thus, Trek and Tina were able to reasonably escape the Sand Croc's pursuit under the cover of the storm. It was not that the Sand Croc feared the storm. Rather, it was simply too immense for him to control. In the vast, scorching expanse of sand, 2 figures struggled forward, Or more accurately, one person bore another on their back. Returning to moments prior, within the sandstorm, Trek discreetly pocketed the fruit-nullifying ring disguised as the big walnut and began to untie the ropes binding Tina. The winds and sands gradually subsided. Black gun, a black iron rod, emerged from the yellow sands, only to retract in an instant. Tina, with determination, utilized it once more, propelling both herself and Trick out of the dunes. Harnessing the powers of the kankank fruit, Tina struggled to pull Trick from the depths of the sand. Yet both were utterly exhausted. Since being captured by Trick in the rain, Tina had not eaten. That glass of red wine and the drugged steak had constituted her final meal. Trick, on the other hand, was in a somewhat better condition, though being buried in sand and exposed to the scorching sun had left him battered and in considerable discomfort. The conditions for this performance were indeed grueling, something those youthful newcomers could never replicate. Weak and feeble, Trick lay unconscious upon the sands, his head turned to the side, the mask that once covered his face now lost, revealing his fiery orange hair and youthful, delicate profile. Tina gazed at this unknown handsome youth in a daze for quite some time. She had not anticipated that the one who rescued her from the clutches of the Shichibukai crocodile would be such a young boy. Observing the gruesome, bloodied wounds on Trick's back, she noted that although the heat and dryness, compounded by the sand, had reduced the bleeding, the sight was still harrowing. Without hesitation, Tina tore strips from her own clothing to bandage his wounds, stanching further blood loss and preventing infection. For the first time, she felt that her scant attire was a burden, especially since she was left with but the last remnant of clothing. That Trick's shirt had long since been rendered tattered by the desert blade, and Tina's cloak had been lost in the sandstorm. The only reason Tina's garments remained intact was due to Trick's firm embrace around her. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, causing the rolling sands to shimmer and distort. Tina squinted against the light, attempting to discern the direction. She dared not venture toward the rain-soaked area, instead opting for the direction of the sea, though it was a considerable distance away, with Trick's weight upon her back. Their bodies pressed closely together. She had discarded his blood-soaked shirt. Despite their close proximity, there was no hint of intimacy, only the oppressive heat. After trekking several miles, Trick could no longer suppress his consciousness. Gazing at Tina's pale visage, he thought to himself, how to describe this girl? It was beyond words. Overwhelmed by guilt, Trick felt like a nefarious villain. His primary concern was for Tina to reach the coast swiftly, without concern for himself. Otherwise, she would surely perish in the desert while carrying him. Cough, cough. Are you all right? Trick weakly inquired. That you're awake. Tina's raspy voice rang out. You should go on your own. We cannot escape this desert together. Moreover, I am gravely injured and on the brink of death. Do not concern yourself with me. Trick urged. Have you ever fought for someone with your life? Tina asked. What do you mean? Trick's mind scrambled to comprehend. Did you not once risk everything to save me from crocodile? Tina asserted. Duh. Trick was rendered speechless. I too can risk my life to take you away from this desert. Colonel Tina never gives up, she declared resolutely. Trick's guilt felt as heavy as a mountain, pressing down upon him even further. Watching the weary Tina, her fiery red lips cracked and parched, his heart ached. It was clear. He must sacrifice himself. Otherwise, this foolish girl would truly perish. Once more, Trick began to devise a plan for her sake. With determination, he made a deep gash on his own arm. What are you doing? Tina gasped in astonishment, only to have her mouth silenced. Trick pressed the bleeding wound tightly against Tina's fiery red lips, carefully creating a small opening to release some fresh water from within. The mingled blood and water flowed into Tina's mouth, and she struggled to pry his hand away, but she could not escape his hold. You used the techniques meant for killing to save. Tina instinctively began to suckle at the blood flowing from Trick. Yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Don't cry. The moisture I just provided is flowing out through your eyes. Trick panicked. He could not sustain this flow of blood indefinitely. It was utterly impractical. He would either perish or be exposed. No more tears. If you keep crying, I can't help it, Trick thought, then began to prepare his last words. Cough, cough. Do you know, I hail from the East Blue Kingdom of Oikit, orphaned by pirates at a young age and rescued by the Navy. I have always admired the Navy, and though I never became a sailor, it was within their arms that I found a long-awaited sense of security. I am a sailor. At that moment, Tina held Trick tightly, her tears flowing freely. To be born and to die in the embrace of the Navy. That may very well be my fate. Beautiful Navy sister, if there is an afterlife, I hope to be your lover. Forever resting in your embrace. Trick expressed his final wish, his bloodied hand reaching towards Tina's pale face, yet ultimately falling short as he drew his last breath. After all, it was filthy and stained with blood. He preferred not to tarnish Tina's lovely features. Tina was overjoyed. I would gladly be your lover, she proclaimed, grasping Trick's falling bloodied hand and pressing it against her cheek. Then, she bent down and kissed him deeply with her blood-stained fiery red lips. Enough already. Not even the dead are spared. Trick, feigning death, felt a profound sense of despair. Why? I'm dead, yet this foolish girl continues to carry me. He lamented. If I had known, I would have refrained from uttering those final words. At that moment, a sandstorm began to rage in the desert, and Trick wondered if it was the handiwork of Machida. Regardless, he felt it was quite timely. The winds and sands intensified, and Trick seized the opportunity to be swept away by the storm. Tina, frantic, searched desperately for Trick's corpse amidst the tempest. Trick silently appeared behind her and rendered her unconscious. He had learned some rudimentary acupressure techniques from Koya, ever since Trick had informed Koya about the meridians and acupoints in the human body. She had experimented with needles, testing nearly every point on the human form, ultimately devising a comprehensive set of applications, a testament to her pursuit of medical knowledge. Observing the tear-streaked, beautiful profile of Tina, though marred by blood, she still radiated beauty. How tragic! He felt an immense debt of affection. Having deceived her once, he would have to dedicate a lifetime to safeguarding this lie. Trick figured that once Tina learned the truth, his fate would be dire. He swiftly carried her to the coastline nearest the Navy's ship, disguising himself as one of the sailors, draping his Navy jacket over Tina before returning her to the ship. The crew erupted in commotion upon finally locating Colonel Tina, and the ship's doctor began to assess her condition while Trick, masquerading as a sailor, quietly slipped away. Shortly thereafter, Tina awoke, frantically seeking Trick, convinced that he was still alive. Women and their terrifying intuition, Trick mused. However, her body remained weak, and the crew restrained her. Tina insisted on sending someone to search for the youth with the orange hair, yet she suddenly realized that she did not even know his name. They could only rely on technicians to create a hasty sketch in hopes of finding him. Tina reported Crocodile's conspiracy to headquarters, and the Navy contacted the world government regarding Crocodile. Crocodile, defensive, adamantly denied any involvement in treason, claiming he was simply clearing out pirates and demanding that the Navy provide evidence to substantiate their accusations. After hanging up, Crocodile's demeanor darkened with rage. Who had leaked the secret? Nico Robin? No, that individual feared the Navy's demon-slaying decree too much to collude with them. Could it be Princess Vivi? It seemed confirmed. His subordinates were useless. They couldn't even handle a single princess. It appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, he felt the urgency to expedite his plans. Aiming to acquire the Pluton before the Navy gathered evidence, an emergency meeting was called for all members to implement the plan immediately. The Navy headquarters urged Tina to quickly find evidence of Crocodile's use of dance powder. They believed that relying solely on Tina and Smoker might not suffice to confront Crocodile, so they dispatched Akiji to Alabasta for support. Why does this sketch look so familiar? Vice Admiral Tsuru mused, gazing at the image of Trick sent from Tina's side. Sengoku, munching on sunbae, also took a look. Let me see. He examined the sunbae in his hand, then looked back at Trick. Isn't this my sunbae, Admiral? Sengoku exclaimed with excitement, then quickly composed himself that Tina's report indicated that this individual was deceased. Tina firmly believes that he is alive, yet the naval analysis suggests he has perished. After all, it is said that he suffered grave injuries and lost a considerable amount of blood, ultimately sacrificing his own blood to nourish Tina until he breathed his last, with his body swept away by the sandstorm. For one to survive such circumstances, or to be resurrected, would indeed be nothing short of a miracle. Tina's mental state appears somewhat unstable. She has lost her ability to discern reality, resorting instead to self-deception. As noted by Admiral Crane, is it possible to establish contact with the Adventurers Guild? Sengoku inquired. The guild has reported that their president recently ventured to Alabasta to expand operations, after which he vanished. Crane responded. Vanished? Maintain close surveillance. Report immediately if there is any news from the guild, Sengoku declared, clearly concerned for his own esteemed admiral. no less than for Tina in Alabasta. Tina gazes at a photograph of Trick, who is grinning widely, beside a woman of similar age wearing an awkward smile. What is their connection? This is a commemorative photo marking the official establishment of the Adventurers Guild, featuring Trick and Machino. Each possesses a copy, although Machino had initially paid little attention and merely hung it in her small tavern. Despite later being brought back to the office by Machino, the Naval Intelligence Department managed to capture it. Is that Trick, the president of the Adventurers Guild? And beside him is the esteemed Elder Machino, reputed to be a red-haired woman. Does Garp know her? Has he had dealings with one of the four emperors? In a certain sense, Trick's choice to align with Machino at the outset has allowed the world government to overlook the guild due to the favor shown to the celestial dragons by the red-haired faction, allowing the guild to operate without restraint. After all, no one truly believes that the red-haired emperor has only a single ship at his command, that I genuinely have only one ship. The Navy, observing Garp's relationship with Machino, and considering the substantial profits involved, began to cooperate deeply with the guild. Am I to be a protective umbrella now? Garp mused. That I understand, Anshin replied. The guild has thrived on this intricate yet non-existent relationship, growing larger and stronger over time, much like Gao Qiqiang's initial rise under the pretense of Anshin's name. Tina examines the intelligence reports sent from headquarters, slowly turning the pages, her perception of Trick becoming increasingly three-dimensional. Just as Trick claimed, he is a survivor of the pirate invasion of the Oikote Kingdom, suspected to have a twin sister from whom he was separated at a young age. That sister was raised by the retired female Navy officer Belmere, and later involved in the incident with the Evil Dragon pirates. The scandal surrounding Colonel Mouse, the entire Evil Dragon pirates were slaughtered, with the exception of the Evil Dragon, whose fate remains unknown. While the remaining fishmen were decapitated and piled up, is this vengeance for his sister's adoptive mother? He is indeed someone who protects his own and is decisively ruthless. Flipping further, she discovers the changes occurring in the East Sea. Tina is somewhat astonished. It appears she has paid far too little attention to the weakest of seas. Previously, she had only heard sporadic whispers about many soldiers wishing to transfer to the East Sea for development, assuming it was merely a sign of cowardice, only to find out they were actually banking substantial profits. The Navy stationed in the East Sea has thrived, with pirates transitioning to adventurers. The Navy's primary business is secure, with staggering secondary income. Smoker is truly adept at evasion, while others are tossing money around. He has concealed himself under an umbrella. Shortly after his departure from Lowtown, the branch's revenues skyrocketed. The president has requested to establish a base at this transportation hub near Reverse Mountain. And indeed, the business volume has surged, leading to a shortage of manpower that necessitates drawing in the Navy to fill the gaps. A rational individual, Tina meticulously scrutinizes Trick's actions, realizing he is an exceptional individual. Each of his strategies is imbued with profound significance, subtly transforming the entire East Sea. The pirates, Navy, kingdoms, and world government have all refrained from opposing or causing significant upheaval. Such an outstanding person, dying to save her, is truly a tragic loss. Tina remains resolute, determined to pursue Trick, while simultaneously seeking evidence against the Sand Crocodile. Trick arrives in Canola Town with Machida, the landing point for Luffy and his crew. Yet he finds no sign of the Straw Hat Group. As expected, they must have already headed to the original base of the rebel army in Yuba. However, the rebels should be stationed nearby in Catlia. Trick is unconcerned. His main task now is to wage a war of public opinion, directly revealing the truth to the populace and the rebels, though it may not be readily believed, through inadvertent disclosures. The public can be made to believe this is a conspiracy, simultaneously drawing the Navy into the fray to control the situation. After all, whispers spread with more credibility than grandiose speeches, disguised as the Sand Crocodile. Trick secretly hires workers at the edge of Canola Town to fill bags with sand. Isn't that Mr. Crocodile, the national hero? What are you doing with all this sand? Questioned Machida, disguised as worker. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. The faux Sand Crocodile replied coldly. It truly is Mr. Crocodile. He seems so formidable, murmured worker B behind him. I believe Mr. Crocodile has a cold demeanor but a warm heart. With the drought and famine causing many refugees and rebels, he is providing work and income by having everyone fill bags with sand. Machida coaxed while still in disguise. Is that so? How moving, exclaimed worker C, tearing up. Mr. Crocodile is just aloof, not fierce, So dashing. I wish to bear his children." The nearby women gushed. The group of workers filling sandbags buzzed with discussions, viewing the sand crocodile as a savior. This underground rumor, fueled by Trick and Machida's encouragement, spread like wildfire, even reaching the rebel army. What is Crocodile up to? Rebel leader Kosha wondered upon receiving the intel that it seems benevolent. Yet during this moment of turmoil within the kingdom, is he deliberately seeking to build his reputation? Kosha began to doubt the sand crocodile's intentions. "Your Majesty, according to rumors, the sand crocodile is secretly hiring people to fill sandbags in Canola Town," reported Bell, an officer of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard and user of the bird fruit, falcon form, returning to inform King Cobra of the intelligence gathered. Filling sandbags? Nefertari Cobra pondered, confused about the purpose behind filling sand in the desert, an item of little value. Some speculate it is a means of indirectly aiding disaster victims. Currently, Crocodile's reputation in Canola Town has risen significantly. That would be a noble endeavor. While King Cobra verbally expressed approval, he grew wary. First, eliminating invading pirates, then aiding disaster victims. Was he aspiring to be king? Yet, there seemed to be no other course of action. "Honey, what do you need all this sand for? Are you really trying to bolster the sand crocodile's reputation?" Machida inquired curiously. "Disguised dance powder." "Huh." Machida looked bewildered. "The higher you climb, the harder you fall. The populace will more readily believe they have been betrayed. This is learning from the sand crocodile. Using poison to counter poison," Trick explained. Disguised as an officer of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard, an animal-type user of the dog fruit, jackal form, he then donned a cloak, quietly hiring workers to transport these sandbags toward the capital. Along the way, he was purposefully spotted by the rebel army's scouts. "Boss, we have spotted someone resembling Jackal transporting supplies," reported one scout. "Let us go, take a few teams, and intercept this cargo," Kosha commanded. A clash ensued, with Kosha engaging Jackal in battle. "Jackal, what brings you here? Do you dare to transport supplies now? Is the royal guard unable to hold up?" Kosha remarked amidst the fight, perplexed as to why this individual was silent and not utilizing the Jackal fruit's abilities. Showing signs of weakness at this moment, the beleaguered Jackal retreated, inadvertently losing his disguise and revealing himself as Mr. 2, hurriedly attempting to conceal his identity with the cloak. However, this entire scene was witnessed by Kosha's forces. What just happened? This Jackal is an imposter, yet his disguise was remarkably convincing. As a childhood friend of Princess Vivi, Kosha recognized Jackal. "Boss, these bags contain dance powder." "Dance powder?" Kosha queried, puzzled as to why individuals masquerading as royal guards would transport dance powder. "No, they are attempting to frame the king. It seems the recent rain incident in the capital was no mere coincidence. It was a conspiracy," Kosha speculated. Was the earlier incident involving the king's accidental use of dance powder also a deliberate ploy to mislead the public? The rebels began to connect the dots, each sporting an expression of understanding. These bags of dance powder are actually filled with sand. Suddenly, it was discovered that the dancing powder had transformed into sand. How could this happen? Kosha instructed everyone to unfasten all the bags. After Trick distanced himself, the disguise was automatically lifted, and all the dancing powder reverted to its original sandy form. The entire truth seemed to rise to the surface. It must have been the case that the opposing party had just revealed their disguise, fearing that their conspiracy to entrap the king would be uncovered, prompting them to hastily undo the faade of this false dancing powder. This was irrefutable evidence. Everything was a scheme. Coupled with the previous rumors of the sand crocodile surreptitiously concealing sand in Oilseed Flower Town, one could not help but suspect a connection between the two. Was Crocodile orchestrating this from behind the scenes? The rebel forces were rife with suspicion. This was Trick's stratagem. Rather than directly revealing the truth and allowing you to discern and question its authenticity, he preferred to have you deduce and unravel the truth layer by layer. Even without concrete evidence, people are always more inclined to believe in truths they have discovered themselves, while remaining skeptical of facts recounted by strangers. Thus, the truth spread rapidly among the rebels, plunging them into a state of indecision. Some refused to believe in the truth, for the evidence was right before their eyes. It had been raining continuously in the royal capital. While other regions suffered from severe drought, others believed the truth but were concerned about the repercussions they might face after having advanced so far. Some were merely observing, while others chose to flee. Some disregarded the truth altogether, as retreat was not an option. They believed that capturing the royal capital was the only way to secure ample food and water. Some had already lost loved ones and sought an outlet for their grief. Feeling that the king bore responsibility for his inaction in the face of conspiracy and calamity, some suspected Crocodile, but dared not take action, for the 7 warlords were a force to be reckoned with. The rebels found themselves in a stalemate. However, due to Trick's truth, many had already decided to leave or remain on the sidelines, causing their numbers to dwindle rapidly. Kusha did not impose excessive constraints and planned to send someone to negotiate with the royal army while investigating the truth. It turned out that this was all Crocodile's conspiracy. At this moment, King Cobra received a call from the Navy, learning that everything was indeed a plot by the Sand Crocodile, and that the dancing powder might have been secretly employed to ensnare the king. Your Majesty, does the world government and the Navy not intend to intervene? This is one of the 7 warlords, Gaka inquired. The Navy responded that the intelligence was obtained by a naval colonel. However, lacking substantial evidence, the Navy could not take direct action and would first seek proof. King Cobra remarked, "The rebels are almost upon us. It may be too late. How about we expose the truth to the people?" Gaka suggested we could try, but it is likely futile. We have no evidence. The rebels will only perceive this as our excuse. The good news is that the Navy has already dispatched nearby forces for support, and Admiral Akiji will be arriving shortly. King Cobra was filled with concern. The situation was becoming dire. Although the Navy would provide support, once a confrontation ensued between the Navy and the rebels, it would ultimately be the kingdom that suffered. The destructive power of an admiral and the 7 warlords was akin to a natural disaster. If a battle erupted in the royal capital, the entire nation would be gravely weakened. Therefore, preventing the outbreak of war was of utmost importance. Your Majesty, good news. Suddenly, a hawk, transformed from Bell, flew in through the window, exclaiming excitedly, "What good news?" King Cobra, deep in thought, inquired upon seeing Bell's eagerness that it appears that Crocodile's scheme has begun to circulate among the rebels. Most are now merely observing, and some have already departed, reducing the once 700,000-strong rebel force by several tens of thousands. Nanny, how was this accomplished? King Cobra stood up, astonished yet elated. The specifics remain unclear. There are numerous versions of the rumor, but the most credible suggests that the transporters of the dancing powder were disguised as members of the Royal Guard's deputy. Gaka, disguised me? Gaka questioned, bewildered. Furthermore, it was discovered that the dancing powder was merely sand, leading many to speculate that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Sand Crocodile. This, King Cobra began to ponder calmly. If the intent was to frame, one instance would suffice. Why continue, thus increasing the risk of exposure? Moreover, the Sand Crocodile should be in the rainy region, meaning someone must be assisting. Could it be Vivi? No, Vivi lacks the capacity to manipulate people's hearts to such an extent. King Cobra surmised that someone was aiding the kingdom in thwarting this rebellion, but was at a loss for leads. Your Majesty, Karoo has returned. King Cobra looked at the swift-footed Karoo, who brought back a letter from Vivi, which stated that everything was part of the Sand Crocodile's scheme, and that she had brought a group of companions to assist. It especially emphasized that they had found a guide, and Alabasta was poised for resurgence. However, the letter indicated that it was not convenient to disclose further details at this moment. That a guide? Resurgence? Then the unveiling of the disguise must have been orchestrated by Vivi's companions. King Cobra felt a twinge of confusion regarding the latter part of Vivi's description. Wasn't the aim to expose the Sand Crocodile's conspiracy and prevent the rebels? Why did Alabasta need to rise? What shall we do now? Should we explain this matter to the rebels? Gaka inquired. Negotiating would be the best course of action. Reach out to the rebels and propose a request for dialogue. Bell. Understood, Your Majesty. Bell transformed into a hawk and departed. Days prior, in the rain-soaked region, members of the Baroque works were summoned by Robin, and they all learned that the boss was the Sand Crocodile. Mr. Point 3 made his appearance, and upon realizing that the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi were alive, he was fed to the crocodile, regretting not having joined the Adventurers Guild, though he managed to encase himself in wax just in time. Boss, trouble is brewing. It seems there are rumors regarding the ideal country plan from Katarina and Oilseed Flower Town. Our intelligence appears to have leaked. Did Vivi leak the information? It seems not. Someone employed the same methods we used to ensnare the king to ensnare again, and it was uncovered. Moreover, boss, it appears you were also sighted in Oilseed Flower Town. The rebels were now hesitating and had seen a significant reduction in their ranks. Robin mused, certain that Trick was behind the chaos. "Nanny," Mr. Two exclaimed, astonished. "Could it be that someone possesses the same mimetic abilities as me, or is it merely a simple disguise? Who could it be? Vivi does not have such capabilities. Could it be the Straw Hat Kid? Execute the plan immediately. Hurry to Oilseed Flower Town. Mr. Two. You will transform into the king and incite the rebels' wrath." The others would also bring the weapon ship. The Sand Crocodile, furious, promptly commanded everyone to execute the plan. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had arrived in the rain-soaked region. Alabastus Palace. "Who are you?" King Cobra, startled from slumber, sensed a presence. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, a dark figure stood at the open window. Admiring the moon, the shadow made its entrance. "Am I not merely a minor character in Detective Conan? You are truly incompetent, King Cobra. Lacking strength, lacking wealth, you can only resign yourself to the drought. Even if it is Crocodile's conspiracy, 3 years of unrelenting rain, and you fail to investigate or seek solutions, you are a woefully inadequate king. Do you not know the phrase man can conquer nature? Even if one's abilities are lacking, should one not seek external aid? Have you ever fought tirelessly for this nation? You." King Cobra was rendered speechless by the brazen words of this unfamiliar intruder. "I apologize. This is my dereliction of duty as a king. Are you sent by the rebels to kill me?" King Cobra speculated, for such words would not come from Crocodile's camp. An incompetent king deserves to be overthrown. The difference between a tyrant and a despot lies only in the citizens' lingering hope for their king in their final moments. King Cobra fell silent, suddenly recalling Kush's words from years past. Wasn't Kush's father always a beacon of hope? I would willingly submit to execution if it could bring an end to this war. I hope you can spare the royal army and Princess Vivi. At this juncture, war is but a struggle for resources. Even with such a reduction in the rebel forces, some still wish to avoid starvation and will seek to seize the royal capital. Death is inevitable to a king. To die is to shirk responsibility. How could I allow you to die so easily? I shall show you what it truly means to be a king. That fool Vivi is far more useful than you. At least she knows to seek external aid." The shadow made a sarcastic remark. "That fool Vivi?" King Cobra suddenly realized that the shadow before him might be the guide that Vivi had spoken of. On the eve of negotiations, the president of the Baroque Works captured King Cobra. Subsequently, Mr. Two, impersonating King Cobra, injured Kusha, attacked civilians and the rebels, and set fire to the town of Rapeseed. Ultimately, Kusha could only lead the remaining furious rebels straight to the royal capital. Trick did not intervene, as he had already done his utmost to diminish the scale of the rebellion in the early stages. Those who remained were essentially obstinate. They were either filled with hatred from losing loved ones, desperate for resources to survive, or even seeking to overthrow the royal family to become nobles themselves. That a mere provocation from Baroque Works could easily incite them to continue their assault on the royal capital. Rather than allowing a protracted stalemate that would result in further casualties, it was more prudent to let them head to the royal capital. After all, Baroque Works' primary objective was to instigate a grand battle between the king's army and the rebels, and they would not intervene significantly in the conflict at the Rapeseed town adjacent to Cartlea, in the rain-soaked ground. Smoker pursued Luffy while simultaneously investigating Sand Crocodile, but both soon found themselves trapped. Ultimately rescued by Luffy and his companions in a desperate bid to save Vivi, Luffy faced off against Sand Crocodile and suffered a crushing defeat, being engulfed by the desert sunflowers summoned by Sand Crocodile. Robin stealthily rescued Luffy and encountered Bell, tossing the injured Luffy into Bell's arms. Smoker instructed Dashi to lead his subordinates while he intended to ride a motorcycle to rendezvous with Tina. Meanwhile, Tina's naval forces had already discovered Baroque Works' artificial rainmaking ship, and the navy began to land in large numbers, converging on the royal capital of Albana. The world government and the navy were unable to contact Sand Crocodile, who was eager to obtain information about Pluton before the navy's arrival. Everything seemed to be on fast forward. Disguised as King Cobra, Trick observed Mr. Four and Miss Christmas before him. Mr. Four's gun had consumed the fruit of the sausage dog. How was that possible? Trick was curious about how a weapon could devour a fruit. Miss Christmas, on the other hand, was a mole fruit user, making her an excellent candidate for mining and well digging. At that moment, Trick thought to have Robin arrange for all useful members of Baroque Works. The real King Cobra had been abducted by Trick, while Machida looked on. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew, excluding Luffy, rode the fast duck straight to the royal capital, each diverting Baroque Works key personnel to allow Vivi to reach the southern gate and prevent the war. However, facing the charging rebels and the artillery fire from Baroque Works infiltrators, Vivi's efforts to halt the conflict seemed utterly futile. "Please, stop fighting. This is all Crocodile's scheme," Vivi shouted hoarsely, attempting to draw the attention of the rebel leader, Kusha. The chaos and noise from the artillery fire rendered her pleas ineffective, and it became apparent that she would soon be trampled by the rebels' camels. With a tremendous bang, Machida descended from the sky, carrying a combat sound system, and unleashed a powerful punch onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave that a strong gust of wind radiated outward from her, sending Vivi and the fast duck tumbling backward for several rolls, while the rebels were blown off balance, halting their charge. "Yaha!" Machida laughed triumphantly from the crater. "Cough, cough, Miss Valentine. Oh no, now it's Machida. How is she so powerful?" Vivi struggled to her feet, coughing in astonishment. What just happened? Was that a meteor? It seemed like a person. A powerful ally summoned by the royal army? The swirling dust around them was swiftly swept away by the force of the wind. Machida did not wait for Vivi to explain to Kusha. The two armies were on the brink of war, and with so many Baroque infiltrators in the mix, any disobedience could easily ignite the conflict. Thus, Trick had instructed Machida, "Play the music and get hyped." Machida was unsure of Trick's intentions, but she resolved to follow orders and pressed the play button on the combat sound system. Note: the combat sound system, dance powder once activated, it compels anyone who wishes to fight to engage in a dance battle, while also inducing localized rain as the passionate and battle-ready music from the sound system filled the air. Both the king's army at the city's edge and the rebels on the desert front surged with fervor, their fighting spirit ignited. What is happening? Vivi felt an uncontrollable urge to join in the fight. The king's army abandoned their defensive positions and charged forth, filled with vigor, while the rebels continued their assault, now even more fervent than before. Just as the two armies were about to clash, Vivi let out one final cry, "Please, stop fighting." To her utter astonishment, both the king's army and the rebels broke into a series of bizarre, tension-filled dances reminiscent of the dance King Dang. The two sides, refusing to yield, seemed poised to outdo each other, while even the camels began to stomp their feet. The rear ranks of both armies, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle, moved closer to catch a glimpse and soon found themselves swept up in the infectious rhythm emanating from the combat sound system. Thus, with the arrival of reinforcements, hundreds of thousands of soldiers engaged in a dance battle. Kusha, caught up in the excitement, spotted Vivi and bounded over with enthusiasm. "Hi Vivi, you're here too. Let's see who can dance better." Vivi was taken aback, having no intention of fighting. The influence of the combat sound system on her was negligible. "Please, don't." Vivi attempted to intervene, but her words trailed off. Perhaps a dance battle was better than an actual fight. This must be one of Trick's miraculous devices. Watching Machida, who was energetically wielding the sound system in the air, and the two armies reveling in their dance, Vivi found herself at a loss. She decided to head towards the royal palace, suspecting that Sand Crocodile had captured her father. Riding the fast duck, Vivi sped towards the palace, suddenly noticing the sporadic raindrops, it raining. Upon exiting the dance area, Vivi realized that it was only raining within the vicinity of the dance battle. The more lively the dancing, the heavier the rain became. From that point onward, the tradition of dance battles for rain became a 1,000-year legacy in Alabasta. But where could Trick have gone? Since Machida was present, he must be nearby. Vivi pondered the earlier encounter with Sand Crocodile, which had been so sudden that she had no time to prepare. Or perhaps Robin had captured him first. Wasn't Robin supposed to be an infiltrator? It was all so confusing, and confronting them directly was not an option. Prepare for Sand Crocodile. Vivi pulled out her lucky cigarettes and a Russian revolver filled with sleeping apples. Lighting a cigarette, she recalled Trick's warning about smoking being detrimental to health, but decided to take the risk for good luck. Vivi bit down on the cigarette and fired a shot into the air. Was it a blank? Surely luck was on her side. She followed up with another shot aimed at Sand Crocodile, believing that fortune would ensure her aim was true, with the cigarette in her mouth and the revolver at her waist. The Western gunslinger Vivi was ready to charge towards the palace. Note: lucky cigarettes. Sanji lighting a lucky cigarette grants a period of good fortune. Note: a box contains 20 cigarettes. Russian revolver. Rain feast capable of holding capsule items. Effects only activate when used or consumed. and can directly enchant the target hit. Each time she fires at herself, she can attack the opponent with the next shot, with bullets fired at random. Nanny, Sand Crocodile, along with King Cobra and Robin, arrived at the palace, perplexed by the reports from his subordinates relayed via the snail phone about the two armies dancing in the rain. Looking up at the scorching sun above, Sand Crocodile questioned his sanity. Where was the rain coming from? And with rain falling, were they really not going to fight? Engaging in song and dance. What kind of absurd citizens were these? They were utterly unworthy of his aspirations for a military superpower. The bound King Cobra, upon seeing Sand Crocodile, behaved remarkably submissive and obedient, resembling a sycophant, which took Sand Crocodile aback and prevented him from torturing him. While Sand Crocodile listened to his subordinate's report, King Cobra discreetly pinched Robin. Initially startled, Robin quickly recognized the mischievous glint in his eye, realizing that this rascal was Trick. Forget it, whether they fight or not. Cobra, tell me the whereabouts of Pluton. Sand Crocodile turned away, visibly irritated, and blinked, wondering if he had imagined it. Had that old man just pinched Robin? Trick, realizing he had acted too late, felt like a mouse caught in the open and could only point at Robin, saying, "Fine, but you must give me this woman." Cough, cough. Robin coughed violently upon hearing Trick's words. Sand Crocodile's gaze shifted between the two. What was this old man scheming? Had they formed an illicit bond? Observing Robin's silent retreat from that old rascal, Shiage clearly understood that he was merely an old lecher. You have no right to impose conditions. You are a prisoner now. Just remember, if you reveal the whereabouts of the Underworld King, this woman will become expendable. Since you plan to discard her anyway, why not hand her over to me? The faux Cobra haggled. Shiage's face darkened as Robin's expression became one of exasperation. At that moment, Vivi arrived, witnessing this unbelievable scene. Am I truly about to have a stepmother? Shiage turned to Vivi, who was holding a cigarette, feeling a strange sense of foreboding that I never expected you to arrive here. What do you think you can accomplish? That Straw Hat Kid is already dead in the rain. Had he not encountered you, he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Nanny, Luffy is dead. Luffy-san cannot possibly be dead. Vivi's heart weighed heavily as she gripped the concealed Russian revolver hidden in her cloak. The war between the Royal Army and the rebels has been thwarted. Your plans are in ruins. Vivi declared. AT-430. I have arranged for artillery to bombard both armies. By then, everyone will perish. A bomb with a 5-kilometer blast radius will be unleashed. The villain Shiage proclaimed, activating his loquacious mode. Taking advantage of their conversation, the disguised Cobra's aide, Trek, pressed the switch on the tomato timer hidden in his pocket, preparing to strike Shiage if he could hit Shiage. The latter would be forced to engage in conversation with Vivi for 25 minutes. Note, the tomato timer, from Obby's grandfather, Boguden. Upon activation, it forces the target to continue their current actions for 25 minutes. Robin, noticing Trek stealthily approaching Shiage, felt a wave of panic, fearing that this little brat might be eliminated by Shiage. At that moment, Vivi suddenly pulled out the Russian revolver and fired a shot at Shiage. Shiage himself was not afraid of bullets, but upon seeing the strange Vivi smoking, he became wary. Vivi knew he was a Logia-type user of the sand fruit. How could she use a gun against him? It was clear she intended to use sea prism stone bullets. In an instant, Shiage's chest turned to sand to evade the bullet, but the treacherous faux Cobra, Trek, was struck instead. Ah, Vivi exclaimed, shocked, internally criticizing, Shiage, you can evade bullets with your Logia powers. Yet you still rely on luck with that cigarette. Then, upon seeing her father hit, she sighed in relief that it was not a real bullet. Otherwise, she would have become a paragon of filial piety. The hit Trek fell to the ground, slipping into a deep slumber, his disguise instantly lifted, revealing sleeping beauty Trek. Shiage glared at the faux Cobra, furious at being outwitted. What was that bullet? It caused no harm, yet rendered him unconscious? Thankfully, it hadn't hit him. Otherwise, he would be the one lying there. Vivi, realizing her father was Trek in disguise, breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother had already passed. Where could she find a true love's kiss to awaken him? That Nico Robin? Enraged, Shiage sought to dispose of the little imp Trek, but Robin swiftly intervened, using her flower fruit powers to teleport Trek to her side. You son of a devil, you are indeed a traitor. Shiage shouted, his anger intensifying at Robin's actions as he launched an attack at her. Robin narrowly evaded, moving Trek closer to Vivi while shouting, what happened to him? Wake him up quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Vivi was torn. Trek had said that only a true love of the opposite sex could awaken him. Where could she find Trek's true love now? In truth, any female would suffice. Trek had deceived Vivi, claiming it had to be true love, intending merely to prank Shiage. Hurry, Robin gasped, struggling as Shiage tightened his grip around her throat. Shiage still required Robin to decipher the historical texts, so he would not kill her. Robin was keenly aware of this, allowing her to stand against Shiage. Never mind, Vivi thought, her mind racing in a crisis, repeating to herself that she loved Trek the most at this moment, and then leaned down to kiss him. In an instant, Trek's eyes flew open, yet neither of them moved as Vivi leaned down to kiss Trek. The tomato timer in Trek's possession was simultaneously triggered. Did I cause a big mess? Vivi thought. Technically, they were not unable to move. They simply had to maintain the kissing position, which made it quite inconvenient. Ugh, you bastards, Robin thought, her mind racing with frustration as she struggled while those two were busy indulging in their romance. Shiage, observing the absurd spectacle, was left speechless. Artificial respiration. What do you take me for? Shiage fumed, watching as the two continued their fairy tale. Trek and Vivi protested. We don't want this either. We just can't separate. Vivi lamented. This is so mortifying. Shiage, discarding the barely conscious Robin, prepared to launch an attack on the inseparable pair. You bastards. What are you doing? A thunderous roar echoed, and Machida appeared on the palace platform with a flash of moonwalk and shave techniques. Having danced with the energetic troops for quite some time without receiving a signal from Trek, Machida decided to investigate what was happening, tossing the dance soundtrack to the lead dancer, Kusha, before dashing to the palace. Upon witnessing the heart-wrenching scene, you two bastards, how can you still be indulging in romance at a time like this? Separate at once. Ignoring her, Shiage's fury escalated. Go to hell. He bellowed, furious that this insignificant character, once under his command, dared to act with such audacity that he swiftly transformed into sand and launched a golden hook. Boom! Machida, utilizing Trek's techniques, delivered a powerful punch that dispersed Shiage's sand. What is happening? Shiage, reassembling slowly, was astonished. What terrifying speed and strength was this? Had he not been a Logia user, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Was this the result of fruit development? Yet the foundational strength was also quite formidable. Had his subordinates been feigning weakness all along? Or was this guy actually a spy for the other side? Moreover, why did he feel an overwhelming urge to cry as Shiage's face began to reform? Tears streamed down uncontrollably, and he sobbed. Woo woo woo. Note: onion gloves. Onion head being hit will cause one to weep uncontrollably for a period. After scattering Shiage, Machida attempted to forcibly separate Trek and Vivi. But the binding power of the rules rendered it impossible. Trek and Vivi repeatedly struck Machida, indicating that his actions were painful and nearly knocked their teeth out. Seeing their pained expressions, Machida had no choice but to relent. But he helped them to their feet. Trek swiftly lifted Vivi's legs, placing them around his waist, wrapping her arms around his neck, tilting her head, allowing him to move freely. Vivi understood Trek's signal and complied. Her face flushed. Machida grumbled in dissatisfaction. Then, they heard the sound of crying. Woo woo woo. The unconscious Robin regained her composure, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, bewildered by Shiage's uncontrollable weeping. I've spent so long with Shiage and never seen him in such a state. Is he truly this sensitive to pain? Ha ha ha. I made him cry. Machida boasted, reveling in his accomplishment. While Vivi kissed Trek, she also heard Shiage's heart-wrenching sobs, her eyes widening in disbelief. With Trek, there were always these odd occurrences. She needed to be cautious to avoid being caught off guard again. What the hell did you do? Woo woo woo. Shiage cried while hurling a sand blade attack at Machida. Machida easily dodged, employing the enhanced Navy 6 techniques bolstered by his heavy light fruit, making it impossible for Shiage to land a blow, even allowing Machida to strike back repeatedly. However, Machida was cautious not to get too close. If hit by Shiage's crescent-shaped sand dune, he would be drained of all moisture, and no iron could withstand such an attack. Thus, he struck once and then retreated. Shiage, continually buffed by the onion gloves, cried without cease, his rage reaching its peak, readying his ultimate move. Seizing the opportunity, Trek dashed over to carry Robin away, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed, being hoisted by a pair of lovesick fools. Vivi, needing a place to hold her hands, grabbed Robin's thigh, creating a rather peculiar trio from a distance. Erosion cycle. Shiage began to unleash a widespread sand transformation around him. Crocodile. Bell transformed into a hawk, soared in with Luffy, shouting his arrival. Why are you crying so sorrowfully? Who has made you cry? Luffy inquired. You bastard, Shiage roared in fury. This little brat was still alive. Unable to reach Machida, he turned his ire on Luffy, launching the Desert Blade. Luffy dodged, delivering a heavy punch that sent Shiage flying. Following up with a series of strikes, I've discovered your weakness. You fear water. As soon as you come into contact with it, you can't transform into sand. Luffy, burdened with water, embarked on a scientific explanation. The erosion cycle continued as the sand crocodile spread its sandiness to create advantageous terrain. The duel between Luffy and the sand crocodile officially commenced. Mitsai took out the flying carpet, while Trick, accompanied by Vivi and Robin, ascended aboard. Trick gestured towards the clock tower, and Robin understood he was referring to the cannon. She, of course, knew its location and guided Mitsai towards it. The other members of the Straw Hat crew had already concluded their fierce battles with the key members of Baroque Works and rushed to support Luffy. Among them, Nami was notably less flustered than in the original narrative. After all, with Trick enhancing her abilities by hundreds of times, her physical prowess rivaled that of the stunning secretary, Califa, and with the weather stick in hand, she effortlessly overwhelmed Miss Doublefinger without sustaining any injuries. Mitsai piloted the flying carpet to the clock tower, where Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day were responsible for operating and guarding the cannon. In an instant, they were dispatched by Micah. As the colossal cannonball counted down, Trick quickly pondered how to handle it. It was too large to fit through the door fruit, and sending Mitsai's flying carpet to detonate it in the sky seemed perilous due to its weight. Utilizing his spatial pocket posed too great a risk. That moment, Bell soared over, observing the peculiar posture of Trick and Princess Vivi in silence, before his gaze fell upon the countdown cannonball. I am immensely proud to serve the royal family of Nefertari, Bell proclaimed, transforming into a gigantic falcon and carrying the countdown cannonball skyward. Vivi, in a state of urgency, uttered woo-woo while frantically patting Trick's back and Robin's behind. A fatigued Robin faltered, thinking to herself, you two seem to be enjoying yourselves a bit too much. Don't drag me into this. Trick did not hinder Bell, allowing Mitsai to take the risk while he continued to contemplate. He could open the space pocket, then use the door fruit to toss it into the desert marked earlier. Trick gazed at Mitsai's adorable backpack resembling a baby python, the King Cobra inside the backpack. Trick inquired, confirming the contents. Yes, it was inconvenient to carry and I had to protect it, so I had no choice but to store it in the backpack. Mitsai replied in an instant. Trick retrieved King Cobra, embracing Vivi and flying towards Bell aboard the carpet. The adorable backpack was a precaution. Time was short, and the risk of using the spatial pocket was too great. Upon dropping out, King Cobra instantly spotted his precious daughter being embraced by an orange-haired youth. His eyes widening in shock, he then witnessed the orange-haired boy clutching his daughter as they soared skyward on the flying carpet. What is this? King Cobra was at a loss for words as he watched the pair ascend. Bell's peripheral vision caught Trick and Vivi approaching rapidly, his eyes widening in alarm. Are they aiming to perish together? He panicked, urging himself to fly faster and shouted, don't come any closer. Trick, seeing the countdown nearing its end, bellowed, give it to me. He snatched the massive bomb and stuffed it into the adorable backpack, exclaiming, damn it, forgetting that the door fruit couldn't be utilized in midair. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic his thoughts grew. But thankfully, he had the backup of the adorable backpack. Trick immediately transformed the adorable backpack into its falcon baby form, exerting all his strength to launch it skyward, then pulled Bell down swiftly. The falcon baby-shaped backpack, now containing the imminent explosive, was terrified and activated its ability to deconstruct the bomb. Although the exterior of the backpack could absorb damage, Trick was uncertain if the explosion could be mitigated within the virtual space. Relying solely on its reduced weight for altitude, after an agonizing wait without hearing an explosion, he finally sighed in relief, only to see the adorable backpack returning. What was happening? This item lacked sentience. Merely capable of changing forms, but unable to move, Trick was puzzled. Note: the adorable backpack, Dottie's daughter, can transform into various cute doll shapes. If the target wears the backpack, enemies will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before targeting the individual. And the backpack can absorb damage. It has a volume of 10 cubic meters, capable of holding living beings, but not preserving them. Boss, you should have warned me about such dangerous actions in advance. You scared me to death. The falcon baby form of the adorable backpack landed on Trick's shoulder, complaining. This thing can talk? It can move, Trick wondered, but was at a loss to inquire since he was physically connected to Vivi. Vivi observed the adorable doll resembling Belle in a falcon state with great curiosity. Trick flew back to the clock tower on the flying carpet, and Vivi, who had not paid attention moments ago, now noticed her father staring at her in disbelief, her face turning as red as an apple. Father, let me explain. Actually, Vivi suddenly realized she could speak without kissing Tricat Eye. In truth, the effects of the tomato clock had mostly worn off. However, they had habitually embraced and kissed, as even a slight separation felt uncomfortable around their necks. It should be noted that this kiss was not a mere touch, but rather an active and dynamic process. Thus, to onlookers, it appeared as if they were showcasing affection and no need for explanations. Father understands. Just be mindful of the occasion. King Cobra wore an expression of understanding. After all, his daughter was growing up, and this young man seemed rather decent. Albeit his earlier kidnapping had been somewhat infuriating, that we are merely constrained by some peculiar forces and unable to separate. It's a curse. Yes, a curse. Vivi was uncertain of the strange item Trick utilized. Hastily concocting an explanation, still unable to separate, King Cobra regarded Vivi, who clung to the orange-haired youth like an octopus, his skepticism evident. Vivi quickly jumped off Trick, covering her face with her hands. This is social suicide. Trick, of course, would not remind her. Only someone mentally unwell would suggest she dismount. The group did not linger further, as many pressing matters required attention. Trick escorted the trio back to the palace. Meanwhile, Luffy, with the timely assistance of his companions, managed to recover from several draining maneuvers of the sand crocodile, ultimately sending it flying, a far cry from the original tale's grim outcome. Indeed, teamwork proved to be the correct approach. One-on-one duels were mere contests. The Straw Hat crew took a moment to rest, while Trick and Meat-Sai returned with the king and Vivi to the battlefield outside the capital, leaving them in Bell and Gaka's care as he used the Dor fruit to return to the guild and gather resources, primarily to postpone encountering Tina. Before departing, Trick emphasized to Vivi and King Cobra that, under no circumstances, should they allow the Sand Crocodile and Baroque Works Corps members to be captured by the Navy. As it pertained to the reconstruction of Alabasta, the father and daughter consented to his words, with King Cobra trusting his daughter for reasons unknown. Vivi, on the other hand, understood Trick's intent to capture these individuals for significant undertakings. Dasky's forces had already entered the capital, arresting members of Baroque Works. That a substantial naval presence loomed near the capital, yet they dared not approach the royal army and the rebels, with Tina ordering them to remain on standby. After all, it was peculiar. The two factions were seemingly dancing joyously, despite being at war. Tina suspected the influence of a devil fruit ability at play. Smoker and Tina encountered King Cobra, exchanging intelligence. The Navy had located the Sand Crocodile's artificial rain vessel, ensuring that the calamity of dancing powder would not recur, which also served as evidence against the Sand Crocodile. Upon learning that the Sand Crocodile had been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy, Smoker fell silent. Tina inquired whether the father and daughter had seen Trick, producing a half-cut photograph. King Cobra did not respond, gazing at his daughter, while Vivi hesitated, unsure of how to answer, as mere moments ago they had been close. However, uncertain of Tina's intentions, she could only say they had seen him but did not know where he had gone. Tina, suddenly excited, grasped Vivi's hands, inquiring about the specifics. Trick was indeed alive, which elated her. Observing Tina's enthusiasm, Vivi felt uneasy, wondering if that fellow might be involved with this Navy beauty, which was infuriating. Wait, why was she angry? What was he to her? True, he had taken advantage of her, although it seemed she had been the one to initiate it. Vivi could only feign nonchalance, stating that he had intervened to prevent the war and had likely returned to the guild. Swiftly redirecting the conversation back to the current battlefield, that we need to get them to cease hostilities and explain the situation to the rebels. Why are they all dancing now? And why is there localized rain? Tina inquired. Trick had instructed Vivi on the use of the battle dance speaker, and she explained, your Navy must enter between the two factions without hostility, first apprehending any members marked by Baroque Works to prevent them from causing trouble later. Tina issued a command, and the Navy seamlessly infiltrated the dancing troops, one by one identifying the Baroque works infiltrators. Subsequently, Vivi seized Kosh's battle music speaker, silencing the music, which caused both armies, brimming with fighting spirit, to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. After such a lengthy bout of dancing, fatigue had set in. If only the two armies could temper their fervor, they could dispel their battle state. However, the battle music speaker reignited their fighting spirit, leaving only those aware of the mechanism or those truly unwilling to fight capable of breaking free from it. The king, Princess Vivi, and the Navy began to elucidate the entire incident using loudspeakers. Vivi mentioned her commission to the Adventurers Guild to save the nation, which led to the guild hiring the Straw Hat Pirates to resolve the issue. This was a request from Trick, and the Navy remained somewhat reticent. After all, it was ultimately the pirates who had solved the problem, which was somewhat humiliating. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild, acting as an intermediary, sidestepped any accusations of the kingdom colluding with pirates. They had merely delegated the task to the guild, which was responsible for resolving the matter. Pirates? That was a problem for the guild to manage, and the Navy could only seek trouble with the guild. But could the Navy really confront the guild? No, the ties were too intricate, especially in the East Sea, where the Adventurers Guild had practically become the Navy's logistical base. In fact, a portion of the Navy's budget originated from the East Sea, albeit not overtly. This funding primarily went towards the Navy's welfare. Anyone daring to confront the guild would find themselves facing the wrath of the families residing in the military compound, coupled with the interests of the affiliated states and the soaring treasures from above. The world government was also hesitant to take action against the guild. As for the guild's employment of pirates, they chose to turn a blind eye, particularly since they themselves had the 7 warlords of the sea. No one could cast stones. As the dust settled, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, a long-awaited blessing. Yet people remained subdued. After all, many lives had been lost, despite Trick's efforts to control the scale of the war and prevent a larger conflict. There had still been significant casualties, and the drought over the past 3 years had claimed many more. Vivi dared not be overly ambitious. Drought and war inevitably lead to loss of life. And Trick had already performed exceptionally well. The Alabasta incident had reached its conclusion, paving the way for the guild's expansion. Trick first captured the adorable backpack, clarifying the reason behind its autonomous consciousness. It turned out that it was due to Warlord Valpo's starvation. The power of the Gulp fruit was inextricably linked to the backpack's virtual space, ultimately attaching itself to it. Generally, Paramecia users do not possess will, with the exception of Luffy's extraordinary case, as they do not grant devil fruit powers to non-living entities. However, the adorable backpack itself possessed mimicry abilities, combined with the intentions of the mischief system, allowing it to manifest. This led Trick to ponder whether he could toss both a devil fruit user and the fruit into the backpack, which would, upon death, generate a new devil fruit, potentially faster than Blackbeard's duplicity. Trick contemplated this, yet the adorable backpack itself remained uncertain, fearing it might ultimately attach itself to him and explode. Currently, it functioned as a mimicry doll backpack with the Gulp fruit's abilities. It not only stored items, but could also modify and absorb them. Trick intended to return to the guild to investigate the possibility of seizing devil fruit powers. He checked his mischief points, preparing for a redemption spree. Upon reviewing the system, he found a balance of 325 mischief points. Deciding to redeem 300, the 300 points were exchanged for a gacha, leaving 25 points reserved. The system yielded Aladdin's lamp, Vivi wipe it, and each person can make one irrevocable wish. However, the genie will go to great lengths to fulfill it reasonably. Experience card manufacturing machine. Mimic fruit capable of creating experience cards that replicate the effects of Paramecia abilities. Sit-up sticker, Luffy once affixed, regardless of how many times one is knocked down. They can rise again to continue fighting, though they cannot flee. Locator hairpin. Life card, wrap it around the target's hair, and it will point towards them. Catchphrase cigarette. Tina, anyone exposed to secondhand smoke must precede their emotional expressions with their name. PowerPoint Gacha. Rob Lucci once enchanted. It increases power by 100 points. Given the system's nature, Trick suspected Aladdin's lamp harbored issues and planned to find someone to experiment with it. As for the experience card manufacturing machine, he wondered what Paramecia abilities could be replicated. Perhaps the slow light wave? The only thing he could think of was that, while the slippery fruit might not be replicable, it could have been sold as a skincare product. The flower fruit felt ominously nefarious, and he dared not contemplate it further. The sit-up sticker seemed to be a lifesaver, albeit detrimental to health. The locator hairpin finally offered a useful tool for locating others. Searching for Luffy and the crew had always been a hassle. Life cards appeared to be quite rare, only found in the New World. And the guild currently had none. As for the hair required, as a brother, he certainly had access to his adorable sister's locks, especially since he had previously cleaned Nami's room, using the spatial pocket as a vacuum. He had extracted dust and debris, leaving behind a few fallen strands of hair within the pocket. The catchphrase cigarette seemed rather useless, but it could be amusing to exploit for mischief points. He decided to set aside the 25 power point gotchas, as his current combat power was barely sufficient. He had no intention of personally confronting the four emperors and being a cerebral worker. He differed from those brutish fighters who had crossed over. Now, reclining, he found that his mischief points continued to accumulate, with the guild doing the heavy lifting for him, while he could potentially hold his own against Sand Crocodile. He did not wish to suffer a Pyrrhic victory akin to Luffy's, burdened with injuries, especially with a horde of wives to support in the future. He could not afford to emulate Luffy's single life. Upon returning from the guild to Alabasta, everything was set on that front. It appeared Tina had returned to the ship, allowing Trick to finally show his face. After recuperating, the Straw Hat crew planned to depart. Having agreed to meet Vivi at East Harbor, Mr. Two had already ferried their ship upstream on the St. Dora River, ultimately being captured by the Navy while escorting the Straw Hat boy. Trick discreetly led Robin to the Memorial Hall. Fulfilling her desire to witness the historical text, he refrained from asking what she had seen, allowing her to seek out the Straw Hat boy on her OWA East Harbor. Vivi declared, "I cannot leave with you all. I am truly grateful for everything up to this point. Although I wish to continue adventuring, my love for this nation remains steadfast. Can you call me comrade once more?" Watching Vivi and Karoo sob as they bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew, Trick sat on a nearby rock, munching on seeds, wondering if he had missed something. But then again, he was not a member of the Straw Hats. He reassured himself. "Vivi, are you ready? The Alabasta development plan is about to commence." Trick rose and declared. With tears streaming down her face, Vivi embraced Trick tightly. "Don't make it feel like a life or death separation. I'll take you flying, with the door ability at hand. Once we finalize matters here, we'll embark on a new adventure together." Pfft, what new honeymoon trip? You heartbreaker. Vivi blushed and pushed Trick away, well aware of his multiple romantic entanglements. Internally, Trick maintained that he had not moved. She had embraced him and then pushed him away. He could not go against a woman's wishes. There's a killing intent. Trick suddenly sensed an approaching malice from the sea. Squinting into the distance, he discerned the coffin ship of Mihawk. Alas, I had been caught up by him after all. Dracule Mihawk. Although Trick could evade for a while, he had business here and could only face him. "You go ahead. I'll return shortly." Trick lifted Vivi and placed her on Karoo's back. Vivi looked bewildered, while Karoo sensed something amiss and bolted away with her. Trick felt as though he had been locked onto by Mihawk's observation hockey and quickly began his preparations. He promptly enchanted all of his PowerPoint gotchas, instantly boosting his power by 2,500 points, bringing Trick's total to a staggering 5,100, surpassing Rob Lucci's 4,000. Originally, he had intended to use this power for developing members, but it seemed he could not afford to jinx himself. However, after this, it was likely he would not need to use the PowerPoint gotchas again. The focus would shift more towards technique, combat experience, and hockey training. After all, even if Jazaris Bagus, who consumed the strength fruit, could lift a mountain, having immense power did not necessarily make one the world's foremost expert. With a 5-5 open cigar clenched in his mouth and a sit-up sticker affixed to his chest, he prepared for the impending confrontation. The eagle-eyed observer at sea suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of momentum emanating from his target. Unable to contain his anticipation, he swiftly approached with a graceful leap. "You must be the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Have you impersonated me?" he inquired. Trick struck a match, ignited his 5-5 open cigar, and exhaled a plume of smoke, replying, "No, I am your inner demon." Eagle-Eye furrowed his brow. Rendered speechless, "Come," Trick beckoned as he dashed towards the desolate expanse of the desert. Eagle-Eye followed suit. Upon reaching a hill, Trick activated his disguise, but failed to mimic Eagle-Eye. He pondered that while the 5-5 open cigar could equalize combat, it did not equate to invulnerability. Much like the exercise of sit-ups, it was a form of torment in its own right. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down his brow as he engaged his nimble mind in rapid contemplation. Observing Trick, who remained motionless in his pretense, Eagle Eye felt a flicker of curiosity, but chose not to intervene. That I have consumed the heart demon fruit. Different individuals perceive me in varied forms. The reason you saw yourself earlier was due to your inner demon's influence. I remain unchanged, merely transformed in your perception. Trick spun his tail. What nonsense. Eagle Eye mused silently, incredulous at the notion that his inner demon was merely a reflection of himself. Am I a fool? No, no, no. I can prove it. As a swordsman, if you possess a strong sense of identity and believe that I am indeed Eagle Eye, I shall transform into the world's greatest swordsman. Eagle Eye, fulfilling your desire for self-challenge, Trick asserted. Intrigued, Eagle Eye decided to test the veracity of this claim, for he had long sought a worthy opponent. The solitude of mastery weighed heavily upon him. Very well, let us proceed, he declared, drawing forth his formidable blade, the supreme great knife. 12 work nights. Wait, you must wholeheartedly believe that I am you, Trick emphasized, repeatedly activating his disguise fruit. However, his attempts failed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he retrieved the supreme mermaid fishing rod and a hypnotic pocket watch. Initiating a trance. You are the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Note, the hypnotic pocket watch, Zongao, can induce hypnosis in the target, but the user is also susceptible to its effects, which wear off after a certain duration or when disrupted. The supreme mermaid fishing rod, Evil Dragon, can summon nearby fishmen or mermaids. Eagle Eye observed Trick's peculiar antics, wondering if they were about to fish in the sandy sea. Nevertheless, he complied, for he was, after all, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Then, a miraculous transformation unfolded. Trick genuinely morphed into the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The fishing rod in his hands transformed into the supreme great knife. 12 work nights. They were identical, radiating the same aura and presence, even exuding a sense of pressure that made Eagle Eye forget he was merely gazing into a mirror. Trick's intention in wielding the supreme mermaid fishing rod was primarily to replicate the supreme great knife, for no other object could withstand the weight of such an illusion. The rod, deemed indestructible by the system, could withstand any blows without breaking. Thus commenced the duel of the world's greatest swordsman. Naturally, Trick, cigar in mouth, had lost his sense of self. The hypnotic watch's flaw led both participants to believe they were Eagle Eye. Trick, already formidable, augmented by various tools, saw his fabricated Eagle Eye's combat prowess soar to unprecedented heights. While the techniques were effortlessly mirrored from the original before him, in Eastport, deep within the desert, a phenomenon unfolded that felt akin to a sandstorm, yet distinctly different. The citizens of Eastport were startled by a piercing howl emanating from the distance. A gust of wind had cleaved the dunes in two. The sound was jarring, sending shivers down their spines. Princess Vivi, present in Eastport, was filled with trepidation as Trick hastily withdrew, sensing the intensity of the battle that ensued. It was evident that Trick was engaged in combat, and the adversary was undoubtedly formidable. The crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting its blood-red rays upon the fragmented desert. The effects of the 5-5 opened cigar began to wane. Behind him lay the remnants of his exertions. The false Eagle Eye, continuously mimicking the true Eagle Eye's combat techniques, ascended to the pinnacle of strength. However, as various tools began to falter, his power gradually diminished. Eventually, the hypnosis wore off, and the disguise unraveled, prompting Eagle Eye to cease his assault, allowing Trick to catch his breath. Although Trick bore no visible injuries, he lay on the ground, racked with pain. He swiftly retrieved the adorable treasure backpack from his spatial pocket, tearing off the remnants of the exercise stickers. Otherwise, continuing the battle would be tantamount to courting death. Having experienced the protagonist's treatment akin to Luffy's, Trick no longer envied the aura of the main character. It was truly excruciating. The adorable treasure backpack had become Trick's loyal companion, capable of being stored within his spatial pocket as long as it did not contain living beings. He could even transform the adorable backpack into an eagle, allowing it to swallow him and take flight. Eagle Eye, though slightly fatigued, still stood firm. This was his first encounter with such a miraculous sensation. Initially, his opponent seemed weak, but soon, the rapid learning of his techniques led to a near equivalence between them. Eagle Eye deliberately showcased his moves, effectively feeding his opponent, until they became evenly matched. In this high-intensity battle, neither could gain the upper hand, compelling Eagle Eye to surpass his own limits once more. It was a truly exhilarating clash. Yet, in light of your previous actions, I shall not let you off so easily. Eagle Eye recalled the events in the East Sea. Brother Joe, when I grow stronger, I shall accompany you in sword practice. Trick exclaimed, noticing Eagle Eye's indifference. He quickly added, moreover, in Arabasta, our guild will host the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament. Many hidden masters will gather, allowing you to find worthy opponents without scouring the world aimlessly, wasting precious time. Eagle Eye found this proposition enticing. It was indeed a splendid idea. Very well. I await your news. For now, I shall spare you. With that, Eagle Eye prepared to depart. Hold on, Trick thought, realizing that power and responsibility are reciprocal. If one seeks something, they must be willing to give in return. What is it? I wish for you to become an honorary member of the Adventurers Guild, merely a nominal affiliation, with no obligations or commands, allowing you to share resources and intelligence. Eagle Eye contemplated. Serving as a warlord was somewhat for the sake of intelligence and to avoid constant pursuit by the Navy. The conditions here were more favorable. And with no obligations, it was far superior to the world government. Very well, but I am simultaneously a warlord. If the world government commands me to eliminate you, what then? Eagle Eye probed. That is of no consequence. You may carry out their orders. I fear not the world government, Trick declared confidently, thinking to himself that soon, Eagle Eye would be expelled from the world government. What was there to fear? He continued. Moreover, when you cease being a warlord, come to me. The benefits will be plentiful, and I shall even introduce you to potential partners. There are many lovely ladies. You're no longer a youth. If you fancy anyone, I can play matchmaker for you. You know Shanks, right? His wife is the guild CEO. Senior executive. Imagine your families working at the same place. Future children could be betrothed. Their grandchildren would be one family. Turning good friends into in-laws, Trick rambled on. Listening to Trick's incessant chatter, Eagle Eye's expression darkened, yet he felt amused, inexplicably asking, has the red-haired one had children? So he was already probing for information, Trick thought. Sensing the possibility of a betrothal, not yet, but it is only a matter of time. Then I shall congratulate him. Last time, it seemed a mountain bandit king named Sig was in the news, prompting him to hurriedly return to the East Sea for a wedding. Indeed, far too hasty. Only a few guild members and his crew attended the ceremony. I only learned about it that very day from others. They claimed to keep it low-key, secretly marrying and having children, fearing their offspring would be coveted. Now that the East Sea belongs to the guild, who would dare to covet them? Trick grumbled, that red-haired fellow. In a bizarre turn of events, the two fell into casual conversation, gossiping about Shanks. From their initial duel to the moment of parting, Trick and Eagle Eye forged a bond of mutual respect, sharing grievances about the red-haired one. Farewell, Brother Joe. Do come to support the swordsmanship tournament next time. Bring some local delicacies from the sea, and take care. Trick bid adieu, stuffing numerous local specialties from Arabasta into Mihawk's hands. Farewell, little brother. I shall certainly attend. Take care of yourself. Hawkeye found himself inexplicably ensnared by Trick, transitioning from an aura of sophistication to one filled with the warmth of human connection. The two bid their heartfelt farewells. Trick requested a single strand of Hawkeye's hair, intending to utilize it later as a means to locate him through a special tool. The locator, life card when entwined with the hair of the target. It can point towards them. Hawkeye, intrigued by this remarkable artifact, exhibited no wariness and readily relinquished the hair to Trike. In truth, the hair could also be used with a summoning scroll to directly call upon Mihawk. Though Trick chose not to disclose this, reserving it for emergencies. Note, the summoning scroll, teleportation fruit, allows for the contracting of beings, with the medium being a substance containing the creature's DNA. Upon unfurling the scroll, it enables rapid spatiotemporal summoning. Once summoned, the being cannot return, and a new contract must be established for each summoning. For Hawkeye's quest to find Trick, he could simply contact the guild from any guild outpost or naval branch. The crux of the matter was that Hawkeye did not frequently carry a din-din mushi, as the creature was rather delicate, requiring care and maintenance. Otherwise, he could have used the din-din mushi to reach out. Trick similarly harbored an aversion to carrying a din-din mushi, as living creatures were inconvenient to transport, ultimately relegating them to the confines of his adorable companion's backpack. Presently, the backpack had transformed into a charming little eagle plushie, floating around him, far more comfortable than carrying it himself. Initially, Trick had not anticipated that Hawkeye was also a brooding yet passionate individual, but in the end, the two surprisingly discovered common ground. Hawkeye, too, had not foreseen that he would engage in conversation with Trick. What began as a pursuit evolved into an unexpected dialogue. It bore a resemblance to his initial encounter with red-haired Shanks, though this fellow was far more familiar, even delving into familial discussions and gossip. Akin to a neighbor's child. Although he initially wished to remain silent, he felt compelled to say something. Meanwhile, Trick pondered whether to forge another brotherly bond, completing the three dragon brothers, with himself playing the role of Duanyu. After all, he had multiple wives, and thankfully, only Nami could be considered a sister, Joricole Mihawk. Although the eldest brother's name contains Jor, he certainly does not wish to be known as Xiao Feng. Just as Trick was bidding farewell to Hawkeye at the port, he heard a familiar voice call out from behind, causing him to flinch momentarily. How could she be here? Oh right, she was in pursuit of Luffy, so she was indeed supposed to be here. Trick thought nervously, then mechanically turned his head. Hi. Tina, sister, you are here too. You truly did not perish, Tina exclaimed with delight. In an instant, she dashed forward and enveloped Trick in a tight embrace, fearing the loss of him once more. Trick, overwhelmed by her soft, marshmallow-like form, struggled to breathe. He had only recently recovered from his battle with Hawkeye and felt extremely vulnerable. At the time, you had lost all breath. Yet I always believed you were alive and wished to carry you away. Tina lamented that I never anticipated the sandstorm would sweep you away. I searched for you for so long, so very long. I could not find you, and ultimately, I fainted. When I awoke, I was already aboard a warship. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I did not keep my promise to take you away from the desert, but I truly never abandoned you. I even returned to search for you. Tina revealed, her voice tinged with urgency. I had not even had the chance to ask your name. I only learned through naval intelligence that you are such an exceptional and kind person. Finally, I heard from the Princess of Alabasta that you were still alive, and I was overjoyed. However, I have been unable to contact you through the guild. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Truly, I am. Tina continued to apologize, her heart aching at the thought that Trick might believe she had forsaken him, imagining the despair he must have felt upon awakening. First blood. Trick fell silent at Tina's words, guilt crashing over him like a relentless tsunami. In the second round of their emotional duel, despite his victory, Trick felt utterly defeated. He endured a 200% spiritual blow. In the end, sincerity triumphed over any ploy. It's all right. It's all right, Trick reassured her, harboring no resentment towards Tina. He had initially urged her to leave on her own. Gently patting her back, he spoke soothingly. It's okay. Hiss. In the distance, Tina's naval subordinates were all hiding behind various cover, secretly observing the scene with bated breath, astonished by Tina's demeanor. After all, she usually maintained a rather aloof and domineering presence, keeping strangers at bay. Initially, they thought that perhaps their commander had finally seen the light and wished to flirt with that handsome young man, each of them discreetly refraining from being a third wheel, merely spectating. Who was that lad, and how had he captured the heart of Commander Tina? It seemed he was the very person she had been desperately seeking. It was he who had risked his life to rescue Commander Tina from the clutches of the sand crocodile. Really? What a pair to envy. The commander was no longer young. It was high time for her to settle down. Spring had arrived for Commander Tina, and though it was difficult to accept, her happiness mattered most. A group of Tina's subordinates whispered amongst themselves. Trick exchanged a knowing glance with his companion's backpack, signaling it to relay a message of safety to Vivi, only to be firmly grasped by Tina's hand as she led him back aboard the warship. Come, this is the cherished red wine of your sister. Tina poured wine for Trick. The two shared a meal together, returning to the same place, savoring the familiar flavors. Trick gazed at Tina's fiery red lips and the swaying red wine, feeling as if he had been transported to another realm. Recalling a time when he had masqueraded as a novice. It was here that Tina had been ensnared by a cunning little fox, ultimately falling prey to the machinations of Baroque works. At this moment, Tina recounted the circumstances of her capture. She had already deduced their intentions and even suspected that she had been drugged. To this day, Tina remained puzzled about where the drug had been administered. She shared with Trick the details of her abduction, hoping he might offer some insights. Of course, I had been the one to voluntarily clean the dishes and wipe down the tables, erasing any traces. Trick shamelessly thought to himself, recalling how he had stolen a kiss from Tina back then. Surely, that had been her first kiss. The memory was vivid, infused with the taste of water and strawberries. A veritable fruit party, an indelible mark on his life. Tina had been furious at the time, yet now she was filled with joy, for it was through him that she had come to meet Trick. Double kill. Trick once again suffered a profound emotional blow. Thinking, Tina, you are making me feel utterly guilty. Trick responded awkwardly, retreating into his shell, savoring the red wine sip by sip. Tina rested her chin on her hands. Observing Trick, suddenly struck by the sensation that the little fox was right before her. She shook her head, dismissing her strange fantasies that in truth, Tina had specifically interrogated Mr. Two, yet he had been utterly unhelpful. Rambling on about a kingdom of hermaphrodites, leading Tina to suspect that another party might have been responsible for her abduction. Trick, how would you feel about joining the Navy? I would recommend you. Given your contributions to the Navy, you could at least attain the rank of colonel. You would be my equal. Tina recalled Trick's words from before his near demise, eager to enlist him in the Navy. Sengoku would undoubtedly scoff. This is my future Sengoku admiral, and starting at colonel is far too low. That would be rather inconvenient, while Trick longed to recline in the embrace of the beautiful naval officer. He had no desire to join the Navy. After all, it was too constraining, especially regarding the celestial dragons. Faced with orders to slaughter civilians, what course of action would he take? Some chose to comply. Others opted to defy. Some chose revolution, others to turn a blind eye, while some chose to idle. Trick chose not to enlist. Do you not have an affinity for the Navy? I see the activities of your guild as akin to a support base for the Navy. Tina remarked, assuming Trick might disdain the notion of a lowly rank, considering she herself was a leader. She continued, initially, the rank of colonel is quite high, almost an exception. With a few more accomplishments, promotion to admiral would come swiftly. I can assist you. All your merits would be credited to you, and I am familiar with Vice Admiral Crane. I can work my magic. Then we could be together always, Tina murmured softly at the end. Triple kill. Trick found himself once again on the defensive against Tina's romantic notions, firmly denying, No, that is not what I mean. Tina, what do you believe is the primary duty of a soldier? Upon Trick's sudden inquiry, Tina hesitated before responding. To execute justice? No. It is to obey orders. The military, at its core, is a blade devoid of moral attributes. Its righteousness or wickedness is entirely dictated by the organization wielding it. Soldiers are not meant to harbor personal thoughts, for the army requires a singular voice. Otherwise, chaos ensues, and its edge is lost. Here, thoughts do not refer to wisdom, but rather the superior's judgment and decision-making regarding matters. The O'Hara demon-slaying order serves as a vivid illustration. Regardless of the soldiers' perceptions of the scholars and civilians as innocent, the prevailing definitions deem them the root of chaos in the world. Thus soldiers must relinquish their own compassion. Consequently, if one regards the execution of justice as their sacred duty, confusion inevitably arises. After all, many actions of the military entail the slaughter of innocent civilians. It is precisely because of this commitment to executing justice that the Navy has birthed numerous acts of righteousness. This is not to suggest that justice is inherently flawed. Indeed, it is justice that compels many to enlist in the Navy, thus upholding the tranquility of the seas. However, the Navy cannot truly embody justice. Tina recalled numerous missions undertaken by the Navy, as well as the transformations that occurred post-mission, leading her to feel that Trick possessed a clarity surpassing that of anyone else. She remembered that Admiral Akainu seemed to epitomize the essence of a soldier. Admiral Akiji, once fervent and zealous, now resembled a lethargic fish. Admiral Kazuru, undeniably the swiftest man, expended his light speed on merely clocking in and out. That fellow dragon was directly instigating a revolution against the world government. Admiral Zephyr had opted to depart, establishing his own faction. Observing Tina lost in thought, Trick continued, asserting that Admiral Akainu, being a quintessential soldier, merely needed to obey orders and execute them. He stands as a benchmark for soldiers, yet not for the multitude who join the Navy to protect civilians, when certain orders contravene one's conscience. A quandary ensues: should one obey orders or adhere to the justice within their heart? Obedience to orders represents a soldier's principle, while following one's inner justice embodies a fundamental principle of humanity. Thus, I harbor no desire to join the Navy, as it would incite a conflict between these two principles. Admiral Akainu seeks to avoid internal discord, thus he obeys orders. Dragon, wishing to evade such inner turmoil. Embraces revolution. Admiral Zephyr, in pursuit of harmony, has formed a pirate guerrilla squad. Meanwhile, Admirals Akiji and Kizuru find themselves entangled in contradiction, existing in a state of mere survival. I aspire to evade internal conflict. Hence I established the Adventurers Guild, enabling me to safeguard the sea's peace without succumbing to orders that betray my conscience. Although the Navy once rescued me, it cannot single-handedly save the world. Thus, I founded the Adventurers Guild, intending to gently influence and transform the world through an alternative framework. This embodies my gentle justice. Listening to Trick's analysis, Tina grasped for the first time the actions of those high-ranking officers within the Navy. However, how did Trick possess such intimate knowledge of the Navy headquarters circumstances? Could it be that the Navy personnel who rescued him hailed from the headquarters? The intelligence reports failed to uncover the identity of the Navy that saved Trick, only revealing that his sister was rescued by the female officer, Belmere. The Navy, originating from the East Blue, could it be Dragon? Garp? There seems to be a significant suspicion surrounding these two that Dragon's ideology bears a resemblance to Trick's. Yet their methodologies differ entirely. Garp frequently visits the East Blue to see his grandson. Grandson? Monkey D. Garp Monkey D. Luffy Makino Trick. The connections are laid bare, indicating that Garp is indeed the Navy officer who rescued Trick. Tina transformed into an enlightened figure. She suddenly realized a monumental secret, especially upon observing Garp promoting the new East Blue training facility of the Adventurers Guild. The intelligence from the Navy headquarters must have been relayed by Garp to Trick. No wonder Trick was so well informed. Somewhere in the East Blue, Garp, indulging in a delightful snack, bore a questioning expression on his forehead. Tina. Trick called out loudly. Tina is here. Startled by Trick's sudden exclamation, Tina's mind raced with possibilities. Was he about to confess his feelings? In truth, I had already consented that day. Would you care to join my Adventurers Guild? Trick continued. Tina is willing. Tina, flustered and blushing, lowered her gaze in response, oblivious to the implications of Trick's inquiry. Huh. Join your Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, it dawned on Tina that Trick was not confessing, leaving her feeling a tinge of disappointment. Actually, Tina attempted to explain. All right. Tina is now a core member of the Adventurers Guild, Trick proclaimed. Our guild offers numerous benefits. Core membership slots are limited, and the treatment surpasses that of your admirals. We have plenty of adorable little ones and a dashing president to boot. Before Tina could reconsider, Trick began his enthusiastic pitch, nearly employing the same tactics he used to entice male members on her. Adorable little ones? Well, joining the guild would provide a valid reason to frequently see Trick. Thus, Tina chose not to oppose. Although the mention of little ones reminded her of certain intel suggesting that Trick had allegedly lured children into the guild. KB, Achu, who's thinking of me? The guild and the Navy branches share numerous business dealings. Yet there has been no direct interaction with the headquarters. Tina, you are a colonel from the headquarters, correct? Henceforth, all business dealings between the guild and the headquarters will be entrusted to you. Trick suddenly reflected that the first half of the Grand Line, particularly the Paradise segment, would be under Robin's purview, leading to potential encounters with Tina. Two wives coordinating work could lead to a rather chaotic scene. Thankfully, Robin's current operations were clandestine. One must respect a woman's wishes. And if Robin desired to develop her endeavors secretly, so be it. As for Tina, ever since Trick orchestrated the sand alligator kidnapping incident and deceived her, that lie would need to be maintained for a lifetime. Exposing it would lead to dire consequences for him. Hence, Trick resolved to love Tina for eternity, lest he betray the feelings of gratitude and affection, bound to safeguard a single deception for a lifetime. Yet, the truth was that it was Tina herself who captivated Trick's heart. Protecting the lie merely served as a pretext for love. Tina was caught off guard by Trick's arrangements, bewildered by her sudden induction into the guild, only to find herself confusedly assuming the role of the headquarters representative. The once dominant and regal Tina, after falling in love, transformed into an adorably naive girl. Well, I've just joined. I'm not familiar with anything. This isn't suitable. In reality, it was of little consequence. You would merely act as the introducer. The specifics of the business would be handled by subordinates, and only significant matters would require your direct approval. Though, observing Tina's distracted demeanor, Trick ultimately chose to steer the conversation back to its original course, as he had already brought her into the fold. Tina dear, I had already perished in the desert. Huh? Tina was perplexed by Trick's expression. Was he not standing right before her? The me here is the reborn version of myself. Huh? Tina remained baffled. Could it be that Trick was a cyborg? So, are you willing to uphold the promise made back then? Promise? Rebirth? In an instant, Tina's eyes widened as she recalled the poignant farewell in the desert. To be born in the embrace of the Navy, and to die in the embrace of the Navy. Perhaps this is my destiny. Oh, beautiful Navy sister, if there is an afterlife, I hope to be your lover, forever resting in your arms. Tina felt elated. Tina is willing to be your lover. The past flooded back. The promise of love in the next life opening Tina's heart, while Trick's death had sealed it shut. Now, with Trick alive again, fulfilling the promise once made to Tina, he resembled a fine, rich red wine that had intoxicated her that night. Reopening the doors to her heart, as night deepened, Trick lay quietly in Tina's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. After all, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Brother Joe throughout the day. Although he had recovered some mobility, his stamina remained depleted. Tina had originally been pursuing the Straw Hat crew, but lost track of them, sensing a formidable presence in the desert near Eastport. She dared not approach too closely. After the battle subsided, she discovered Mihawk and the ever-cherished Trick at Eastport. That moment, Tina had witnessed Trick bidding a deeply emotional farewell to Mihawk. Waiting until their parting was complete before approaching. Sitting on the sofa, Tina exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the sleeping Trick resting on her lap, lost in contemplation. Tina surmised that Trick's strength must be considerable, given that he could spar with Mihawk. Thus, she boldly recommended Trick for a high-ranking position within the Navy under her own name, while Trick's contributions to the guild were sufficient for an exceptional promotion within the Navy. Lacking substantial strength could render a high-ranking position perilous. Her surprise, Trick's comprehension of the Navy was so profound, coupled with his gentle sense of justice. Not merely a Navy officer, but surpassing it. It appeared she would need to personally return to the headquarters to address matters between the headquarters and the guild. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the porthole, casting a glow upon Trick's orange-red hair as he opened his eyes. After a restful slumber, the fatigue of the previous day had largely dissipated. He felt rejuvenated, evidently a testament to the remarkable physical prowess of his 5,000-plus power. Observing Tina, who had fallen asleep against the sofa, he marveled at her adorable appearance. She was even drooling. Unbeknownst to herself, she had fallen asleep resting her head on someone else's thigh, leaving Tina to endure a night of slumber in a seated position. Quietly, Quick signaled to Mangbao to bring over the backpack, from which he extracted the photo-taking snail to capture several adorable drooling pictures of Tina. Startled awake without understanding why, Tina instinctively wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, only to find Quick, who had already roused, grinning foolishly while holding up a photograph. Which girl's picture is he admiring? How infuriating! A wave of jealousy surged through Tina as she snatched the photo from him, only to realize it was a picture of her own drooling face, causing her to feel utterly mortified as she confiscated it. "I have more," Quick exclaimed, pulling out another. "Give it to me," Tina demanded. Attempting to seize it once again, Quick and Tina engaged in a playful tug-of-war reminiscent of the Turkish ice cream game, with Tina struggling to grasp the elusive photo amidst their playful scuffle. As Tina seemed on the verge of erupting like a volcano, Quick feigned an accident, allowing her to snatch the picture away. "Return it." Quick pretended to be anxious as he attempted to reclaim it. But in reality, he had several more tucked away. A competent photographer would not settle for just 2 snapshots. With a triumphant expression, Tina then noticed she was seated atop Chui Kai in their quest for the photograph. Their clothing had become somewhat disheveled. The blush crept onto Tina's cheeks. Despite her age, she had never been in a romantic relationship, and the sudden intimacy made her shy. Their previous closeness had been purely instinctual, driven by heightened emotions. Quickly, Tina rose from Quick's lap, and an awkward tension settled between them. Despite Quick's earlier confession of feelings, "Who was that person you took a picture with in Windmill Village?" Tina shifted the topic, though she already knew the answer and merely sought to gauge Quick's sentiments. "Windmill Village? The photo? Oh, that was Sister Marquino, a partner in our guild," Quick replied succinctly. "Partner? She's not your wife." "Is she?" Tina probed, wondering if this lad had a penchant for older women, given that Marquino was of a similar age. Cough, cough. "No, no." Quick hastily denied it, but internally he felt Tina was setting a trap, his thoughts drifting to Marquino's beauty and kindness. He continued, she was a partner when the guild was first established, but she already has someone she likes. Alas, I missed my chance. Tina was taken aback by Quick's forthrightness, especially given that he had just confessed to her. So, you're a bit of a flirt, huh? It seems I've been deceived, Tina remarked, unintentionally hitting upon a truth. Not at all. I've simply experienced a lot along the way. It's genuine feelings forged through hardship. You wouldn't want me to be ungrateful, would you? Quick stammered, flustered by Tina's astute observation. Fine, you little rascal. It's probably unrealistic to expect you to be with only me. You men are always wandering about. And I can't hold my ground, Tina conceded, understanding her position as a newcomer and unwilling to let go if Quick's past experiences with those women were akin to her own. She had no grounds to criticize. After all, she had fallen deeply for him. How are the members of the Baroque works doing? Quick inquired, attempting to redirect the conversation towards Alabasta's situation, originally as a warlord of the sea. The Navy intended to imprison them in the deep-sea prison. However, King Cobra vehemently insisted that these captives remain to work as laborers, claiming that their labor was essential for Alabasta's reconstruction. Tina explained that I wonder what King Cobra is thinking. Even Crocodile is to be kept. Has he lost his mind? A sand croc under the control of Sea Prism Stone can hardly contribute anything. If he escapes, it could spell disaster for the kingdom again, and the world government isn't going to make it easy. Tina lamented. Sister Tina has become quite a pivotal figure in the guild. To be honest, I strongly advocated for King Cobra to retain them. Sand Croc and the Baroque Works personnel hold immense value for Alabasta's reconstruction and development. Quick revealed some insider information, recognizing the need for Tina's significant assistance in their future cooperation with the Navy. Is it you? It seems you are indeed here to conduct business in the Grand Line. Does this incident relate to your guild? When you saved me, was there an ulterior motive? Were you seeking the Navy's power? Tina began to speculate that it is a collaboration between the guild and the Alabasta royal family, commissioning the Straw Hat Pirates to help thwart Sandcroc's coup. My decision to save you was influenced by this consideration. The guild needed the Navy's devil fruit abilities, and saving you was a way of ensuring the Navy owed the guild a favor. But then, I hopelessly fell for you. Quick confessed with delight. He saw no reason to hide his feelings, knowing Tina was not as naive as Luffy, and excessive lies would only raise suspicion. Tina was momentarily taken aback by Quick's candid declaration. Having initially intended to showcase her own sagacity, the Navy generally tolerated the guild's commissions to pirates, given the successful outcomes achieved in the East Blue, where many pirates had eventually transitioned into legitimate occupations. Thus, while the Navy continued to capture pirates, they seldom pursued those who had committed no crimes and were gradually being integrated into the guild, as the Navy in those jurisdictions benefited from a share of the profits. What about the Navy's devil fruit abilities? Tina inquired, regaining her composure and curiosity piqued by Quick's earlier comments. For example, Akiji's ice can generate vast amounts of fresh water and alter local climates, while Akainu's magma can reshape terrain and enrich soil. Quick succinctly explained the applications of the abilities. Could you really enlist a Navy admiral for such tasks? Is that even feasible? Akiji is currently at Punk Hazard. He should arrive in a couple of days. Would the headquarters agree to recall Akainu from the New World? Wouldn't that leave it unguarded? And would an admiral be willing to undertake such labor? They were far too busy annihilating pirates. Tina expressed skepticism towards Quick's impractical ideas. Help me introduce me to the higher-ups at headquarters. I can convince them, Quick confidently declared, patting his chest. How annoying. Tina swatted Quick's hand away, surprised that this seemingly innocent young man was, in fact, rather unrefined in nature. Tina picked up the phone to contact headquarters. You know Vice Admiral Tsuru, right? You can communicate directly. Tina stated, retrieving the phone snail from the captain's quarters. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The phone snail rang, and Vice Admiral Tsuru answered, this Vice Admiral Tsuru. This is Tina. Tina, it's been a while. What is up? I am the one who you saved at great risk last time, the president of the East Blue Adventure Guild, named Quick, who wishes to discuss business with headquarters. Tina set the stage for Quick. Establishing a favorable relationship for the upcoming negotiations, ITSM, our esteemed admiral. The voice of Sengoku came through the transponder snail, filled with a vague astonishment. A flurry of noise erupted from the other end, leaving Tina somewhat bewildered. Moshi. Colonel Tina, this is Sengoku. Please hand the transponder snail to President Trick. The excited voice of Admiral Sengoku resonated from the device. You come here. Tina was at a loss as to why Sengoku was so animated, urging Trick to come for a conversation. Hello, esteemed Admiral Sengoku. It is an honor to finally speak with you. I am Trick, the president of the Adventurers Guild. It is truly a stroke of fortune, Trick greeted politely. Tina gasped in surprise. She inhaled sharply, watching the mischievous brat who had just been so irreverent to her now flatter the Admiral so courteously. Not at all. Such a polite young lad, Sengoku, unaccustomed to such deference, felt slightly out of place. After all, his usual subordinates were either the ruffian Garp or the prickly admirals, and recently, Garp had recruited a sharp-tongued troublemaker, making Trick seem particularly agreeable. You. Who's thinking about me? The incident had been a grave disaster for Alabasta. However, under your leadership, Admiral Sengoku, the Navy promptly identified the issue, resolving it with minimal harm, sparing Alabasta from the ravages of war and rescuing countless lives from peril. The Navy truly lives up to its name of justice. Trick launched into his flattery mode. Ugh, there were faint sounds of gasps from the transponder snail. This kid knows how to talk. He is skillfully redirecting the credit for what was clearly his and the Straw Hat Crew's achievements towards the Navy. What a master of social grace. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were astonished by Trick's smoothness, thinking that someone capable of rallying such a large guild was indeed no ordinary individual. Where there is courtesy, there is a request. What does this lad have in mind? Not at all. It is indeed your esteemed guild that has made great contributions that I have long heard of President Trick's renown in the East Blue. May I inquire what brings you to contact the Navy headquarters? Sengoku reciprocated the pleasantries, returning the compliment. Well, given the Navy's heroic actions in Alabasta, I hope that the good deed can be carried through to completion, and that the Navy might arrange for some personnel to assist in the reconstruction of Alabasta. After all, it is a member state of the world government, and it has been affected by the warlords of the sea. Is that so? That shouldn't be too much trouble, but the Navy is short-staffed. We can probably spare only a few hundred personnel, barely a drop in the bucket, upon realizing that Trick was subtly referencing the warlords of the sea. Sengoku understood that something had to be done. After all, this was the world government's responsibility, and the Navy would have to bear the burden. Point 2 will suffice. Trick said. Point 2? Tina and Smoker, they happen to be nearby. Which isn't out of the question. After all, Tina's jurisdiction is right there, and Smoker is always wandering about. Sengoku speculated that Trick was likely requesting these two, just two. That's no problem. I will. Sengoku began to agree and was about to name the candidates. Wonderful. Admiral Sengoku, you truly care for the populace, living up to the mantle of justice. Trick interjected, showering more praises. Point 1 is on the way. And the other, I would trouble you to arrange for us. Our guild will handle the transportation. On the way, arrange. Who are you referring to? Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding that it seems that Admiral Akiji had previously notified that he would be coming to deal with Crocodile. While Admiral Akainu was likely still in the New World, quite far away. But no worries, our guild has a flying dragon. We'll ensure prompt transportation, so it won't take up too much time. Trick continued, arranging matters as he pleased. Wait a moment, deploying 2 admirals? The Demon Slayer order isn't that significant. What are you planning? Sengoku interrupted, astonished. Admiral Sengoku, I must express that you cannot compare things so. What is the Demon Slayer order? It involves taking lives and annihilating nations, which carries a weight of sin. As a user of the Buddha fruit, how can you always think of sending admirals for slaughter? Such transgressions. Trick clasped his hands together, feigning piety. Silence reigned on the other end for a long while. Tina dropped the cigarette she had been holding, staring blankly at this hypocritical devotee. What do you intend to do? Sengoku finally asked. I wish for Admiral Akiji to create some ice mountains in Alabasta, which could alleviate the water scarcity issue for a time. Although it rained after Crocodile was defeated, the desert lacks the ability to retain water. Creating ice mountains would serve as a reservoir. Even if they melt quickly, there is still a process involved, making this the first step in my strategy. That indeed sounds feasible. After all, Akiji will arrive there soon. Sengoku thought, realizing that he had not considered how Akiji's ice could be utilized in this manner. And what about Akainu? Is he afraid the desert isn't hot enough? Sengoku teased with a smile. Trick suddenly recognized a blind spot and became excited. Admiral Sengoku, you are truly brilliant. Very good. What? Sengoku was somewhat bewildered, What happens when hot air rises? The cold air from the sea will gather towards Alabasta, where a significant amount of water vapor from the sea will continue to rise as it heats up. The rising warm air, laden with water vapor, will reach high altitudes, cool down, condense into droplets, and thus create rainfall. The recent rain in Alabasta was likely a chain reaction caused by the prolonged drought and excessive heat on the ground. Mr. Admiral, I initially intended to invite Admiral Akainu to reshape the terrain using magma, fortifying against winds and sand, and employing volcanic ash to enrich the soil. However, thanks to your reminder, I realized that Admiral Akainu could also help induce artificial rainfall, completely avoiding the side effects of dancing powder, as the rain clouds would be formed from seawater vapor, not from plundering rain clouds elsewhere. Magma for wind and sand resistance, volcanic ash to enrich the soil, artificial rainfall. I can barely grasp the former. What on earth is artificial rainfall? Sengoku, Tsuru, and Tina were all bewildered, feeling that Trick had touched upon a realm of knowledge they were unfamiliar with. Trick launched into an explanation of the formation of rainfall, although the three did not completely comprehend. They each feigned understanding, unwilling to let anyone else realize their ignorance. Therefore, what do you think? Now, issue a dispatch order to Akainu, report his location, and our guild will soon send someone to pick him up. Trick took the opportunity to persuade a result. Akainu, who was merrily battling pirates in the New World, received the dispatch order to head to Alabasta for a mission, with the promise of dedicated transportation awaiting him. Realizing what had transpired, Sengoku had already issued the command and could not object. In fact, he was also curious to see how the magma fruit could produce artificial rainfall. Admiral Sengoku, you truly possess a heart of compassion, worthy of being the bearer of the Buddha fruit, the earthly representative of the Buddha, which is why the Buddha fruit chose you. Trick began his extreme flattery once again. Ahem. Not at all. Not at all. Sengoku felt somewhat buoyed by the compliments that in addition to the Admiral. I hope you can introduce me to Mr. Zephyr. He is also someone I respect and admire within the Navy. Trick seized the opportunity to make another request. Sengoku fell silent for a moment. Zephyr was previously known as the no-kill Admiral, even more compassionate than Sengoku himself. After his family was killed by pirates, he began to harbor a deep-seated hatred for them and proposed his resignation, but was persuaded to stay on. Later becoming an instructor, he now leads the pirate guerrilla force, hunting down pirates, and his only surviving students, Ein and Binz, have joined him in this endeavor. Trick's philosophy seemed to resonate with the earlier ideals of Zephyr. However, did he know what Zephyr's current situation was? Do you know about Zephyr's current circumstances? Sengoku inquired. Trick was well aware, knowing that Zephyr's departure from the Navy was imminent, seemingly ignited by the issues surrounding the warlords of the sea following the Marineford War. Trick did not want Zephyr to meet a grim fate, and besides, Zephyr's two students were incredibly valuable. The Moku fruit and the retrospective fruit would be invaluable in combat, so he planned to build a relationship with them for future recruitment. Absolutely not, because Ein is a stunning beauty, and the retrospective fruit could make a beauty appear younger. Trick chuckled to himself. Hey, 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 the adorable little Nami exclaimed, indicating her annoyance. Big brother, have you had enough? Put me down. I believe my sense of justice can guide Mr. Zephyr out of his predicament. Trick declared resolutely. Very well. I will provide you with his contact information shortly. Sengoku felt a mix of anticipation towards Trick. Trick continued to promote his sense of justice. You see, the deployment of Navy admirals is solely to save lives. What a wonderful reputation it will build. This way, the Navy will garner more supporters, enhance its reputation, and elevate its image. Justice will be implemented more thoroughly. In addition to disaster relief, we can also support production and construction, which in some sense greatly reduces the number of impoverished civilians who turn to piracy out of hunger and poverty. This, too, is a gentler means to eradicate piracy at its roots. Is this the gentle justice of Tsukwin? Upon hearing this, Tina became entranced, her fondness for Tsuik rapidly ascending. She draped an arm around Tsuik and rested her head on his shoulder. Tsuik glanced over, mistakenly believing that this girl was once again swept away by emotion, and reciprocated by enveloping Tina in an embrace, akin to a soft marshmallow. Tina, however, was taken aback, her affection momentarily wavering. It can be like this. Sengoku and Tsuru were captivated by this causal logic. To eradicate pirates without the use of blades and guns was a stark contrast to the bloody slaughter. Rather, disaster relief and constructive efforts could be achieved without sacrificing the Navy. Moreover, there was compensation involved. The Adventurers Guild would extend loans to Alabasta to cover the costs of naval support and construction. That won't be necessary, Sengoku declined, for after just boasting about his own benevolence, accepting payment would render him no different than those avaricious monks. No, we must accept, insisted Suike. That it is a matter of principle. Without adherence to rules, nothing can be accomplished. If the admirals and the headquarters do good deeds without compensation, who else would dare to accept it? Who would be inclined to aid the populace and save lives in the future? These are all legitimate earnings, shining with the brilliance of humanity in stark contrast to the corruption and exploitation of the people's belly. Suik was well aware of the tale of Zhigung redeeming captives. Raising moral standards was not necessarily a virtue. Moreover, incentivizing altruism through self-interest was a healthier and more virtuous cycle, encouraging individuals to engage in good deeds, reap rewards, elevate their living standards, and enhance their own abilities, thus empowering them to perform even more acts of kindness. The virtuous possess greater capacity for goodness, while the wicked lack the power to commit evil. This ebb and flow culminates in a world abundant with goodness. It was the first time they had heard that belly could be filled with the radiance of humanity. The three fell into silence, as Tsuik seemed to impart an ancient philosophy of existence to them. Though initially appearing mercantile, upon deeper contemplation, Tsuru, as a strategist well-versed in human nature, soon found her eyes gleaming with understanding. She appeared to gain a new perspective on the capabilities of the wash-wash fruit. Greed was not evil in itself. Previously, she had sought to wash away the greedy desires inherent in humanity to weaken their malevolence, but the results had been rather lackluster. Those who were devoid of desire could also be indifferent to life. To inspire goodness in people required more guidance of direction and the cleansing of distractions, with greed even serving as a potential motivator for virtue. In that moment, Tsuru experienced a profound realization. It was the distractions that needed to be washed away, leaving only the utmost pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty. When one possesses a clear, noble goal and aspiration, other malevolent thoughts would not easily sway their heart. Sengoku suddenly sensed the entire atmosphere around them subtly transforming into purity, invigorated by life, as he realized he could still dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his role as a commander, striving until the end. Was this the awakening of a fruit? Sengoku keenly noticed the unusual state of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Astonished and speechless, Tsuru had not anticipated that at her age, a few words from the younger generation could lead to the awakening of the wash-wash fruit. The cleansing intent of the wash-wash fruit resonated even through the transponder snail in Tina's vicinity, as the profound truths were conveyed from Tsuik. Tsuik sensed that something significant had transpired, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. The transponder snail remained eerily quiet, as did Tina. Tina's spirit suddenly became pure. Previously, she had always desired to imprison the vile pirates using the lock fruit. Yet every heart harbors malevolent thoughts. If such thoughts are not acted upon, then they are, in essence, good. Judging by actions rather than intentions leads to flawed conclusions. Rather than imprisoning their actions, it would be more effective to confine their malevolent thoughts, rescuing souls from within and encouraging others towards goodness, which in turn would bring her joy and fulfillment. Then the lock fruit awakened, granting her the ability to restrain the malevolent thoughts within surrounding souls. Tina seemed to grasp this concept, yet refrained from experimenting. Hesitant to confirm her insight, Sengoku also entered a meditative state, attuning himself to the cleansing intent emanating from Vice Admiral Tsuru. As the wielder of the Buddha fruit, how could he not resonate with this? It became clear that true justice does not lie in dominion over the world, but in the salvation of souls, transforming the world into a realm of righteousness and peace. Subsequently, the human fruit. Mythical Zoan, Buddha form awakened, revealing that the true power of the Buddha is not in catastrophic shockwaves or annihilation, but in salvation, alleviating suffering, and guiding all beings towards enlightenment, when power is wielded for rescue and protection rather than destruction. Sengoku would enter an indomitable state of divine invincibility, bolstered by the strength of faith, a shield of unparalleled might. Tsuik reflected on how the heavenly gold, representing taxes, was squandered on weaponry rather than production. A clear case of misplaced priorities. This economic structure was indeed distorted, hence the initial encouragement of the Navy to transform combat capabilities into productive forces. Once the Navy was under control, dealings with the world government would become more manageable. By charging the Navy fees, Suik essentially sought to bind the interests of the Navy, the Kingdom, and the Guild, while also partially liberating them from the decaying fiscal control of the world government. Within the plan, he intended to offer the Navy covert shares, though officially labeled as sponsorship to avoid drawing the attention of the world government. Suik felt somewhat exasperated, as he had numerous topics to discuss. Yet the three seemed to be dozing off in silence, unresponsive, and he urged them through the transponder snail. He resorted to squeezing Tina's arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Why the silence? Are my words so dull that they induce sleep?" Tina, having been startled by Tsuik's playful attack on her marshmallow, shot him a glare and muttered, "You're disturbing my fruit awakening. Watch your skin." Fruit awakening? What transpired? How did this happen? Tsuik was taken aback. Tina has awakened too. Tsuik's voice rose, drawing Sengoku and Tsuru from their meditative states to inquire. "You too?" they exclaimed in unison. Silence enveloped the four. Tsuik was clueless about what had occurred, while the others were astonished that Tsuik's remarks had seemingly led to the awakening of their fruits. After some exchange, it was revealed that Sengoku's awakening was rooted in the intention to protect and save the lives of all beings, granting him an invincible state powered by faith. Tsuru's wash fruit awakening, while not wholly cleansing malevolence, significantly enhanced the ability to purify souls and encourage virtue, making it almost possible to gradually transform a villain into a paragon of goodness. Due to the deeper greed and obsessions of wrongdoers, the effect was even more pronounced, akin to how the most extreme stench could give rise to the most exquisite fragrance. Tina, on the other hand, conceptualized the capabilities of the Lock fruit, enabling her to confine malevolent thoughts. Any individual approaching her with ill intent would find themselves compelled to lay down their weapons and attain enlightenment. This was indeed a state of true invincibility, as no one bore hostility towards her. With further development, she could potentially confine even more aspects, evolving from mere material transformations to a conceptual level. Sengoku embodied the invincible form of "Do you believe in light?", while Tsuru could slowly transform the most wicked individuals into paragons of virtue, and Tina directly eliminated hostility from others. However, these states could not be maintained indefinitely. Both Tsuru and Tina would expend significant mental energy. Sengoku, however, remained supported by the strength of faith. Though his actions were limited in straightforward combat, the awakened states could not be activated. They must arise in moments of protection and salvation. "Are you saying that my words led to your enlightenment?" Tsuik was utterly astonished, questioning why he had not experienced a similar revelation. Did he lack the innate understanding? Or had he deceived others so much that his own spirit had become impure? Jealousy could distort one's appearance. "I imparted profound truths, and you all gained insight, while I remained unenlightened. It turns out the fool was me." Tsuik could only lament. One sentence leads to 3 attainments. Tsuik sighed. One sentence leads to 3 attainments. Sengoku pondered Tsuik's lamentation. Indeed, all 3 had awakened their respective abilities due to the compassionate heart of Tsuik. In a certain sense, as long as he articulated enough. Tina possessed the strength to rival even an admiral or the commander-in-chief. After all, who would wish to fight someone exuding such aura? Their only option would be to flee. The 3 recognized this and agreed to keep it confidential for the time being. As a clandestine trump card of the Navy, Sengoku planned for Tina to ascend 3 ranks through the Alabasta incident, achieving the position of Rear Admiral. Although it seemed exaggerated, Sengoku intended to credit Tina's assistance in Tsuru's awakening as one of her merits. The revelation of Tsuru's ability would be opaque to outsiders, while Sengoku and Tina's awakening would be discreetly utilized, known only to the higher echelons of combat strength. Naturally, Tsuik would also be included in the commendations, for he was not merely the Navy's benefactor but also its fortunate star. Indeed, he was their celestial general. Sengoku had begun to entertain the notion of conferring upon Tsuik the honorary title of Rear Admiral. However, that required the approval of the Celestial Dragons, a power he did not possess. Tsuik seemed disinterested in joining the Navy, a sentiment Sengoku speculated was influenced by the Celestial Dragons. Tina had yet to reveal Tsuik's military theories to Sengoku, keeping him in the realm of subjective conjecture. Tsuik bid farewell to Tina and prepared to discuss the development plans for Alabasta with Vivi. Before departing, The two little foxes embraced each other tightly with profound affection. With a casual gesture, Trick slipped a pack of Tina's signature cigarettes into her pocket and plucked a strand of her hair. Being a derivative item of Tina herself, the appearance of the cigarettes bore no distinction from those she typically smoked. Note: Tina's signature cigarettes. Anyone who inhales secondhand smoke will prefix their emotional expressions with their own name. Smoking is detrimental to health. If you won't heed the warning, just wait and see how I prank you. Trick mused with a hint of mischief as he leaned against Tina's shoulder. You little brat. How dare you dictate whether I smoke or not? Let you bask in enlightenment for a few days. Tina silently retorted while leaning against Trick's shoulder, subsequently unleashing her newly developed desire confinement upon him. Previously, Trick had advised Tina against smoking, to which she scorned him for lacking masculinity, asserting that a post-coital cigarette felt divine. Trick felt utterly defenseless, as if he were the submissive one. Thus, he resolved to exact a thorough revenge on Tina, while simultaneously boosting his prankster reputation. Subsequently, a peculiar phenomenon known as Tina began to circulate within the naval headquarters, wherein anyone near the smoking Tina would be tainted by her presence. It nearly drove Tina into a state of social withdrawal. Ultimately, Tina realized that her smoking habit was contagious, leading her to quit and switch to lollipops instead. Meanwhile, Trick, ensnared by Tina's desire confinement, found himself training with Machida, but his efforts were in vain. No matter what tricks Machida employed, Trick remained as serene as a saint. Trick nearly lost control, questioning if he too had awakened some form of enlightenment. In truth, he had indeed realized his own Buddha nature that day, yet he pondered the utility of such an awakening. It was utterly disheartening. The third round of the Tina versus Trick rivalry ended with both parties suffering mutual losses. In the capital, Machida was diligently assisting with disaster recovery efforts, having played a pivotal role in preventing the outbreak of war as the lead dancer between the two armies. Her reputation among the populace soared, and she forged deep friendships with her fellow dancers, eagerly planning to celebrate together at the next festival. Note: battle dance speaker, dancing powder once played. It incites a dance-off whenever combat is contemplated. Accompanied by localized rainfall, the rebel forces returned to their homelands. The legend of the battle dance rain goddess Machida began to spread fervently among the common folk of Alabastan, and it was said that during the kingdom's tumultuous events, just as the two armies prepared for battle, a divine entity descended from the heavens, bringing with it a rousing battle dance melody that compelled both sides to cease hostilities in favor of a celebratory dance, rewarding the most passionate dancer with abundant rain. Henceforth, whenever disputes arose among the populace, they opted for dance battles rather than physical confrontations, seeking the blessing of the battle dance rain goddess in times of drought. Instead of succumbing to fear and despair, the citizens would spontaneously engage in song and dance to invoke rain, uniting to overcome their hardships. The tradition of dance battles as a means of prayer became an enduring custom in Alabastan. The battle dance rain goddess Machida emerged as a guardian of Alabastan, alongside the wolf and the falcon. On his way back to the capital, Trick heard whispers of this legend and mused. Could it be that Machida is the ultimate victor? If not, she should be stationed here first. With her current standing, numerous policies could be swiftly enacted, akin to Xiangyang's reform using trust as a foundation. Machida had inadvertently transformed into a deity simply by listening to Hani's advice, playing music and dancing. For days, Machida had not seen Trick, so she floated around, basking in the adoration of the masses, laughing joyously in the air. When she observed commoners struggling to move heavy debris, she effortlessly utilized her overwhelming strength and flying abilities to assist in the post-disaster reconstruction. The people could not help but shower her with praise and worship, which in turn fueled Machida's enthusiasm, significantly accelerating the capital's recovery. One could often see the busy yellow honeybees flitting about in the sky, earning Machida the title of angel. This girl loved wearing dresses while soaring through the sky. Prompting Trick to insist she donned safety shorts to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. Although Machida frequently complained about the heat and inconvenience, for Trick, the admiration he once felt for her as his future wife became a source of regret. Revealing his double standards, Princess Vivi found herself in a complex emotional state regarding Machida, a former adversary. Strictly speaking, Machida had not engaged in any harmful actions against Alabastan during her time with the Baroque Work Society. Her primary focus had been on capturing pirates, and the dancing powder incident was entirely unrelated to her. Recently, she had rendered significant assistance, averting war and aiding in the capital's reconstruction. watching her carefree relationship with Trick, who had gained a reputation in Alabaston that rivaled her own, fueled a hint of jealousy within Vivi. Comparison breeds discontent, and upon reflection, she realized not only was she weaker than Machida, but also that she struggled with many endeavors. Although Trick had bestowed upon Vivi 500 units of strength, she felt dwarfed in comparison to Machida. "Honey, where have you been these past days? I've missed you dearly," Machida exclaimed as she rushed to embrace Trick upon his return. Trick had developed a slight addiction to Machida, and they often trained together, which led him to inadvertently cultivate his armament-color haki. After all, regularly lifting a weight of 10 tons had the potential to transform even a loach into a diamond staff. Strangely, when faced with Machida's presence, Trick felt devoid of desire, as if he had achieved immediate enlightenment. "Please, my lady, do exercise some restraint. I must discuss important matters with Princess Vivi." Trick gently extricated himself from Machida's embrace and proceeded towards the palace. Machida was left bewildered, questioning if Trick had undergone a transformation. He had previously referred to her as sweetheart during their training, yet now he addressed her as my lady. Reluctantly, she trailed behind him. Chattering about her recent accomplishments, Trick suddenly envisioned adorning Machida with wings, transforming her into an angel, clad in lemon yellow and sporting a striped umbrella. She resembled a buzzing little bee, and it seemed that an evening of vigorous activity was in order to expend her excess energy. Eagle Eye, could we perhaps use a different description? Readers might misconstrue our intense engagement as a fencing match, which, while not entirely inaccurate, could lead to misunderstandings. Upon seeing Trick return, adorned with a little bee, Vivi felt a pang of envy, especially given how worried he had been, only to see him flaunting his affection openly. King Cobra, having previously experienced Trick's ire and abduction, now observed the explosive and separable dynamic between Trick and Vivi with a sense of bemusement. He opted to adopt a learning posture as a spectator, subsequently allowing Vivi to assume control over all royal authority and appointments, content to watch the young couple perform, with a hint of malice. He thought, "If you claim my governance is flawed, then you take the reins, my precious cabbage." Trick prepared to elaborate on his development plan to Vivi, considering the necessity for someone to handle the logistics. Thus he decided to establish a small classroom. The development plan for Alabaston was somewhat convoluted and lengthy, unlike the simpler ideal town plan proposed by the Sand Crocodile. Therefore, Trick named his initiative the Sunflower Project, symbolizing growth, optimism, and a longing for sunshine. Gazing out at the blazing sun, the onlookers felt that Alabaston truly radiated positivity. Thus, Trick's little sunflower classroom commenced. The development strategy for Alabaston was divided into 4 primary sectors: agriculture, industry, services, and education interwoven throughout. This approach aimed to address the issues of a singular industrial structure and underdevelopment. While advancing these sectors, I will employ various resources to tackle the corresponding challenges, such as climate and environmental factors affecting agriculture, resource and energy needs for industry, creativity and talent for services, and the necessity for educators and knowledge reserves in education. Vivi, a diligent student, took notes attentively, while King Cobra and the former kingdom's ministers and guards listened in. Machida, being the liaison for the guild, was forcefully seated beside Vivi to follow along. Upon realizing her role as the guild's representative, Machida felt overwhelmed, her thoughts rather simplistic. Thus, she resorted to copying Vivi's notes. Vivi, suddenly aware of her own merits, offered Machida the opportunity to copy her notes, relishing the feeling of superiority. For the agricultural sector, Navy Admirals Akiji and Akainu had already made arrangements. Akiji was constructing icebergs to temporarily provide fresh water to the kingdom. The Navy Admiral, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Silence. Do not appear overly surprised. Such behavior will make it seem as though you emerged from the desert. Akainu would utilize magma to reshape the terrain, establishing a primary vein along the Santuara River, constructing magma tributaries to combat wind erosion and sand encroachment. Of course, these would intermittently overlap to ensure adequate transportation. Simultaneously, the windbreak and sand control zones would partition the kingdom into several major regions, which would later evolve into provinces, each with its own pillar industry. Akainu will generate volcanic ash in agricultural areas to enhance soil fertility and will also implement artificial rainfall. Artificial rainfall, it cannot possibly be the dancing powder, can it? That is illegal, a certain Wong exclaimed loudly. No. It is something that you ignorant fools cannot comprehend. It is the magma fruit that can induce rainfall. Trike had little patience for geography and physics lessons. He would then enlist the abilities of sand crocodile and mole fruit users to dig ditches and wells, channeling the waters of the St. Dora River to the fields, while simultaneously establishing auxiliary water routes for transport, and later constructing dams for water storage. Upon witnessing this, some individuals were eager to interrupt Trike's discourse, but he shot them a fierce glare, silencing them instantly. There would undoubtedly be objections regarding the use of sand crocodile. Yet Trike had no time to indulge their inquiries. The primary task was to expedite disaster relief and production efforts, and the results would eventually quell their dissent. Subsequently, he would invite the pirate guerrillas' retreat and the flourishing fruit users to plant trees and cultivate grass to improve the local climate, as well as to increase food production. Specific details would be discussed later. Seed provision and cultivation training would be managed by the guild. Agriculture would proceed in this manner, with supplementary needs addressed as they arose. Next was the industrial sector, focusing primarily on mining and manufacturing. First, Sand Crocodile would explore for mineral deposits in the desert, followed by the mole fruit users who would excavate the mining tunnels. This would facilitate mining, smelting, manufacturing, and sales, thereby increasing employment and attracting population. In the future, the kingdom could open its doors to foreign immigrants, enhancing the influx of talent and national strength. The utility of Sand Crocodile in the desert was vast, controlling sandstorms, reshaping terrain, transporting sand, desert exploration, and infrastructure development. Thus, keeping him to work was far more beneficial than confining him in Impel Down. The fast slice fruit user, Des Bones, was assigned to cut stone, while the Booger Man would handle blasting. Collaborating with Sand Crocodile on infrastructure, Trike, for the time being, did not wish to seize certain obvious fruits to avoid drawing the attention of other factions. Hence he chose to retain Sand Crocodile. As for infrastructure, the stone fruit would indeed be more convenient for construction, given the abundance of rocky terrain in the desert. However, Trike was not well acquainted with Doflamingo and had no desire to engage with the powers of the New World at this time. Mr. Point One's fast slice fruit and the Booger Man would suffice for the tasks at hand. Moreover, there were likely many fruit users imprisoned in Impel Down, each a talent in their own right. If Trike were to utilize too many of them through Mr. 3's theft, it would draw too much attention. After some contemplation, Trike decided to communicate with the world government regarding the possibility of signing a prisoner leasing agreement, due to the strong demands of Trike and King Cobra. Sand Crocodile and several members of Baroque Works who could effectively assist in transforming Alabasta were not confined to Impel Down. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3, however, had no legitimate rationale for being released. After all, they were both dangerous fruit users and key personnel. Thus, after prolonged negotiations, the world government remained steadfast, even suggesting that Sand Crocodile would have to be imprisoned once his utility was exhausted. Trike had initially intended for Mr. 3 to go undercover and Impel Down. Therefore, he instructed King Cobra to feign a dispute and demand the release of the inconsequential Miss Doublefinger, a thorny fruit user, claiming she was an undercover agent for the king's side. Mr. Point 3 was left wondering whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Miss Doublefinger felt deeply grateful to Trike. Although she appeared to be a captive destined to work off her debt, she had witnessed Miss Golden Week, who was tormented by homework to the point of tears, and understood that Trike was a good person, one who could provide such meticulous care only if he regarded Miss Golden Week as his own child. Marianne, damn it, I am the same age as Trike. Why must I do homework? You are his own child. Your entire family are his children. King Cobra observed a stunningly curvaceous beauty before him. Did he harbor some reservations about Trike, the designated future son-in-law? No. He displayed an expression that spoke volumes to a man. He even jested with Trike, inquiring whether he might impart a few tricks for dealing with such women, to make them irresistible. This left Trike utterly bewildered. Surely this King Cobra was not a disguise of Mr. 2. No, a transvestite could not comprehend the matters of love between men and women. Those familiar with the original work knew that King Cobra had once led Luffy and other boys to brazenly observe Vivi and Nami bathing, with Nami even taking the initiative to remove her towel. Of course, this time Trike was present, and at a critical moment, he dealt sharp blows to the heads of King Cobra and Luffy, transforming into a guardian to prevent his future wife and sister from being exposed. Later, Trike also gave Nami a bump on the head after her bath, leading to her secretly sticking out her tongue in response to his reprimand. The world of One Piece is more akin to a westernized royal nobility, Western monarchies, particularly in certain regions, adhere to the principle of monogamy in royal marriages, unlike the Eastern practice of concubinage. However, it is not uncommon for royalty and nobility to maintain lovers, and indiscretions among the families of certain ministers and nobles are quite routine. Thus, King Cobra bore no ill will toward Trike's innocent fondness for beautiful women. Moreover, in the underground world, the pirate forces and celestial dragons are even more chaotic, where slavery, betrayal, and manipulation are the norm, often in a more brutal manner. Robin is acutely aware of this. When Trike expressed his desire to have many children with her, she felt her defenses crumbling. This was a sincere confession from a pure-hearted boy, not the greedy advances of a scoundrel. In the underground world, she had never encountered anyone who fantasized about building a family upon first meeting. They were typically hypocritical, with ulterior motives, taking advantage without a thought for responsibility, accustomed to betrayal and abandonment. Such a desire to start a family was far more shocking than Luffy's invitation to become a crewmate. Astute in reading people, she could see at a glance that Trike was sincere. Thus, when he embraced her, she offered no resistance. Trike sometimes felt he was rather despicable, but in such a dark environment. He was unaware that his actions shone like a full moon. The perspective of Luffy and his crew merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg in the night. King Cobra, observing Trike, a youthful and affluent leader, who typically only accompanied Machida and treated her with great care, felt that Trike was exceedingly naive, harboring no objections to Vivi developing a relationship with him. After all, Vivi was destined to become a queen. Should she bear children with someone like him, the kingdom's heir would have strong paternal backing. As for fears of a coup, ultimately, the children would succeed to the throne anyway, so what did it matter? Do not assume that King Cobra is an easy character to deal with. Otherwise, the Alabasta royal family would not have endured for at least 800 years, lending a certain beautifying filter to the main character group. Mr. Point 2. What about me? Why is no one considering my situation? What exactly is my identity now? Trike, the Okama King Ivankov can be found in Impel Down. To fulfill your dreams, of course, I have no interest in you. You weirdo. The conversation had veered off course. Returning to the main topic, once agriculture and industry were established, the next step would be to develop the service sector and stimulate commercial growth. Technology and talent were the kingdom's shortcomings, and the guild would gradually introduce these, while seeking cooperation from the world government, particularly with Vegapunk. Thus, the service sector would primarily focus on tourism. However, without optimization and creativity, it would be too mundane. The natural scenery alone could only offer limited desert vistas, allowing for desert travel and camping, sandboat experiences, and activities such as running ducks, moving crabs, and camel rides, which were too restrictive. Therefore, project development was necessary to enrich tourism resources. What projects? As a group of desert natives, they listened to Trike's lecture with a look of bemused understanding. There was no demand. Thus, it was essential to create demand. Hosting competitions could generate significant demand by offering substantial rewards and organizing various contests. A plethora of participants and consumers could be attracted, leading to emerging commercial opportunities. Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, was well aware of this. He understood how to utilize devil fruits as rewards to host fighting events. Although he was quite villainous, the standard of living under his reign was not shabby at all. The warlord who dealt in slavery, weapons, and devil fruits, King Cobra was privy to some of the sordid details. Vivi, however, was blissfully unaware. King Cobra had been overly protective of her, ensuring she did not learn too much about the world's evils. Vivi thought to herself that she would like to visit Dressrosa someday. Now we come to the key points. Take good notes that I will provide examples that you will need to explore and verify for feasibility on-site. The first category is combat competitions, hosting a world martial arts tournament. The desert's vastness provides ample space for battles, with minimal concerns about damage and low maintenance costs. The martial arts tournament could feature numerous categories: swordsmanship, combat, marksmanship, and an unrestricted dragon tiger list. Such categorization and classification of combat could encompass a broader range of participants and spectators. Then, the guild's shipping routes would transport a substantial number of participants and spectators, allowing for the sale of tickets, broadcasting rights, advertising spaces, and opening betting markets. They could also sell merchandise and sign contracts with promising permanent players for competitions. If they become popular, there would be opportunities to earn prize money and endorsement fees. Based on performance and points, a leaderboard could be established, inviting both aspiring individuals and pirates to compete for recognition and rewards. Those formidable yet aimless pirates could transition into competitors, no longer relying solely on plunder and violence to gain fame and fortune. This leaderboard would surpass the naval bounty notices, which inadvertently encourage piracy and notoriety, an utter folly. The petty King Cobra noted, "I will remember this. Trike says the Navy is foolish." The leaderboard would feature a top 10 ranking. No need for excessive names, as too many would dilute the competition and fail to stimulate rivalry among pirates. The smaller Karami pirates, unable to make the cut, would be easily dealt with by the Navy, thus reducing the crime rate on the high seas. The kingdom could also recruit strong individuals to bolster its ranks. And with the support of Belly, the kingdom's military strength could swiftly rise. Furthermore, the skilled sea cows could serve as selectors for the competitions, eliminating lesser Karami. After all, skilled sea cows possess a passion for their craft and an impressive level of education and capability, making them ideal for this role. Trike took a sip of water and remarked that everyone could take a short break, resuming the class in 10 minutes, while a few felt the need to relieve themselves. Trike's consideration was appreciated by most, and others whispered among themselves. The slow-witted Machida boldly snatched Princess Vivi's notes to copy, initially irked by the public display of affection between Vivi and Trike. Machida now forgave her, as long as she could transcribe the notes. King Cobra, meanwhile, was engaged in discussions with his ministers about how to organize divisions and structure the events. The kingdom's guard, Gaka and Bell, contemplated whether to join the competition, wanting to at least make an appearance, so as not to give the impression that Alabasta lacked notable figures. "Everyone, take your places and continue the lesson." Trike clapped his hands on the table. The second category, the racing competition, would focus on speed, yet the courses and content must be diverse. For instance, one could ride racing ducks, engage in camel races, or participate in desert windsurfing competitions on the Santora River. Among other water-based contests, particularly after the construction of water reservoirs, the area of the basin would expand. It could also be integrated into a comprehensive desert off-road challenge, allowing for the use of prompts in combat. With both individual and team events, naturally, these would come with rewards and betting opportunities, which could be retained at Rain Banquet. However, this would only be available to noble outsiders, offering VIP treatment to those affluent enough to place substantial bets. While imposing strict limitations on local residents, this strategy would effectively siphon wealth from foreign nobility. The third category would consist of skill competitions, showcasing talents across various industries, primarily aimed at attracting skilled individuals and enhancing technical expertise. A sunflower record could be established, where the most proficient in their professions could anchor a quantifiable achievement. Participants could then challenge each other, with rewards for victorious challengers. This would draw a multitude of talented individuals from diverse fields, fostering technical exchanges and talent discovery. The fourth category would involve product competitions, assessing the quality of various goods such as premium seeds, agricultural products, handicrafts, tools, machinery, and transportation means. This would not only promote advanced techniques, but also enhance commerce, akin to a world expo that gathers global products, allowing for consignment sales and auctions, thus positioning Alabasta as a global economic hub. For now, these ideas are merely preliminary suggestions. You are encouraged to brainstorm and contribute your thoughts for collaborative improvement. As for education, the new East Sea Training Institution of the Adventurers Guild will initially take charge. Regardless of age or gender, individuals will undergo basic literacy and fundamental skills training, with plans for gradual establishment of schools to promote universal education. Upon hearing Trike's ambitious plans, the kingdom's populace felt a surge of excitement. Could it truly be feasible? Only Machida appeared overwhelmed, contemplating the multitude of tasks ahead, internally lamenting her lack of education and culture, wishing only to train under Hani with iron blocks. With these thoughts, Machida cast a hungry, wolf-like gaze at Trike. Digest this for now. The guild is prepared, and the support personnel and funds are in place. Additionally, gather statistics from various locations. We will first provide material assistance for disaster relief. Once Akiji and Akina finish their tasks, the Sunflower Plan will commence, with these instructions conveyed. Trike intended to inquire about Akiji's arrival, but was abruptly pulled back to his room by Machida. "What are you doing?" Trike asked, puzzled, as dinner time approached, and his stomach growled in protest. "Hani, there are too many matters to attend to. You should delegate to someone else," Machida pleaded, shaking Trike's hand playfully. "Indeed, it's fine. As long as I make an appearance, walk around, and express gratitude for everyone's hard work. The specific arrangements will be handled by Marquino with professional staff. Just take care of any troublesome elements. Trike mused, realizing he too had been merely discussing plans without direct involvement, having entrusted the guild's detailed operations entirely to Marquino. Now, aside from a few high-ranking individuals and some early members, virtually no one from the guild's later staff or outsourced personnel had met Trike. The aura of mystery surrounding the guild leader led some to believe it was merely an enterprise of the Yonko Shanks, with Trike as a puppet or a mere alias for the red-haired captain. After all, the actual manager was Shanks' wife, who signed all the various documents. Should Shanks be an ambitious player, Trike would already be in peril. Fortunately, Shanks detested administrative duties, preferring to host feasts instead, having neglected his training with iron blocks for many days. Michida's addiction flared, prompting her to act restlessly. Trike, feeling strange since parting ways with Tina, sensed he had entered a state of tranquility. Iron blocks seemed unresponsive, and as Michida ignited a spark within him, Trike noticed an anomaly that a pang of anxiety gripped Trike. What was happening? Regardless of his attempts to engage, he felt almost transcendent. While Michida was on the verge of losing control, was he becoming impotent? Punished for his fickleness? Or was it exhaustion? No, he was brimming with energy. He wished to embody the character Duanyu, not to become a monk at the Tianlong Temple. Trike, in a flurry of agitation, explored various tactics, even retrieving his long-preserved techniques. Yet he felt as though he had become enlightened. Michida, unable to endure, resolved to train independently. Bah, a new generation surpasses the old. The boss now seems only interested in that vixen Vivi. It appears I must revamp my appearance, Michida silently criticized, leaving with a resentful expression, leaving Trike alone in the corner, drawing circles. My journey in this world coming to an end. Are there any skilled traditional healers around? It seems I must seek out Kaya, Trike pondered, unwilling to see his happy life cut short. Kaya was the only person he could think of, especially since she was a renowned healer. However, recalling her eerie laughter from their last encounter sent chills down his spine. He feared she might transform him into a formidable opponent. He needed to devise a way to appease the capricious Kaya. Tina remarked, "Well, my newly developed fruit ability truly is a bane for muscular men." Akiji had arrived. Vivi sensed a strange atmosphere in Trike's room, and, upon seeing him crouched in the corner, drawing circles, she said, "Oh, I'm coming." Trike felt a lack of motivation and dryly replied before following Vivi out of the room. Vivi, observing Trike's lethargy, wondered what had transpired. Could it be a quarrel with Michida? Was this her opportunity? Days prior, Akiji had been leisurely cycling in paradise when he received orders regarding the Shichibukai crocodile causing trouble in Alabasta, instructing him to provide assistance. However, halfway through, he received word that the situation had been resolved. He recalled that Nico Robin seemed to be in that vicinity. The young girl was quite troublesome, having evaded capture for years, with him covertly intervening to ensure her safety. Given that his jurisdiction encompassed the first half of the Grand Line, he had effectively transported her from the West Sea for closer oversight. This recent incident appeared not to have caught her, as she was reportedly aboard Garp's grandson's ship, requiring him to find a moment to investigate, just as Akiji intended to look for information on the Straw Hat Pirates. He was unexpectedly ordered to return to Alabasta, tasked with locating a certain Trike to coordinate other assignments. Akiji was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't everything been resolved? Who was Trike? A minister of Alabasta, in the Warring States period. There was a palpable sense of joy regarding the awakening of the three individuals' abilities, yet there was little discussion, as it was presumed that Akiji was already aware of the intelligence from the East Sea. Recently, Akiji had been preoccupied with cycling outdoors, paying scant attention to the information from headquarters, compounded by the infrequent appearances of Trick, leaving him entirely unaware of who Trick was. Although he occasionally came across peculiar and humorous reports from the East Sea in the newspapers, Akiji could easily discern their fraudulent nature. It seemed that Morgans had also succumbed to a decline, resorting to sensationalist gossip and bizarre tales to capture attention. Presently, the headlines featured topics such as the love triangle that red-haired Shanks must address. Why are the stalwart pirates frequently disappearing? Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decay? Chopped pepper fish heads discovered in Keisha Village, screams from the haunted villa in Xylob, and the beneficent gathering of aristocratic followers of the Mithraeus sect. Particularly astonishing was the recruitment brochure for the new East Sea, which shockingly showcased advertisements featuring Garp and red-haired Shanks, Was it genuine? Akiji pondered while gazing at the blurred image of a canine head. Upon arriving at Eastport, Akiji gleaned some specifics about his situation from Tina, although she did not divulge much about herself, merely skimming over her own affairs. In summary, the Adventurers Guild was collaborating with the Navy in the East Sea and sought to expand their cooperative projects in the Grand Line, necessitating Akiji to create several icebergs for water supply. The prospect of utilizing his abilities in such a manner had never crossed Akiji's mind, though he was not a member of the Navy. He championed a form of moderate justice. Tina briefly outlined some of Trick's proposals and took the opportunity to cast a disparaging remark about him, knowing Akiji's temperament and feeling unperturbed about Trick's potential dangers. The audacity of Trick claiming he was merely biding his time irked Akiji slightly. Although it was true, it also piqued his interest in Trick. After all, Trick's approach to reducing piracy through construction and production resonated with Akiji's own inclinations. Where had Smoker disappeared to? Akiji had heard that Smoker, that stubborn fellow, was also around, yet he had not laid eyes on him. That guy had gone off chasing the Straw Hat Kid, which seemed utterly nonsensical. Why abandon the well-functioning East Sea branch to run about? Tina was unaware of Smoker's peculiar attachment to the Straw Hat Lad. This time, I intend to return to headquarters. You can proceed to the palace to find Trick. Tina planned to return to headquarters, partly to report the specifics and submit the agreement documents between the Guild and the Navy, and partly to undergo specialized training and assess her capabilities in preparation for her promotion to Rear Admiral. Upon entering the palace's conference hall, Akiji encountered Trick, who appeared as if he had lost his spirit, wandering in a daze. Akiji felt there was something amiss with Tina's assessment and remarks. "Hello, Mr. Kazan. The people of Alabasta are immensely grateful for your assistance," Trick exclaimed, immediately donning a beaming smile and extending his hand. For the sake of his subsequent endeavors, Trick forced himself to muster some energy, hastily organizing the work before seeking medical attention. "Hello, I have been briefed on the general situation by Tina. You can simply show me the locations for the icebergs." Akiji observed Trick's sudden change in demeanor, sensing something unpleasant must have transpired, yet he remained courteous, shaking hands with him. Without further ado, Trick produced the planning map for Alabasta, marking several currently water-scarce oases, along with future points for artificial water channels. If the ice melted and formed rivers, they could avoid excessive excavation effort. It was already quite late. They decided to set out the following day. King Cobra had prepared a sumptuous dinner to host both parties, recognizing their roles in the kingdom's development. The next morning, Machida piloted the flying carpet, carrying Trick and Akiji on their journey. Vivi had initially intended to join, but was left behind by Trick to coordinate loans and personnel arrangements with those at Machino's place. Akiji gazed in astonishment at the flying carpet, speculating on the nature of its devil fruit ability, yet refraining from further inquiries. Thus, the three embarked on an aerial expedition to deploy icebergs. One should not underestimate the desert's capacity to yield icebergs. Akiji and Akainu's fierce battle had transformed Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, so creating several icebergs was a trivial task. Over the past few days, Akiji had successfully manufactured numerous massive icebergs. Particularly in some previously inhabited, now desiccated oases, the icebergs served as veritable saviors to the desert, not only cooling the area and storing water, but also alleviating thirst, despite a rain shower a few days prior. The desert's poor water retention capabilities meant that the relief was merely temporary. Moreover, deploying the icebergs required careful observation of the terrain and an understanding of the flow of melted ice water, necessitating consultations with local residents. Consequently, the trio had to linger in these towns for a while. The legend of the rain dance goddess Machida had spread across many cities through various individuals and communications. As the townsfolk witnessed the rain goddess bringing forth enormous icebergs, they erupted in jubilant celebration, warmly welcoming and bidding farewell to her, especially as some recognized that this rain goddess had previously delivered supplies. Although their encounter was brief, many remembered the sight of the flying carpet. Trick had long arranged for Machida to deliver the first batch of disaster relief supplies, all prepared by Machino before their arrival in Alabasta. After all, many disaster victims could not wait for the situation to stabilize, and a significant portion of the rebel forces would disband due to Machida's provisions that time. Machida had yet to gain the title of Rain Dance Goddess. Nevertheless, many expressed profound gratitude towards the girl who had brought them relief supplies. Most of the populace began chiseling ice into containers and water jars, exhausting all available vessels, lamenting the melting ice. Trick taught them how to transform ice blocks into slushies, ice cream, and cold beverages, and for the children of the desert, it was their first taste of such delightful treats, filling them with immense joy. Many children clung to Aokiji, clamoring for slushies, having witnessed Aokiji's ice-manipulating abilities, and enjoyed the coolness of his presence. Trick continuously introduced himself and Machida as members of the Adventurers Guild, while Aokiji was a Marine Admiral, fostering goodwill and positive impressions of both organizations. For the first time, Aokiji found himself surrounded by the populace, observing the weathered faces of the starving villagers and the emaciated children, instead of despair. He was met with joyful smiles that Aokiji's heart was profoundly moved. Previously, he had been compelled to issue the demon-slaying order against civilians, wrestling with his conscience and questioning the nature of his justice. Now, witnessing Trick's benevolence and disaster relief, he realized that his abilities could serve purposes beyond destruction. Perhaps they were better suited for salvation, and rescuing others required no hesitation. Curious about Trick's penchant for leaving his name behind when doing good, especially alongside the Navy's reputation, Aokiji inquired further. Trick explained that leaving a name was a means of branding and promoting reputation, ensuring that the populace would trust the guild and the Navy in the future. This would facilitate the guild's products in finding a market, while the Navy could gain support and understanding for their future missions in the region. It was a virtuous cycle. The guild and Navy, by doing good, would grow ever more powerful. After establishing a relief point, they proceeded to the next area out on the flying carpet. Aokiji and Trick gradually became more acquainted. That seemingly simple woman was exceedingly well regarded, having previously assisted numerous individuals. Moreover, her strength was not to be underestimated, as Aokiji observed Machida effortlessly shatter part of his icebergs with a single punch, making it easier for the populace to gather the fragments. Resembling a moving hunk of iron, it seemed she was nearing mastery of haki. During their journey, Aokiji also discovered that this woman adeptly employed the Marine's 6 powers. Did the Adventurers Guild possess a background in the Navy? Could it be related to Garp in the East Sea? Furthermore, Aokiji sensed something peculiar about her application of the 6 powers. Her strikes appeared light, yet culminated in astonishing bursts of power. As for Trick, aside from seeming formidable, he exhibited nothing particularly remarkable. In truth, Trick had little combat experience against strong opponents, having only faced off against Mihawk. Thus far, aside from his considerable strength and comparable mastery of the 6 powers, there was nothing exceptional about him. His swordsmanship was adequate, having impersonated Mihawk for a time and engaged him in battle. However, Trick seldom wielded a sword, as he disdained taking lives, save for that one occasion in Kisha village where he had slain numerous fishmen. He had later been chastised by Koya for his cruelty, as she lamented the loss of valuable research materials. Subsequently, Trick had captured other, more wicked pirates alive for Koya to dissect. Mr. Kazan, would you care to join our guild? Trick suddenly posed the question. Ha. You wish to invite a Marine Admiral to join? Aokiji chuckled, finding the proposition amusing. Such matters were fraught with complications. Did Trick not fear the world government scrutiny as an honorary member? Your position in the Navy would remain unchanged. We simply wish to collaborate on certain guild operations. If you ever decide to leave the Navy or retire, you could still serve in the guild. Operations? Aokiji queried, skeptical that it would simply involve creating icebergs that he lacked the time to linger there indefinitely, and headquarters would certainly not consent. Not quite. Alabasta cannot rely solely on icebergs indefinitely. Eventually, we will need to modify the environment. The essence of our business fundamentally revolves around the creation of icebergs. When you embark on your inspections or voyages, you may pass by certain islands in collaboration with guilds, where you can conveniently construct a few icebergs. These ice blocks will serve to preserve fresh produce and produce items such as ice cream and cold beverages. Naturally, it would be ideal if you could periodically carve out time from your schedule. Our guild will take care of your transportation and accommodation, regularly utilizing flying creatures to transport you to various locations for iceberg creation. This way, a low-cost cold chain logistics system can be established. The guild offers numerous benefits, including task commissions, year-end bonuses, free education for your children, pensions, disability compensation, free medical care, periodic skill development, and even complimentary annual travel. Additionally, there is the prospect of introducing attractive ladies as potential partners. Trick considered that Qingji might be single, so he thought it prudent to forge a connection. Qingji was somewhat speechless, pondering whether this constituted bribery or an underhanded tactic. Trick further elaborated that the naval base already had many personnel who, during their leave, engaged in side businesses by accepting commissions from the guild. The overall living standards of the EC Navy had improved significantly. The law does not penalize the masses, and this arrangement is benign. It is not a matter of leveraging power for personal gain, but rather a legitimate business partnership, mutually beneficial. Noticing Qingji's silence, Trick continued, asserting that the warring states would indeed consent, as the headquarters would also receive a cut. We have reached a preliminary agreement, and Tina has already gone to the headquarters for the handover. Having you as an additional member would not alter our cooperation. It merely enhances the benefits. Trick felt that should Qingji eventually leave the Navy, joining the guild would be a splendid option, that by leveraging the foot-in-the-door phenomenon, he could establish a close relationship with the guild, making it the first choice once he departs from the Navy. Little did Trick know that Qingji's first choice might be to infiltrate Blackbeard's crew instead of the guild. Qingji pondered extensively and did not provide an immediate response, opting instead to consider the proposal. It was only later, upon discovering that Robin was actually the guild's leader, that he inexplicably agreed. Trick mused that Robin had indeed become like a beloved daughter to Qingji. The palace, after connecting the portal to the guild. Trick departed, leaving Marikino to directly negotiate business with Vivi alongside the guild's personnel. Vivi was intimidated by the professionalism of Marikino's team. Every sector was managed by a dedicated representative, exhibiting meticulous division of labor and technical expertise. Vivi summoned the ministers to bolster her presence, though they found it challenging to adapt to the guild's highly efficient business model. While negotiations continued on one side, Marikino engaged in a private discussion with Vivi, needing to clarify certain matters. Marikino's long tenure in a position of power had imbued her with a regal demeanor, resembling that of a queen, while Vivi, the princess of the kingdom, appeared somewhat like a novice. Observing the beautiful and resilient princess, Marikino recognized that this young lady was unlikely to escape Trick's notice. Meanwhile, a figure wielding a wolf-tooth club, Yalbi-eyed, was also leading a group of attractive disciples of the Mithria sect, seeking to cultivate followers in the royal capital while simultaneously searching for Trick. Trick seldom appeared in Windmill Town, and whenever he did, he left in haste, resulting in Yalbi-eyed rarely encountering him. This infrequent interaction left Yalbi-eyed somewhat disgruntled. After all, it was Trick who had initially recruited her into the guild, and now, he seemed almost elusive. She had regarded him as her partner and had even reserved the position of the Mithria leader for him. Marikino had no desire to clean up Trick's mess, knowing that Yalbi-eyed would likely dismiss her counsel. However, upon observing the princess, she felt that Vivi and Trick would make a fine match, a classic red and blue combination. Marikino essentially viewed herself as Trick's elder, akin to a mother-in-law scouting for a suitable daughter-in-law. Vivi, with her composed demeanor and reasonable temperament, seemed quite fitting as Trick's legitimate partner. In contrast, the character of Koya appeared somewhat pathological, often exuding a heavy scent of blood. Although Trick claimed he would take responsibility, it seemed he had yet to act, making her an unsuitable candidate for a wife. Whether she could serve as a mistress would depend on Trick's own capabilities. Recently, that girl had been diligently inquiring about the Naval Six Styles learning methods, leaving Marikino puzzled about her intentions. Makita, on the other hand, appeared relatively normal, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Her reputation here seemed commendable. Yet it appeared as though she was indulging in frivolous escapades with Trick without restraint. Marikino contemplated ways to separate them for a time, but Trick's initial romantic interest was undoubtedly Makita. The day they first visited the guild, Marikino discerned that their relationship had likely progressed significantly, as Trick bore the telltale signs of a heavy heart, while Makita resembled a ripened fruit. Marikino was inclined to adhere to the prevailing values of this world while aiding Trick in his search for a partner. In this realm, only one person typically bore the title of wife, while others merely held the status of mistresses. Marikino did not consider that Trick might not differentiate between these titles, as only children make such choices. "Greetings, Princess Vivi. Has that rascal Trick been giving you trouble?" Marikino inquired, eyeing the somewhat flustered Vivi. "Trouble? Not really. He's quite kind," Vivi stammered, unsure of how to respond. Did their affectionate moments count as trouble? "Oh," observed Marikino, noting Vivi's flushed cheeks. She speculated that they had likely reached at least second base, but perhaps not a home run yet. "Oh, such a troublesome child." As for the relationship between Vivi and Trick, Marikino would adopt differing approaches to collaboration. Should their bond be tenuous, the guild's capital involvement would deepen, thereby strengthening control over the kingdom and undermining the royal family. Conversely, if their relationship were close, they would provide low-interest or even interest-free loans to support the royal family. As their offspring would likely become future heirs to the throne, the guild's control over its various factions is selective. On the economic front, there is a desire to avoid excessive centralization, aiming instead to foster a state of internal competition and mutual checks and balances. What do you think of Trick? Would you consider becoming his wife? Marikino asked directly. Would that not be too abrupt? Vivi was taken aback by Marikino's forthrightness. If you were the guild's matriarch, the collaboration between the guild and the kingdom would be handled quite differently. Would it? Is there a distinction? Vivi's mind began to race at the implications of such a statement. Given her profound love for her country above all else, there existed the potential to secure greater benefits. Considering the impending support the guild would provide, the kingdom might struggle to repay its debts for a century. However, if it were internal debt, her status as matriarch could offset a considerable portion through her share of dividends. Once their children inherited the guild's assets, they would essentially cover a significant part of the debt. Moreover, regarding loans, the kingdom's land could serve as collateral, or they could even sell land to the guild. If she were the matriarch, the land would merely shift from one hand to another. Marikino sought to entice Vivi into becoming Trick's legitimate wife, recognizing the rarity of Trick finding a normal partner. I will consider it. Vivi found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to agree, and questioning if her relationship with Trick had truly advanced to that level. Although Trick had casually mentioned a future honeymoon, she wondered if he had been jesting. Take your time to ponder it. The guild can begin purchasing land from the kingdom, allowing you to acquire substantial funds without interest, easing your debt burden. Once you are with Trick, the debt issue will naturally resolve. In earlier times, Marikino would not have pursued such a political marriage. However, with more individuals involved in governance and decision-making, coupled with her studies in New EC politics, her insights and wisdom had grown tremendously. She suddenly realized that Trick's actions were methodical rather than haphazard. Initially, Marikino had feared Trick might become disillusioned and abandon her, as this was a common trait among those in power. However, she later discovered that Trick's romantic interests were indeed purposeful, each entwined with various political intentions, and he treated them with genuine care. Koya seemed an unexpected variable, yet now the guild's medical and biological research sectors fell under her purview. Yalbeide aimed to leverage religious influence to reshape noble perspectives, thereby strengthening the guild's ties with various kingdoms and, to a degree, constraining the world government. Trick mused, this truly is an unexpected turn of events. Mikita lacks any significant background, is straightforward in her thoughts, yet possesses a ruthless edge and combat potential, making her an ideal confidant and bodyguard for me. Nami, being his sister, exhibited a soft-hearted and innocent disposition. Trick seemed deliberately to exclude her from management roles, wishing to shield her from the darker aspects of their world and the ensuing power struggles. This was a protective measure for his sister. As for the beautiful chef Carmen, it appeared their relationship was purely platonic. Given the nature of her position, which did not impede combat effectiveness, Trick saw no necessity for a deeper connection. Trick also intended to mentor several children. Laying the groundwork for the guild's future, the mother and daughter at the naval base presented an easy opportunity to integrate the guild's operations into the Navy. As for ABIs and that Mariano, they were no children. They were currently fervently expanding their beastly congregation. 2 individuals. It is entirely reasonable to forego attending classes in favor of work, but on the side of Princess Vivi, after the guild resolved to venture into Alabasta as the premier stop on the Grand Line. It became inevitable that Princess Vivi would become either the wife or lover of Trick. That a significant portion of the guild's resources has already been directed towards this endeavor. Makino, seeing that Vivi had yet to be won over by Trick, and noting that Trick was spending his days cavorting with Machida, decided to give Vivi a gentle push. Given that Vivi likely harbored feelings for Trick, this could hardly be deemed coercive. Rather, it was an opportunity for her to step forward. As for Makino herself, she was once Navii and had no inkling as to why Trick had chosen her. It was only later, as she acquired more information, that she realized the young scamp was exploiting her background. Furthermore, she noted the red-haired individual's somewhat bewildered attitude upon returning regarding Trick's identity. Although she quickly regained her composure and acknowledged that Trick had looked after her, her womanly intuition sensed that Trick's claim about the red-haired one saving him was a fabrication. Everything was a web of Trick's lies, yet he was simply too endearing to resent. Through him, she experienced true happiness. Thanks to that drunken Shanks knowing how to return, she could now embrace a broader life. Aiding more abandoned children. Trick, indeed, possessed a genuine kindness that in a flurry of embarrassment, Vivi signed a land sale agreement with Makino, resulting in a vast expanse of Alabastus Desert being sold at a bargain to the guild. The duo of talents was poised to embark on shrewd maneuvers, hoarding land, recruiting individuals, developing, and leasing. Makino had already secured the land. As for recruitment, beyond the domestic populace, Yalbed intended to attract nobles and believers from various nations to invest, build, and consume. On one front, they aimed to construct a temple for the Mithraea faith to cultivate a significant following, whilst on another front, the influx of capital would, in turn, stimulate its vigorous growth. Thus, what initially seemed like a scheme to coax nobles into developing barren deserts ultimately flourished due to environmental improvements in the symbiotic relationship with capital, leading to substantial profits for these investments and enhancing their credibility, encouraging more capital to align with the guild. After finally deploying the iceberg and bidding farewell to Akiji, Trick and Machida returned to the royal capital, only to encounter Yalbed. "What are you doing here?" Trick and Machida dismounted from their flying carpet. "Who is this woman?" Both Machida and Yalbed inquired simultaneously. "We're all core members of the guild. That's not what we meant. What is your relationship with her?" Trick felt overwhelmed, as managing such intricate romantic entanglements was beyond his limited energy. Thus, he had refrained from indulging in such affairs. Otherwise, with the power of the clone fruit, there would be no woman he could not charm. He could either transform into a handsome man, though he believed himself handsome enough to not need to hide, or become the husband or lover of a beautiful woman. Even sow discord between Makino and the red-haired one, seizing the opportunity for himself. This fruit's ability to disguise oneself could lead to a loss of self-control, plunging Trick into chaos and complicating the world around him. Every action has its consequences. The seeds of malice sown today may yield bitter fruit tomorrow. Just imagine if the streets were filled with Trick's offspring, each oblivious to the others. What a farcical reality. Trick wished to be a gallant figure, not a careless one like Duan Jingchan.as for Yalbed. She had initially viewed this as an idle move, but never anticipated such growth. Trick was indeed contemplating whether to take her in. Yet the two lacked substantial interaction or an emotional foundation, despite her gaze lingering on him unusually. "Miss Yalbed, this is Machida, my wife and the user of the clone fruit. Machida, this is the saintess of the Mithraea faith. Yalbed, who wields the slippery fruit." Trick introduced them candidly. "Hello, Miss Yalbed." Upon hearing Trick's introduction, Machida's face flushed with joy. It was the first time he had presented her so formally in front of others. She quietly nestled into Trick's arm, lowering her head in silence, transformed into a demure lady. Currently, Machida donned a chocolate-colored lace dress with a heart-shaped cutout that accentuated her curves, complemented by a pastel yellow knitted sun hat. A ribbon encircled one thigh, and her feet were adorned with chocolate-colored knee-high boots. Chocolate gloves enveloped her hands, while her earrings were golden chocolate spheres, and she held an umbrella that reflected golden rays. Her graceful movements were intended to avoid tanning, and the folding umbrella was designed for convenience during combat. This dark ensemble enhanced her fair, translucent skin, while the golden accents made her appear even more exquisite. Trick was momentarily spellbound. Such a deep color scheme was breathtaking, devoid of any villainous filter, making her beauty shine even brighter. One could only imagine that under the villainous filter, Vivi paled in comparison to Machida's allure. Had it not been for Tina's lingering influence, Trick might have succumbed to the temptation of this chocolate right there. Previously, Machida had been unable to coax Trick into forming an iron block. Thus she resolved to alter her appearance for added novelty and allure. Machida adored lemon tea and chocolate. Her previous lemon-themed attire had now transitioned into a heart chocolate motif, as the saying goes. Proximity leads to affection. Machida's advantage lay in her constant presence beside Trick, deepening their bond. The saintess of the Mithraea faith, Miss Yalbed? Yalbed felt a twinge of discontent. Did she seem so unfamiliar to him? After all, they had scarcely met. The guild leader was indeed quite the romantic, having secured a wife so swiftly. Did that which Kaya even know? Yalbed teased, recalling the quarrel she had with Kaya over Trick's affections. Now, as the clam and the clam digger fought, the fisherman reaped the benefits, eager to incite strife. They've met and had a delightful conversation, trick fabricated with feigned sincerity, I see. Then adding me to the mix wouldn't be excessive. Would it? Yalbed seized the opportunity to interject. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Miss Yalbed, Trick awkwardly cleared his throat that in truth, under the influence of the fruit, Yalbed appeared strikingly beautiful, her skin flawless and tender, her dark hair and eyes aligning with Eastern aesthetics. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attraction. After all, who could deny that a once overweight person, after shedding pounds, would attract admirers? While she might verbally reject the notion, her body told a different story. Humans are visual creatures, not memory-based ones, and they quickly forget past pains. Did this fellow truly despise his former self? Yalbed mused, yet she brushed aside such thoughts, determined to knock him unconscious and proceed with their business. She decided to shift the topic away from such matters and discuss her efforts in garnering followers. The individuals here seemed to worship the rain dance goddess Machida, prioritizing the need for rain over mere appearances. Machida? That name sounds familiar. Could it be you? Yalbed's eyes widened as she gazed at the now delicate Machida, her heart sinking as she realized this young woman had usurped her efforts. It was an unintended act. Offering supplies and brokering peace, leading the citizens of the Sand Country to elevate her to divine status. Trick briefly explained. What shall we do then? Build another temple. Yalbed pondered aloud. Trick, however, was not fond of the notion of masquerading as deities. Yet, it undeniably proved effective, and relinquishing it was not an option. Moreover, the Mithraea faith had no true god. Its doctrine primarily emphasized doing good deeds. If one were to speak of a divine entity, it would be the enchanting beauty mirror, and Machida represented the rain goddess. Two incompatible figures. Let Machida stand independently, but avoid any form of deity worship. Let the people simply cherish her in their hearts. Trick proposed. Your Mithraea faith can continue its development. After all, it merely advocates for good deeds, devoid of any divine exploitation of the populace. In due time, as the Sand Country flourishes and its citizens are well-fed, they will naturally seek beauty and spiritual elevation. The Mithraea faith, leveraging the Guild's reputation, would gain the public's trust. Moreover, I possess an item that could serve as another artifact for wishes. Trick recalled the Aladdin's lamp and produced it. Note: Aladdin's lamp, Vivi 1 rub grants a single irreversible wish to each person, but the genie will go to great lengths to fulfill that wish in a reasonable manner. A wishing artifact, this lamp, when rubbed, conjures a genie capable of granting a wish, albeit each individual has but one opportunity. Is that true? Both Machida and Yalbed expressed shock and skepticism if such a treasure existed. What need would there be for anything else? Machida's gaze fixated on Trick's lower half, and Trick instantly understood. Nevertheless, he still intended to seek Kaya's healing, deeming the lamp unreliable. However, the process of wish fulfillment is often complex, and at times, one must make sacrifices of oneself. Trek shuddered at the memory of using the Aladdin's lamp to conduct experiments on passers-by. Upon first acquiring the lamp, he felt a sense of trepidation while reading the instructions. Sensing a trap if it truly possessed miraculous powers, his story could culminate in a flourish of confetti, world peace, and his ascension as the god of love, living a blissful life surrounded by a bevy of beautiful maidens. Thus, Trek seized the opportunity to test it on a random stranger. The first recipient of the lamp was an unemployed middle-aged man who wished to count money until his hands cramped. Ultimately landing a job as a cashier at a currency exchange. To his surprise, the salary was decent, albeit the workload was overwhelming, leaving him in a bittersweet state of pain and joy. After granting this wish, Trek reclaimed the lamp and passed it on to another terminally ill patient, expecting him to wish for health. Instead, the man desired to engage intimately with a beautiful maiden before his demise, likely believing that his unattractiveness would preclude any romantic interest even if he recovered. His two close friends happened to overhear his final wish outside the hospital room. Consequently, the two handsome friends disguised themselves as lovely maidens and, under the cover of night, fulfilled his dream, allowing the trio to share a joyful last chapter together. Trek, suppressing his discomfort, donned the guise of a nurse to retrieve the lamp. Indeed, the man had his wish fulfilled, prompting Trek to marvel at the depth of friendship. In his third experiment, Trek approached a beggar, curious to see the effects of unearned fortune. The beggar wished for a golden bowl, and indeed found one. But before he could even warm it in his hands, it was violently snatched away from him. Trek was left speechless, contemplating the sad reality that those in poverty often lack ambition, wishing only for modest gains instead of aspiring to become world-renowned or a dragon slayer. The results were far from satisfactory and did not align with Trek's experimental objectives. Therefore, he resolved not to approach any more losers, as they likely had no understanding of true aspirations, believing instead that kings tilled the soil with golden hoes. Using a portal, Trek randomly sought out a minor noble in a kingdom. Upon receiving the lamp, the noble, driven by greed, shockingly wished only to seduce the queen. Ultimately, his desire was granted when the king unexpectedly passed away, leading to the queen seizing power while he became her clandestine lover. Trek was incensed. These subjects were utterly deranged. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insights from the trials. The noble presented the lamp to the queen, who wished for eternal youth, only to perish the very next day, following the king into the afterlife. Trek pondered the unfulfillable nature of certain wishes, suspecting a glitch in the system. However, upon reclaiming the lamp from the queen's burial, he discovered that the noble had exhumed her body, preserving it in ice while professing his love to the frozen figure, truly keeping her youth intact. It appeared that not all individuals sought wealth and power. Some yearned for love as well. Yet Trek merely wished to test the lamp with a rational individual, lamenting the melodramas unfolding before him. He concluded that improper wishes could lead to dire consequences. Further experiments revealed that wishes for enemies to die often resulted in the wisher receiving strategies to confront them, such as training and arming themselves for an ambush. For those with a significant power imbalance, they might be sent for reincarnation to exact revenge in a future life, a rather lackluster outcome. Some individuals found healing from colds through being chased by dogs, while others received compensation after being struck by cars. And some children received extra exercises from the lamp spirit to achieve perfect scores. Although the lamp spirit claimed to grant a single wish, many were unaware that one could only summon it once. Consequently, their desires remained modest. Eventually, Trek encountered three pirate brothers. One wished to become a wealthy tycoon. Another mocked him for his limited vision, desiring instead to be born into nobility. The third, more perceptive, scoffed at their narrow ambitions and boldly wished to become a celestial dragon. The first two pirates looked as if they had missed out on a fortune, just as the last pirate, foo, laughed. Their wishes were abruptly cut short when a rival pirate ship fired upon them. Confounded, Trek inquired with the system, Alice, who subtly hinted that the three had been reincarnated at pivotal moments, one in Golden City, another among the Revolutionary Army, and the last in a certain Marshalsea. Trek felt a wave of frustration. Surely this was no ordinary lamp. While the lamp indeed assisted in fulfilling wishes, it was not without its pitfalls. Trek hesitated to use it, nor did he wish for those around him to do so. Hence, he resolved to rebrand the Aladdin's lamp as the Contentment Lamp, a sacred artifact of the Mithriya sect. The original intent was to allow wishes, but to prevent overly ambitious desires, lest they lead to reincarnation. Leaving no one to witness the fulfillment of their wishes, Trek explained to the two women the lamp's drawbacks, emphasizing that it could only grant wishes once, and that the means of fulfillment were not always desirable. Thus, the two women restrained their impulsive urges. Trek sensed that Mesita gazed at him with ulterior motives, fearing the consequences should he be reincarnated as Li Jin Shua. He tossed the Aladdin's lamp to Yalbed, advising her to use it cautiously and only for those who consistently performed good deeds and earned recognition. This approach minimized risk, as such individuals were likely to wish for benevolent outcomes. Trek was not concerned about others wishing for world-altering or personally detrimental desires. The lamp's logic required wishes to be reasonable, and overly grand aspirations would ultimately backfire on the wisher. Moreover, one could wish for their own misfortune to be annulled. As all wishes necessitated a logical process rather than immediate fulfillment, that it was also not a guarantee of success, sometimes resulting in an illusion of fulfillment, much like the case with the ill-fated patient. Yalbed repeatedly confirmed Trek's upcoming presence in Alabasta before departing with the Aladdin's lamp. As Trek watched her retreating figure, he felt an unsettling stir within him. In a moment of mischief, he playfully smacked Mesita's behind, admonishing her not to stare at him so intently. You jerk, that hurts, she exclaimed, retaliating with a playful smack to his head, leaving Trek in tears, feeling the sting of his own actions. Meanwhile, Shako, feeling quite distressed, found himself shackled with sea stone, imprisoned in the palace's dungeon for several days, when suddenly, his former employee appeared, accompanied by a weeping Mesita. Wah, Mesita, you rascal, next time, Kick me instead of hitting me with your hands. Shako lamented, while Trek pinched Maceda's cheeks. I know. Stop pinching me, she protested, swatting Trek's hand away and gazing at her reddened face in a mirror. How infuriating. This orange-haired brat is the same one who performed fairy tales in front of Vivi. Now he dares to weep before me, Shako thought with displeasure. Shako, wah. You are mine from now on. Don't even think about escaping, Trek cried, while Crocodile felt a tightening in his gut. Wondering how far these antics would go as Trek approached to tug at Shako's hair. Ouch. What the? You little brat. What do you think you're doing? Crocodile winced, feeling a patch of baldness forming on his head. You will work for me from now on. Wah. Trek continued, his tears flowing freely. Trek extracted a sand crocodile from his spatial pocket and placed it in the seastone cage during the rain banquet. A casual retrieval from when he had deployed the iceberg. He then produced a summoning scroll, standing outside the cage, and inserted the scroll along with a strand of hair from the sand crocodile through the gap. Note: the summoning scroll, teleportation fruit. It allows for the contracting of creatures, with the medium being a substance containing the creature's DNA. Upon unfurling the scroll, it enables rapid spatiotemporal summoning. Once summoned, the creature cannot return, and a new contract must be established for each summoning. Woo-woo, Makita, release his seastone handcuffs. Trick commanded. This, Hani, though I am not afraid of him, won't he just run away? Makita expressed her concern. No worries. Woo-woo, he must experience despair first. Woo-woo, only then can he perform his duties properly, Trick sobbed. The sand crocodile observed the orange-haired imp, feeling an uncanny resemblance to his own past state when he had been weeping. Miss, isn't Valentine's Day a user of the heavy light fruit? What a peculiar ability to make someone cry. And does this lad truly believe he is that weak to dare unlock the seastone handcuffs? Makita, wearing onion gloves that nullified the effects of seastone, took the key and unlocked the cuffs. Damn little brat. While that woman has some strength, you think I would submit? You are sorely mistaken. The sand crocodile declared arrogantly as he pulled out a cigar and lit it. Whoa, Makita, make him cry. Trick was unbothered by the prospect of his humiliating appearance being seen by the sand crocodile, for he too would soon be in tears. Hiss. This time, the sand crocodile learned to evade with frantic sand manipulation. Makita's rapid shifts in weight and momentum left the sand crocodile struggling to keep up, not wanting to be made to cry again. Amidst this fear, his observation haki began to awaken in the confined space. The sand crocodile found it difficult to escape. Upon seeing Trick weeping, he contemplated seizing him. Bang! Just as the sand crocodile reached for Trick, Trick summoned him directly into the seastone cage. Woo, see. You cannot escape. Woo, no matter where you run, you will be summoned back. Before the sand crocodile could speak, Trick unleashed a torrent of seawater from his spatial pocket towards the cage, instantly drenching the sand crocodile and causing him to collapse as if he were a drenched chicken. Make him cry. All right. Yahahaha. Makita cackled wickedly, opening the cage to enter and deliver a thorough beating to the sand crocodile. Stripped of his sand manipulation ability by the seawater, the sand crocodile was truly pained to tears. Woo! Woo-woo. As night fell, Vivi was still grappling with Marquino's proposal when she suddenly perceived the sound of weeping, sending a chill down her spine. Is the palace haunted? It seems there have been no deaths here this time. But it feels eerie. I should find Trick. He provides a sense of safety. With that, Vivi departed her room, heading towards Trick's chamber. Woo-woo. Stop. Don't hit me anymore. Woo-woo. I submit. The sand crocodile, feeling quite miserable after a thorough beating, could hardly endure the negative emotions and pain, feeling utterly humiliated. Woo-woo, just honestly follow me. Woo-woo, if you misbehave or try to escape again, I will summon you to the sea. Woo-woo, and I will tell you where the underworld king is. Woo, although I think that thing is of little use. If boys love battleships so much, woo, then let it be a reward for good work. Trick was still painting an extravagant picture. Woo, the underworld king? The sand crocodile felt exasperated. In his current state, what use would the underworld king be? Nevertheless, it might be worth a look if he could find it. Tsk. Two grown men, crying like children. Yahaha. Makita laughed heartily at the sight of the two. Woo. You bastard. Trick, having been drawn into the mockery by Makita, harbored a wicked thought of ensuring everyone shared in the embarrassment. Bang. Oh. What are you doing? Bastard. Woo-woo. Trick tugged at Makita's hand, compelling her to partake in the spectacle. Thus, the three crybabies cried together within. Trick yearned to escape the dark, damp basement. After all, the three were all users of devil fruits. And the seawater had not been fully absorbed. The trio ascended to the surface, covering their faces as they sobbed. Fortunately, the palace was relatively empty at the moment, and with Vivi's attendants being few. Trick dared to bring the sand crocodile to rest in his adjacent room that it was still early evening. Was she going to sleep already? Vivi knocked on Trick's door, puzzled by the silence. It seemed odd. As that fellow was usually a night owl, scanning the surroundings and finding no one, she leaned in to eavesdrop, curious if she could catch any strange sounds. It seems there really is a sound. But the stifled sobbing, hiss, could it be that Trick was attempting something improper with a good girl? Vivi's imagination ran wild, picturing Trick having captured a girl and forcing her, leaving her helplessly weeping. Why wasn't he at Makita? Obviously, if it were that vixen, she wouldn't be crying but rather enjoying herself. Bastard, scum, Vivi cursed under her breath, her cheeks flushing. Unbeknownst to her, just beside her, 3 individuals were struggling to suppress their tears while glancing at her. Whoa, Vivi, who are you cursing? Trick wept, questioning her dada. Vivi jumped in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. You 3 move without a sound. 3, crocodile. What is he doing here? And what are you 3 up to? Vivi was first stunned by the sight of the sand crocodile obediently standing beside Trick, then noticed their tear-streaked faces go. We were discussing dreams. The sand crocodile was so moved by my aspirations that we found our kindred spirits. Hence the tears of excitement at meeting so late. Trick fabricated. The sand crocodile and Makita exchanged exasperated glances. Would this guy die if he didn't spin tails? So those what sounds were from you all. I thought the place was haunted. Turns out it's just you 3 crybabies, Vivi remarked, raising her hands in a gesture to mask her embarrassment from eavesdropping, swiftly changing the subject. Aren't you all grown? There's no need to cry so much over excitement, like a bullied little wife. Tisk stay. Trick shot Makita a knowing glance, and Makita, understanding immediately, gave Vivi a playful slap on the backside. Woo! Why did you hit me? Vivi, now with tears in her eyes, joined the ranks of the crybabies. Hee. Whoa. Only by joining can you keep a secret. Trick laughed through his tears. That night, eerie sobs echoed from the palace. With Akina still absent, Trick instructed Makita to keep the sand crocodile occupied while he planned to venture to Drum Island to seek Kaya's help from Min's unspoken troubles. Though he had been frightened by Kaya's chilling laughter last time, Trick felt emboldened this time, confident with over 5,000 power points at his disposal. If Kaya dared to frighten him, he would not shy away from confronting her. Cough, cough. It would be wise to remain somewhat humble, as he was indeed in need of her assistance. Trick contemplated this and resolved to keep his intentions clear. Upon crossing through the dimensional door, Trick found the castle bustling with tourists, some even dressed in royal regalia, posing for photographs on the throne. I was only joking, yet Dalton truly dares to do this. And the prices are quite steep, Trick remarked as he gazed at the price list, inhaling sharply. The tourism industry truly reaped exorbitant profits. A 1-hour experience and photo package cost a staggering 100,000 berries. Outrageous. 100,000 berries was no small sum. Compared to attractions in Trick's original world, it was indeed exorbitant. Trick calculated that if they operated 8 hours a day, the daily revenue could reach approximately 8 million, yielding 2.5 small goals monthly, though expenses for labor and props would need to be deducted. President, you have arrived. Dalton, now the king of the Sakura Kingdom, came forth to greet Trick upon hearing of the orange-haired youth's presence. How has the ice and snow world fared? Trick inquired, primarily intending to find Kaya and only casually asking about the situation here. President, you are truly a godlike figure, after the renovations and opening to the public. Drum Island has flourished. We have struck gold. Dalton exclaimed excitedly. Why are you mimicking Clabber's speaking style? Trick mentally scoffed. Dalton continued. The Royal Experience package has been a tremendous success. It's novel and unique, attracting nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries clamoring to experience it. Some even book for days or months. But initially, to expand our market, we've limited it to 1-hour segments. For Dalton, the king, as long as the payment was substantial, he was content to let others run the show, often conducting his own affairs from the mountain below, resembling more of a minister. Isn't this just for taking photos and checking in? What can one do with a monthly subscription? Trick pondered, questioning the practicality of such a service. No, we offer a 1-to-1 immersive experience, complete with an array of facilities within the castle and a professional cast of performers. There are exquisite culinary packages fit for a king, attentive service packages by royal attendants, grand welcome packages for the king's travels, and eloquent speech packages for the king, among others. Essentially, Each experience lasts about an hour and typically allows for only one package. To fully enjoy a package, a minimum of 1 day is required. Is there a queen who provides such services? Chook suddenly pondered. Wouldn't a king also require a queen? Ahem. Well, there isn't one, as they usually bring their own queen. Dalton, being quite principled, refrains from profiting from such arrangements, allowing those individuals to bring their own. Chook smirked, glancing at the flustered Dalton. The revenue from this alone dwarfs previous earnings from Magnet Drum Island. Furthermore, the various tourism and amusement facilities in Ice and Snow World have garnered substantial profits, making it feasible for the kingdom to host several formidable individuals. With the influx of numerous tourists, sales of local specialties and operations of ghost houses have surged, leading to a remarkable increase in the overall income of the citizens. Dalton waved the financial reports exuberantly. Strictly speaking, this marks the commencement of operations along the Grand Line. Thus, nobles and affluent merchants who had never ventured here before are flocking to this area. Capitalizing on the guild's windless routes as other regions are developed, the traffic in your area will diminish. So seize the opportunity to earn more. You may also work in shifts at night, Chook advised. Very well. We shall strive to continuously develop various novel experiences and activities to attract visitors. In the realm of healthcare, under the reassembly of the 20 top-notch doctors from the former Valpo, combined with the support of the guild, a large comprehensive hospital has been established. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom has nearly regained, if not surpassed, its former status as a medical powerhouse. That's impressive, but where is Kaya? Chook inquired, somewhat distracted, recalling that Kaya and that sorceress doctor were previously residing in the castle. Dr. Kaya is over at the newly constructed comprehensive hospital. And Dr. Kuria should be there as well. Allow me to take you there, Dalton replied, leading Chook onto the cable car descending the mountain, conversing as they went. Dr. Kaya is truly remarkable, her medical skills surpassing even those of the finest doctors, seemingly rivaling Dr. Kuria as well. Moreover, Dr. Kaya exhibits incredible prowess. There was a strong pirate causing a ruckus in the hospital over medical fees, and she swiftly incapacitated him. Another noble, enamored by her beauty, attempted to force himself upon her, yet somehow ended up submissive to her every word. Dalton recalled the pirate dragged away to serve as a test subject and the noble who groveled before Kaya like a dog, sending a shiver down his spine. They should be on the top floor. You will see them upon ascending. With that, Dalton slipped away, not wanting to intrude, and knowing that while Kaya appeared gentle, she could be quite fearsome when angered. This hospital indeed exhibits a Western architectural style, Chook remarked, gazing at the building before him. It even has an elevator. Chook observed the peculiar thermal power device, wondering if it was an invention of the guild. Chook rarely kept up with scientific advancements, as his purpose here was to embark on adventures and seek companionship, not to delve into the inventions of time travelers. He preferred to indulge in novels recounting ancient dynasties, providing merely a framework and leaving the rest to others. Upon reaching the top floor, Chook inexplicably fainted, his consciousness fading as if he had plunged into a soft embrace. This time, you shall not escape. Kaya's sinister laughter echoed down the corridor. Dr. Kiriha had recently returned to her treehouse, her many skilled doctors rendering her indifferent to the affairs here. Kaya had been conducting experiments in her laboratory when she sensed Chook's presence. As she gazed out from the top-floor window, she saw that scoundrel had finally come to see her. Still harboring residual anger from their last encounter, Kaya released a hallucinogenic gas as Chook ascended, causing him to faint before being cradled in her arms. Chook groggily awoke to find himself bound to an operating table, his mouth muffled by an unknown object. The sense of déjà vu washed over him. What was this operating table made of? He felt utterly powerless. Was it sea prism stone? He had been careless. Which enemy was responsible? He had been so low-key. Kaya was now directly above him, watching intently, though Chook could not see her. Awake. Are you? Honey. Kaya chimed playfully. Chook mumbled, relieved to recognize Kaya's voice, yet aware of the unpredictable nature of this Yandra, leaving him somewhat terrified. Last time, you ran off with that vixen quite quickly, abandoning me all alone, thinking I wouldn't retaliate because I couldn't fly. Huh? I was the first to discover that toy, and yet someone else got to it first. What a significant blunder. As punishment, how about I keep a part of your body to accompany me? Kaya chuckled, brandishing a glistening scalpel as she gestured toward Chook. A chill ran down Chook's spine. He had merely aimed for enlightenment, and now he faced the prospect of becoming invincible in the east. Sweat poured down his back. Chook thought to persuade Kaya to remove the obstruction from his mouth, believing that speaking might offer him a chance to deceive her. Although Kaya was indeed a Yandere, her intelligence was high. After associating with some members of the guild, she quickly recognized Chook's penchant for verbal evasion and thus sealed his lips, denying him any opportunity. Little white mouse, Kaya remarked as she undid Chook's clothing. Having often dissected various creatures in her medical studies, she was unperturbed by such activities. Kaya frowned, contemplating whether this fellow felt anything upon seeing her. How infuriating! Consumed by jealousy and dissatisfaction, Kaya continued to intimidate Chook. This was not an easy task. Consequently, Chook experienced a scene he would never forget, with Kaya's actions leading to an unspecified 1,000-word gap. Despite his fear, Chook was astonished to discover that he could once again activate Iron Block. Indeed, as a doctor, Kaya was competent. He was finally freed from the need to attain enlightenment, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Was this role-playing the cure for his affliction? No, he had yet to resolve the crisis of becoming invincible in the East. Unbeknownst to Chook, Tina's previous desires had long since faded. The lingering effects were merely psychological. And he had been too preoccupied with business to notice. After being confined for so long, could Kaya's treatment not yield immediate results? It seemed this lady still possessed some allure. Kaya, witnessing Chook's transformation, felt a sense of pride. This was indeed a gift he had unwittingly offered her. Let us see how I shall punish you. Another 1,000-word gap ensued. Fortunately, Kaya was a doctor and understood the limits. Unlike Machida, who was insatiable, after a vigorous encounter, she finally released Chook. No wonder that Vixen clings to you. Kaya's delightful laughter rang out as she prepared to conclude their bout, having been restrained for so many days. Coupled with the sudden release from the pressure of Sea Prism Stone, Chook felt his energy surge back, over 5,000 units of power flooding into him. At present, Kaya's foundational power was relatively low. Chook had initially only granted her 300 units. Although she had improved her training later, the disparity between her power and Chook's over 5,000 units was still vast. That Kaya's combat prowess relied heavily on the development of her Yandere pills, resulting in considerable fluctuations in her abilities. Thus, even with the Conqueror's Haki at her disposal, Kaya was easily overpowered as Chook regained his strength, yet he remained somewhat disoriented in his reasoning, leading to a counter as he seized the opportunity to engage once more. Given that this was their first battle, combined with the damage from Chook's armament Haki, Kaya found herself increasingly weakened, fueled by jealousy and anger over her delightful toy being claimed by another. She inadvertently reached a delicate equilibrium, allowing her to peak in combat prowess. Chook suddenly realized he could not escape. He had become entangled with the overwhelming power of Kaya, leading to an epic WWE-style showdown between the two. Note: Yandere pills. Kaya individuals suffering from ailments who consume these pills can easily discern diseases. Their anger triggers formidable combat power and a slightly Yandere personality. The weaker they are, the stronger they become. Conversely, if their bodies become robust, the effects may temporarily wear off. This was the first time Chook had felt so exhausted. Initially suppressed by the Sea Prism Stone and Kaya's Conqueror's Haki, he felt immensely frustrated. Though he later managed to counter, Chook realized that Kaya was currently exhibiting the characteristics of her Yandere pills, and they had entered a vicious cycle. The outcome could very well result in his own exhaustion and death, leaving Kaya significantly weakened as well. Thankfully, his frequent training sessions with Machida had equipped him with the skills to restrain both himself and Kaya. As night deepened, Chook adjusted his attire, gazing at the sleeping beauty nestled in his embrace, and sighed that it appears I must ultimately care for this sister, whom I have unwittingly turned into a Yandere. The seeds of fate were sown from the very beginning of our encounter. What began as an experiment and a jest has led to this. I hope Machida and she do not come to blows. Kia gradually regained consciousness, feeling a pervasive ache throughout her body. That you're awake. My dear. Trick planted a gentle kiss on Kia's small face, nestled in Trick's embrace. Kia felt a blush creep across her cheeks, her demeanor as a once privileged young lady resurfacing. Kia wriggled free from Trick, intending to tidy herself up, only to suddenly realize that the pain rendered her nearly unable to walk. Let me carry you, Trick said with concern. Despite the properties of the pill, it lacked the ability for automatic healing, necessitating treatment. He chastised himself for being reckless, fearing he might leave Kia with lingering effects. It seemed he needed to reflect on his own actions to him. Kia shyly replied, and Trick observed the stark contrast in her attitudes, finding it somewhat surreal. One moment, he was nearly frightened by her. And the next, she was utterly endearing to AT that moment. Kia was essentially being carried by Trick, making him her exclusive mode of transportation. Fortunately, the hospital's top floor was designated as Kia's private area, rarely visited by others. "What brings you here this time? I find it hard to believe you would come to see me without cause," Kia inquired from Trick's arms. She was well aware of Trick's reputation as a heartless man, often seen frolicking with Mitsai, rarely gracing the guild with his presence unless there was a specific reason. Cough, cough. Trick fumbled for a response. Should he admit he came seeking Kia for a private ailment? Albeit seemingly cured by her, "I just missed you. I felt a bit guilty leaving in such a hurry the other day, so I came back to check on you," Trick ultimately confessed. Kia fixed her gaze on Trick with a mischievous smile. Trick held her gaze, determined not to look away, as it was said that when one lies, their eyes tend to dart about or avoid direct contact. Thus, Trick stared intently at Kia, hoping to evade detection by this astute woman. "Pfft." Kia laughed, finally breaking into a genuine smile, no longer bearing that eerie expression. She had deduced that Trick was lying, yet found joy in witnessing his earnest attempts to deceive her. She tightened her embrace around him, nuzzling against his chest, her eyes narrowing like a languid feline. Kia's parents had passed away 3 years prior, leaving her alone without relatives. Her most trustworthy companion was merely the butler, Meili, following the incident with Calabattle. He could only be regarded as her subordinate. Usopp was merely a childhood friend, lacking any deeper familial or romantic bonds. In truth, she felt profoundly lonely, often resorting to dissection and medical research to alleviate her solitude. Trick represented a fateful encounter for her. From the moment she ingested the Yandra pill, her destiny had been intertwined with his. Initially, she felt no change, but as their personalities began to merge, her affection for him intensified. Trick empowered her, allowing her to reclaim control over her life, and she found fulfillment and accomplishment within the Adventurers Guild. Now, having become his woman, she finally had a sense of belonging and family, allowing her to surrender her loneliness and anxiety. Peacefully slumbering in Trick's embrace in Alabasta. Although Vivi harbored a strong disdain for Sand Crocodile, her duties as a princess took precedence. Sand Crocodile was designated a sinner, tasked with atoning for his crimes as he embarked on a journey of infrastructure exploration in Alabasta, occasionally moonlighting as a sandstorm suppressor. Meanwhile, members of the Baroque Works were actively engaged in the kingdom's reconstruction and development plans. On another front, when Trick had negotiated with the Navy to send Akainu, he had already dispatched someone riding the ancient dragon to the New World for retrieval. Days prior, in the New World, having just vanquished a notorious band of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Akainu was growing increasingly frustrated with the marshal's orders. It had been days, and he wondered why the personnel had yet to arrive, limiting his ability to stray too far from the base. Roar, a sudden dragon roar echoed through the sky. This presence of a king. This arrival is no minor character. Akainu sensed a regal aura. Though it was not the conqueror's haki, he beheld a massive green dragon piercing through the clouds. Swiftly approaching the warship, just as Akainu prepared to take action, he noticed the dragon's back was adorned with the Navy's flag. Is this the designated escort? Akainu surmised that this must be the personnel the marshal had mentioned. The dragon made a sudden stop, flapping its wings a few times as it landed atop the ship's main mast, causing the enormous vessel to sway uneasily. A small figure rapidly descended from a rope. "Hello. You must be Admiral Akainu. I've received orders to escort you to Alabasta." Akainu found himself face to face with a peculiar child clad in yellow-brown camouflage, pockets all over, wearing a steel helmet and goggles. "Who are you? A child?" Akainu inquired, his skepticism evident. Could the previous royal aura have emanated from this dragon? "Yes, I'm 8 years old, but I am an exceptional soldier," ABI's declared, lifting her goggles and standing at attention. Feigning seriousness, she considered this her chance to escape school for a task, recalling how Marianu had challenged her over it. Despite her unusual gadgets, she was confident in her abilities, having received a foundational strength of 500 from Trick. She had even bested Marianu in a mock battle, leaving the latter in tears not from defeat, but from losing her chance to skip school. Cough, cough. Akainu cleared his throat, contemplating whether this girl was truly from the Navy. "Are you part of the Adventurers Guild?" He probed further. "Indeed. I am the ace of the Adventurers Guild," ABI's proclaimed, insisting they depart immediately due to urgent military matters. Akainu found himself at a loss for words. feeling as though he were being outmatched by a child. Yet, the claim of being the ace soldier seemed exaggerated, reminiscent of the foolish dreams of those who aspired to be the pirate king. "Let's go," Akainu decided, opting to leave without giving any further instructions to his subordinates. He leaped atop the mast, witnessing the child press a button, causing the rope to retract swiftly as she returned to the ancient dragon's back. "Climb on, we're taking off." ABI's patted the seat behind her, donning her goggles as she straddled the dragon's saddle. Akainu jumped up, settling in with his arms crossed, pondering the awkwardness of actually gripping onto her. "Hold on tight, or you'll fall," ABI's warned kindly. "No need. This is sufficient." Akainu thought that holding on would be utterly embarrassing, imagining the absurdity of such a position. "Dragon uncle, let's go." ABI's affectionately referred to the ancient dragon, who was relatively young and strong, having formed a bond with her. Trick had initially found Obby's naming sense lacking. Dragon grandpa, dragon uncle, what would be next? Dragon dad, dragon mom, dragon aunt, dragon grandma. Thankfully, only a few were named thus. While Trick had opted for more dignified names like Jiao-chan, Zhao-jun, Yu-huan, and Shishir, ABI's thought Trick's naming was equally peculiar, questioning why he chose such odd titles, while she boasted about Trick riding Jiao-chan to the battlefield. As the two rode the dragon, it leapt into the air, flapping its powerful wings to ascend, breaking through the clouds and reaching the stratosphere, where the flight was steady and unencumbered by turbulent weather. This was Akainu's first experience of such an exhilarating high-altitude journey, and he found it quite novel that I haven't introduced myself. "My name is ABI's, the future leader of the Adventurers Guild. What about you?" ABI's declared. Envisioning herself as the guild's future figurehead, intent on abolishing burdensome classes and homework, this little one was quite the braggart, Akainu mused, but he refrained from dampening her youthful spirit. "I am Sakazuki, the Navy Admiral." Codenamed Akainu, and the future fleet admiral of the Navy, he asserted, ensuring he did not yield to a child. "Wow, quite the ambition you have. It seems Sengoku is nearing retirement, while Kazuru is rather lackadaisical. It appears that only Akiji will be vying for the position against you." ABI's teased, having been thoroughly indoctrinated with information, even more so than many within the Navy. "Your guild's intelligence network is impressive. You seem to know more about our headquarters than we do," Akainu remarked, somewhat astonished. "One of our primary services is providing logistical support to the Navy. This is basic intelligence," ABI's explained, adopting a mature tone. Akainu realized he had limited knowledge of the East Blue, often viewing news from there as mere gossip and trivialities. "You don't know about this? The Guild has established a profound collaboration with the Navy in the East Sea, providing various placements and re-employment opportunities for retired naval personnel. As a result, the East Sea has virtually eradicated piracy, with the Navy's routine patrols now largely orchestrated by the Guild." "What?" Akainu was genuinely astonished. The placement and re-employment of retired naval officers, no pirates left, and external missions. It suddenly dawned on Akainu that his information was somewhat outdated. Although the East Sea, famously purged by Garp, was dubbed the weakest sea, that was a relative term. There were still numerous small pirates, making complete eradication impossible. After one wave was dealt with, another would soon emerge, necessitating several naval bases in the region. Well, ABI's offered a brief introduction to the situation. She had been specifically trained in this intelligence and the rationale behind these arrangements, supplemented by various political and economic courses. Thus, her explanations were more insightful than those of anyone else. Akainu was captivated by Obby's elucidation, particularly regarding the Guild's methods. It was remarkable how they managed to turn those parasitic nobles into benevolent actors, with pirates transitioning into adventurers and transporters. ABI's, however, selectively withheld certain classified information, demonstrating her discretion. It seemed this young girl was not merely boasting. She must be a core member of the Guild, possessing a wealth of knowledge, Akainu mused. "Could you possibly be the daughter of the Guild's president?" he inquired. "Absolutely not. How could the president have such an old child? He was still a minor when I was born." ABI's denied, relieved that she was not his biological offspring. Otherwise, the academic workload would be quite daunting. And she genuinely worried for the future children of the president. Is the president really that young? Quite remarkable. ABI's had set off from Windmill Town, traversing the Red Line to reach the New World. A relatively short distance, no wonder Shanks frequently visited Windmill Town. As long as he navigated through Fishman Island and crossed the Calm Belt, he could swiftly arrive there. Now, as the two journeyed from the New World to Alabasta, they would likely pass through Skypiea, Trick had forgotten this detail. The Navy's advance into Skypiea would significantly impact Trick's ambitions. What is that? How intriguing. An island formed from clouds, ABI's exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the cloud island. The legendary Skypiea is actually here. Akainu was equally astonished. He had known of its existence but was unaware of its precise location. With a mission at hand, they resolved to return another time. ABI's expressed her regret, while Akainu, though not particularly interested, preferred combating pirates over embarking on adventurous travels. Achoo! Enel, the god of Skypiea, sneezed, sensing something terrifying soaring above the island through his mantra. Was it merely an illusion? What could it be? Since the range of his sensing ability primarily covered the island, Enel could not ascertain the truth. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped disaster. Otherwise, Luffy's arrival on Skypiea would have spelled the end of the boss encounter. The two rode on their 1,000-year-old dragon and soon reached the capital of Alabasta. Akainu observed the bustling citizens, singing and dancing as they engaged in construction, bewildered that this seemed like a nation freshly recovering from rebellion. The towns ravaged during the uprising had largely been restored, and thanks to Trick's intervention, the capital had suffered minimal damage, with the most significant destruction occurring during Luffy's battle with the Sand Crocodile. Now, the focus was more on infrastructure projects, as the Sand Crocodile had dug numerous trenches in the desert for irrigation and waterways. The melting ice from the mountains began to converge in these channels. Flowing towards the Santora River, Trick was carrying Koya, while Machida looked on with considerable jealousy, though she did not express anger. Despite riding on a flying carpet, Koya still found it uncomfortable, although she could lie on the carpet. Prolonged periods in that position were quite unpleasant, leaving her to rely on being carried or supported. Following a fierce battle with Koya, she had been unable to walk for several days, prompting Trick to carry her to Alabasta. Initially, Machida was furious, but when Koya clung to Trick, she could only watch. However, after Trick whispered a few words to Koya, she shyly nodded, and Trick set her down before leading Machida away for a brief period. Having not yet experienced Trick's immense power, Machida soon found herself overwhelmed and surrendered, pleading for Trick to seek out Koya or Vivi instead. After returning with a conflicted Machida, Trick picked up Koya again. Machida was left speechless, caught between desire and fear. Carrying Koya, Trick and Machida walked alongside the Sand Crocodile, guiding him while also encouraging him to investigate several nearby metal mines. The Sand Crocodile observed Trick carrying a girl and thought to himself that this kid truly knew how to have fun. Feeling a mix of admiration and annoyance, Koya, though nearly recovered, feigned pain to remain in Trick's arms, and he remained oblivious, believing Koya was simply an ordinary person, unlike Luffy, who could bounce back from anything after a good night's sleep. The memory of that moment still sent shivers down Trick's spine, fearing for Koya's health. Why is there no gold or oil here? Trick mused, equating Alabasta to the wealthy nations of the Middle East in his past life. Feeling there ought to be some valuable resources, President ABI's called as she spotted Akainu amidst the desert's four-person group. That it's Akainu. Trick looked up at the sky. Akainu leapt down, stirring up a cloud of dust as ABI's awaited the dragon's steady landing. Akainu surveyed the peculiar assembly, feeling somewhat awkward. One was the fierce former warlord Crocodile, another was the umbrella-wielding Miss Chocolate, and the last was a boy sporting an open-chested beach shirt and shorts. His feet clad in flip-flops, carrying a sickly-looking delinquent girl. Note: Trick dressed pragmatically, given the scorching heat of the desert, opting for cooler attire and comfortable footwear. Are you the president of the Adventurers Guild? Akainu inquired. Pleased to meet you, Admiral Akainu. I am the president, Trick. Trick extended a polite hand. Sakazuki. Akainu replied tersely, not reciprocating the handshake. He lit a cigarette, perceiving this boy to be less formidable than he had imagined. Especially given the frail girl trailing behind him, they appeared to be nothing more than a pair of nonconformist delinquents. What happened to Sister Koya? ABI's asked with concern, as their relationship was somewhat intricate. Koya sometimes played the role of Abi's biology and medical teacher, and ABI's felt somewhat intimidated by Koya's authoritative demeanor. Yet, Koya was usually gentle with ABI's, who often utilized her whispering fruit to assist Koya in her biological studies. They were quite familiar with each other. She injured her foot and cannot walk, so I am carrying her. Trick fabricated an excuse. It can't be too serious, ABI's remarked, knowing Koya was quite skilled in medicine and likely fine. It's nothing. I'll be all right in a few days, Koya assured. Given Akainu's straightforward and decisive nature, Trick found it challenging to mislead him, particularly since he had yet to identify any weaknesses. He could only proceed with businesslike formalities. Trick produced a recently updated map of Alabasta, densely annotated with numerous locations needing volcanic rock for windbreaks, areas requiring volcanic ash for cultivation, and some artificial waterways along major routes, concerned that the desert would absorb water too rapidly. He suggested that Akainu use magma to reinforce the riverbeds. As for precipitation, once Akainu began utilizing magma, the temperature in the desert would rise swiftly, initially causing discomfort. However, with Akiji's ice mountains as a buffer, it wouldn't become unbearably hot. Subsequently, as the hot air rose, the cold, moist air from the sea would quickly converge on Alabasta, resulting in rainfall. This is the detailed map I've prepared, specifying the necessary measures for each location. Trick handed the map and instructions to Akainu. Akainu examined it closely, puzzled by the idea of using magma to create mountain stone, pave riverbeds, and cover sandy areas with volcanic ash. Did Trick intend to transform Alabasta into a lava hell? Does Sengoku know about this? Akainu sought clarification, unable to fathom why Sengoku would consent to such an outrageous plan. Yes, ABIs. You will be responsible for assisting Mr. Sakazuki, Trick said, glancing at ABIs. All right. Abyss was overjoyed, never expecting to continue skipping classes. Since Sengoku had consented, Akainu offered no further remarks, simply adhering to the orders. He was certainly not the type to ponder excessively like Akiji. The location where Trick was currently situated could commence operations, serving as a demonstration for him to discern its correctness. Akainu, eschewing any specific techniques, transformed into an elemental state and began to produce an unceasing flow of magma, engulfing the entire area, prior to deploying the iceberg. Trick had alerted the citizens to the forthcoming magma, advising them to remain calm and keep their distance. This was the desert region that Trick had meticulously planned. The magma coursed into the waterways, while the melting ice from the iceberg cooled and solidified it. As for the volcanic ash, there was no need to fabricate it. The dense smoke generated by the magma sufficed. Trick gazed skyward. Should precipitation not occur as anticipated, he might have to employ Shotsa to cover the area with his sand fruit, quelling the flames and smoke of the magma. The entire region now resembled a nightmarish hellscape, instilling fear in the nearby residents. Thankfully, the ice blocks from the iceberg provided some cooling. Otherwise, the heat could have proven unbearable. Akainu worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly returning to Trick and the others, taking in the scene of molten lava that had long been anticipated by him. The boy likely had no inkling of the peril he courted by recklessly wielding the magma fruit. Akainu cast a sidelong glance at Trick, somewhat amused. Unbeknownst to Akainu, his demeanor from the moment he arrived had already been noted by Trick, who intended to launch a campaign of public opinion against him later. Shotsa, observing the lava hell, swallowed hard, feeling that confronting Akainu was quite perilous. For now, it seemed safer to align with Trick. He decided to wait a while longer, allowing Akainu to expand the area significantly. Trick frowned in contemplation. While the sight was indeed daunting, the scope was insufficient, and there was no urgency to cool it down just yet. The higher the temperature, the faster the convection between hot and cold air. Mr. Sakazuki, continue managing other areas, and Abyss, please assist, Trick instructed. Akainu internally scoffed at the madness of this boy. Did he not fear that the entire kingdom might combust from the heat? Yet he complied, accompanying Abyss as they rode the ancient dragon to the next area. Trick allowed Shotsa to proceed independently, trailing behind Akainu and the others to extinguish any open flames with sand, ensuring a thorough mingling of volcanic ash and sand while he returned to the capital with the two women. Shotsa, however, dared not flee, fearing Trick would continue to pluck his hair. The last small handful he lost had pained him greatly, transforming his once dashing hairstyle into a Mediterranean one. What was the point of dominating the world if he looked like that? Breaking news. Breaking news. The lava demon has turned Alabasta into a hellscape of magma. Navy Admiral. The newshawkers had been distributing this sensational headline across the globe. People everywhere were drawn in by the clickbait, hastily purchasing newspapers, including Sengoku, who, upon overhearing discussions, was startled and quickly bought a copy to read. Damn Morgans, that despicable clickbait. Trick was up to something, Sengoku thought, exhaling in relief after reading the article. Just as planned, it merely described the release of magma without causing any actual destruction. Indeed, such headlines compelled the public to buy a copy, no matter how they felt about it. Morgans was reveling in his recent surge of profits from the East Blue, with sales skyrocketing due to an influx of gossip and scandalous rumors. Additionally, Advertisements for the Adventurers Guild and their commission distribution services have become a major source of income for the World Economic News Agency, especially since the Adventurers Guild had expanded into the Grand Line. They had generated numerous major headlines and soft advertisement campaigns upon their arrival. The Weeping Shotsa, former Warlord Crocodile. This was a photo taken after Shotsa was defeated by Machida, but later, Luffy took over the fight, capturing Shotsa in tears. Thus, the public only saw Shotsa being bested by the Straw Hat Boy. Fortunately, Shotsa had been too busy to read the papers lately. Otherwise, he would have sought revenge on Morgans. With the guild's intervention, the world government found it impossible to conceal the truth, which had caused Luffy's fame to skyrocket. Of course, on the Navy's side, Tina and Smoker had both received promotions, having played a role, albeit a small one, in the resolution of the Baroque Works incident. Trick was pleased with this outcome, as it was his intention to involve the Navy, Ice and Snow Wonderland, experience the Kingdom of Ice and Snow. This was a soft advertisement from Magnet Drum Island, showcasing various royal experience packages accompanied by illustrations of maids, emphasizing the allure of visual appeal. Jurassic Park, The Ancient Sovereign Awakens. This was another soft advertisement from the Little Garden of the Ancient Island, featuring shadowy silhouettes of mysterious creatures, invoking an air of intrigue. Alabasta discovers the artifact that grants all wishes. This advertisement aimed to draw traffic and investment through the genie lamp, listing cases of good individuals having their wishes granted. However, the reality of obtaining a wish was quite difficult, leading many prominent figures to dismiss it as nonsense, while common folk tended to believe, as the rate of reasonable wish fulfillment was notably high. Ice Angel, the Navy Admiral who makes ice shakes. This was a candid submission from Trick, primarily capturing Akiji as he prepared an ice shake for a little girl from Alabasta, both sharing a moment of heartfelt smiles. Coupled with Akiji's creation of numerous icebergs in Alabasta to alleviate desert drought, the reports included various praises and gratitude from local residents, swiftly elevating the Admiral's public image. This placed pressure on Akainu, as his operations were still ongoing, with results not yet visible. The true potential of the magma fruit was primarily realized in the later stages. In matters of comparison, Akiji's radiant image contrasted starkly against Akainu's ominous reputation. Particularly given Akiji's immediate and palpable impact, Akainu's assistance seemed merely to exacerbate the situation. Were it not for Sengoku's delight upon reading Akiji's article, the Navy's reputation would have suffered greatly due to Akainu's peace, prompting him to call and hold Trick accountable. I provide you with an admiral to cultivate a fruitful land, and you tarnish the Navy's reputation in this manner. I did so intentionally, Trick replied bluntly. Nanny, Sengoku was about to erupt in anger. Trick hurriedly explained, I deliberately allowed the newspaper to objectively describe Akainu's actions without any interpretation, intending to set up a narrative. What do you mean? Sengoku threatened. Mr. Marshal, doesn't the Navy often find itself laboring over matters that go unrecognized? Although there are extenuating circumstances, they ultimately bear the burden of unwarranted grievances and slanders in silence, Trick posited, posing a profound question. This, Sengoku was at a loss for words. Though Trick's understanding moved him, his pride hindered him from admitting it outright. Trick continued his analysis. To foster public support and comprehension, I aim to use Mr. Akainu's assistance as an opportunity to craft an image of the Navy is one that is often misunderstood yet quietly devoted. Furthermore, many of the comments in the newspaper's section are orchestrated by me, serving as opinion shapers, with numerous critics being arranged by my design. Nanny. Sengoku was taken aback by Trick's cunning maneuvering. Trick pressed on, do not be hasty, to prevent the narrative from wholly maligning the Navy. I have leveraged Akiji's assistance to create a benevolent and heroic image of the Navy, supported by numerous commendatory voices. As the narrative develops, more and more citizens will take notice of the Navy's endeavors. Although criticisms of Akainu will intensify, Akiji's image will serve to balance it, allowing the Navy to withstand the scrutiny. Ultimately, Akainu's contributions, sheltering every fragment of lava, nurturing every sprouting seed in the fields, and safeguarding every drop of water flowing in the riverbed, will be eternally etched in memory. The Navy will always have individuals steadfastly upholding justice and selflessly serving, though often unappreciated. However, true character reveals itself over time, and when the flowers bloom and bear fruit. Today's overwhelming criticisms will transform into profound remorse and gratitude. This is a strategy of initial suppression to later elevate Admiral Akainu, ensuring that in time, all will recognize his virtued MY arrangement is designed to evoke feelings of guilt, shame, and empathy among the populace, fostering greater understanding and support for the Navy, making it clear that what appears as tranquil existence is merely the result of others bearing the burden. Sengoku was thoroughly convinced by Trick's arguments, astonished by his ability to manipulate public sentiment, and mused that Trick was indeed a devil in disguise. Yet, Sengoku was genuinely touched by Trick's words. Rather than merely about Akainu, he felt it reflected his own circumstances. Especially caught between the celestial dragons and the Navy's justice. In the scorching desert, Akainu was diligently laboring alongside Abyss. It's so hot. Uncle Akainu, have some water. Abyss offered him a jug. I am not thirsty. Little one, drink for yourself, Akainu replied, currently taking a breather, having completed the majority of his extensive tasks. Due to the nature of his fruit, he felt no discomfort from the heat, casually chewing on a cigar. However, there was still an issue, as Abyss was but a child, and it was inappropriate for her to be exposed to secondhand smoke. The two had collaborated for a period, growing increasingly familiar with one another. Abyss no longer pretended to be an adult, but instead embraced her youthful spirit, eagerly recounting tales of the new world to Akainu, often sharing her own experiences as well. Abyss lamented the plethora of courses she was enrolled in, expressing her initial aversion to the peculiar subject of postpartum care for animals. Yet, upon witnessing some animals struggle after giving birth, she found joy in being able to provide professional care, thereby increasing the survival rate of the newborns and reducing the mortality rate of the mothers. Akainu, in turn, spoke of his adventures battling pirates in the New World, where he effortlessly turned a horde of nefarious pirates to ashes with a single punch. He described his journey through Fishman Island, detailing its wonders, as well as the islands in the New World that were perpetually stormy, the island of little people, and the island of giants, among others. For the adventure-loving Abyss, these fantastical islands were irresistibly alluring. Abyss also demonstrated her formidable prowess to Akainu. With a power level of 500 bestowed by Trick's enchantment, it might seem modest, yet for an 8-year-old, it was truly remarkable. The average naval soldier possesses a power level of 10, and surpassing 500 is deemed superhuman. Coupled with Trick's boasting horn and elite training, Abyss's growth was rapid, and her actual combat strength was far beyond that mere figured as for the Navy's 6 styles. Trick had yet to disseminate this knowledge widely within the guild, primarily due to unclear channels of information, and given Abyss's tender age, it was deemed inappropriate for her to learn them at this stage, as it could be detrimental to her health. Note, the boasting horn, Usopp when the other party believes your tall tales, blowing the horn may cause those tales to come true. Akainu witnessed firsthand this little girl dismembering a colossal desert scorpion with a dagger, without inflicting any pain, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Abyss's biology class was taught by Koya, and dissection of living specimens was a routine assignment for her. Thus, she could effortlessly identify the weak points of various creatures and dissect them with ease. The two feasted on the giant desert scorpion, with Abyss responsible for capturing and dismembering it, while Akainu took on the task of grilling. Where did you learn such exquisite dissection skills? If it were me, I would only be able to smash it apart, Akainu remarked. And how do you know so much about desert flora and fauna? You can identify which are edible, how to prepare them, which are toxic, and which serve as medicinal herbs, he inquired. Among the numerous courses, biology, cooking, and emergency medicine often require live dissection of ingredients, so I've grown accustomed to it, Abyss replied, devouring the high-protein scorpion meat with gusto. The two gluttons indulged in the giant scorpion while exchanging stories, with Abyss recounting a myriad of random courses and internships. No wonder you despise attending classes and want to skip them, Akainu mused, considering whether Abyss was being groomed as a future successor of the guild. Compared to the Navy's training, which primarily focuses on combat, navigation, and cultural studies, it seemed almost rudimentary. Some individuals even struggled with specialization. However, according to your description, it seems you have only been studying for a short while. Are you a monster? Akainu, being a self-proclaimed monster, instinctively felt that others were extraordinary. That's absurd. Uncle, you are the real monster, Abyss retorted, unaware of the reasons behind her exceptional learning abilities. She understood that her strength stemmed from Trick's foundation, but had been instructed to keep it a secret. If Akainu were to discover that the time Abyss had mentioned was actually extended, the reality would be much shorter, likely leading him to whisk her away to the Navy for supplementary training as a future admiral. Would you like to join the Navy? Although you are still underage, I can recommend you and facilitate your training. Akainu could not help but ask. Abyss was taken aback by Akainu's invitation, as she had no intention of becoming a naval officer, especially since she had been captured by the Navy in the past. Her heart was set on adventure. Noticing the obliviousness of the adorable girl, Akainu continued, "It seems that guild members can also serve in the Navy. Colonel Tina appears to have already become a core member of your guild, so it would pose no problem for you to join." "Uncle, are there classes to attend in the Navy?" Abisi inquired. "Surely there are, but for you, it should be a minor issue. The main focus is on training. We have Admiral-level combat training available for you. As for your guild's combat capabilities, I don't mean to belittle you, but there seems to be no one formidable among you. I could take down any one of you with a single punch." Akainu had never heard of any prominent figures within the Adventure Guild. When he observed the guild leader, Trick, he felt he was somewhat lacking, though he seemed to possess decent potential. However, he appeared quite juvenile, lacking the scars of survival and battle. With a leader of such limited strength, how could his subordinates be any more impressive? Thus, Akainu had initially underestimated Trick, viewing him more as a smooth talker, merely adept at resource consolidation. Abisi also mentioned that her swordsmanship instructor was the head of a sword dojo in a small village in the East Sea, yet she had not even seen Abisi wield a sword. Surely that little dagger was merely a toy. As for physical training, there seemed to be no one to teach a group of magical beasts and sea kings to tilt their heads. Shooting was taught by an ordinary school teacher. "Oh, you're an admiral. That is impressive, but I still prefer adventure." Akainu's declaration prompted Abisi to momentarily zone out upon hearing of yet more courses. Could she endure the additional burden of Navy classes? The guild would not excuse her from class due to her Navy commitments. Every time she skipped class to complete missions, she would have to make up for it one-on-one afterward. The Navy also engages in adventurous pursuits. Hunting pirates is an adventure. Akainu's invitation lacked the persuasive charm that Trick wielded. If Trick were here to extend the invitation, he would entice Abisi with promises of escaping classes while undertaking Navy missions. And before she knew it, she would be grown up. As for adventure, an admiral could take her anywhere in the world without hindrance. Even the 4 emperors of the New World would show respect to an admiral if one wasn't enough. Two would suffice. The Navy also boasted many beautiful ladies. Wait, that might not be so bad. The little girl likely had a fondness for lovely ladies. "What dreams do you have, Uncle?" Abisi shifted the topic of conversation. "Dreams? To eradicate all evil." Akainu had not discussed this for quite some time. "How noble. My dream is to swiftly escape the burdens of homework and then embark on adventures riding a millennium dragon." Abisi gazed skyward with longing. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, thunder rumbled as dark clouds